on 49ers training camp, starting with some of the biggest storylines of the day and a couple fisticuffs out at practice yesterday, as it was the first day of pads, which means it's the first day of hitting, and today might be the first day that the Murph and Mac Show gets to talk to Brock Purdy since that UCL surgery. So stay tuned, rip off your knob. We've got 5 hours of wall-to-wall 49er coverage and a lot of San Francisco Giants coverage as well, because you heard there in the final call, the Giants ended up losing in extra innings to the Arizona Diamondbacks. But all eyes are on the clock today ahead of the MLB trade deadline, where Farhan Zaidi will be looking to make another move, maybe with the Seattle Mariners, after completing, I believe, his 10th trade during his tenure with the San Francisco Giants with Seattle. They bring in A.J. Pollock last night. And yeah, I'll let that breathe for a couple seconds. A.J. Pollock, not really the big name that Giants fans were looking for at this year's trade deadline. But hey, we could take a look around, see who's left still on the market, and see what moves the Giants need to make, or maybe the moves that they need to make sending a couple people out. Wilmer Flores hit another home run last night. And we've talked a lot the last couple days about this infield depth for the San Francisco Giants. And now with the return of Brandon Crawford and the news yesterday that Thairo Estrada is scheduling to start a rehab assignment in AAA with the Sacramento River Cats, that depth is starting to fill up. So whether it's Marco Luciano, whether it's Casey Schmidt, or maybe it's the hottest hitter in baseball right now, Wilmer Flores, these guys are going to get their playing time cut down. So maybe one of them will be involved in the trade package at that 3 p.m. Pacific time trade deadline today, a trade deadline that we've seen Farhan Zaidi be extremely active at within the last couple minutes. Whether it was bringing in Chris Bryant or the move he made last year, trading out Darren Ruff to get J.D. Davis and Thomas Szapucki. We have seen these moves made at the last minutes before, so I'm not going to be surprised if we do get a couple Farhan Zaidi thrift shopping moments today and hell, for the rest of the season, probably during the rest of the tenure of Farhan Zaidi. So 808 KNBR is a number if you want to check in on the Giants, quote-unquote, big trade line accusation. It's really not even a big accusation because the Giants really didn't give up anything. They gave up cash and a player to be named later. Now, I don't know how this player is going to turn out, and I don't know who the hell it is, but he's being now traded to Seattle. Again, I believe the 10th trade that Farhan has made with the Seattle Mariners. We'll see if this pays dividends moving forward with the big injury news that Mike Yastrzemski is now being placed on the 10-day injured list with a left hamstring strain, and it's looking like he could be out for multiple weeks. So the Giants yesterday decided to call up Isan Diaz and not Elliot Ramos, which I thought was an interesting decision because Elliot Ramos has been swinging one of the hottest bats for the Sacramento River Cats, and I thought maybe with the need at outfield, you would bring in an Elliot Ramos, but instead they trade for A.J. Pollock, and A.J. Pollock, who, oh, by the way, is 35 years old and is hitting a mere 173 this season. But hey, we've seen the Giants take these veteran pieces and turn them into gold before, whether it is a guy like Yaz or Thairo Estrada. I'm sure the Giants and Farhan are expecting, or at least hoping, that A.J. Pollock has that same success. But again, they basically got him for pennies on the dollar, literally pennies on the dollars. So we'll see if there are any more moves for the San Francisco Giants, because it seems like they still need an arm in that rotation, especially with Anthony DeSclafani now being on the IL. I heard some sound yesterday from Farhan Zaidi that he said it's not out of the question that he could be done for the season, which, of course, leads to a lot of question marks about what the Giants are going to do moving forward, since it seems like Alex Cobb and Logan Webb are the only two pitchers they currently have in that rotation. We saw another bullpen game yesterday with Jacob Junis being the opener, Alex Wood being the quote-unquote featured pitcher of the day. He let up a couple runs, and that really was the story of the game for the Arizona Diamondbacks with their stud rookie themselves. They got Corbin Carroll. He got that RBI single off Alex Wood, actually stole second base on Patrick Bailey, scored the game-tying run to tie it up 2-2 on a Uriel Gurriel double, and then next thing you know, I'm sitting here thinking to myself, like, damn, I kind of like this kid Corbin Carroll. If you saw his first at-bat where he struck out, it was a drop third strike, and the way he busted down with a hard 90 all the way down to first base. I like the effort that the kid was putting in. I just did not like to see him hit those RBIs and score those runs yesterday, and especially steal some bags on our guy Patrick Bailey, who has been one of the best defensive catchers in the league this year. But that all set everything up for extra innings, where, of course, there was Rob Manfred's ghost runner. I mean, I get that we're re-electing Rob Manfred for 4 more years, but can we get rid of this damn ghost runner? It's ridiculous, and there it was in extra innings, scoring for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Now, the Giants also scored their ghost runner as Brandon Crawford scored on a wild pitch, but then there were. After Luis Matos got walked, after Austin Slater got walked, 2 on, 2 out, and the hottest hitter in the Giants lineup, Wilmer Flores, steps up to the plate, and he strikes out. So that brings up the 11th inning. Arizona, once again, scores their ghost runner. The only runs they scored in extra innings were those ghost running runs. Next thing you know, Giants are down 4-3 going into that 11th inning. Jock Peterson strikes out. Blake Sable strikes out. Patrick Bailey grounds out. And the ball game is over. And it's another game where the Giants struggle with runners in scoring position. Go over 9 last night. And that's why I think fans are looking for something more than A.J. Pollock at this year's MLB trade deadline, because this is a lineup that has been struggling, especially since guys like Thairo Estrada and Mitch Haniger have gone down. But as we said earlier, there is good news on Thairo Estrada starting up his rehab assignment with the Sacramento River Cats, and also Mitch Haniger has resumed baseball activity. So if you are a Giants fan, you can kind of look at that as your trade deadline accusations, some of those players coming back, and the Giants getting some of those reinforcements. And hey, who knows? Maybe Farhan is not done thrift shopping quite yet, and he could be active at today's trade deadline. But today, folks, I know we want to talk a lot of Giants baseball. I know we want to talk about the MLB trade deadline. But because I am live at Levi's, we are going to spend a lot of today talking about the San Francisco 49ers. Again, getting you ready for a stacked guest list on the Murph and Mac show this morning. Starting off with guys like Brock Purdy. I'm hearing we might have Talanoa Hufanga and many more beyond that. So we can look at all the storylines from 49ers training camp, especially the one that I'm on the lookout for this morning. Where in the world is Nick Bosa? I'm live. I've got boots on the ground. Since the moment I got here at 4:15 a.m. this morning, I've been looking for Nick Bosa. I'm checking hallways. I'm checking closets. I just went down to the cafeteria. No sign yet. So we are officially 8 days in to the Nick Bosa holdout, hold in, whatever you want to call it. He's starting to rack up quite a lot of money in fines. Now, of course, the San Francisco 49ers can't waive these fines, and I'm sure they will after they come to a contract agreement with Nick Bosa, but we're still wondering and waiting and kind of thinking to ourselves, where is Nick Bosa and when is he going to show up to 49ers training camp? Because, hell, I would love to go out to the practice field and watch him take some one-on-one reps against a guy like Trent Williams, or maybe a guy like Colton McKivitz, who's going to have a big offseason this year, replacing Mike McGlinchey. Some on the one-on-one battles that we can get into today at 49ers training camp. Hell, I've actually heard a lot of stories about Javon Kinlaw actually looking like a new player this year and being unstoppable in one-on-one drills. So I'm excited to get out on the practice field and watch some football today. And, of course, if we're at the practice field, we'll make sure to give you a full update on the quarterback situation, what Brock Purdy looks like, how's he doing on these 7-on-7 and 11-on-11 scrimmages, and, of course, the backup quarterback competition drama between Trey Lance and Sam Darnold. We'll break down all the numbers and go over everything you need to know and how Trey Lance might have had his best practice. Yes, we're talking practice. Shout out my guy Allen Iverson. Yesterday, Trey Lance reportedly had his best practice as a 49er quarterback. We've talked a lot about his offseason throwing mechanics, his improvements, going out and working with a guy like Jeff Christensen, and really trying to clean up his throwing motion. And hey, it's looking like it's having some success right now for the 49ers, and it's showing on the practice field after there were reports last week that he was struggling a little bit. So I'm tired of the reports. I'm tired of reading about these guys on Twitter. That's why today I am live at Levi Stadium so that I can see it with my own eyes. And like I said earlier, our guys Murph and Mac are going to be doing a full broadcast here as well. We're live at Levi Stadium. We got the live stream up if you want to check it out on YouTube, KNBR.com, our Twitch page. They actually got the water boy in the toddler room right now, which I think makes a lot of sense. It's my first training camp. Go sit with the kids, but we'll bring in the big boys later with the full 49er guest list. So we got plenty of things to talk about today, including some of these 49er fights, which, hey, 808 KNBR is the number. If you're all right with teams fighting during training camp, I know a lot of people have been talking about Draymond Green and Jordan Poole and everything that happened with the Warriors, but these are football players. They're built differently than basketball players. Hell, they're built differently than a lot of players in a lot of different sports. So really, I got no problem. Reports were yesterday that Juwan Jennings might have gotten into it with a couple defenders, as long as he's not going full Aaron Donald, dual-wielding helmets, trying to smash people in joint practices like he did last year against the Cincinnati Bengals. I really have no problem with it, especially for a guy like me who is a huge fight fan. And I feel like we've got some apologies to all my MMA boxing people out there, because I'm not even sure if I mentioned UFC 291 this past weekend with Justin Gaethje winning the BMF title over Dustin Poirier. Second round knockout, beautiful head kick, slipped it in right behind a jab. Then we had people like Derek Lewis getting his UFC high, what was it, 14, 15 knockout. He's got the most knockouts in UFC history. Took off his pants in the cage, started celebrating. And shout out our guy Alex Pereira moving up to light heavyweight to take down Jan Blachowicz. A great fight card. And I also want to give some love to Bud Crawford. That's right, Terrence Crawford took down Errol Spence this weekend. 9th round knockout. Great boxing fight out in Las Vegas. And there's always fights going on in the fight capital world in Las Vegas. But in a couple weeks, the San Francisco 49ers will be in Las Vegas, taking on Jimmy Garoppolo and the Las Vegas Raiders in week 1 of the preseason. Joint practices are right around the corner, and hell, 49er practice starts here, live at Levi Stadium in just a few hours. So on the other side, let's get into some sound from John Lynch, who spoke at this very building yesterday and talked about that Nick Bosa contract, when he expects the 49ers to be able to sign the small bear Nick Bosa, and when he will show up to camp, and a lot of quarterback talk, of course, talking about Brock Purdy recovering from UCL surgery and Trey Lance and Sam Darnold battling it out for the backup quarterback position. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher live from Levi Stadium on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Some people won't give you the real talk on drugs, but it's time we know the facts. Fentanyl is often laced into illicit drugs and used to make fake versions of prescription pills. You can't see it, taste it, or smell it. Suppliers mix fentanyl into their products because it's potent and cheap, and the dealer might not even know. Keep yourself and others safe by knowing the real deal on fentanyl. Get the facts. Go to realdealonfentanyl.com. This message is brought to you by the Ad Council.
This is The Leadoff Spot with your host, the water boy, Marcus Boucher.
Marcus, could you play a little bit of that Augusta melody?
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I thought it went good, minus, the skirmish we had. I felt like it was a physical practice. Everyone brought it. It was good energy. Obviously, you got to clean some stuff up, but I thought it was a good practice for our team. Get some frustration out and, putting the pads on and getting into playing real football.
Back to some real football on the leadoff spot. What's up, everybody? It is Marcus Boucher, a.k.a. the Waterboy, live from Levi Stadium this morning. The same spot that Eric Armstead was at yesterday speaking to the media about the 49ers' first padded-up practice that, led to a couple fisticuffs on the field, which, hey, boys will be boys. It's all in good nature. This is professional football. This is a 49er training camp, and this is just another storyline every single year at training camp. Hell, we can go back to last year where Fred Warner and Brandon Ayuk were going back and forth, squaring off on the practice field. Fast forward to this year, Brandon Ayuk coming into training camp, putting out messages on Instagram and Twitter that anybody wearing a different color jersey, even in practice, it's war, it's on. And yesterday, these professional athletes got a chance to hit each other for the first time. And that's why I'm excited to be live down here at Levi Stadium to get out on the 49ers practice field so I can watch a guy like Eric Armstead go one-on-one with Trent Williams and Colton McKivitz, hell, and Aaron Banks, a Spencer Burford, and the entire 49ers offensive line. An offensive line that is, hey, gonna have some question marks this year with the loss of Mike McGlinchey, who obviously signed a big offseason contract with the Denver Broncos. And I understand, folks, there were a lot of people who had differentiating opinions on a guy like Mike McGlinchey. I think the numbers do not lie. He was a great run blocker. Now, pass protection, that's a different story. And I've heard a couple of 49er beat reporters say that with Colton McKivitz, the 49ers offensive line protection could improve this year. So that's something to keep an eye on. But we all know that the bread and butter for this Kyle Shanahan offense is to run the ball, to set up the run, to set up the play action, to take those shots across the middle to Deebo Samuel and George Kittle, hell, even Christian McCaffrey out of the backfield. And then they will take their shots downfield to a guy like Brandon Ayuk that has been absolutely lighting the training camp field on fire. And it seems like every single year with BA, he continues to get better and better and better. And this is a discussion that we've had on the leadoff spot 1,000 times by now. And whether or not Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk combined are one of the best wide receiver duos in the league. I think with Brandon Ayuk continuing to take these strides, they are up there. They are 1A, 1B for the 49ers. And now the question is, who's going to be throwing them the ball? Well, that question was answered last week by John Lynch, by Kyle Shanahan, and Brock Purdy, who spoke to the media and cleared himself. Or should I say the doctors cleared him with our guy Keith Meister. Shout out to Meister Brow Brew that me and Paulie Mack were talking about last week when I filled in for Brian Murphy. But this week, it's all about the product and I guess the results of a Keith Meister and that internal brace surgery. And all reports I'm seeing so far is that Brock Purdy is back throwing with no restrictions. We talked about a couple go balls that he threw last week. I saw he threw another 45-yard shot down the field yesterday. And that's the thing I'm keeping an eye on with a guy like Brock Purdy is that distance. I believe the velocity will come down the line. Again, I don't think velocity is all that important for an NFL quarterback, but hell, I'm not an NFL guru. I'm not a quarterback guru, but I can tell you that Trey Lance has looked improved with his mechanics, and I can tell you even the clips I've seen so far from a guy like Sam Darnold have been pretty impressive in this Kyle Shanahan system. So there's plenty of quarterback conversations to get into as always, but actually today I wanted to start this 49er segment talking defense, talking about guys like Eric Armstead and whether or not he's going to have to step up and play a bigger role if Nick Bosa is not on the field for week 1 against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, of course, that is I think a 1% chance, 2% chance. I'm just throwing it out there. I think the 49ers and Nick Bosa are going to work out a deal. But we are on day 8 of Nick Bosa watch. And as I said earlier, I've got boots on the ground. I've been here since 4:15 a.m. this morning at Levi Stadium, and I've seen no traces of a Nick Bosa. I know we call him the small bear. I've been looking for bear prints all over the 49ers training facility this morning. Haven't seen anything yet, and we really haven't got any word on what that contract is going to look like compared to a guy like Aaron Donald, who gets paid $31 million per year. Maybe looking at a guy like TJ Watt, his brother Joey Bosa, Khalil Mack. I do think it's going to be in the ballpark of somewhere upwards of $26 million to maybe that $30 million mark, and maybe we'll be looking at Nick Bosa being the highest paid non-quarterback in the entire NFL. But hey, it's not my money we're talking about. It's the 49ers, and the man that spends the money for the 49ers is John Lynch, who I believe just pulled up at Levi Stadium, so shout out our guy John Lynch. But here he was yesterday at the podium talking to the media, and of course, all the questions were about Nick Bosa, and before he even took any questions, John Lynch addressed the media, addressed this situation, and broke down everything going back and forth and where the 49ers currently are with this Nick Bosa contract situation.
I know there's probably a lot of interest in what's going on with the Bosa situation, so I'll just address that up front. I'll reiterate what I said in the opening presser, that we agreed, both Nick and I and Brian Ayrault, his agent and representative, and I, that it's important that we keep those things private. So I'm going to honor that. That's how I liked it as a player, and I completely understand that. I'll just tell you, we have to strike the right mix of urgency. I don't like this. I don't like not having one of our best players here. We've got a really good track record that I'm proud of as a group of having our players in. But I also understand it, and understand that we're going to have to exhibit some patience, and understand that ultimately this thing will work out. I'm very confident in that. And we're just going to have that right mix of urgency and patience. And again, I remain confident that we will come to an agreement and get things taken care of, so we can have one of our best players, one of the best teammates. This is the guy that addresses our team every Saturday and just gives his wisdom. We miss him, and looking forward to the day he's coming back. So
we have to strike the right mix of urgency, and we have to be patient. And I think that's the plan moving forward with this contract situation. And as John Lynch just told us, they've gone through this before. Whether it's with a guy like George Kittle, Fred Warner, or even last season with Deebo Samuel, they've gone through these contract negotiations. And every single time, it does seem like they're able to figure out something to make it work. And we've broken down the 49ers salary cap 1 million times on this show, and how the 49ers are able to afford all the world-class talent that they do have, with guys like Christian McCaffrey being the highest paid running back in the league, with Deebo Samuel, with the upcoming contract of a guy like Brandon Ayuk. You look at Trent Williams, best left tackle in football. You look at that defensive side, guys like Fred Warner, and of course Nick Bosa is next up on that chain. But you also look at guys like Javon Hargrave, the newest addition for the 49ers from the Philadelphia Eagles. This offseason, when the 49ers went out and on day 1 of free agency arguably got the best defensive player on the market, that actually showed me 2 things. That A, the 49ers are all in by trying to win and by trying to make their number 1 opponent weaker in the Philadelphia Eagles. And 2, if they have the financial flexibility to go out and sign a guy like Hargrave, I believe they got their numbers lined up for a Nick Bosa contract. Whether it is the biggest contract in football moving forward, outside of the quarterbacks, of course, Nick Bosa deserves to get paid that big contract. That's why I was one of the guys asking the questions before last season, whether or not it was a good idea to pay Nick Bosa before he went into that 5th year of his contract option. Now, of course, getting him on this 5th-year rookie deal is a little bit of a bargain for 49ers, but now because he went out and won Defensive Player of the Year, which, oh, by the way, we called last year on the leadoff spot. Shout out to everybody who cashed in those plus 1,500 tickets on our guy Nick Bosa, but because he's got the accolades now, because he is recognized as one of the best players in the NFL, he's going to get paid like it. That's the bottom line. Point blank and simple, Nick Bosa is going to get a bag. They always say in the NFL, sacks equals stacks, and Nick Bosa is known for getting sacks, so he will get a few stacks with this new contract situation. But the question is when? Will it be today? I don't know. Me, Murph, and Paul and Mac are here. Maybe the particles are in the air for Nick Bosa to get a new contract done today. But regardless, I think this is a guy that's going to be fine. We're talking about an absolute human specimen, a guy that will walk past a box of Bob Donuts and not even blink an eye. And so I'm not worried about what kind of shape this guy is coming into 49ers training camp. We all know the amount of effort that he puts in down in Florida with his big brother, the big bear, Joey Bosa, the training camps that they go through, and how every single year this guy shows up in what looks like the best shape of his life. So that's why I really don't have any concerns, but of course, it's a question that people have out there, and it's something that John Lynch had to address yesterday, whether or not Nick Bosa would come into camp out of shape. Here's the thing, Paul and Mac. I think even on his vacation, Nick Bosa is never out of shape. I don't think there's a season where he is out of shape, but the question was asked, and here was John Lynch yesterday, asked about Nick not being in training camp and if he's been working hard this offseason.
I think you always have to strike that right balance. Nick does, he's a specimen, and he's a specimen because he was blessed with some really good genes, but he's also a specimen because he works as hard as anyone I've ever seen in this game. And his plan is meticulous. It's adjusted each and every year. Having said that, I think there's a point that everybody, as long as I played in year 13, you could say, people used to ask, do you need training camp? I needed 3 weeks. I needed that to get ready. And so I don't know what that right time period, we've talked a lot about it internally, but I think that's important to give yourself the best chance to not only play at the highest level, but to stay healthy and get yourself primed and ready, calloused to play.
And I think Nick Bosa is going to be ready to play regardless or not if he shows up to training camp. Now, it is nice for a guy to get his reps in, to go through the motions and get back on the field and just to put the pads on to start hitting somebody. But again, Nick Bosa is the Defensive Player of the Year. He'll be fine. I think training camp is more important to guys like Javon Kinlaw, a guy that the 49ers did not pick up his 5th-year option this offseason, which means it's a contract year for him, and it really is a do-or-die season this year with the 49ers. After, let's all be honest, he has not had the most production. He has dealt with some injuries, but this is a guy that the 49ers are looking at maybe a potential big piece of that defensive line. Now, we mentioned earlier the addition of Hargrave. I'm looking at Nick Bosa. The big question going into this year with that D-line is who's going to be that bookend playing opposite of a Nick Bosa, whether it's going to be a guy like Drake Jackson, the 2nd-year rookie out of USC, whether it's going to be a guy like Cleve Farrell from the Las Vegas Raiders, who, oh, by the way, ran into Brock Purdy's arm yesterday at the end of the scrimmage, which is an absolute no-no, especially coming off from a guy who's coming off of internal brace surgery. So maybe Cleve won't even be back on the practice field today, or maybe he will be one of those bookends, or maybe the 49ers and Chris Kasarik will look to mix it up on the defensive line, maybe have a package where it's both Hargrave and Kinlaw playing inside. You move an Eric Armstead outside, just like they did a couple years ago back in 2019, and maybe that's going to be the number one option for this 49ers defensive line to slow down the run. I think it might be one of the biggest defensive lines in football if they end up going with that package, but regardless, it is good to see guys like Javon Kinlaw back on the practice field, and from what I'm hearing, the guy looks nearly unstoppable on one-on-one drills. I'll be out there today watching some of those drills so I can get eyes on Javon Kinlaw. But of course, we've got more 49er news for you. It's quarterback talk, and Cole, I'm looking at the clock right now. How about we break here, come back on the other side, play some sound from John Lynch on Trey Lance, talking about maybe his best practice ever as a 49er yesterday and what it means for the backup quarterback competition between him and Sam Darnold, all before we sit down and break bread with Brock Purdy today on the Murph and Mac Show. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher live from Levi Stadium on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Good, a lot of fun. Yeah, absolutely. It's been a lot of fun. Just trying to take advantage of all the reps I get working with all the guys, and it's been a ton of fun just to be able to be back out there and have our full room back, man. It's been a ton of fun.
The voice of Trey Lance, live from 49er training camp, where reports are he had arguably his best practice as a 49er quarterback. Well, hell, I'll be the judge today as Murph, Mac, and Marcus are here live at Levi Stadium, hanging out at 49ers practice, getting a long list of 49ers guests, and we will be on the practice field today to see some of those snaps from a Trey Lance and from a Sam Darnold, which has turned into one of the biggest storylines this offseason for the 49ers. Now, of course, we got to take a step back, y'all, and go all the way to the NFC Championship game, where Brock Purdy had the torn UCL, and it led to a bunch of questions about what the 49ers were going to do moving forward over the offseason and during the 49ers 2023 season if Brock Purdy needed to get Tommy John surgery. Now, luckily for all the 49er fans out there, and hell, everybody in the 49ers organization, the good news was Brock Purdy did not need Tommy John surgery and instead went with the internal brace surgery, and now it sounds like he's actually ahead of schedule, returning to the practice field for the 49ers last week in training camp. Now he's got pads back on down here at Levi Stadium, and the reports are that Brock Purdy is looking good to go with no quote-unquote restrictions, even though he is currently on that 2-day on, 1-day off throwing program. Now that 1 day off does open the door for both Trey Lance and Sam Darnold, two guys that will be competing for the backup quarterback job. And I guess if you're interested, we could throw in a Brandon Allen into that conversation also. Shout out our guy Mike Silver and our boy Greg Silver, help run the show with Triple E back at the Silver. I saw Mike wrote an article yesterday about how the 49ers should keep 3 quarterbacks and maybe how one of them should not be Trey Lance. Now, I'm one of these guys that has never really bought into these Trey Lance trade rumors. There's been a lot of talk and speculation on whether or not the 49ers would have traded him on draft night. My whole question the entire time is, what is the current trade value of a Trey Lance, and is it worth giving up on the kid already? Now, some people might say, oh, he's a bust. He's been in the league for a couple of years now. He's only been on the field 4 times, Waterboy. All right, I understand your complaints. But to get rid of this guy for what? A 5th-round draft pick? What is that going to achieve? What is that going to accomplish? And again, you're talking about a 49ers organization that picks up 3rd-round draft comp picks like they're out trick-or-treating on Halloween. Like they're just walking around the block. There goes a Rand Carthon to the Titans. That's a 3rd-round draft pick. Here goes a Jimmy Garoppolo to the Raiders. There's an extra 3rd-round draft pick for you. So the 49ers are a team that replenishes all these draft picks that they trade away. And that's why I was a guy that was not upset at all with the haul that John Lynch gave to get Christian McCaffrey last year. I don't care if it was 1 second-rounder, 2 second-rounders, 3 second-rounders, 5 or 6. That's how good of a player Christian McCaffrey is. And that's why I'm glad that John Lynch went out and made that move, and that's why I think John Lynch will not make this move with Trey Lance, because we all saw what happened in the NFC Championship game last year when we went from Brock Purdy to Josh Johnson back to Brock Purdy. And of course, this offseason, the 49ers did implement the Brock Purdy emergency quarterback rule, a rule that was around in the NFL for most of my childhood. And to be honest with you, I don't even really know the reason why they got rid of it. But now the 49ers will have a chance to carry 3 quarterbacks on their roster in that emergency quarterback situation, which again is going to lead to conversations about which quarterback you suit up on game day. Do you go with a more traditional style quarterback of a Sam Darnold? Or, if you're Kyle Shanahan, do you want to scheme up some bison package with Trey Lance in the backfield? Do you want the extra running ability going back to his rookie year when he was stealing away a few packages from Jimmy Garoppolo? They put him in a few goal line situations. He ran into the end zone. We saw it against the Raiders in the preseason, but that was also the preseason game that he injured his finger by knocking it off a Raiders defender helmet, which led to a long list of injury problems for a guy like Trey Lance and led to a couple throwing mechanical problems for Trey as well. Something that I broke down with Greg Papa a couple weeks ago when I was filling in with John Lynn, and Papa was telling me how he was getting out the binoculars just to see where the hand placement was on the football of a Trey Lance. Well, I don't know where his fingers are lining up on the laces, but I can tell you from the clips that I have seen on Twitter, he does look like he has improved those mechanics. And again, I was a baseball player. I was a pitcher. I've never played quarterback in my life. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to be a QB guru. But the film and the tape that I have seen from Trey Lance has looked like he's tightened up that release, like he's putting a little extra zip on the ball, and really like he's looking like an improved quarterback. And that was the main report out of training camp yesterday for the 49ers, that Trey Lance arguably had his best practice ever as a 49er quarterback. Now, he took 18 snaps during those 11-on-11 drills, and if you care about training camp stat numbers, he went 9 for 11 in his passing opportunities. Did have one throwaway under pressure, so you can scratch that away. But something that stood out to me more were the reports that Trey Lance converted not only 1 3rd and long, but 2 3rd and long situations yesterday. A 3rd and 7 and a 3rd and 13 pass to Ray McLeod and Tay Martin. He completed those for 16 and 13 yards. I think that's what we want to see from Trey Lance, is his ability to move the chains and just some consistency with this guy and him staying healthy. That's the bottom line. He needs to get on the field. He needs to play more, and he needs to show the 49ers what they have moving forward if they are going to try to run this 2 quarterback situation with a Brock Purdy and Trey Lance, or if they want to slide Sam Darnold into that conversation. But I did want to play some sound from a conversation that John Lynch had yesterday with the 49ers media, talking a lot about Trey Lance, how he currently looks at camp, and all the work that he did this offseason with, of course, those quarterback coaches like Jeff Christensen and everybody that he was working with. Here was Lynch yesterday on Trey's work during the offseason and how he has worked very hard to improve improved throughout 49ers training camp in just a few weeks they've been here in Santa Clara.
I have, and I think we all have. A lot's been chronicled of him working with Jeff Christensen, and there's all kinds of different gurus and specialists for these guys to go through. I was really proud. Trey took the initiative and I've talked with Trey. I won't get into the details because I'm not exactly sure on how it all happened, but I was proud that it was something that he sought out. And then, I think in the past maybe Trey was working with multiple people. That's like trying to work with multiple golf coaches. Signals can get mixed, and I think he decided, all right, I got to find one that I vibe with the best and roll with that. And I think they did some great work, and I think he's throwing the football a lot better. His base is better. Some of his mechanics are better. Those things are showing up on the field. So I'm not just proud of him for his attitude and his leadership, his resiliency. I'm proud for what I'm seeing out there. And I know there's been a lot of talk about the opportunities he's not getting. I'm proud of him for what he's doing with the opportunities he is getting. And, there's a plan. He'll continue to earn these opportunities, and he'll have plenty to show who he is.
And that's what Trey needs to do right now. Take advantage of the opportunities to showcase some of that work that he has been putting in during the offseason. And I love the example, the metaphor that John Lynch just gave, talking about Trey Lance's mechanics and how he's been working with multiple coaches over the last couple years and how he compared it to a golf coach. And if you're a golfer, you go around and you have this guy talking about your swing, that guy talking about your swing. Paulie Mack, I don't have a laugh track, but that's probably why Murph's golf game is so bad, because all the golf coaches that he's been recycling through over the years. And by the way, Murph, I know he just sat down, doesn't have his headphone on. I went and played golf this weekend. I played 9 holes, and I shot a 35. Whooped my boys. Best round of my life. I had like 4 or 5 pars. Murph, we'll get into that later during the face-off. Murph is shocked about my golf score. Hey, I'm a natural athlete. That's why they put me on air on the leadoff spot. Hell, I should move this camera around to see the shock on Murph's face right now. But we'll have plenty of time to connect with Murph and Mac during the show today, and we'll have plenty of time to talk about Trey Lance and the opportunity that he's getting right now. Murph is still stunned in his belief. Yeah, 9 holes, 35, all standing up golf. I'm not talking about like Wii golf, Murph. We'll talk in just a few seconds. Murph and Mac here are live at 49ers training camp before we take the practice field to go out and watch a guy like Sam Darnold, like Trey Lance, and even a Brandon Allen, which, hey, there are some speculation out there, like I said, with that Mike Silver piece yesterday. Maybe the 49ers decide to move away from Trey Lance with a trade. Again, I don't think the value is there, and maybe they do keep a guy like Brandon Allen, who was the backup quarterback for Joe Burrow last year. He only took 7 reps yesterday, went 1 for 3, so nothing to really write home about. Sam Darnold was on the field for 18 reps, completed 7 of 9 passes, and our guy Brock Purdy was on the field yesterday, took all 27 of the 49ers first-team practice snaps, did go 12 for 16 on the day, throw an interception as Dre Greenlaw picked him off on a pass intended for George Kittle. But I think the biggest storyline with Brock Purdy yesterday was Clelin Ferrell, a.k.a. Clee Ferrell, the former first-round draft pick from the, I think currently at the time they were still the Oakland Raiders, now of course the now Las Vegas Raiders. Yesterday at training camp, he apparently went a little late after the whistle, ran into Brock Purdy's surgically repaired arm. Now that automatically is a red flag. I mean, they already put red jerseys on these guys to not touch the quarterback, and now Clee Farrell's going to be out here trying to swipe the ball away from Brock Purdy. I'm not saying that's a great football instincts by Clee Farrell, but hey, that's probably why the Raiders released him and why the 49ers will now look to use him for maybe a bookend piece to pair up with the Nick Bosa. We'll see how this 49er offseason plays out for guys like Drake Jackson, but hell, there's a lot of questions on the defense side of the ball for one of the best defenses in football. Who's going to be that weak side linebacker? Who's going to be the nickel corner with a guy like Jimmy Ward going off to the Houston Texans? And hell, I feel like this isn't getting mentioned too much. DeMeco Ryans is gone. He is now the head coach of the Houston Texans. So there's now been a shift in the defensive coordinators. Now bringing in Steve Wilkes, who used to be a former coach with the Carolina Panthers, specializes in that defensive backfield. So I'm interested to see if he can take Talanoa Hufanga to the next level, how he's going to use that rookie Jair Brown, and really how he's going to improve this defensive backfield led by a guy like Charvarius Ward, a 49ers defense that I think doesn't have too many holes, but if you are looking for one weak point of this defense, most people would point to that defensive backfield. So I'm interested to see what kind of influence Steve Wilks has with those defensive backs and the blitz packages that he's going to be sending. I think we're going to see a lot of Hufanga coming off the outside this year, bringing in some of that Troy Polamalu play that has influenced his style so much. We'll see what Steve Wilks does, as he's going to be calling plays from up in the booth with the headset on. I think that's the biggest difference people have been talking about so far with a guy like Steve Wilks versus D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico, of course, the former linebacker, bringing that energy on the field with his defensive players. Steve Wilks will be calling plays from up in the booth. Hopefully he'll be calling plays for Nick Bosa for a nice stunt on the outside, maybe wrapping around, lining up next to our guy Javon Hargrave. I'm really excited to see these guys line up on the same side of the ball and how the 49ers do work out their defensive line rotations if Javon Kinlaw does pan out this offseason, and if they use Eric Armstead as more of a roving role between the middle and the outside. But all questions that I'm sure we can ask guys like Talanoa Hufanga and Brock Purdy, who are scheduled to stop by the Murph and Mac show today. And on the other side, we'll make the connection with my guys Murph and Mac, who just pulled in to the Levi's lot here, live at Levi Stadium. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher at my first ever NFL training camp, live at Levi's on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. right, folks, we're back live at Levi Stadium. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on the leadoff spot. And look who I have sitting down in the toddler's room here at Levi Stadium. It's my guy, Brian Murphy and Paulie Mack.
Hey now.
Boys, same thing we do every morning, but now we're in a different location. We're live at Levi's for 49ers training camp. Now you guys are in my neck of the woods.
Look at this.
Welcome down to the 408, boys. Good morning.
Where's Taylor Swift?
Great question.
When I pulled up,
This is history, baby. There was history.
Well, it's
right
already
here,
been an eventful morning. So when I pulled into the parking lot down here at the stadium, John Lynch was right in front of me. Murph asked me how I know it was John Lynch. Go
Was
ahead.
he locked on the leader?
No, because John Lynch actually jumped out of his car and he went up to the gate.
Was he just workout togs or
Kind of.
Yeah.
He was flashing some quads. He had his
Yeah,
shorts on, a Niner sweatshirt.
Purdy level quads?
I'm like, damn, throw the pads on Lynch now. He could probably lay somebody out.
Oh, dude,
but anyway,
what's on
so
number 47?
brush with John Lynch greatness on my way in, and then I parked.
Did you give him the little flash of the lights?
I didn't. I didn't want to be like, who's that jackhole
You
flashing
didn't hit
me?
your horn? That
I
went
did not.
The We're in the Money horn?
No, I gave him a break there.
The Godfather horn?
But I did look for a Taylor Swift friendship bracelet in the parking
No
lot.
joke.
I didn't see
no
one.
joke. My first take when I
Did
got
not
out
see one.
and gazed at the mighty structure was that here's where Taylor Swift.
Here's where the greatest
the
concert
great
in
Taylor
the
Swift
Bay Area
is.
history.
Well, it's Taylor Swift's
Like,
house,
quote,
essentially.
quote,
It's a house that T. Swift built.
So anyway, after I got over that, it's the house that Brock Purdy built.
Yeah,
We're
that's what I'm saying.
We had him on last year,
We
right?
did.
Yeah.
He's a good kid.
Yeah,
He'll
we
be
got him
sitting
during
in.
the season.
He'll be sitting in Waterboy's seat, and we're on the stream, right?
We
Yeah.
are live, straight off the water.
Got the back of my
Oh,
head.
hey, you guys.
We're live.
Yeah.
The back of Paulie's head.
How's that going for everybody?
That's what happens when the water boy's in charge of the.
Well, it's a good thing
digital.
I combed the back of my hair today. I want to make sure.
The Waterboy, who I'm never playing for money in golf ever.
Oh, Murph, I'm telling you, this is
Nah,
sort of like my fourth
I'm
or fifth
blown
time
away.
ever playing golf.
I'm not
Blown away.
surprised.
And I shot a 35 on a, I think it was a par 20.
Well, he's an
or par
athlete, this
29.
kid. I mean, look at him. He's,
Yeah, but I mean,
He's out here.
golf is impossible.
No, I know, but I'm not surprised with him.
Like
He's
the greatest athlete, the people who play it for a living can't master.
But you've told me this since the day I met you when we've been going to all these golf tournaments and stuff. Murph has always said, like, baseball players, basketball players, like you said, any great athlete can take to it pretty naturally. You've told me that. With the way they hit the ball, they blast it.
Yeah, but they got to be like the highest level athletes. This is Waterboy.
I mean, that's the
You know
thing.
what I mean?
I showed up and I went to go play with a couple of my
Okay,
buddies
so
who are obsessed with golf. And they're
Yeah.
like, man, I'm trying to break into the 30s. I'm trying to break into the 30s.
Yeah.
And then I just show up and shoot a 35, Murph.
So I only have two reactions. I mean, one is sincere, one is cynical. The sincere reaction is you're just a freaking prodigy. I'm in awe of you, and I bow down to you.
Right.
The cynical reaction is there's no way you counted all your strokes per the rules of golf.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I will say, hand up, I did take one mulligan. So you can bump it up to
Only
36. Only one. It was on the last hole.
37 because that's stroke
Oh,
and
it's a two?
distance.
Okay, fine.
Now, did you
Pretty damn good.
did you
Murph.
give
It's going up now. It's going up.
Oh, yeah.
Any gimme putts that went in and out, and you're like, I'm going to take that.
Well, here's the thing, dude. Like
Any ball that you hit out, and you're like, I'm just going to drop here.
I figured out perfectly.
Yeah.
Like I could hit a 162 yards, and all the holes like par 3, 166, 170.
And you just hit it straight as an arrow. Straight as a freaking
I
arrow.
just kept lining them up straight down the fairway.
Never right, never left.
As long as I didn't
never
have to
shank,
chip,
never
it wasn't
top.
a problem. Murph, I had 5 pars on the day.
This guy's unbelievable.
No,
I shot a couple shots that landed like within like 7 feet of the 8 feet of the hole.
Were your friends just going nuts?
My friend was blown away. He's like, dude, this is like your 4th or 5th time playing. Like, how are you
Whose
doing
clubs
this?
were you using?
Dude, I got my dad's like hand-me-downs. I've got like
That's unbelievable.
I like that.
half
You
lane,
are
half
so. I
lane.
mean, we got to bring it back to the Niners, obviously, because we're
Yeah.
at Levi's. He's like Brock Purdy.
A little bit.
You know,
Yeah.
drafted
Yeah.
262nd.
Totally
just sitting there
forgotten.
waiting for his chance.
Yeah.
Waiting for
Totally
his chance.
forgotten.
Anybody expects to hop on the range, and there I was.
Purdy's like, just give me the ball. Just give me the ball.
That's it.
So
All I'm
he
looking
just
for
give me
is
the
an
sticks.
opportunity.
Well,
Yeah.
did you, when you called your mulligan, I hope you did the proper Carmine Lupertazzi and say, you distracted me. I'm taking a mulligan.
I'm taking a
You
mulligan.
can blame it on distraction.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll tell you what's good is distract ourselves from that lousy Giants loss last night.
Well, let's talk about something else. I mean, thank God for at least Wilmer swinging. I mean, outside of Wilmer
I'll
Flores.
tell you what, I gotta get a little something off my chest.
Go ahead, air it out.
Because I was driving home 9 hours yesterday, listening to my man post-game rap, my man Tree, and they're like, well, you know, we come from the old school. We don't believe in the opener, but I'm laying down my arms. The opener works. Kirko and Lasky like, we got to go with the opener. They're 14-4. Well, I got news for you. They're 14-5 now, and 0-1 in their last one.
Yeah.
Now I know it was not the reason they lost. Timely hitting. But that said, they did bring in the number of different arms, and finally that whole that chain that finally breaks down. Luke Jackson, you can't be walking fools, Waterboy. You can't come in and walk fools.
You can't be raising hell and praising Dale if you're handing out free 90s.
Free 90s, and then, just, I don't know. That was my bitter lash out was, in this, that's not the move, right? A.J. Pollock's not the move,
Well,
right?
I told you, man, I wouldn't expect too much. It might be. I mean,
Well, if that's the move, I'll tell you who's going to be pissed is preschool dad Peter, because I got a rage-filled text saying, are you blanking?
Yeah.
And I told him, I said, chill out, that's not the move.
I hope not, but I mean, it might be, Murph. Don't get your hopes up, buddy.
It's a move. I don't know if it's going to be the move. That's the question. But we have seen Farhan wait until the last 10, 15 minutes before the deadline to make these trades.
Yeah, I just get the feeling, though, it feels like the message, if there's even a message they've been trying to get out over the last week, including yesterday, it would be like, don't expect too much. We have what we need right here.
That's under-promise and over-deliver, right?
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. But the message that seems to be, getting transmitted to us is, we have enough right here. We don't really need to. That's kind of what they've been saying.
They saw the lineup, right? I mean,
that's
I did see the lineup.
You saw the pitches.
I saw it.
Give me another arm.
I want that. I've been saying that for a
And I'll
month.
take another middle infielder, too.
Give me an arm.
Give me two.
Dude, you can't have 3 bullpen games a week. With
Utah,
only 2
give me
guys
2.
in your starting rotation. You can't do 3 bullpen games.
There's this thing
a week.
called October.
Oh.
Yeah, so, anyway.
We're going to go with a 3-game series, 3 openers, Murph.
Anyway, I was boning up on my changing the topic, boning up on my Brock Purdy, reading about his guy down in Florida.
Oh, yeah?
We can get into that. Also, I went on his Instagram. How come nobody's mentioned? He got engaged.
Yeah, we mentioned that last week, actually.
Okay.
We were trying to hook up Brock Purdy with Taylor Swift, and the text line blew up.
That was my handiwork. Yeah. You know me, Murph. I'll take a liberty. I decided to try to match up Brock with T. Swift, and then immediately the text line was like, yo, Paulie Mac, slow it down. Brock's engaged. So I said, fine.
First of all, what's the, so?
Well, I just redirected all my energies to Marcus at that point. I said, let's get Marcus with T. Well, there's my guy, Cap. Yeah.
There he is.
I'm showing Cap leaves. Anyway, well, I mean, listen, there's room for Taylor's. I should probably not go down this road.
No, probably
He's
not.
a young man.
We're on live stream.
Yeah.
Right.
Anyway,
Right. We are on a live stream. Thank
happy
you, man.
for the young man, Brock Purdy, and happy for his quads. I'm happy for his quarterback coach, and here he is right here on the knee. It's one of those things where he hired the photographer to stalk.
Oh, he's got the white shirt on. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they had the whole family boat in. You can see the family boats in for the
Looks like
pictures.
a Hallmark photo shoot.
Yeah, there they are, buddy. So our happy guy.
That's our guy going to be sitting down with the Murph and Mac show later on today. We'll give you a full guest list of everybody joining us live from 49ers training camp here at Levi Stadium, but it is 6 a.m. Let's ring those bells. You are listening to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, and the Murph and Mac show live from Levi Stadium starts right now.
Good morning and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, it's always that special feel, man, when you pull into Levi's Stadium. It is 49er football. Paulie and I have been doing this for many years. Well, 2014, I believe, was the first year we came down here. Prior to that, we'd come down to Santa Clara just for training camp before they would go back up to Candlestick to play. But now this is home. This is where they've done it all. This is where they begin their quest. I do miss the old training camp days. You'll hear old-timers like me talking about Rockland and even Stockton. It's not quite the same, but it is a tradition, Paulie, to be down here and get that feel. It's August 1st.
I think it was Matty Mayoko last week who said this is not your grandfather's Niner training camp.
It is not.
And I guess that means a lot of different things, right? Like where they used to go away and stay like in dorms and all that. Like, is anything lost, Murph, by not?
Definitely.
Yeah, like break that
Huge
down, because
amounts of lost,
I never
yes.
saw that. I never got to experience that kind of camp.
Oh, there's an entire
like the fishing derby, the Bill Walsh, the camaraderie.
Great call.
Yeah.
But dude, there's just an entire experience, just an entire spiritual experience. Now, I'm sure Al Guido and Jed York, who count the money, and Parag would say, yeah, spiritual experience. We're saving about $6 million by not doing this, right? You know what I mean? So blank your spiritual experience, right?
But I like a good spiritual experience. I'm not going to lie.
Well, it's like anything. Hey, look at us. We're on the stream.
Hey, y'all.
Hey,
I like that Murph and I share the screen today. We don't have to have, like, separation of Mac and Murph. Like, we're all in one little bubble today.
Well,
I dig that.
like the 49ers, we're united in our quest for six.
We've decided to come together, yeah.
But no, it is. So, yeah, you definitely lose a tremendous part of the Well, it's like life itself. Like you could live your whole life just like never leaving your living room and just watching TV all day. But is that living, Paulie?
Not really.
Don't you want to get on a motorcycle and head up the coast?
I got shows to see. I got games to catch. I got places to be.
So, I mean, can they get training camp done in Santa Clara? Sure, yeah. There's a field out there, and then there's a shower in here, and there's a training table in here.
Stupid question, but
so they can do it, but there's something definitely lost in the whole life experience, buddy. Yeah.
Only because, I honestly don't know the answer to this question. Like, do all the guys just go back to their houses at night? Like,
actually, I asked that of Barrows yesterday, wasn't it?
But the young guys.
He said they do stay at a hotel, I think.
Yeah, I think the young guys are at a hotel.
I don't know, or do they go? I don't know. But anyway, it's the whole dorm living and all that stuff is lost.
Yeah.
That said, that's yesterday's news, baby. They're here in Santa Clara now, and they're doing their thing, and they'll hit the practice field today, getting ready for that first preseason game a week from Saturday. The one thing about the NFL that drives me nuts is just this long wait now. It's like spring training, get Cactus League. Cactus League gets to that point where you're like, get the hell out. I just want you guys to get going here.
But don't you feel, Murph, like this year's preseason schedule is a lot more intriguing because everything goes. Like, I'm eager to get to these games.
Oh, for sure, 100%.
Like, not like other years where you're like, let's get through this. I'm looking forward to these games.
Your boy Sammy Darnold, Sammy D.
Totally.
Yeah.
Smiling Sammy D.
And the embattled Trey Lance.
Who Marcus was saying had his best practice of the camp so far.
Is this true?
Yesterday.
Is this true?
Yeah.
Well, they say competition, Paul.
Yeah.
Iron sharpens iron. So
No
he saw
question.
Sammy Darnold light it up on Sunday, and he'll do his thing. Now,
does that competition go back at the station as well, like where a Cole and a Greg are going to square off today and
totally
out-compete each other?
100%.
Yeah, I hope so.
If they can keep us on the – let's just start with keeping us on the air.
Yeah, well, that'd be a good start.
Yeah.
I understand.
Oh, listen to that.
Yeah.
Who's getting no discussion this camp is our first guest, Brock Purdy. Like everybody's just kind of because everybody's focused on Trey Lance.
Well, you know what though,
secondarily on Sam Darnold. Like, what about this guy?
We did extensive Brock stuff last week, Marcus and I. We had a lot of Brock content, so I almost feel like we almost OD'd on Brock last week. Hearing a little Trey flare up is kind of good to just break that up. But we'll be sitting talking to the guy in less than an hour, so stay tuned, everybody. Brock Purdy will be coming in today.
Well, you guys did because last week was when he got cleared.
Yeah.
And there was no I was just reading the big story on his guy down in Florida, Will Hewlett and Tom Gormley.
You need a guy, dude. We got to get Murph
after hearing about Waterboy's freaking golf round. I need a guy.
Maybe he's your guy. Maybe Marcus is your guy. He can teach you about the game.
Wait,
how ironic would that be?
Let's see the swing.
Yeah, I want to see it too.
Let's see it right here. He's doing it right now.
It looks good to me. I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
What's wrong with that?
Well, it kind of looks like Kramer when he would do the swing.
Kind of stiff. Yeah. Kramer hitting him into the ocean.
And the short game was solid too, buddy. And
he's doing it. Look at this kid.
Yeah. I mean, it's all
I don't
good.
know.
You know what I think it is? I think Waterboy's probably mentally.
Yeah.
I think for me, it's all mental. You know me, dude. I'm a mental.
I'm a basket case.
Look at him doing the swing on the
I see him.
there. So
he looks good. He's an athlete.
Well, it's exciting for the 49ers, and it's exciting for Brock Purdy, and exciting for this whole situation. And, it's all been laid out, like Super Bowl or bust, which every team is saying. You know what I mean? Every team's saying Super Bowl or bust. Did you guys get into last week that whole concept of eight of, the turnover in the NFL in terms of the playoffs? There was an incredible stat that 8 teams that finished in 4 teams. I got to get it straight. Anyway, a bunch of last place teams every year finish in first. Like you have to look at last year's standings and pick out 4 last place teams.
That'll
who will
be
make the playoffs.
That could be like the Jets or the Lions. These teams that are kind of on the
Correct.
upswing. Yeah. That you're right. That does happen. The NFL is a lot more. It's easier to climb the ladder than it used to be, and there will be a couple of teams that flare up this year for sure. And that's why I always keep saying, don't just assume the Niners or any other team can just go waltzing right back to the NFC title game. It's not that easy. The fact that they've been there in 3 of the 4 past seasons is pretty remarkable, and that's why I feel like there is kind of an intensity and a pressure to this year. It's take that next step now.
Paulie, I'm going to go check. I might have saved the tweet. Let me go check on X. Let me go check.
Well, there's controversy now. X, they got the sign. You hear about the sign? People are pissed off.
Yeah. Let me see.
I don't know. X, Marcus. Yeah.
So
I still shout, like you said yesterday, Exene Cervenka, John Doe, that's my ex. Outside of that, I don't know if I can help you.
I guess I didn't save it. Oh, did you guys, and I imagine given Waterboy's demographic, you didn't spend much time on the loss of the great Sinead O'Connor.
Tried to. I didn't have a lot of support around me. Like, Marcus let me do my thing, but I paid my respects.
Can I just do a quick 30 seconds on this?
Yeah.
And are you familiar with the connection?
Well, not really, and I want you to tell me about that. But before you do, I want you to know that when I was tipping my cap and paying respects to Sinead O'Connor, I actually said I think Brian Murphy would appreciate this. I was actually shouting you out. The whole Irish heritage thing, and I was like, I bet you, because I didn't know, but I was like, I bet you Murph has a little bit of, I bet you Murph's got some love for Sinead O'Connor, and we gave her due, but I was kind of on my own. I needed you that day, yeah.
I'll just quickly want to tell the story about in 1989 Grammy. She's 22 years old. She's kind of a nobody out of Dublin, but she has her first hit single, Mandinka.
Great
Hell
song.
of a song.
That's the one I had him cue up and play
But,
in her honor. Yeah.
She comes out at the Grammys just in a black tank top and jeans. She's skinny as a she's a bag of bones. She's 5'1" or whatever.
Yeah.
Standing all alone, no accompaniment, and she crushes Mandinka. But she has the shaved head, which at the time was radical, right?
Totally radical.
But did you know on the side of her head she had painted the Public Enemy logo?
No, and I love that.
And the reason why she did it was because she was protesting the fact that the Grammys were not honoring hip-hop as a category.
That's why Chuck D wrote the famous lyric, "Who gives a blank about a blank damn Grammy?"
This is her. That's why Chuck D had this drawing
Glad
of
you told me
Sinead,
that.
and you see the Public Enemy
Now
logo
I
on the
do.
side.
Now I do. I see the scope.
And he wrote one word. He wrote salute.
Bro, that's awesome. I'm glad you told me that. I did not know that story, and that's awesome.
It's one of her many, many. She was ahead of her time, and she had cojones, and she also could sing like
But
a
I do
frickin' nation.
know that. She had a great track. Hey, we got to pay respects to another legend. Yeah, Pee Wee Herman.
Yeah.
Left us.
Yeah, Paul Rubens.
I mean, it happened
How about
yesterday in the middle of the afternoon.
But, in all respect, we all saw the movies. They were
yeah.
phenomenal. But had he done much work lately?
Well, Rubens did a movie with Johnny Depp. He was pretty good in it. That was probably 10 years ago, that movie Blow about the 70s.
He was just playing Paul Rubens? He wasn't doing Herman.
No, he was not doing Herman at all. He played like a hairdresser, but he was really good. He was good in that role.
Yeah, sad story. 70 years old, but he had cancer, and he hid it, I guess, from the public.
And don't forget also that he was, I think the first time I probably ever saw Pee Wee Herman was when I was a teenager, and he had a couple of roles in the Cheech and Chong movies, too.
Did he?
Yeah.
Not as Herman?
Not as Pee Wee Herman. He wasn't that guy yet. He was just like a comedian.
And you remember the tie-in to KNBR and the Niners is Matt Mayoko bears a resemblance to Paul Rubens. So in the height of Pee Wee's Great Adventure, the movie, he went out as Halloween in the gray suit with the red bow tie.
That's amazing.
And he was like a 9. People were losing their minds when he walked in.
I could see it in my head, yeah.
And then when he walked into that bar, because he went to Humboldt State, and the Humboldt State band on Halloween would play Main Street and just rage up and down Main Street. And when he walked in, they played Tequila.
Hell yeah.
And he stood on the top of the bar and did the dance.
Yeah. Do you know the dance? He does know the dance. Even Marcus knows.
All right. Anyway, Rubens,
rest
O'Connor,
in peace, yeah.
We lose them all. It is August 1. We are in football land. We are in Santa Clara, Levi Stadium, and we'll get you guys the guest list, which starts with the starting quarterback real soon. We are live from Levi Stadium.
Let's
the Murph
go,
and
baby.
Max Show. Waterboy's here. We're on your stream on KNBR app, on Twitch, or on YouTube.
The whole bit.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Rocking and rolling, baby. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
I'll do this one, Marcus. You do the next one. The Giants' walk-off wonder wears off as they drop the series opener to the Diamondbacks in extra innings on Monday night. Our guy Danny Emmerman wrote all about it, and that's trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Now they move Debo in jet sweep motion underneath. It's an inside play action by Purdy. Cox to throw. Now going to roll out to his right. Wide open, McCaffrey. Touchdown! San Francisco!
2 touches, 2 explosives.
Oh, thank you, Triple E, for that. I get it a week late. The loss of the great Sinead O'Connor and so many other than Mandinka, Nothing Compares to You. I'd highly recommend everybody get the album. I Do Not Want What I Haven't Got.
Yeah.
The Last Day of Our Acquaintance, Emperor's New Clothes, Black Boys on Mopeds. She was ahead of her time, man. And so anyway, thank you, Triple E, for that. I just played for Polly this Chris Christopherson wrote a song for her called Sister Sinead. That's just absolutely perfect, right?
Well, yeah, man, they had a special relationship. I remember there was a famous event at Madison Square Garden in '92. It was Bob Dylan's 50th birthday party, and they brought out everybody under the sun, from George Harrison to, on and on. Everybody came out to salute Bob, and Neil Young, on and on, Chrissy Hynde. And Sinead O'Connor was one of the guest singers that night. She walked on stage at the Garden shortly after she had the SNL incident. The whole building just clobbered her. They were booing her mercilessly. Yeah. So she ran screaming off the stage. It's actually kind of hard to watch. She was so upset. She was in tears. And who's waiting for her? Christopherson just wraps her up in his arms, and kind of famously, because it was mic'd up.
Wow.
She was weeping, and he said...
You have a year on this?
92.
92.
And he said, don't let the bastards get you down.
Wow.
And it was pretty emotional. So anyway, that's a...
So then he wrote this song called Sister Sinead. That's really, really cool. So anyway, thanks for that, Waterboy, and our Triple E for Mike, because I missed it. I was gone last week.
Hey, last Sinead O'Connor thing, just to put a bow for you, buddy. Now, you know that Frank got on stage and went after her. Yeah. Okay, I'm just
unloaded on it. But
I'll tell you one thing about that.
He almost was doing the Joe Piscopo Sinatra when he was doing that,
I'll give that broad A.
All right. Well, Marcus Boucher's all settled now on the stream. By the way, we brought the stream, as a listener said, you guys brought the stream on the road.
Oh,
Hell yeah, we did.
I don't leave home without it.
Hell yeah. So, hi, we're on the stream there.
Hey,
Waterboy, thanks for letting us into your building here. Down in your town.
That's it. Welcome to the 408, guys. How was the commute this morning?
A little long.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, welcome to my world.
Hey, a little long, a little dark. Yeah.
Big difference, though, going from the North Bay when you got to, slither down 19th and all that.
Yeah.
My body, it was funny. There was a point we were passing around San Carlos, where my body started saying, shouldn't you be at work now? Shouldn't you be at work now? And I'm like, nope, we got another half hour. So you going from Santa Clara, at least you can get off. You can get off on 280 on 6th Avenue right by the park, right?
100%. So I never have to go through the city.
Or
so it was
King
a little bit
Street
of an extra commute for you boys this morning. Murph, I was kind of thinking the same thing. There I was sitting on the John at 3:45, and I was like, shouldn't I be on the road
Your body
right now?
was like, you should. Where am I?
Yeah, I started sweating. I'm like, oh, I'm late. It's like, no, I'm going down the street to Levi's today.
Multiple things are exciting. One, you're at home. Your body on the toilet was wrong. You didn't
I don't need that.
2, you're wearing your KNBR shirt. It looks great on you, by the way.
By the way, I wish I had one of those.
By the way, the same way.
How do I get one?
We got a million of those. I was going to say, just throw them away when you get them.
I was going to say,
Jen Violet gave us about a million.
I'm sure
of those.
because this is actually the Pebble Beach KNBR collection, the collab.
Not bad.
The same way I'd said the uniform looks great on Marco Luciano.
Yeah.
That shirt looks great on Marcus.
He's pulling it off pretty nice.
Certain people can wear things. He wears that shirt better than you and I.
Curious move, too, with the top button. That's
I'm
like
a top button guy.
It's a style move. Tiger did it in the 90s, popularized it.
I'm a top button guy. And Murph, I'm not a huge collar t-shirt guy in general.
It emphasizes the breadth of your shoulders and your pecs.
It's showing off the torso.
The ladies love it.
Yeah.
Because otherwise our eyes would be drawn to that little neck hair, and that's no good.
No.
By the way, should I go button down on this?
I don't know. A couple more buttons, Murph. Keep going.
And number 3, congrats on your first training camp.
Thank you, man.
This is really exciting.
Yeah,
It is exciting.
Yeah.
My first 94. So I'm out in Rockland. I don't know. I can't make heads or tails of what the hell's going on. So you're going to see. there's going to be one-on-one drills going on over here. There's going to be QBs throwing little out passes to running backs and tight ends. There's going to be DBs working with. I mean, you got to pick and kind of choose what you're looking for.
Dude, I'm looking for everything. I want a little Oklahoma drill, some tunnel of love. Like, I don't know if they're going to go Pop Warner style hitting drills that I used to go through, but I'm excited to see these guys in pads going one-on-one, mano-a-mano.
I mean, and this is how coverage has changed through the years. I mean, we used to just kind of just write features off of camp. Like, I would arrive at, say it's 1995. I'm going to write about J.J. Stokes today, whatever. These guys write about what actually happens in practice to the point where they chart every throw. They chart, and I'm reading Matty Barrows here, and he's describing the one-on-one blocking drills that you were just talking about. Yeah. Where is it? Like here was it right here? It was like the Javon Hargrave. He did a nice job backing up Aaron Banks on the first, then quickly got around rookie Corey Luciano on the second. I mean, he talks about neither Drake Jackson nor Cleveland Farrell distinguished himself in the one-on-one drills. I mean, they really get into the nitty-gritty.
And I'm highly invested inside the trenches. Like we've talked about, like I grew up playing defensive line and outside linebacker, tight end my whole entire life. So I love seeing these blocking drills, these one-on-one. Today I'm looking forward to seeing a guy like Kinlaw go up against a Trent Williams or even a Spencer Burford or an Aaron Banks.
The new slim down Javon Kinlaw.
Yeah, and I've been hearing a lot of good things about his performance in these one-on-one drills.
And I also want to circle back to you personally after you blew my doors off by saying you shot up like a low 30s on a par. Granted, it was a par 3. It's hard.
This is his thing now. He's a golfer.
But the thing you said coming down was you said you were talking about Trey Lance's mechanics. You said, I'm not a quarterback. I was a pitcher. I was a linebacker. Why didn't you play quarterback, brother? You got the hose?
But I liked hitting people.
You got the height?
No, I like
you want to hit guys.
violence.
QB/linebacker.
No, it was fine. I wanted to hit the quarterback because like my guy Al Davis always says, the quarterback must go down. He must go down hard.
Yeah.
I played tight end, Murph, but we ran a wing T offense, so I was essentially just another guard. I was out there just blocking fools.
Yeah, right.
I'm going to go ahead and say the Homestead High coach made a miscalculation. He should have had
not utilizing.
Well, here's the thing: in the wing T offense, we only threw the ball like twice a game.
You guys didn't throw
no,
it?
not at all. We were straight fullback traps, little couple end arounds. We would just run it down.
Most high schools are predicated on the run. Yeah, there's not a lot of throwing, right, in high school.
These days they air it out a little bit more.
Yeah, you'll get a couple pro style offenses.
I was reading all about Purdy's guy, Tom Gormley and Will Hewlett. These guys down in Florida, and man, they're taking the drive line mechanics from baseball. Paul, you wouldn't even believe what's going on now. I mean, dude, the old days of Thatcher just telling you to frickin' throw it hard.
Scaring the daylights out of you until you do better, yeah.
And one of the notes they had in this story was that Brock, here it is, Paul. Like, look, for example, look, I'm going to show Paul.
I got skeletal traces here, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to show them. Like, they're showing, this is what you look at now, Waterboy.
Bro, that's a little bit.
Okay, so look at the charts.
We got a skeleton over
there. Yeah, I
got
Brock's skeleton.
Okay, we got a skeleton.
Okay,
yeah.
watch. And when I hit play, watch what happens to this skeleton here if I could ever
Shout
do
out
that,
Skeletor.
And so, look at this. They got the different colors on the bones and everything.
Wow.
And then here's what's going on with the graphs.
That's almost too much information.
Yeah, I got 4 different graphs on one throw. It's like, damn, which one do I look at?
But they said that Purdy was one of the most, if not the most serious dude they ever had. Like, he was like, preach this to me. What do I need to do?
Well, that's a big part of it. Yeah, he's open to learn. He competes.
And people talked about, like, the difference between him at Iowa State and then where did this guy come from? Well, part of it was this.
Yeah.
He got into biomechanics.
Yeah.
And he changed how he threw the ball, and he throws it better now.
And that's the thing with the current athletes. Like, the information's out there. I know we joke a lot with Farhan and the analytics, but if you look at the Giants pitching staff, guys like Brian Bannister, guys like Andrew Bailey, they are huge on the shape of pitches, the spin rates, all that stuff. It's like, if you have the numbers out there, I'm not saying live or die by them, but take advantage of them and see if they can help you moving forward.
Does it take some of the romance out of the game?
Yes,
it does.
It does.
I like the way that pitch presented.
It's got a nice shape.
By the way, while we're talking Gabe here, we should probably wish the guy a happy birthday. They had several tributes at the game last night.
He lost the game.
I know. Did you see the one girl with the? I guess you could call it a collage. Probably about a dozen, 25 different images of Gabe in different activities.
Kruko said she put some work in.
Yeah, no, that was a project.
So if everybody doesn't know, the Giants did lose that game in extra innings. Disappointed. They blew a 2-0 lead. They blew a 2-0 lead, and once again, timely hitting just nowhere to be seen.
Last night, 0 for 9 with runners in scoring.
That's their specialty right now, just leaving guys on the bases.
Yeah, and they think he's waved the wand, and Tyro Estrada's going to fix it. I mean, I like Tyro, but it's not like he's freaking Tony Gwynn. You know what I mean?
No,
anyway, the Dodgers did not play last night. So the Giants fall a half game back in the West, 2.5. They still hold the first wild card, though, even though Philly and Arizona obviously won last night. Miami lost. So it's right now the Giants hold the wild card. Philly is second, half game back, and then Arizona, Miami, and Milwaukee are all tied. And only 3.5 out, even though they lost 2 in a row, the Cubs. See, the Cubs made an acquisition. They brought in, who was it, Candelario? Is that who they brought in?
Yeah, that's who they traded for last
So
summer.
they're not selling. They're not going to trade Stroman.
They're keeping
then.
Bellinger. They're keeping Marcus Stroman.
So I'm saying I need something tonight, and I don't know, maybe Farn's going to say, nobody's selling, dude. And maybe, 808, here's my hot take. Has the expanded wild card killed the trade deadline?
Maybe
No,
not.
there's too many buyers now.
Maybe a little bit.
Too many buyers.
I mean, that's the thing, Murph. We have 3 wild card teams and 3 division winners, so nobody wants to sell and everybody wants to buy, which has driven up the market price.
And would you say if you're 6 out in the wild card, are you in it? Yeah, you're
Technically,
yeah.
you got a chance.
So right now, there's only 4 teams that you would say are out of it. It's Pirates, Cardinals, Nats, and Rockies. So if you can go raid one of those teams, maybe you can do it. All right, guest list on a Tuesday, August 1st, 2023.
Triple E with the horns. There you go.
A texter said, could you please get the guest list before 6:30?
Okay, hey.
I heard you, buddy.
We do what we can do.
Hey, it's 6:29. Close enough.
I got 6:30 on my...
Yeah,
Me too.
Murph.
Or,
I was trying to hide that in there.
well... Yeah. Okay, what do we got here?
All right,
buddy?
our guest list starts up in about 30 minutes. QB1, Brock Purdy is going to join the program live from Levi Stadium. How about that for a Tuesday morning kickoff?
I love it. I want a Brock.
Nice. Yeah, I'm psyched. Let's get him in here. Let's poke and prod.
Let's chop it up with Brock.
We'll talk all things Purdy today, 7 a.m., our first 49er guest, and then we're going to squeeze in some MLB trade deadline talk. We're going to talk with MLB Network's Greg Amsinger, 7:15 this morning.
Now, I'm going to be honest here, Triple E. We got Purdy here at 7. We're not cutting him out for Amsinger.
No.
All right?
No.
So you might want to tell Amsinger.
I understand.
Amsinger might have to chill.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see if we can move Amsinger to the 9 a.m.
Something.
hour
I
so we
mean,
can
yeah.
expand and kind of kick our legs out with Brock
Let's be
Purdy at
reasonable.
7 a.m.
Yeah.
And then, boys, we actually got to double down. We have Dwayne Kuiper at 7:30, of course, during our power hour on a Tuesday. But we also got Talanoa Hufanga joining us at 7:45. So a quick hit with Kuiper today.
Right.
Then it's Hufanga right on the heels of that.
People need to know the mechanics of radio. Sometimes when you're doing these live remotes and guests just walk in when you're in the middle of another guest, it is like it gets crazy, man. You're like, wrap up,
Yeah.
you gotta go.
We'll make it work.
So,
Yeah.
which means makes Amsinger even
Yeah.
tighter.
That's tough.
Well, listen. Do Amsinger for 5 minutes.
We can do Amsinger like this. Amsinger, how you doing today? Okay, cool. Thanks for coming on the show.
it, yeah.
We'll talk to you next time.
Listen, we got a lot of 49ers to talk about. And, boys, it doesn't stop there. Hufanga, 7:45, back-to-back, 8 a.m. Your big hit today is Fred Warner.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. This guy's, it's funny, it's Hall of Fame weekend on the way down. I was thinking, it's not out of the question if that guy continues to play at a high
Warner,
level.
absolutely. Yes.
I mean, Hufanga's already second-team first All-Pro. And by the way, you ready for football Thursday? I think it's the Jets.
Hall
I think
of
your boy
Fame
Aaron
game.
Rodgers
Yeah,
is playing
how about
Thursday.
that?
Yeah, right around the
We
corner.
can sigh on
You gonna bet
national
on that
TV.
game, Waterboy?
Oh, I'll probably throw some action on it. Dude, my boy was already looking at the lines ahead of time. He's like, you see the Week 1 preseason Hall of Fame line? I'm like, dude,
You're betting on
the
a Hall of Fame game.
Yeah, exactly.
That's pretty serious.
But my buddy's got a theory. He goes, yeah, but their third stringers are better than the other guys' third
All
stringers.
right, hey,
I'm like,
whatever.
all right, whatever.
Whatever you got to do.
You just need a little action.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you need some action.
Yeah.
So we'll sprinkle some action, getting real close to football season after Fred Warner, of course. We're bringing the cooler down to Levi Stadium. We'll hit a little bit of cooler of content and then check in with Chris Rose, also on the MLB trade deadline. He could talk NFL season around the corner also. He's at 9:35 today.
All right, that all sounds good, and I'm not going to leave this segment until I. And by the way, we didn't even talk, but you guys, anybody get up at midnight and watch the U.S. Women's World Cup
I did
soccer?
not. I was sleeping,
Did you
buddy.
hear what happened? They almost completely choked their. They almost lost. They tied Portugal 0-0.
Those are my people, Murph.
0-0. Oh, in the 91st minute, a Portuguese woman had a shot on goal and hit off the post.
Mm-hmm.
Had it gone in, U.S. would have been eliminated.
Wow.
Which would have been just in the world of international soccer a huge deal. But anyway, very disappointing pool play. They finished second. It's only the second time ever. They do advance, but they are playing very underwhelming.
And they only won
football right
one
now.
game in the
Yeah.
first pool, right? Versus
Vietnam, bro.
Yeah,
Vietnam.
3-0 too.
And apparently the spread was bigger on that one.
Oh yeah,
Shout out
they didn't
Vietnam.
cover they didn't cover
Yeah.
the 5.5, Murph.
No,
Shout out Vietnam, man.
Yeah. Jets. Here I go. I got no line on Ashton. I got no line. No, I got a line. Jets plus 1.5.
See, early favorites.
There's also an under 33.5.
You guys are making me laugh with
take
this.
the
Is
under,
ridiculous.
and I'll be betting on Zach Wilson. In
I
the
like
third
the
quarter.
under in the Hall of
There's
Fame
also
game.
money
Murph,
line. Jets are minus 125 money line. But I want to take the Browns plus 105 money line. Just
Ooh, who's our back?
Yeah,
though?
no, totally.
so under 33.5.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a good chance of that.
Yeah,
First
yeah.
game of the year. Yeah.
All right, let's get ready for Brock Purdy at 7
All
o'clock.
right, man.
It's the Murph and Max Show live from Levi Stadium. Brock Purdy's going to walk in 20 minutes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I think I'll be Brock until the break of dawn.
There's a drive toward right center field. On the run, Matos still going. He's not going to be able to get to it. It's slicing away from him and bounces up over the wall into the bullpen of the D-backs. So that will knock in the run, and Perdomo puts the D-backs back ahead 4-3.
Yeah, disappointing. Here we are. By the way, we said hi to our nice host, Zach, down here in Santa Clara. We're live at Levi Stadium.
Hey, now.
Anyway, something I'll talk to you about later, buddy. We're live at Levi Stadium where the 49ers are having their second padded practice today, and obviously all eyes on the quarterbacks. Trey Lance played well yesterday. Sam Darnold played well Sunday. Brandon Allen's hanging around. Got my buddy Mike Silver writing columns saying, if you need to cut Trey Lance, just cut him. So,
boy, it's a ruthless business, man. It's crazy.
But to take your mind off of Brock of the Niners for a second, Brock Purdy's favorite baseball team. Remember, he showed up twice this summer.
He looked good in a Giant hat.
And
Yeah.
disappointing loss for the Giants last night, losing 4-3. Once again, just the offense just ain't there. As the great Bill Walton once said, "Hey Mike, where's the offense?"
We hit that a bunch last week,
We need
actually.
some offense.
Where's the offense, Mike?
And so they got, I think, was it somebody reported no hits after the fifth inning? Is that right? Last night?
It sounds like it's right, Murph.
Yeah.
They went 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position.
Hey, by the way, just take this opportunity to kind of cross-promote the Grateful Dead event tomorrow night before the Giants game. Come on out. I'll be hosting that panel discussion with Bill Walton. You can ask him directly to his face, hey, Bill, where's the Giant offense? Or you could ask the same question to Trixie Garcia. That's Jerry's daughter. And we'll go out there and celebrate the dead. Because today's Jerry's birthday. Happy birthday, Jerry.
All right.
Yeah, and we'll do a little Jerry birthday party tomorrow night. So any questions? Yeah. If you want to ask Bill Walton anything, just show up at the yard tomorrow night for the event. You can ask him about the Giant offense, Mike.
Well, tonight you go Alex Cobb against Zach Gallen, who's pretty tough. So
Cobb was great against the A's, by the way, last start.
But so is Zach Gallen, so we'll see that. And then tomorrow night when you go out, you got Logan Webb Wednesday night.
Yeah. I got Logan Webb on Friday, too. I'm getting Webb every time I turn around. Like to see Logan Webb get back on the winning side of things.
Yeah, he's getting caned like crazy.
You missed that start he had in, where was it, D.C., the shortest of his career?
Yeah.
2 innings. He didn't get out of the second that day. It was crazy.
That was nutty.
Yeah.
It is interesting, though, last night, if you were looking for Marco Luciano or Casey Schmidt, you weren't getting them.
Nope.
Now, Schmidt did come in the 11th inning, I think, as a pinch runner. I played 1 inning on D, but mostly, it's interesting because my kid went to the game last night with his buddy Eddie. And he was bummed. They wanted to go see Luciano.
Yeah.
And there was a situation where Isan Diaz was up in a critical situation in extra innings. I thought maybe you could throw up a Luciano.
Well, Lucy's gonna chill.
By the way, I said it. Isan, or I believe it's. I heard Kruk and Kuiper calling him Isan. They pronounce it slightly differently. Isan? Is it Isan? Isan Diaz?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think it's Isan.
All I know is he went. All I know is he went 0 for 3 last night. You know what I mean?
And Murph, this is something I noticed earlier this week, too, in their last series. They had a situation where Brett Wisely came up in a big situation.
Yes.
But because he was a lefty and he was facing a righty, he stayed in the platoon advantage. And we saw the same thing last night with Isan Diaz. Gabe stuck with him instead of going to a Casey Schmidt or a Marco Luciano.
Which is, I was looking at that saying, is it that important you have the righty-lefty on the righty ride? Would you have a better hitter up there? Because later in the game, he had put in Slater. Slater had to face a righty later in the game.
And that's the thing, Murph. It's like in that situation where Brett Wise is like, okay, I understand the platoon advantage. He's also hitting 175 on the year. He struck out on 3 pitches, and then he got sent back down to AAA.
There's also the player advantage. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Forget the platoon advantage. Give me the dude advantage. You know what I mean? So, maybe they wanted Luciano to get his headset, to get his mind right or get settled or whatever. But so no Schmidt, no Luciano last night. The Giants only got 5 hits, 2 from Patty Bailey. But he had a chance to win the game, too, and he didn't do it. So, anyway, disappointing loss. Not the end of the world. They wound up going with the opener. Jacob Junis pitches great, 3 shutout innings. Then they bring in Alex Wood. He does cough up because he walked 2. And then they brought in Luke Jackson, who issued a critical walk, too, and gave up a big knock.
You know how we feel about the free 90s, Marcus.
No free 90s.
And then you get to the 10th inning, and Waterboy, you were saying this in the way, it's just, you get to the 10th inning, and now you got a there's a guy on second base.
That's the worst.
You know what I mean?
It's just the worst.
Now, when you win, you love it. When you hit,
I never love it. Right? I really don't. There's no circumstance where I love that.
Well, that's the thing. Last night, all 3 runs scored in extra innings were all because of the ghost runner. That's not real baseball.
No, it's not.
I know. It's
just not.
So anyway, they lose. Dodgers did not play last night. Giants fall to 2.5 back.
All right.
They still lead the wild card. The Diamondbacks, obviously pick up a game on them, and now are a game back of them. And again, Zach Gallen goes against Alex Cobb tonight. In terms of the trade, guys,
what do you got?
That's not. I'm just here to say right now, it's 6:41 a.m. That's not the move.
No.
If that's the move, that if they go. And listen, I'm enjoying the season. They're 10 games over.
I know exactly
whatever,
what you're saying. Yeah.
But
You're saying, where's my splash?
Well, I believe that Farhan will do something. And I know I've been told now by Dave Fleming and Mike Krukow and Dwayne Kuiper and everybody that.
Can you do that like in a sing-song chant for him? Like,
Yes,
I believe that Farhan. I mean, whatever it takes, but I'm not so sure I'm convinced that he will. I'm just telling you.
Well, I guess his argument would be, dude, there's nobody
out there. Right.
Have you gone to the grocery store lately and there's like nothing on the shelves?
I've seen that.
Yeah.
It bothers me. Yeah, especially when I need like tissues or something.
We had a situation we went in the other day. There was no milk on the.
No, you won't see milk anymore. They got milk. Yeah, no, milk's gone.
This is the United States of America.
I'm not sure why though. What's going on? I remember with the pandemic, people were hoarding, but why is there no milk now?
Yeah, but that was like toilet paper and
now
like
I'm breathing.
laundry
I got
detergent.
I got no mask on.
Where's the milk, Paul?
Where's my milk?
What? We're
Can
just
I
out
get
of
some
cows
milk?
all of a sudden?
Yeah. I got to put something on my cereal.
They used to say a chicken in every pot, but now they can't say that. No milk on the shelf. Is what
I don't know what's going on, man.
Anyway, Farhan might say there's nothing on the shelves.
He probably would say that, and that's another reason why I don't think you're going to see any dramatic moves here.
Then they're going to go with the kids.
Yeah.
They're going to ride into September with the rookies.
And they're going to bullpen game their way through this.
And if people don't know what we're talking about, the move is A.J. Pollock, the 35-year-old veteran outfielder who had a nice career at one point.
Yeah. Good player.
But right now is a 35-year-old who actually, ironically, is actually on the IL right now, but he's due to come off and could play tonight. He's due to be activated tonight. They're going to put him through some drills. And this is, of course, the old Diamondback and the old Dodger, another ex-Dodger,
right?
For Farhan.
Yeah, it's true.
Used to be never. Now he's just like he's running him in here, and he was not performing well in Seattle. He was hitting a .173. His OPS 547. Who's this guy think he is? Casey Schmidt?
See what happens?
He did hit 5 bombs and 127 at bats, but they said they see measurables in him. His sprint speed is still good. They still like some of the, and they said he's a quote change of scenery candidate, which is funny because they're so data heavy that they would fall back on something like change of scenery, which is the most non-data thing of all time.
Yeah.
So, but he said he's a change of scenery candidate.
All right, I don't know.
Anyway, this is a guy who played with the Diamondbacks from 2012 through 2018. Played with the Dodgers in 19, 20, 21. Won that Fugazi World Series.
I mean, how much of an impact is this guy really going to have on the team? I mean, that's a question.
Well, the reason why they're doing it is because Yaz is out.
I know, and I still was hoping for an arm in that rotation. That's where I think
they still might get it.
That's something I think they really need to address. We'll see if they do.
Is this guy going to be Pat Burrell, where he comes and he does have that 35-year-old resurgence, where he's just because he is a quote change of scenery candidate and the measurables are still there? Maybe, but anyway, I was thinking, I'm thinking they're going to do something else. We shall see.
We'll see.
Yeah. Well, did you see the comments from Farhan before the game yesterday? He was talking about why they went out and traded for A.J. Pollock, what he brings to the table, and he also said he'll probably be looking for another guy with similar value at the trade deadline today.
Okay.
So it's another.
So like another Pollock.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing.
Right.
I mean, this is just a classic Farhan move. He made another trade with Seattle, and he's bringing in a guy for pennies on a dollar. They're giving up cash considerations and a player to be named later.
Do a quick search for other 35-year-old part-time outfilders
with minus 1.5.
Yeah, somebody like that.
Who are 173, Paul.
Somebody give us a shot in the arm.
All right. Anyway, we'll see what happens by 3:00 today.
All right, man.
And don't forget, he's last minute Farhan.
Farhan's got that book bag we saw, Marcus. Maybe all his phone numbers are in there.
What do you give me for Farhan's trades and Polymac and me turning in tests at the deadline? Dude, I would turn in my papers in the last second.
Of course. Why any earlier?
Yeah. So that would be Farhan. I would think Farhan would be a guy who gets his work done early.
Dazzle me, Farhan.
See, I would think Farhan's like the kid in the back of the class that says, "Hey, teacher, you forgot to hand out homework."
Yeah,
Those guys were the worst. The worst.
Yeah, you said we were having a pop quiz today. Where is it?
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there you go. Giants tonight. They lose again. A disappointing loss. Blow a 2-0 lead, and I'm blaming the opener just because I'm lashing out.
Yeah, no, I feel you, man.
Because now they're 0-1 in their last one opener game. All right. So listen, they go tonight with a true starter, Alex Cobb, against Zach Gallen, 6:45. And then tomorrow night, Paulie's at the Grateful Dead event out in Triples Alley with Logan Webb on the hill. And then they go Thursday matinee. They're off Friday, by the way.
Yeah, that's weird.
How about that?
Yeah, I like a nice Friday night game. I'm not going to lie.
No, right? And then in Oakland, Saturday and Sunday.
All right.
And go feast on those guys. So, all right. Well, listen, we're just basically what we're doing is just killing time until Brock Purdy. Our guy's coming in.
Oh, yeah.
The
I look
starting
forward to it.
quarterback of the 49ers. One of the great stories in the NFL last year in the entire league.
Just a few minutes away.
And he's ready to come in on the Murph and Max Show. Brock Purdy, next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now,
They fake the toss. They roll Purdy to the left. Purdy get a throwback middle, wide open. Debo Samuel down the sideline, 50, 40, Debo 30, Debo 20, Debo 10, Debo touchdown! San Francisco!
There it is, man. Brock Purdy. We're going over his game log here, and he's going to walk in just a few minutes. It is the Murphy Mac Show live from Levi Stadium.
Come on,
man. It's back. It's that feeling. It's August 1st now. Now it
Yeah.
gets real. September 10, obviously at Pittsburgh, is the opener. But you get some preseason football a week from Saturday down in Vegas. Gets our old buddy Jimmy G. Those guys will probably take two snaps and then trot off. But we were going over Brock's game log, and I was talking to Paulie and Marcus. Do you remember, Paulie, the 21st day of September? And do you remember the time, his first, I went into this little technicality here. I was saying, so his first start was against Miami, and you guys said, no. He trotted in.
He did. Jimmy went down. Yeah.
Jimmy
got hurt in the first quarter, like not even 5 minutes into the game. He broke his foot. Dropping back to pass, he kind of got clobbered by a couple of Dolphin defenders. So he was out of the game, Murph, a mere 5 minutes into the first quarter. So Brock played most of the game. Oh, look at this. Very nice.
Peter bringing us
Peter,
Krispy
that's nice,
Kremes.
man.
That's very nice.
But no, that was technically not a start for Brock Purdy.
Yeah, so he comes trotting in, and right away, I believe the next play is like a Robbie Gould field goal. So it's 7-3. That game started, by the way, with a Trent Sherfield 75-yard touchdown.
Yeah.
Niners down 7-0. And then Purdy comes in, and he leads the team. And on a 3rd and 10, he throws an incomplete pass, but there's a pass interference on Miami. Keeps the drive alive. And then they run it, and then he throws a little touchdown to Kyle Juszczyk. That would be his first one.
Yeah.
And then from there, they go on to beat Miami 33-17. The next week, Paulie, is his first start, and it's the game against your boy, touchdown Tommy Brady. It's against the Buccaneers. It's the Mr. Irrelevant 262.
Unbelievable.
Some would say the greatest. I would say the most accomplished quarterback of all time.
How about that for
Not
your
the greatest.
first ever NFL start? By the way, no nerves. Don't be nervous, but Tom Brady's on the other
We'll
sideline.
ask him about it.
Yeah.
They win 35-7.
Incredible. Yeah, they made Tom look bad that day.
And then if you remember, they got a short week. They got to go to Seattle on a Thursday.
Another extremely tough assignment.
And we find out that he has the busted rib or whatever, or the bruised rib.
Well, this is the first time that we were aware of Brock Purdy's toughness when he had to go up to Seattle. Obviously, what a tough place for any QB in the league to start. This kid with only a game and a half under his belt goes up there with the broken ribs or the
bruise or whatever.
Bruised ribs,
Injured
right.
ribs.
But you know what? It is going to impact every move he makes out there. And he gets the job done.
Well, 17 of 26 for 217, 2 touchdowns, no picks.
That's a great game. That's a great day.
Sacked once in that game. They win 21-13. That to me, like, if you win in Seattle,
now you're paying attention. Yeah, now
you're a deity for us because I mean this place has been
they've been hard to come by over the years.
So,
I mean, Jimmy G got a couple.
He only got one, didn't he?
I think he got 2. I think
in Seattle.
I think so. I'll check. We can check, but I think he got 2.
I don't think the Niners have won. I think the Niners
bring it up. We'll go through it.
Yeah.
The point is, though, they are. Here comes Marcus with the coffee. Look at the cavalry.
Dude,
he's got 2. Look at this kid, Marcus. You're. I almost cursed on the air. It's a good thing that I showed some discipline. I almost said you're a blanking savior.
49ers at Seattle. Yeah, they got the win 21-13.
Attaboy, Marcus.
They're going to go at Seattle. They lost in 2021.
Yeah.
Let's see here. They lost in 2020. Let's
go
see
back
here.
to 19.
19, they got that win. I think that was the only one, 26-21.
I thought they had 2. I thought Jimmy got 2.
Then at Seattle, they lost 43-16 and 18.
Ooh, that's an ugly one.
Yeah. And then at Seattle,
43-16.
At Seattle, they lost 12-9 and 17.
What kind of game
he
is
only
that?
got the one.
Okay.
But he got one.
Yeah.
Which is a big deal because, I mean, the Niners have only won 2 in Seattle.
All of a sudden, Brock Purdy shows up. He's like, what's so hard about it? You need one here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Then they play Washington the next week at home.
Yeah.
Who's, what are you going to say about the Washington Commanders? You know what I mean?
As little as possible.
Yeah, so they do that, and so he's now he's undefeated as a starter, right? And now you're I'm here on the Brock Purdy. Then they go to Vegas on New Year's Day, and that's the 37-34 overtime win. What a game, right? What a game! And he goes 22 of 35 for 284, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. Okay, and that was the game where he got into a shootout with Jared Stidham, right? Jared Stidham. And then they finished the season with a 38-13 blowout of the Cardinals. And then on to the playoffs, Paulie. You beat the Cardinals. You beat the Seahawks 41-23.
Remember how tight that game was in the first half. Don't forget.
Yeah.
At halftime where nobody was comfortable. Yeah.
Then you outslugged Dallas 19-12. He goes 19-29 for 214, no touchdowns. That was a defensive slugfest. And then you go to Philly. And then all hell breaks loose.
And then the party ended, unceremoniously.
UCL, that's what it was. UCL, January 29 is the injury. He doesn't get the surgery until early March, right? Early March.
Right.
And now here he is.
Yeah.
So he's technically 5-0 as a starter.
Right, with the 2 playoff wins.
And then if you count the playoffs, he's 7-1. But when they count these things, they only count your regular season. It's like home run totals in baseball or whatever. It is interesting that they don't include playoffs in. Who decided along the way that
those games don't
regular
count.
season stats only matter?
We're not going to acknowledge those. It's like those are the most important games.
It's kind of like in the NBA that play-in game doesn't count or something like that.
Yeah,
It's really weird.
It doesn't even really exist. I'm
who
not
makes
sure.
these decisions?
I'm not
by the
sure.
way?
Yeah.
And who says they're making the right decision?
Right.
Yeah. So anyway, Brock Purdy now trots back into camp as a 23-year-old. 23-year-old. He's not going to turn 24. Probably we always like to round up an age. He doesn't turn 24 until December 27th.
Damn.
So out of Iowa State, and this guy, obviously the 7th-round pick, number 262, 13 touchdowns, 4 picks as a starter, 1,374 yards, QBR of 65.6, and he's just the dude. He is. I was looking at his Instagram, and he was going back and thanking the team and everything, and some cool pictures. And the guy's he has playoff experience.
No,
now,
he's
Paulie.
extremely likable. This guy, yeah.
And the big news for him is he got engaged in the offseason too.
Hey, we
Last
should
month.
tell everybody if you're not in front of your laptop right now, you might want to do that because we are streaming live from Levi's. And when Brock Purdy comes and sits down, you're going to have the whole thing streaming. So enjoy the feed today. You'll see Brock. You're going to see Hufanga. You'll see Fred Warner a little bit later on in the show, and maybe some potluck. We'll see what happens.
All right, can I do something really an irresponsible riff?
Do it before Brock gets here.
He might be walking in during the irresponsible
Make sure
riff.
we don't look too bad.
But we're trying to keep it light in the morning, Paulie. But
try.
What if we ask him this? We're like, hey man, that quarterback room is pretty juicy, right? With Darnold and Lance and all that. Do you ever try to stir it up? You know what I mean? Like you pull Darnold aside, you're like, hey man, did you hear what Trey was saying about you? You know what I mean?
Dude.
Then you pull Trey outside and you're like, hey man, did you hear what Darnold was saying about you?
Yeah. Be like, hey Trey, are you pissed? Pissed about what? Pissed about what those guys are saying. Yeah.
I don't know. Can we run that riff?
I don't think we should. I don't really think we should compare our last show. Yeah.
Anyway, we're excited for this guy. He's going to be throwing to. He's just going to be. He has Christian McCaffrey just flaring out of the backfield.
Think about the weapons he has at his disposal now. He's got Ayuk on one side, Debo on the other. He's got Kittle in the tight end position, shedding blockers, catching balls. And I keep hearing a lot about how they're working on Jordan Mason as a receiving running back.
How's he going to get on the field?
Well, good question. But no, Brock does have a good weapons to throw to. It's going to be a pretty high-powered offense. Hopefully, it should be.
I do want to remind everybody, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We are live at Levi's Stadium as the 49ers are practicing today, padded practice number 2.
Yeah.
They get going on next Saturday at Vegas, the season opener, week 1, September 10. And, oh, by the way, setting aside the quarterback talk, still no Nick Bosa.
I know.
Still no Nick Bosa, which, listen, we've been through these things. We assume it's going to get done. Everybody says it's going to get done. It's going to get done. It's going to get done. Well, now they're in pads, and it's not done. And, this is just the price. These things generally resolve themselves.
That's what I try to say. I try to be the reasonable voice in my house. But, like, you're dealing with Big D and little homie over at your pad.
That's right.
Last night I got James coming at me. True story. He's like, Dad, Bosa's still not there. And I'm like, no, I know, but you got to calm down. I think they're going to get this done.
I like him, though, looking out for the roster, though.
No, he is. He's getting uptight. Yeah.
I like it very much. And, by the way, I do want to remind you that when you stay locked into the leader, Papa and Lund going to be talking trade deadline with Tim Kirkshin this morning at 11:50 a.m.
That's all.
Yeah, well, listen, to James's point, buddy, listen, Bosa's agent is like, he's not coming until you give him max dollar. So, again, we get into negotiations, right? Who's good at negotiating? I'm the guy who sold the TV for $5, right?
Yeah, I don't want you in on the Bosa deal.
No.
I mean, I think it's pretty safe to assume Bosa will be the highest paid defensive player in the NFL.
Well, no, they say the highest paid non-quarterback.
That's incredible.
Period. Yeah.
That's incredible.
Until, like, the next contract comes along and all that. So,
right.
But, listen, here's a guy, is he going to show up out of shape?
Nope.
Is he going to show up?
He'll be a wrecking machine when he gets here.
Yeah, he will be.
And they know that.
And all that needs to happen, soon enough. It is a little unsettled. We'll ask Hufanga and Fred Warner
for sure
when they sit down.
Yeah.
How's it feel without your boy?
Right.
97's not here.
Legitimate question. Yeah.
But 13's going to be walking in any minute now. And does he eat a Krispy Kreme?
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say not one single 49er even opens that box.
One other thing, too. Remember Bochy would come and go, oh, you guys got sinkers.
Well, yeah.
So anyway, by the way, Boch coming to town next weekend.
Yeah, man.
I'll be out there on the Sunday game.
Nice.
The Sunday game. The rejoin that Triple E played coming in was Papa saying touchdown. Did you see his little thing yesterday in front of the fans?
G-Pop? Did not. Tell me about it.
So John Lynch addressed the fans, the faithful, as they call them.
Yeah.
And he said, thanks for coming out. You guys got to bring the energy. And now I'm going to turn it over to my guy, Greg Papa. Dude, and Papa just saunters over.
Oh.
First of all, you have to be wearing athletic shorts, and then you have to be wearing fresh sneakers with no socks. That's what you have to be wearing.
Is that what you?
If you come out with socks, you are just a total nerd.
Right.
Forget it, dude. Yeah. Waterboy's going.
I got socks on too. Yeah.
I've always wondered, these no sock crowd, how do they handle the wretched foot, sweat, and
I
odor?
don't think there's a way to handle it, frankly.
So you think they're going style and they're just putting up with the stink?
I do. I think they're going style above hygiene. I think they're going style above consideration.
Have you ever gone style above hygiene?
No, I have no style. I mean, I don't really.
Yes,
and I
you do.
have gone barefoot before, and I can guarantee you that there's a funk brewing. If you're going barefoot right in the shoe, there's going to be some odor involved. There's just no getting around that.
So anyway, Papa sauntered up with his shoes with no socks, and then he grabbed the microphone, and I'll take
it from here.
The only way I can describe it is a saunter.
He's the man.
And he goes, let's hear it, everybody. Touchdown! And then
are you kidding me? He had the whole crowd doing his own call.
He points to the crowd on the syllables, San Francisco.
Damn. All right, G-Pop.
And they ate it up like he was Taylor frickin' Swift.
Yeah.
Like he was Taylor Swift. Like he was on the Eras Tour.
Yeah.
The Greg Papa Eras Tour. Yes. So,
thank you, Trip.
hey, should we break?
Yes, we should. I was thinking the same thing.
Because Purdy's a little
duck
late
out
here.
Yeah, duck out now.
Because I want to make sure we have the spots in time.
No question.
So we'll duck out.
Yep.
Okay, we'll duck out.
We'll be right back.
We'll be right back with Brock Purdy on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What a pleasure to be joined right now live here at Levi Stadium on the Murphy Mac Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey, quarterback Brock Purdy. Good morning, Brock.
Hey, Brock.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
How you doing?
Doing great, feeling good, and getting ready for the season.
You look good. You look
do.
rested and kind of I'm getting a good energy off you.
Yeah.
My man looks relaxed, Murph. He does.
We got a big day today. Big
Nice.
day. So
What is on the docket today? What's that? Give the fans out there a Brock Purdy Tuesday in camp. What do you got?
yeah, I mean, we're just getting ready for our second day of full pads, and got some red zone, got some team going against Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw, so got to be on point.
Brock, when you got cleared last week to just go full on and throw, were you expecting that coming in? Were you expecting to be cleared right away?
I mean, there was a plan in place, for me to get better, every single day, every single week, going all the way back to my surgery, post-surgery. And so, it just aligned right that, up until training camp, I'd be hopefully ready and cleared. And so, there's a plan where I go, 2 days on, a day off, 2 days on, a day off, just, give my arms some rest, but also create some volume and stamina. So that's just what the plan is. That's where we're at. And so going into it, I didn't know exactly what it was going to look like, but here we are, and we're excited about it.
Nice.
Can you report to everybody after having thrown now in practice how you feel?
Yeah, arm still feels great. We did like 3 weeks ago, we started building up to this, doing 2 days of throwing, a day off, 2 days of throwing. So I've been actually doing this plan for a couple weeks now, and so it feels, normal, it feels fresh when I go out to practice and ready to go.
All right, well, let's talk about you and your life and what brought you here to this moment. We got to start with the great news because it's on your Instagram. Congratulations in order. You got engaged about 4 weeks ago.
Congrats, man.
Yeah,
That's
thank you,
huge.
guys. Yep.
That's a big deal.
Yeah. Jenna. Gonna be my future wife. Yes, sir.
Here's the
God
question,
bless.
Murph. How were the nerves more intense in the build-up to pop the question, or the nerves like before one of the playoff games?
Yeah, I think that was probably the peak of nerves in my life right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. The whole day.
It builds
I did
up,
that
man.
night. So yeah, the whole build up throughout the day, I was like, man, this is worse than playing in a game.
Yeah, it's intense.
So she's a Iowa State gal, or?
Yes, sir. Yep. Met her at Iowa State. Known her for the last 5 years, and so yeah, we'll be hopefully getting married around next offseason. So.
Looks like you, based on social media, you had a nice little situation. You got a photographer involved, and you had the family come in on like a little boat to meet you guys.
Yeah, it was sweet. We I surprised her just with everything. So I proposed, and then our family came riding around on a boat. Yeah, so she couldn't believe it. It was
well
it was
done.
Awesome. Yeah.
You're always the QB. You're making the play call.
Got to.
Yeah, he's quarterbacking boats,
plan.
arrivals, rings.
Right.
Yeah.
Send the boat over like a motion. So.
Was there any concern she was going to say no?
Oh,
Brock,
come on.
I don't think so. I mean, she knew for sure.
Good
she
man.
was marrying me, so.
Well, congratulations. And what was her role last year when you had this incredible turn in your life last December? What role did she play in your support system?
Yeah, she was a rock, man. She, right when I got in, started playing and everything, she was there for all the games, and just obviously being a big support system in my life, off the field, being able to get my mind off football and do life. And so, I can't wait to marry her and do life with her.
Well, congratulations on that. That's great news. So we were going through, to get where we are here today, we want to go back to where we were a year ago at this time. So let's go back to Brock Purdy in training camp a year ago. Is your head swimming? Are you lost? Do you feel like things are moving too fast? Can you put yourself back in that spot?
Yeah, I mean, I was getting a couple reps at the end of each period, so not much. And so for myself, it was like, hey, I'm trying to learn the playbook, I'm trying to compete, and I'm trying to make the team, you know? And so that's where my mind was at. And I thought I did well last year, but I didn't really grasp the offense. Obviously, it took, I think a year. Even when I was playing, I'm still learning and developing. And so just from last year till now, it's like just a huge jump in terms of knowing the playbook and where my answers are, where I got to go with the ball and stuff like that. So I'm still learning and growing. I got to get back, knock off all that rust too, being back now, but mentally feel like I'm in a great spot compared to last year.
I think George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey have made comments about how complex that playbook is.
Yeah.
And it's
Kyle's offense.
Maybe an ongoing process for you.
Oh,
huh?
100%. There's all this stuff that you can keep adding on to it and everything. And the more vets you have on the team and the experience that you have, then I feel like Kyle feels like he can trust us to keep adding more. So there's always studying and preparation that goes into that, so it's good.
How much of your offseason was that? Well, obviously, we can talk about the elbow, but was there mental prep in the offseason, too? You still in the playbook there?
Yeah, you have to be. It's like a 24/7 thing where you just keep your mind fresh with everything, the plays and how the plays come in, the operation of our offense. You just got to keep studying it, so that was huge for me.
Well, one of the big stories that was written about you is your ability to process. And I don't know if you read that story or you're like, yeah, you don't have to write a story. I know that. I'm me. Right? But
Hey, tell me something I don't know, man. Yeah.
It turns out that in the NFL, arm strength is one thing, mobility is one thing, but processing. Would you say that processing information is the number one quality to succeed in the NFL, and do you feel like that's a strength of yours?
Yeah, I think it's huge. Especially at this level, everybody's fast, big, strong. You got guys that have great arms at quarterback, yes, but I think the biggest thing is, decision making and processing stuff, quickly. You walk up to the line, you break the huddle, and then boom, you got to make a decision within, a couple seconds. And so that's what it comes down to. That's what separates guys from being good and great, and it's huge, especially in our offense. We have all the guys that are starting and playing, they're smart guys. They process really well. And that's how Shanahan operates.
That test that was referred to in the processing, was that at the combine, or you took it? What was it like to have it? What was the test involving?
Yeah, there was a bunch of tests that we took right when we got there. It was just a lot of stuff on the computers with memory and cognition and all this stuff. So it was there was a bunch of different. I'm talking like 4 or 5 hours worth of tests. So
see, I'd panic right there. The whole thing would be a disaster.
Yeah.
That's why you're not Brock Purdy.
Yeah, totally. I'll leave that to you. Yeah.
All good.
But were you always a good student in high school?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I think for myself, I always had to study. I always had to prepare, and it wasn't something that just naturally came to me. I had to work for it, and so that's still to this day. With this offense and everything, I didn't just get drafted and boom, I just knew the offense like that. And there was a process to it, and I had to study and learn and chip away, and I still have to. So. Yeah.
Have you watched that Netflix series, Quarterback, with Cousins, Mahomes, and
heard about it?
You haven't watched it yet?
Yet.
I was going to be interested in your opinion about the work, the work that goes in the processing. But that's something probably most fans don't realize, right?
Yeah. It's not just we wake up on Sundays and go throw the ball around. It's we're studying like we're in school still, with this playbook and the scheme of the team and studying and breaking down players that were playing that week. So it's a lot, and then obviously the recovery with your body and getting ready. So. There's a lot that goes into this.
Oh, my goodness. Brock Purdy is the voice you hear. We're live from Levi Stadium, the Murph and Mac Show. It's great to have him here. And there's so many questions to ask you in this short period of time. But another story that was written about is your guy, your guru, your coach down in Florida, Dr. Tom Gormley and Will Hewlett.
Yep.
Can you tell us about these two guys and how they've maybe changed your career?
Yeah. Just after, I'd say, college, I went down to Florida, Jacksonville, and started training with them. And they just broke down my mechanics, and they understand how to throw and like using your hips and your shoulder separation, everything to get the most out of your throw and the velocity. So I feel like they gave me a base last year going into the NFL, and honestly, it helped me with my game, man. I from my last game in college to how I was throwing going into the preseason last year, it was it was a night and day difference. And so went back with those guys this offseason. Once I was able to throw, my arm was getting better and stuff, and they just helped me clean up mechanics, being efficient. And obviously I've taken that and applied it to my day-to-day stuff here, and I'm continuing to just grow in my mechanics and efficiency. But those guys, all of the credit to them, man. They've helped me grow in that area.
So it's fair to say that the guy the Niners drafted and then the guy that showed up at camp, I don't want to say you're two different guys, but you were dramatically improved because of the work?
More developed,
yeah, more developed, I'd say, for sure. More of an NFL professional, type quarterback. So
yeah,
it's this whole. Your dad was a baseball player, right?
Yep.
Minor leaguer with the Giants.
Yep.
Yeah, which is so great,
yeah.
right? And what's going on with baseball and driveline now and these mechanics? We were looking at these skeletal mechanic, almost like X-ray things. Do you look at those things?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you really the graphs?
I don't even know
and
what
all
to call
that?
it. Is it just X-ray or whatever?
Yeah,
it
they
is?
bring in a guy that does motion capture. His name's Chris Hess. Yeah, motion capture. And so they literally have us throw in front of all these cameras, like literally all around us, and it breaks down. It shows like the skeletal system of the inefficiencies and all this stuff. It's crazy.
Is it hard to stay like kind of free and loose on the field when you're considering so many different things mechanically and what your teachers have taught you in the off season? Is that a lot to contend with, like any given snap on the football field?
Yeah, there's a balance, I'd say. Off season, it's great to get in the motion capture, break down your mechanics, do all that stuff to be efficient as you can as a thrower. But then I feel like once you get on the field and it's 11 on 11, it comes down to the playbook, making reads, making decisions. I feel like that stuff helps. But you don't go out in the field and think about it, or else you'll
right.
be
It's more about reacting, I would imagine.
Correct.
Yeah.
You have to. You have to play the game of football. It's
Yeah,
a
you'd
game.
say if you hear pitchers say you put in the mechanics, but on game day,
You gotta
play.
Just do it.
Right?
Yeah.
100%. Yeah, that's what it comes down to. Like I said, it's a game. You can't forget that. It's 11 on 11. You got to make plays. The pocket's not going to be perfect. The reads aren't always going to be perfect. You got to play at the end of the day.
And then when in doubt, you just look for McCaffrey, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Can't hurt. Yeah.
Exactly.
Or Debo or Ayuk. I mean, you got some nice
or
weapons.
Kittle, like,
or
yeah.
Kittle. Yeah,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about you.
Very blessed. I'd
Yeah.
say. Yeah.
With Kyle's playbook and then those weapons.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're.
I mean, the guys behind McCaffrey, too. Here comes Eli Mitchell. Here's Jordan Mason. I mean, you got guys. There's a lot of talent.
Jawan Jennings.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, JJ, third and Jawan.
Third and Jawan.
That's right.
What is it about that?
I don't know, man. He's just got some mojo on third down.
And
so.
you're like, where's 15? Where's 15?
We'll find him, man. Yeah.
We're talking to Brock Purdy. A couple more minutes here. Is he kind enough to spend some time with us? So obviously we talk about the mechanics and your development, all that, and then there's the part you can't plan on, and that's injuries, right? And that happens to every player in the NFL, right? I mean, the great Joe Montana. Polly and I are Joe Montana disciples. He had to deal with a severe elbow injury. So the physical and the mental test of that injury for you. How was it? I mean, I know you're a man of faith. Did you rely on your faith? You rely on your wife, your family? Because you had this huge setback and you had to make a big decision. How was the mental process?
Yeah. I mean, it's part of the game. Things like that happen. It's not always going to be perfect. And obviously we had our sights and everything set on the Super Bowl, and then boom, one play, it happens. And so for myself, it's like, man, I really do believe and I have faith in God that, everything happens for a reason and He works in all things. So for me, it's like, how can I find joy with this, talking to people, having more time with my family in the off season. So I took a lot of little things away like that, but also remember that, man, it's going to work out how it needs to. I'm going to do everything I can right now today to obviously get my arm better, and just have some joy of what the future holds. Not just, hey man, this thing happened, I'm going to stay in the past and dwell on it. For me, it happened and you got to move on. So I'm honestly excited, and the rehab process, it helps you, it makes you grow, man. Like there's some dog days where you wake up and you're like, dude, I can't move my arm right now, I got to extend it. And I was thankful for the little victories, man, being able to touch my shoulder and all those kinds of things. So it's a grind, man. You got to look back on it and sort of be thankful for when you get through it and be like, man, I made it through that, and it makes you tougher, it makes you stronger mentally, physically, spiritually, everything. So.
Yeah.
Wow, that's really good.
Hey, what
feedback
was on your workout playlist? I want to know, let's get to know Brock Purdy a little bit. When you're in there on
music guy.
Big-time music guy, and on those dog days you're talking about, because I heard Klay Thompson say the same thing when he was rehabbing from his injury. He used to say there's a lot of days you just don't want to do it.
Yeah.
Like you just don't feel like doing that whole process. But when you're doing that, like what are you pumping in the room? Like what are you listening to?
Yeah, for me, man, it's like I like classics, classic 90s music.
Ooh.
And pop and honestly some 80s music.
Yeah,
but,
man, talk to us. You're talking to the guy. Yeah.
What are you going, like Backstreet Boys, Britney? Or
Yeah, I like a little Backstreet Boys, some Roger and Zapp, man, like back in the day.
Wait, you didn't just go see Taylor Swift, did you? Were you at these shows?
I didn't.
Okay.
How did you miss that?
Because you could get tickets.
Yeah.
Now, Brock Purdy could get a pair.
You'd be backstage.
Could have, but man, we had walkthroughs late at night and everything. We're tired, man. We need some sleep right now.
Did Jenna go?
Nah, she did not.
Darn it.
Nah. Her sister's a big Swiftie.
Were there any Niners at the concerts? Did any of your teammates go?
I don't think any teammates did, but I know some wives and some siblings and people that went.
Yeah.
So when you say 80s, 90s, any more, throw some more bands at us here, yeah?
I'm trying to think.
What do we like?
Gosh.
U2, Guns N' Roses.
Guns N' Roses.
Okay.
U2, yeah.
Okay.
That
Sure.
stuff. And then obviously getting into the country. I like just
country.
have
Okay.
my
Who do we
mind
got?
be,
George Strait,
I
Alan
love George
Jackson?
Strait. Yeah, Trace Atkins.
Stapleton?
Chris Stapleton for
Okay.
sure.
All right, yeah.
Nice,
Did
man.
you know Stapleton and Strait are touring together?
Yeah. My parents
Have you
actually went and
seen it?
saw him in Arizona. I wasn't there.
That's
but,
nice.
my
Yeah.
friend was at Nashville checking that show
Yeah.
out. I said, how fast can I get there? You know what I mean?
Insane.
Yeah, so those are your
Great
guys
combo.
then. Those
For
are your
sure.
guys.
100%,
All right. Well, listen, a few more minutes with Brock. Hey, Obviously, just a little bit about last year, just some of the fun stuff. I mean, your first start is against Tom Brady. Okay, I mean, you win 35-7, right? But I mean, just that day. If we put you back in that day, I know you were trying to stay in the moment, stay focused. But could you ever, at a moment, review? My first start was against Tom Brady, and I beat him 35-7.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy. At the time, I wasn't trying to think, oh my gosh, Tom Brady, I'm playing against him, this and that. It was more like, hey man, I got to scheme up their defense. Tampa Bay's defense, Levante David, and all those guys. And so that's what I was focused on. But going into the off season, going through rehab and all that stuff, and then being able to sit on the couch with my family and then start talking and reflecting, I was like, man, that is crazy. That's the GOAT, man. And to be able to go in and I can really say, the rest of my life for my first start, I was able to, beat the Bucs and Tom Brady, man. It was crazy.
Incredible.
So,
yeah.
But very thankful for that. I don't, want to sit on that and be like, man, that was the highlight of my life or anything.
No.
But yeah, what a blessing for sure.
But then it's a Thursday game at Seattle. We find out later. Can you tell us now how hurt you were going into that game?
Yeah, I had a broken rib. I actually broke my rib, I think, like the second or third drive in that Tampa game. So that whole first half, man, I'm throwing and I'm like, this isn't good. We're doing so well. My rib's broken. Still trying to make plays. And then, when you end the game, that's when it really starts hurting.
Yeah.
And so we had 4 days to get ready from that game till Thursday
4
night.
days.
Yeah.
That's not a lot of time.
Yeah.
So,
and then you get to the game and you just got to tough it out. Obviously, they do everything they can in the training room to get you right. And then, we're playing Thursday night, so all the adrenaline and stuff kicked in, and I was like, I just gutted it out, and we made it happen. We won.
Wow.
Good man. That was impressive.
And the Niners' history up there has been so tough.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Not easy place, man.
No.
It was loud, and
Now they come in here in January, and you got to play them in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And at halftime, it's a little tight.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Can you put yourself back in that moment?
Yeah, they're a solid team, man. We it's not that we were sleeping on them or anything. We knew it was going to be a good game, and playoff football, everyone's playing real well, and so they were doing really, really good in the first half and everything. And so for us, it was like, hey, we got to capitalize on every little thing, every drive, defense, get your stop, and then we got to put up points, and we came through with it. And so,
And then obviously we go to Philly. Now, I guess that moment, how hard it was to even be in that moment, how hard it was to gut out that game, and then even go back out there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was tough, man. Like our mentality going into the game, like, man, we got to finish this. Being on the road, playoff environment, one win away from the Super Bowl, like we were all locked in, man, ready to roll. Feel like we had a great scheme, and we're moving the ball. Boom, I get hurt. All right, Josh, let's go. And then he gets hurt, and so when I went back in, I remember some guys sort of being like pumped, like, let's go, Purdy. I'm like, dude, I can't throw. Like,
no, yeah,
this sort of sucks, man. Like, all I can do is hand the ball off. I threw 2 screens, like that was painful.
Yeah,
it's just. Yeah, so the whole thing to go out like that after the whole 12 wins in a row, it sucked, but happened for a reason. We'll be ready for this year.
And now my question would be, at Super Bowl Radio Row, some of your teammates were pretty open about like, hey man, we want another shot. We could have beat them. We had them. The Eagles heard that. They were not. Now there's a thing. How do you feel about this offseason talking going on between the Eagles and the Niners?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's how we feel. Obviously, we wanted a fair game, and that's not how football goes. sometimes injuries happen, and sort of turns the trajectory of the game and everything like that. So it is what it is. It happened, and for us, it's like, man, we got to play one game at a time. We got. Game 1 in Pittsburgh first. We're going to go from there. So I don't want to, get too far.
Did you want to get into some of the smack talk? Do you do that?
No, I was more concerned with my arm. Just try to get it right. But they're all, Debo, George. It's great. They all.
Yeah, they got it covered.
They can do
Even
that.
McCaffrey said some stuff too.
Oh yeah. No, they're passionate, man. They love the game, and they're competitors at the end of the day. So you got to respect it and love it.
Oh man, it's exciting. All right, well, hey, last bit. Yesterday at practice, was there a little thing did Kuiper almost hit your arm? Are you okay?
Yeah, he just touched the ball out of my hand as I was going to throw. It's all good though. So
you're good.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm confident in my throwing.
After that rib story,
it brings up the point though that you're going to have to get back out there and just play.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. You can't think about the arm and dropping back and who's going to touch it or that. You just go through your reads. If that happens, it happens. It's part of football.
Well, you're a delightful young man, patient with our questions.
Yeah, great seeing you, man.
Generous with your time.
Yeah.
All the KNBR listeners are Niner nuts. They go nuts for this stuff. So they're loving it, Brock. So we appreciate it. We'll let you go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Go do your practice.
Thanks for having me, guys. Yep.
Thanks.
Go Niners.
Yeah, man.
That's Brock Purdy on the Murph and Mac Show on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Brock, great job, man. Hey, buddy.
Morgan Hill, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Morgan Hill's Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Tampa Bay Rays Monday, August 14th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Power to the
Good morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Mac to catch up with Kuiper.
Sponsored by NorCal Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer today.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. 680 AM.
All right, we are live at Levi Stadium, and we want to thank Brock Purdy for sitting down here for about a 20-minute chat. You can hear that later in our show, and we got Talanoa Hufanga coming up at about 7:45.
All right.
So let's do rapid fire with our great buddy Dwayne Kuiper on trade deadline day at 3 o'clock today. Giants lose a tough one last night, 4-3 and 11. Good morning, Kuiper. How are you?
Dwayne.
You know what? I'm doing great. I'm wondering, how was your vacation? Were you like Clark Griswold or what?
We were down to San Diego, down in the beautiful Del Mar, and then these kids had a youth baseball tournament in Santee and Lakeside, where you go from Del Mar, where it's like 77, the ocean's great. You drive inland, Kuiper, it's like 97. There's no ocean. But the kids won the whole darn tournament, so they all jumped into a doggy pile, and then we drove home 9 hours, and it was all good.
Well, that sounds like a good vacation.
It was a good vacation. And we went to a Pirates-Padres game where the Pirates, they threw at the Padres, and Derek Shelton got tossed, so we got a little spice.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, plus it's a good ballpark.
Yeah, beautiful.
Anyway, all right, let's stop.
We kept our eye on the Giants, and then they did pretty well, and then last night just couldn't get that timely hitting. That seems to be the theme of late. Even though they won 2 out of 3 from the Red Sox, they're still in search of the timely hit, huh?
Well, the last 4 games with runners in scoring position, they're 6 for 42, including 0 for 9 last night. So it's easy to put a finger on what they're going through right now, and that's trying to get the big hit. Look, I thought the game was over in I think it was the 10th. When Lamont Wade Jr. made contact. I thought that's it. That ball's either out of Triple's alley or it's going to be in the gap, and the runner at first is going to score. But, the longer you get into the night, the less the ball is going to travel, and I don't think you could hit that any better. So anyway, you go from that. Alex Thomas sketches it. The next inning, the D-backs score, and the Giants don't. And, you go home really frustrated because it is a game that you think you should have won.
That was true. That Wade ball, it's funny, we haven't used the whole phrase, so-and-so got AT&T'd or got oracled. We haven't used that in a while because they moved the fences in. But last night felt like one of those ones. Hey, Kuiper, don't show that footage to Shohei Ohtani, right?
Well... No, you don't. Well, you show it to him when he's pitching.
Yeah,
exactly. That's right. That's it.
Very good. But, okay, let's get into it because we only have a few minutes with you, obviously, with this Niners stuff going on down here at Levi's. But trade deadline, Kuiper. So A.J. Pollock comes in. Obviously, it's on a move more on the minor side because he's he's on the IL, and I don't know how much playing time he's going to get. Maybe a lot with Yastrzemski out. I don't know. Let's start with the Pollock move. Your thoughts? I mean, he's not having a great year, but Farhan said change the scenery candidate.
Yeah, I mean, the Giants have had a number of change of scene candidates, and they've had a number of them that has really worked. A.J. Pollock is on the IL right now, but he's eligible to come off today.
Right.
My understanding.
Yeah.
And if the D-backs were throwing a lefty tonight, it may be that he would be activated, but they're not. So we might have to wait a couple of days to see A.J. Pollock. Look, he's a veteran guy, and the best way I could put it is you got a pro. You got a big leaguer. Because, let's face it, what have the Giants been counting on over the last 2 or 3 months? Young guys coming up from the minor leagues that have done a really, really nice job. But at some point, you've got to start filling in your roster for the stretch run with major leaguers that have stats on the back of their baseball card. And I know Pollock's really been struggling, but hey, you run him out there and see if he's got new life and, he enjoys himself in a Giants uniform. I mean, my goodness, we've seen A.J. Pollock do some things against the Giants that now you'd like to see him do against other teams. So, bring him on.
And Kuiper with the Yaz news, right? I mean, he might be out. I mean, hamstrings are tough.
Yeah, and it's the third time, Murph, that he's been on the IL with this hamstring. So, see what happens. I mean, look, the Giants want to avoid, if they can, having to play Jock Peterson in the outfield, although I think he does a really good job in the outfield. But so Pollock is another guy, even though he hits from the other side, that can help this roster. I mean, the other thing too, Murph, is a lot of these games over the last couple of weeks, when the Giants have all these people on base, it seems like it's always the young guys coming up. It's Matos, it's Schmidt, it's Wisely, and they've done a great job. But after a while, the league is going to figure out we have to get this out, and those young guys are going to see the best pitches that they're going to see all year in those situations. So
it's very true. They are riding with these. I mean, sometimes 5 rookies in the lineup. Yeah. But, I mean, here they are. They own the wild card. They're 2.5 out in the West, which leads to the big question then, Kuiper, is there – I mean, listen, this is the fun part. We get to just guess. Would there be another move today by 3 o'clock? My guess is, given Farhan's history, yes. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I mean, I've gone back and forth on this one, and it has to be the right guy, and you don't want to lose some of your best young guys in the minor leagues, and you probably don't want a rental. So, I mean, all of a sudden, the list really shrinks, and then you have to ask yourself, what we get, is that better than what we got? And look, I understand. I mean, you're going with a 2-man rotation with 3 openers in 5 games, and that's not ideal. So you'd like to have one more starter at least. They've done a great job with openers. I mean, Mike and I both agreed. We didn't, we always thought that the opener idea was great for once in a while, but we're in now. It works. It works because that second guy is a bulk guy that can go 3 or 4 or 5 innings. So, yeah, I think Farhan would like to get another starter, but it's not going to be at a really, really stiff price.
We were saying how the new wild card, the added wild card over the last couple of years, has had an effect on the trade market, right? There's too many buyers now, not enough sellers.
I think it has.
Well, I'm looking at the standings. There's 3 teams. Arizona, Miami, and Milwaukee have the same record, 57 and 50. And Giants have the top wild card spot. Philadelphia has the second. And then those other 3 teams are battling for the third spot. And this is not going to stay the same. Those 5 teams are all going to start to rotate. I mean, you hope the Giants don't. I mean, you hope they stay on top. So the wild card race, if you eliminate the Cubs, who are right now at 500, and they're 3.5 back of a wild card spot. But those 5 teams are, now look, we're always rooting against the Dodgers and the Padres, but now you got to root against Philadelphia, Arizona, Miami, and Milwaukee.
Yeah, and the Cubs.
I mean,
I got to keep up with a lot here.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to have a checklist of who are the teams that I don't like right now.
Right.
Well, there they are. And the Padres are 5 back. They're 52 and 55. So I won't eliminate them just because they're too talented.
No, they just swept Bruce Bochy's Rangers. That was a little bit of a red flag. Like, don't get hot, because there's time for them to get hot, isn't there?
Well, I mean, that's a 3-game series where it may change the general manager's idea whether they're going to sell or buy.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And that's what happens right before the trade deadline. Some team gets hot, and all of a sudden you went from being a seller to a buyer. So
well, the 2019 Giants, right, Kuip? They got super hot and kept Bumgarner.
Yes, they did. Absolutely. That's a perfect example. And the Phillies last year, they came from nowhere, and they end up in the World Series. So don't count out the Padres.
So, hey, the big question is, how upset were you that you couldn't go to the Taylor Swift show while you were doing the Giants games?
That's the question, Kuip.
You know what, Murph? I am so opposite of Mike.
Yeah.
Where Mike, Mike's been a musician. He sings. I couldn't name you one Taylor Swift song.
Not one.
Not one.
Well, it's funny. She doesn't really have a signature song. She has like a ton of songs. She doesn't have Satisfaction.
I know she looks good dancing around.
Yeah, she's got costumes and hair and boots and all that.
But I told you, I am directly opposite of Paulie. I've been to one concert in my life.
And who was it again?
Yeah, who was that guy?
Was it the Eagles?
Yeah.
It was the Rolling Stones.
Ooh, good choice. Good choice.
I saw the best single athlete on that field in Oakland in the history of that ballpark.
And it was
Jagger.
It was Mick Jagger.
No, Kuip, you're not kidding. You're not kidding. You know what's crazy, Kuip, is he still does that, and he's in his late 70s, and he's still running around the stage singing. It's really a sight to behold at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Reggie Jackson, all those guys, sorry. Mick Jagger,
all right,
best athlete I've seen there.
Another athlete who's a safety at USC, and now the 49ers, is sitting down. So we'll let you go. And we'll look forward to tonight's call. Can't wait for the trade deadline. And thanks, Dwayne.
Thank you, Kuip.
I can't wait for the 49ers season, too. It's going to be fun.
I know. This guy Hufanga is going to be a big part of it. So
tell
thank
all
you.
those guys
Thanks.
good luck.
We will,
Kuip.
Dwayne. Thank you.
All right.
There he is.
Bet.
And that's it. From Dwayne Kuiper to Talanoa Hufanga. Who's got Talanoa, or can we call you Huff? Can we call you Huff?
Yes, sir.
Hi, Brian Murphy. Murph and Mac Show. Murph.
Paulie Mac, good to see you, man. Yeah.
We saw you at the Dwight Clark event down in San Jose, but I know you were busy that day. We did a little Q&A up on stage with you.
Yeah, that little courtyard out there.
That was cool. That was nice of you to come because, that Dwight, we're old enough to remember Dwight when he played, and I guess I have my Dwight Clark mug here.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So that was nice of you to show up. And
it
that's
was.
something you did. We'll start by asking you about that. You have your off season, you have your free time, but you chose to go to an event like that to pay, to pay your respects, right?
Mm-hmm. A guy like that, the history within this franchise, you got to do that. And I think that's something that's special to us as teammates, being able to pay our dues, but at the end of the day, continue his legacy through all the guys. You see all the greats showed up that day, and for us just to be a part of that was truly a blessing for sure.
Well, listen, welcome. You look great. You look healthy. You feel good?
Oh, I feel great.
Nice.
Yeah, and to start with the off season, other than seeing the Dwight, how was your off season? I mean, we know obviously how it ended. Nobody was happy, and we'll ask you about that in just a second. But from that day in Philadelphia to now, how did you occupy your time?
Honestly, I was just down in San Diego. I train with Troy Polamalu, and so I'm always there year round when I'm down there in the off season. So just got to get back to it and get into my routine, and I'm pretty disciplined when it comes to that thing. So just gotta stay on it for sure.
How long did it take you to kind of shake off the whole Philadelphia experience? I know it just left such a bad taste in everyone's mouth. And was that difficult for you to leave behind and get on with your off season?
There's a part of it where you gotta move forward because at that point there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
But for us, we just gotta continue to build in this off season and continue to see where we can get at to this point in this year. But you learn from those things, and I've been to the NFC Championship in my first 2 years, so it's kind of weird that that's the norm, that's the standard. So for me, just trying to get back to it and do as much as I can as we can, just to build one game at a time.
Now, Talanoa Hufanga is the voice you hear. Huff, the all-pro safety for the 49ers. You mentioned the name, Troy Polamalu. Everybody says, and it starts with the hair, right?
Yes,
USC, right? The position you play. But can you speak to that relationship and tell the fans out there, what does he bring to your life?
He brings a lot of outside stuff. A lot of people think that, meeting him, everything has to be on the field. But, for him, truly, he always wanted me to be a better person. And so we kind of put the football stuff aside, and we learn about obedience, learn about character, truly suffering through love. And for me, just have that guy in my corner has been way beyond what I would ever expected. And so I think it all translates to football. And obviously there's X's and O's of the game, but we really take an outside approach in understanding how can we grow myself as a man first. So
that's going deep right there. So could I ask you to expand on that? Like when you say obedience, what do you mean by that, and how do you apply that to your life and maybe even football?
Well, obedience comes from everything, being disciplined in your routine, whether that's reading the Bible, whether that's showing up, whether that's diet, sleep, hydration, training as well. So, you put that all into the boat and you try to sail across the sea. You can't just leave things out, or else you're not gonna make it to the other side. So having a guy like him, he just continues to beat it in, and whether that's through reading books, whether that's through his brain games, there's all these different types of things that has got me onto for sure.
When did you guys become friends? I mean, obviously the SC connection. Did he know you? Did he start talking to you then, or when did you guys really bond?
Senior year of high school was when I first got into it. Yeah, and then I just slowly kept that relationship throughout college.
Because he helped recruit you, or what?
No, it was just I had already signed, and it was like he knew I was from Oregon as well. So both two Oregon guys that play safety, went to USC. So I was blessed and fortunate by Sikahema had put me in contact with him, and so very fortunate.
How much of this stuff is rooted in Polynesian culture and traditions, like family?
Oh yeah, for sure. I know Vi was probably one of the first Tongans to play in the NFL, and for him to kind of just take me under and give me to Troy was like a dream come true. Like never in a million years where I thought I would have met Troy, but it's been one of the best things that's ever happened to me for sure.
That's great. All right, man. So that obviously has turned you into a heck of a player, because the year you have last year, I mean, what are you going to say? I mean, listen, I know it's a new year, but we want to reflect a little bit on what got you here. And when you make All-Pro, what that means to you as a player, so fast, so young in your career. And I think maybe before the season, most people wouldn't have predicted that. Said, hey, this is a young player on the rise, but to make that kind of leap, to what do you credit that?
To God, first and foremost. I think that's something that I really deeply rooted with. I think it comes from my culture, but my faith first. Just having God in my corner, and all glory to Him, just to continue to keep me healthy. So at the end of the day, as long as, like we talk about, that obedience and the character, as long as you try to be the good person, do all the right things, and hopefully, by the grace of Him, He can continue to bless us in many ways. So.
And that affects you on the field. You're out there making plays because of your off-field beliefs, but you're out there still making plays. Like it takes a courage to go break on a ball or make a read or take a chance, right? Like, to what do you think you got better on making plays on the ball?
For me, it's just breaking down film more. At the end of the day, I'm learning so much. I came in pretty young and was understanding of I'm very instinctual, I would say, and I think a lot of it was like I just kind of went out there and played. And then as I learned how to cover it, like read the coverages, read what the offense is doing, different concepts, like understanding what they're doing in different situations, whether it's first and second down, third down, what's the down and distance. When you start putting all that together and seeing the big picture, I think that's where it allowed me to go and make those calculated risks at the end of the day to try to make a play, for sure.
Well, there it is. The work paid off. Obviously, the off-field, the on-field, you do your thing, and now you guys come to camp, and you guys are talked about as a team with great expectations, right? Can you talk about, I want to say you're a veteran now in your third year, right? Setting that tone in the locker room. I don't know if it's something you guys verbalize or talk about, or are you just working on today's practice?
Today's practice. I think there's an understanding that we got guys in the locker room that have played football at a very high level, and for us it's going out there and maximizing our efforts to be the best version of ourselves each and every day. And that's why one-on-ones are very competitive. Team is very competitive, 7-on-7 is very competitive, and roster spots are very competitive as well. And so that's what the advantage of having so many great guys like that, because it's very competitive and you're playing at a high level. So when you get to the games, God willing, it can be easier, but in no means do I ever say that lightly. There's great teams out there, but that's the end goal, is to go against guys that can get you ready for the season, for sure.
We're talking to Talanoa Hufanga, the all-pro safety for the 49ers, and obviously already turning into one of the veteran voices on the team and getting ready for this defense to lead. Now, speaking of veteran voices, you have a rookie safety. We got to meet him in an interview. Jair Brown, Tig, they call him. Wow, what an impressive young man. But I don't know. Are you telling him, hey, you got to do this, you got to do that? Is there some?
Got to show him the way.
Is there some mentorship going on?
Yeah.
You hard on him?
No. Jair is a great person. I think I said it before. His maturity is awesome. You know, for a rookie to come in here and do what he's doing, he's aggressive. He's smart. He's intelligent, and he's doing the right things. It's weird for me to try to take him. You know, I say this. I think I actually am younger than him, so it's actually I'm like the second youngest in the DB room. So for me, like to really try to bring those guys, it's like, you know, you're older than me, man. Like you know what you should be doing. So
don't make me have to tell you.
Like, and he's doing it. So you know, there's not much that needs to be said except for the knowledge of the game and understanding concepts and stuff. So and you know, if he asks questions, we're there for him. You know, and then by no means am I gonna be a quiet mouth and not help out, but you know, having him in my corner is in our DB room is awesome.
Now there have been some changes. Jimmy Ward, one of the great voices, one of the great personalities, gone. But this happens in the league. Business, people leave. But is there something you guys need to do to replace his presence, his character?
And I think there was a lot of voices. It wasn't just Jimmy, and Jimmy was one of the best guys in our room. But we had guys, you know, like Eman, Jason Verrett, Dante, and those are all veteran guys, and you know, when they can all add that second voice, it helps. And so having all those guys continue to help grow our room. I think for us as a younger guys like Demo and AT, when we all came in, we all had that vet experience around us, and so it's just elevating everybody. So you know, having Tashawn Gibson and Travarius Ward, like Mooney, my bad, Mooney being our kind of our vet presence, I think it's helping all of us learn how to like elevate our game together.
But is there, maybe you mentioned all these guys, Mosley, I mentioned Ward, but maybe there's a little bit of a challenge this summer to find a new personality in that room without all those big personalities gone? Is that one of your challenges, is to find the new room, find the new unit without those guys?
Yeah, honestly, being in the league so far, I think every year is different. So you know, and it's going to change year in and year out. Yeah, and having guys like Ward's vet, and it's like you can tell they're all over 5 years in the league. It's a very different mindset than guys that are under 5 years in the league. But that's the beauty of it. You know, I think for us, it's just an opportunity for us to grow together. You know, there's a reason why those guys were here for a while. And hopefully if we can be those guys that were younger and continue to grow together, hopefully we can elevate this room to be one of the best that possibly can be.
Well, leadership like yours, obviously. Talanoa Hufanga sounds like he's ready to take this DB unit to the next level. Now, another big change, D'Amico. I mean, that's big.
Yeah,
the biggest
it's a big
change
one.
Of all.
That's a big one.
Now, Steve Wilks, you know, obviously he has a lot of pelts on the wall. He's done a lot. Been an NFL head coach. He's done a lot. But can you speak to maybe what seeing D'Amico leave, how hard that was, and then how you're getting to know Steve Wilks?
Oh, yeah. D'Amico is a great coach. You know, I'm really excited for his opportunity over there at Houston. Was one of the reasons why I was drafted here. Having a guy like him be able to put me in positions to play, but also be in positions to help the team, you know, when I was a rookie as well, just learning from guys. So the energy, the juice that he brings is awesome. It's a little different, though, having Coach Wilks, because it's my first time having a defensive coordinator that works in the DB room.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so I really appreciated that as well. Mm-hmm. So it's two different lights. You know, having D'Amico was more of a linebackers coach, so there's differences between them. But at the end of the day, they have one common goal and trying to win. So and shut teams out. So
I wonder if it's almost a disadvantage to have him, because you're like, man, coach is in the room again.
Yeah,
man,
coach, get out of here.
I can't
go work with Fred Warner. Yeah, leave us alone. Yeah.
Well, he's not all there all the time, but he.
No, I got you.
It's different when he is in some of the mediums. Like, oh, this is.
Well, he's even. Sure. They say he's out there working individual drills and stuff. Instead of most coordinators, they sit back, they watch the big picture.
Yeah.
He's in there coaching DB drills, huh?
Yeah, hands on for sure.
Nice,
for sure.
Yeah. A few more minutes here at Talanoa Hufanga. All right, man, we got to ask you. So, when's your guy 97? When's he coming?
Yeah, where's Nicky? We're looking for him.
See, he makes you a better player, right? Nick Bosa makes you a better player, and you make Nick. But I mean, seriously, now it's business, and everybody's got to do the business, and you'll have this situation too, and all that. But you want him here, right? You shoot a little text, maybe?
I let him do his thing. You know, it's all going to handle itself. And, you know, we've already talked, and Bosa is in the right place at the right time.
Oh,
so, you know, we're not worried that he's not at practice, because that dude, we know how detailed he is in the offseason and how he works and how he eats and how he sleeps. Everything is just like down to a T. So when he gets here, he ain't going to skip a beat. He's going to be right in there.
No.
Able to go.
Yeah. For example, Huff, these Krispy Kreme donuts right now?
No, you're not even going to look over there. Yeah, see, look at the discipline.
Well,
that's the obedience right there.
We asked him once, we said, "How, don't you want to walk by, don't you want to have a donut?" And he said, "No, I just walk right by him." Remember that? Who was it? D Ford? Because we talked to, do you remember D? Was D on the team with you?
Yep.
Yeah,
D Ford.
And we asked D about that. He goes, yeah. He goes, Nick does that. He goes, but I like to have a donut.
Yeah, we do too. That's the problem. I know. It's not easy. Yeah.
What about you?
Not right now.
Not right now. No, good man. Good man.
All right, hey, last one, just a fun one. I'm a Bruin. You're a Trojan. We meet across the table.
Yeah, totally. Here we go.
But what about us? What about us going to the Big Ten? I mean, how do you feel about this?
It's gonna be weird for me, actually.
Yeah.
Big Ten. I'm a West Coast kid. I was born in Oregon, but played for USC and everything, so everything was the West Coast. And Pac-12 and Pac-10 was always like what I knew. Kind of seeing that change. Like, I honestly, if I'm being truthful, I don't know all the teams in the Big Ten.
Do you not like it? Are you down? Are you thumbs down on this?
No, I think it's I think obviously it's more money, it's more games, more visibility. I think it's gonna be tough on the athletes. I know, it's kind of like an NFL, traveling schedule but plus you got to do school. But it's just going to be weird to me because I don't know all the teams, so I'm going to have to figure out who's
Well, tell you what, you can start talking smack to Jair because Penn State and USC will now play each other. Now you're going to have to come after him.
Well, that's going to happen probably now, for sure. I didn't even know that, so that's crazy.
Oh, yeah, well, there you go. So, who I'm trying to think, Michigan, Ohio State, 49ers.
Well, you got Bosa right there. He's a Buckeye.
Yeah, you're going to go
He's a Buckeye,
Bosa.
Nah, we're not worried about that one.
Yeah, nice, man. Nice. Yeah.
You guys are an offensive school now with that Lincoln Riley.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know if he knows the names of the players on defense.
He just outscores fools.
Just try to score. Run it up.
Have you had a chance to meet the greatest Trojan 49er of all time, Ronnie Lott?
I have. I actually got to meet him my sophomore year of college.
Nice.
And then was blessed and fortunate to meet him a couple times here so far. So
you want to talk about a guy who brought character from off the field to on the. I mean, you talk about. Yeah, there's physical, there's hitting, there's studying your film, but that's a guy who.
He preaches life.
Well, life,
brotherhood,
life first,
love,
football second. So
no doubt. I think just seeing the way he approaches the game, his mindset. It starts, like you said, with off the field stuff. He's very meticulous with what he does. I think he's one of the only few people to ever get all pros at corner and safety.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And for a guy like him, that's one of the greatest of all time. And so, talking to other guys, they've made that known too. For sure.
If they threw you out at corner, could you do it?
Not like he did. Try my best, but he's definitely goated for sure.
Yeah. Oh man. All right. Well, listen, we know we got to let you go. It's 8:00.
Yeah.
We appreciate you.
Great to see you, man.
And congrats on obviously last season, incredible season. And I know the way you're talking sounds like you're ready for more.
No doubt. Thank you guys so much.
Appreciate it. Talano. Good to see you, man.
Funga, man.
Thanks for coming by.
For a USC Trojan, he ain't bad.
No, he's a great guy, man.
Fight on.
Yeah.
Oh, that hurt.
Go make some plays, man. Yeah.
I think Fred Warner is coming on there just right now. Are you going to pass that donut up? There you go.
Yeah, no, he's not getting involved. No, he's smart.
Okay, do we quick break?
Yeah, quick break.
You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. I do believe Waterboy Fred Warner, yes? Is that a yes, Waterboy?
Yeah.
On Fred Warner, is that a yes? Yes? No?
They're working on it right now. Yeah.
Well, stay tuned. You'll find out. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Kite with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on.
Absolute power corrupts. Absolutely.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Giants walk-off wonder wears off as they drop the series opener to the Diamondbacks in extra innings on Monday night. Our guy Danny Emmerman wrote all about it, and that's trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now this is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me.
A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at BenjaminMoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, well, the parade continues down here in Santa Clara from Levi Stadium. All you need is the man, linebacker Fred Warner, who we were just saying, in addition to all the accolades Fred has won, whether it's All-Pro, Pro Bowl, you name it, The Dwight Clark Award was given to him this past spring to honor the legacy of Dwight Clark and what he means to the team and the Niners. So we'll start with that. First of all, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah,
good to
bright
see you,
early.
man.
Yeah,
you look good.
Oh, thank you. I
you
appreciate
look healthy,
that.
man. You look like you're rested. You got your sleep in.
That's
maybe.
right. Yeah.
But yeah, a little bit on that. We just talked to Talanoa Hufanga about that, about you guys going to pay your respects to something from the 49ers past.
Yeah, no, it meant the world, seriously. Dwight Clark, everything he meant to this organization, the lives that he touched, the person that he was, and obviously this award being named after him and me receiving that award, it meant everything. Being around a lot of the 49ers alumni and kind of hearing their stories, that was really cool and special, so it was just a great event.
Plus, he made a pretty good catch. That's why.
Yeah, not too bad.
Catch,
yeah, not too bad.
Yeah,
it's funny.
That one catch.
We were just talking to Huff or Talanoa Hufanga, and he was talking less about on field than he was about off.
It was interesting. Yeah.
And that's kind of how like these old Niners, like Ronnie Lott and guys like that. Are you a big believer that your success on the field starts off the field?
I mean, I think they both are correlated, most definitely. I think Huff is the ultimate testament of that. Being a great guy off the field and doing things the right way. And I think you kind of go down the list of guys who are legends and who've done great things on the field. They're also good people off the field.
You know what Ronnie says to us? We've known Ronnie for a long time, Fred. He'll say stuff like this to us. He'll go, Murph and Mac, when I wake up in the morning, I ask myself, how can I go be great today?
No, how to make a play.
And how to make a play. And he's saying that today, not just playing days. He's saying that
he goes, how
right
can I
now.
make a play today?
Today. Yeah.
I love that.
It's very inspiring.
Absolutely. That's great. No, I love Ronnie, man. I've been around him the last couple of years. He's been amazing.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Fred Warner's sitting here right now on August 1st, 2023, and we're ready for a practice today. So let's go small picture before we go big picture. What you got today? What's your goal today?
Yeah, my goal today is to be better than yesterday. I think that day we have an off day tomorrow. That day before the off day, guys' minds might be, kind of wandering a little bit, and it's my job to keep everybody locked in, focused on today, getting the most out of today. I want to run around, max effort, max intensity, bring violence is kind of a little bit of a intense word, but the pads are on. You want to make sure the pads are clacking, so... and I haven't gotten an interception yet. I need an interception.
So that's on your goal list.
That's
today.
on my goal list today.
Yesterday, the reports were you guys had a little chippiness.
You know what I mean?
What's your review? You go to bed last night and you're thinking about that. You wake up this morning. Is it okay that you guys are yelling and fighting?
Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, man, we're brothers. Brothers fight. That's just how it goes, especially first day of pads. Things get a little chippy sometimes. But those ultimately those experiences make you stronger as a group, and so I'm not worried about it.
Is it ever a point when you know it's bad, like this, when it veers, like that's not good?
It can't get off the rails.
If it ever is, you always make sure you squash it. Once you're in the locker room, if there needs to be a conversation had or like a player only meeting that needs to happen, then we make that happen. But I don't think it ever got to that point.
All right, Fred Warner, man, the All-Pro, the Pro Bowler, the leader on this defense, and the man who's looking to win a Super Bowl. I mean, we'll start with that, right? I mean, we say that on August 1.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Super Bowl or bust.
That's it. Every year I've been here, that's honestly been the case. Especially now more than ever. But that's the 49er way. It's Super Bowl or bust for sure.
Okay, but it starts with now your 2023 team is different than your 2022 team, obviously. But it starts with losing D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah.
Now that's, I imagine, if you could help us, probably not just a coach, but a real mentor for you, huh?
Yeah. No, that was a big one.
Yeah.
That was a big one.
Yeah.
I texted D'Amico before the start of training camp just to let him know, man, how much I appreciated him for everything. It's going to be a different training camp and season without him, but I'm so happy for him and his success, being able to go on and do that. And I'm really, really excited about what we got going on here, with Coach Wilkes and our new defense that we have here now. So things are looking exciting.
You also lost Azeez Al-Shire, right?
Yeah.
So new linebacker. But you and, of course, Trey are kind of holding it down now. Do you guys kind of talk to each other like we got to lead the new generation?
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, I'm nothing without Dre Greenlaw. Seriously. I mean, people talk about me however they want to talk about me, but I'm not myself without him on that field, man. I mean, that's, me and him, we just go together like however you want, whatever the saying. I don't know.
Peanut butter and jelly.
Whatever,
what have you.
However you want to do it.
Well, what is it about you guys? Like, what do you mean? Like, why are you guys so...
I don't know. I mean, we just complement each other so well. Obviously, we both have kind of different play styles, different, the way we look. He's 5'11", I'm 6'3". He's just more compact. I'm a little more. It's just like we kind of feed off each other, though. We both have the same mentality about how we go about the game, and so we just love the hunt. We love the chasing after the ball carrier wherever he is on the field and making sure that we leave our mark every time we get there. And so we're trying to lead this defense the right way through our example day in and day out.
two homegrown guys, Trey Greenlaw and Fred Warner, looking to do it. And so a little bit about Steve Wilks, your new D coordinator. How would you tell the fans out there, what's he bringing to the table? What's the Steve Wilks school?
The Steve Wilks school. Yeah, no, I think from day one, man, I knew right away that he was going to be a great leader. And that's kind of like the common denominator amongst all the defensive coordinators we've had is just the leadership ability, the natural leadership ability. You know, nothing seems forced, especially with Coach Wilks. I think he's just like the truest players coach where all the guys love him. He understands how to teach, how to coach it, different individuals. I can already tell the impact that he's had on the DB group and watching their technique and seeing how they're continuing to improve as a young DB core. So I'm happy with how he's been doing things with us.
We're talking to Fred Warner here about Steve Wilks and the new room and the new defense. Now, that said, we just mentioned this to Huff. 97's not here. I know it's business, and you guys respect his business. You're not going to get into his business.
Right. Yeah.
He's got to do what he's got to do.
But
I mean,
we'd like to see him out here. You know what I mean?
I would love to see him
Can you send him a little one of those gifts that, like, I miss you, I love you.
Like send him a balloon. I don't know.
Yeah, man. No, I miss him. I miss him a lot, man. That's my guy. But like you said, it's all business. At the end of the day, I'm positive it'll get done in one way, one fashion or another. But I do miss him. That's my guy.
Okay, but we're all. John Lynch and everybody says like he wants to be here, and the other thing Huff said, he's not home eating Krispy Kreme.
He comes.
He comes ready to go every time. So.
And how much better does he make you?
He makes exactly. He makes my job a lot easier when he's coming off that edge and setting the edge in the run game. He's proved it all already. Defensive Player of the Year, and at the top of his game. So I know there's even more there. So which is scary. So
there's more there.
Yeah, I'm excited.
There's more there. Okay.
More, yeah.
I don't even know how there can be more.
Bring it. I can't wait to see it.
Is there more with Fred Warner?
Absolutely.
Nice.
Absolutely. I mean, right now, people have considered me. That at the top in terms of like being at the linebacker position, but in my mind, it's not like the distance isn't there yet. In terms of like me separating myself from the rest of the pack because I haven't been able to make those splash plays. I only had one interception, one forced fumble last year. I'm trying to search for more opportunities to make more plays on the football, help my team make more plays to ultimately win more games and get ourselves in a better position to win that Super Bowl.
That seems like the Niner defense is filled with these guys who have great character and goals. But I know you're worried about 2023. I do want to reflect a little on 2022. I was just going over the stats here to make sure I had them right. But your game against the Cowboys. If everyone remembers, Fred Warner was unbelievable in that game. And
you're a tackling machine.
Well, you made a pick in that game.
Yeah.
And then everybody talks about the play on CeeDee Lamb. And is that something, I don't know what that means to you. You chased down a speedster like that. You stayed with him, showed your athleticism in a big moment in the game.
Yep.
I mean, I know that's the past, but how much does that affect you going forward in the future? Like, I know I can do that in a big moment.
It's a confidence boost going forward for sure, knowing that you can do those sort of things. And, people kind of see those big plays and those big moments, but that type of play right there where I'm running down the field and I have to look over my shoulder for the ball. Like, those are the type of things I work on every single day.
Nice.
And all offseason last year, I was working that same exact technique, that same exact move, and then it just happened to work out in the biggest moment of the season, and so those are little nuances of my game and of the game that are continued to be worked on, just so when those big moments do come, that I'm ready.
So that play against CeeDee Lamb was built on a day like today.
Right. Exactly. Going against guys of that caliber, it feels like we're at the Pro Bowl every day. When you're going against guys like CMC, Debo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle. I go down the list and it's like it's unbelievable the type of talent that we have on our roster and that I get to compete against every day. And so, my job is to make them look silly today.
Yeah, and I bet you will. I've seen you.
Speaking of that offense, the one guy you mentioned that's getting a lot of press is Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, man.
Is there something you can tell us about what you're seeing out there?
Yeah, dominant. Very dominant, I think is a good word. I think he's come out and he's put his stamp on wanting to make sure that he earns his respect this year, amongst the league. And I think it's tough when it's a crowded offense. There's only one ball, so I really believe that he is a true number one receiver. And not to say that. I mean, we have two number one receivers, right? We have Debo and him. So I think it's a great problem to have, and I'm really excited to see him continue to work and progress this into the season.
And you got to go cover him.
Exactly.
Not really. He comes over the middle.
You never know.
Hey, last one is Hargrave, Javon Hargrave, and I'm thinking, he's in your view, isn't he? He's like
he's right in front. Yeah,
he's right in front of you.
Yeah,
now. How's that working out?
Oh, amazing! It's amazing. Yeah, it's a dream come true. It's like Christmas, like
nice.
seeing him just take guys and toss them like they're little kids is just the best part about it.
And you another guy that's in front of you who's getting a lot of interest from the media is Javon Kinlaw because he's in a critical year in his. And they say his body has changed. Now he hasn't obviously hasn't had the career he's wanted so far. Is this a guy you have to sort of talk up and coach up and keep him confident?
No, I mean the confidence is there, man, which is a huge testament to the way that he's worked and kept his mind right through all the injuries, all the setbacks, all the outside noise. Him continuing to keep his head down, stay humble, and work. That's all he's ever known, and so that's exactly who he is. He's healthy. He looks great. He's continuing to put the work in and make plays out there. I'm excited about the season he's going to have too.
Listen, before I let you go, I know you got to go, but you're obviously a leader. Just the way you carry yourself, the way you project, everything about it, on the field, off the field. Where does that come from?
I think it's something that some guys got it, some guys don't, but at the same time, it's something that's got to be developed, over time. And I didn't walk in here in 2018 as a rookie wearing number 48 and was like, I'm the guy, I'm the leader, listen to me.
Yeah, right.
It's something that you got to earn. You got to earn the leadership role. You got to earn that respect amongst your teammates. You got to genuinely care about your teammates. It's got to be important to you. And so it's always been important to me, and I've always tried to lead by example first. The vocal part of it kind of comes later, but being in year 6, feeling like the young cat still, but knowing that I have that veteran presence, it's honestly like it's the most fun that I've ever had so far.
The growth of a leader. All right, man. Now, how'd you handle that whole Super Bowl Radio Row? We're just going to end it on this. Like, there was a lot of talk. We could have beat the Eagles. We should have beat the Eagles. We didn't get our fair shot.
Sure.
You guys talked a lot.
Sure.
Is that okay, or is that not okay?
I mean, I didn't really say much. I know some other guys may have said different things, but at the end of the day, a loss is a loss, regardless of how it happened. We can obviously go into depth about that, but at the same time, it's over with. Last season's gone. You learn from it, and the unfortunate part is you don't get to snap your fingers and you're back in that NFC Championship game. You gotta work your way back there, work your way back to it. So. That starts today. Out there, day 6 of practice, full pads, and get to it.
How's your QB looking, by the way?
Which one?
Well, great question. I guess Brock Purdy. Well, because we talked to him earlier today. Yeah, he was a good spirit. I think he's looking out there.
Yeah, he looks great, man. I'm really excited that he's back out there. I didn't know he was going to be back out there this early. So that's a testament to his work. He looks great. He looks confident, and he's always the hardest worker in the room.
Well, listen, every time we talk to you, we're impressed. Everybody's impressed on the field, off the field. You go do your thing. You got to go get better today, like you said.
Awesome, man.
Thanks for coming on the Murph and Mac Show.
Yeah, good to see you, Fred.
That's Fred Warner, number 54. That's the All-Pro.
Yep.
Off you go. Have a great day. And that's us, the Murph and Mac Show, live from Levi's Stadium, 49er football coming your way on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
You're listening to Murph and Mac's Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Penn Grove, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Penn Grove's sports leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
Whew. It's always crazy when we come down here. There's the boom, 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 boom. It's like when we're in Scottsdale in the Jazz.
Totally.
But now are you finally, like, we've been so, we haven't been down here in a while, and we're so focused. Obviously, the Giants play every day, so they're kind of in our face every day. But are you feeling Niner football?
Oh, dude, big time. Big time. And these guys all have, like, that similar kind of mindset, too, where they walked away from Philly feeling – I don't know, cheated. Not that it just felt like it really wasn't a proper game where the Niners got a chance to compete at full strength, obviously. So you can kind of sense that from these guys.
I was going to say different. I think the three we had, Purdy, Hufanga, and Warner, I thought were all very, I don't want to use
they're even keel.
Respectful respectful of the process. Like, hey, we lost that game. You know what I mean? They weren't the ones saying, like, oh, give me another shot, give me another shot. Like, by the way, the one thing I will tell you, having covered the NFL for 6 years as a writer, is like, you forget, dude, because they'll be like, oh, some person who's not a sports fan would say, oh, football, you're a meathead, dude, you don't make it in the NFL unless you are very smart.
100%.
You're
100%.
There are meatheads, and guess what? They're out of the league. They are out of the league.
Well, Brock Purdy spent time today. And by the way, if you're just joining us, we will re-cue those for you. So stick around because you'll hear from Brock Purdy and Hufanga and Fred Warner a little bit later in the show. But Murph, to your point, that's something Brock Purdy talked about today. Just the process of grasping Kyle's playbook. It is not an easy process, man.
And then the discipline. You're famous, you're young, and you have money. There's a lot of temptation out there.
And there's Talanoa Hufanga talking about like obedience and discipline.
Dude, going to sleep on time, eating the right thing.
Not a single guy opened the Krispy Kreme box. Okay, except us. Yeah.
Who would be like an O lineman might do it.
Kevin Gogan would probably have one.
Yeah. Actually, Marcus the Waterboy Boucher is here with us too today. What's your impression been? This is your first time down here seeing these guys here, buddy. I'd love your first impressions.
It's awesome going through the car wash and going through multiple guys, meeting Brock Purdy. I talked to him a little off air about going through Tommy John surgery, trying to relate a little bit, and then just seeing the size of a Fred Warner, the handshake, the grip, and even Hufanga who came in kind of as like a silent assassin, like was really like hushed tones.
Big time.
But you can tell the dude just wants to play ball.
And they're so I'm just always impressed by dedication to the craft.
Yeah,
you don't make it in life. Well, listen, we talked to 2 All-Pros and a guy who was the 262nd pick in the draft who won 2 playoff games.
He's a rising star. Yeah.
Again, if you're a meathead, you're out. And you see these guys in the headlines. So and so did this off the field. So and so did that off the field. They're gone.
And that's why it's funny. We heard Brock Purdy say, like, a lot of fans just think I pick up a football on Sunday and just rip it on the field. Like, no, there's a lot to this process. That's why across the room for us right now, they're already going through meetings this early in the morning.
It's a grind, man. It's a grind.
And the amount of time, like Brock Purdy talking about the time he has to make decisions on the field, it's probably no more than 2 seconds per snap. The ball's in your hands, read the defense, now it's got to come out. It's that quick.
That's why that story that Matty Barrows wrote about that cognitive test they take, and we talked to Purdy about that, is more important than Jim Druckenmiller throwing the ball 70 yards.
Hey, Murph, question for you. Going forward at KNBR and the Murph and Max show specifically, can we distribute a cognitive test for guys coming into the show? Your Triple E's, your Coles, let's test these kids and see what they're, what they can bring.
Oh my, the mind reels.
I just walk up to Triple E being like, hey, you failed the cognitive test.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, that's very good.
I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
Okay, exactly. There you go.
All right, guys. Hey, the cooler content is now, and it's always fun to check out what's out there in the sound world.
What do you got for me, Mark?
So you guys know that running back, if you're a hardo in the NFL, you know the running back Jamal Williams, because he was on the Lions, and the Lions were bad. He's a trip, man. He's a serious trip. He's the one who did that. Did he have that whole speech on aliens or something?
Well, last year we had him in the cooler of content. He was talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! In Naruto, right?
Well, yeah,
Naruto, whatever that anime
My man's
is.
talking aliens.
Nintendo, yeah. He said.
Right.
It's a Pokemon.
Yeah, he was
card.
talking about Pokemon because one of the beat reporters called a Pokeman.
Yeah, but Murph, go back to the aliens.
Well,
let's talk aliens.
I mean, I can't figure. He said a lot of crazy stuff through the years. So he grew up in Southern California. Fontana went to Summit High School. Went to BYU. Maybe Fred Warner.
Shout out Fred Warner.
Should have asked him about him.
Yeah.
I think I drafted. I said the Lions, but he was on the Packers for a few years too, and the Packers were good. But anyway, the point is the guy's a nut, and he led the league in touchdowns last year. So shout out fantasy football draft.
Yeah, and now he'll be playing with Derek Carr in the New Orleans Saints this season.
Did you say the New Orleans Saints?
I did.
Well, there you go, buddy. You set it up on a tee.
You said it all.
Paul, you're a New Orleans guy.
I love New Orleans.
I'm a New Orleans guy.
Yeah.
New Orleans guy?
I've never been.
You got to get him down there.
It's on my bucket list.
It's next.
You got to go on the tour of great victories.
Oh, dude.
The Battle of New Orleans, January 81.
Well, they said pretty famously, like,
The Eagles, Ken Boucher knows the Eagles weren't. Jaworski wasn't ready for what we had.
I needed to send Vermeil to retirement, which I did.
But anyway, if you go down there, there's a famous. There's many things famous down there. Start with your jazz. You move on to the river. You move on to the cocktails and the parties.
Oh.
But they also have little donuts called beignets.
Oh, those are good, man.
Powdered sugar.
Yeah.
So I'd move heaven and earth to get one.
Hell yeah.
Not Jamal Williams.
Okay.
He's now a Saint. They asked him, "How do you like New Orleans?"
Yeah.
Finally get those beignets.
Yeah, not impressed. It's just a funnel cake. It's just a funnel cake. So yeah, the beignets is just a funnel cake.
Like just with the fans, I don't know if that one's gonna
Go on, man.
land so well.
I'm sorry. I'm not from. I just got here. I respect y'all, your beignets and all that. But in California, we just call them funnel cakes. So, well, that's just where we know them at. I tasted it. Tastes just like a funnel cake. So, that's all. But it's good though. If you like funnel cakes.
Incredible cut.
Okay.
Start with beignets.
That's where you start.
But second of all, just the hot take, too. It comes out in New Orleans. Yeah, he could just play it safe and say, hey, man, these beignets, they're great. I love it. I love being down here in New Orleans. He's like, no, not impressed.
I'll tell you what. I think I know what he's trying to say because they do serve like variations of that fried dough with the powdered sugar. Like they call it funnel cake. But you know what's interesting? On the East Coast, if you go to like the San Gennaro feast in Little Italy, they serve the same thing, but they call it zeppoli. It's got a different name back there. Yeah, and text us and have Triple E relay the message, but I don't think there's a difference.
Do you think there's a difference between a funnel cake and a beignet? I feel like there is.
Well, beignet is a more delicate, kind of lighter, to me, it's like got a little bit of lighter.
I'm not sure I've ever had a funnel cake.
A funnel cake is like.
I've definitely had a funnel cake. I don't know if I've ever had a bignati.
Well, a funnel cake, yeah, they're flat, they're round, they're on like a paper plate with a ton of powdered sugar, and then a zeppoli in New York is more like a longer piece of dough, but it tastes the same with the powdered sugar.
Well, where's the beignet rank in that?
Yeah, well, for me, the beignet is like way up at the top.
okay.
I feel like that's a little more delicate somehow. Like
I think that's almost more like a croissant with powdered sugar.
Oh, they're so good, and they're getting them hot down there in New Orleans. They're so good.
I wonder if he's going to step on some toes down there with that beignet.
I think so. Yeah. That'd be like somebody coming here and being like, "Yeah, sourdough bread stinks."
Yeah, your garlic fries are no good.
We'd be like, "Whoa, yeah, exactly."
Didn't we have somebody come to town recently?
That's our guy. Shout out Danny Emmerman from the digital team.
That was
talking
it.
Bad about the crab sandwich.
Good
Correct.
job, Waterboy.
Get Emmerman now. See what he does.
Yeah, he said. He said. What was his hot take?
Was it garlic fries or crab
It was
sandwich?
garlic fries, I think. And didn't he save it for like game 162?
Yeah,
it was like a cowardly drop the mic and headed into the offseason.
And then went back to Boston.
Right.
Enjoy your chowder, Danny.
Listen, all right. You know what I mean? All right, this one is labeled Cooper Kupp and Murph share some musical similarities regarding modern hip-hop and rap.
All right.
This is labeled by Triple E.
Here we go.
Cooper Kupp of the Rams.
By the way, did you know it's Triple E's birthday month?
It's his birthday month.
That's a joke. No,
he told us on the...
Yeah.
He put out our guest list, and it said, it's my birthday month.
I don't know if you guys were aware. I wanted to announce
the whole month.
Yeah,
Paulie Mac, in case you didn't know, it's my birthday
it's
year.
This month.
It's my birthday year.
This whole month is for
the whole year. It's all me.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I haven't heard this cut. Let's see. Does he share musical similarities with me?
Okay.
Cooper Kupp. Here it is.
I can't keep up with all the baby rappers.
Okay.
I can't. I can't.
It's too many.
Too many littles. Too many young boys. And too many babies. I can't keep up with all of them. I'd love to get schooled on what that is and how that works. I like the old school rap.
Favorite old school rapper is?
Oh man, that's really tough. I mean, you gotta go with Pac and Biggie.
Okay.
Oh, I love it.
I mean, Cooper Kupp, stock up. This is a man who helped me win a fantasy championship, by the way.
You know what I mean?
I won a No Food in the Studio championship.
I think I kind of agree with him, too.
Not to be confused with my other championship, because there's been 2.
Murph's a 2-time winner now.
And made the finals last year, only to lose to Hollow.
I think Cooper Kupp might have a point here. There's a lot of Lils out there.
Yeah.
There's Lil this, Lil
I'm with
that.
him. Young Lil Baby.
You got Dub Baby, Young Baby, Little Baby, Big Baby, Fat Baby.
NBA Young Boy is a rapper right now. There's a bunch of them. Paul.
Yeah.
Do you think you have them all nailed down? If I had to give you Lils, Youngs, and Babies?
No, I check out after Lil Wayne. That's my era of hip hop. After that, all the little rappers are just little rappers to me.
Slowly before our eyes, this guy's getting older.
He is, and I start to see him integrating into 49er culture too. As he's like he's like mixing. He's rubbing elbows with Fred Warner over here.
Murph, last week on a text line, somebody texted in saying each and every day Waterboy is sounding more and more like a 49er
He was getting excited last week. We were talking Niner ball. He was getting excited.
And I told him, I wouldn't consider myself a fan of the 49ers, but I am definitely a fan of Christian McCaffrey, of a Debo Samuel,
Fred
of a
Warner.
Nick Bosa, a George Kittle, or the guys who came in here like a Fred Warner.
Most silver and black lifers would puke walking into Levi Stadium. Just puke all over the place.
I have buddies who won't even walk into the stadium, not even when the Raiders are playing here.
Or just the idea, just seeing the red and gold, just puking all over the place.
But you know what I would say to those guys? At least we have a stadium. You know what I'm saying? Like you guys couldn't
I'd say
get
that too. And I would tell those same people.
Because I'm going to get defensive.
Yeah, well, no, I'm not even getting defensive. I used to walk into my grandma's house and see 3 Super Bowl rings that my aunt won when she was a cheerleader of the team.
3. We started with 3, and we're building from there.
Yeah.
Team. There's only one team that's the team of the decade.
Commitment to excellence.
49ers.
Yeah.
All right. Dr. J. This is controversial. Did you guys hear this? Dr. J. Great Julius Erving.
Well, I love Dr. J. Yeah.
Well, he was on a podcast recently, and he was asked to name his top players of all time.
Oh, yes, I did hear about this. Yes.
Here's the problem.
Okay.
He leaves a couple guys off. Take a listen here. Yeah.
Listen.
Leave that Tiny Archibald.
So no Steph.
Oh, no, he hadn't even played long enough.
Oh.
Got to finish his career. Everybody I named in there, their career's finished.
That
right?
is true. That is true. That is true.
Right. LeBron, Steph. Yeah. You know, they haters. People hate on me when I give them my list because when I put those first 5, that just messes up everybody's list. They're like, you got to have somebody from today. Let them get finished.
Okay, there it is. Dr. J listed his top 10 players of all time and did not include LeBron James or Steph Curry.
Right.
808 KNBR, your thoughts. He put Tiny Archibald on the list.
Hey.
I got to say, listen, I love the doctor, but I think we got to throw the 15-yard unsportsmanlike there at that point.
Oh, no, he hadn't even played long enough.
Okay, so he says Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain, Oscar Robertson, Jerry West, and Elgin Baylor. He says that's my all-time best team. Everyone else has to be on the second team or third team.
Wow.
He says, I made this decision when I was 15, and I'm sticking with it now all these years later. Well, listen, it's pretty hard to argue against his team, which is, again, Russell, Wilt, Oscar, West, and Baylor.
But no Kareem, no Magic, no Michael, no Steph. You know, there's a lot of big names not on that list.
He says the next group would be Jabbar, Jordan, Magic, and Malone.
Wow, Malone.
And then he threw in Tiny
Archibald. That's pretty amazing. That's pretty amazing.
Well, I mean, at least he has a rule. You have to be finished.
Yeah, it's like, you know, I'm going to go Kareem, Magic, Bird, Jordan, and probably Nick Van Exel. Yeah. Throw him in there. Yeah.
So names he left off include Larry Bird, Bob Cousy, John Havlicek, all these guys. But this is pretty good. You got to love the doctor saying, you're not
he's doing his
yet.
thing.
So now, when these guys finish, let's go back and circle back with. And the only problem is LeBron's not finishing anytime soon. Huh?
Oh, no, he hadn't even played long enough.
Oh, man, very good.
Dr. J, man.
Dirk Nowitzki singing Your Love by the Outfield. Now, that's a big bar sing-along.
I'm all over this.
I was in Chicago in 2015 or 16, and we were on a warm summer night in the outdoor bar.
Yeah.
And this song comes on, and every young Midwestern girl is screaming this one.
When was this?
We took a dream trip to Wrigley and Wrigley in 2015, I think.
See, that's not that long ago, and that song is still making people sing in the summertime. That came out like when I was in high school more, because it was a sing-along
now it's
back
like
then.
The bar anthem of the new generation.
Yeah.
But here's Dirk Nowitzki.
Okay.
He's taking part right
Bring it.
Here it is.
Don't think that a vacation far away. Come around and talk it over. So many things that I want to say. You know I like my girls a little bit older. I just want to use your love tonight. Yeah.
Oh, you kept going.
I don't want to lose your love tonight. Yeah. Undercover.
You're done, loser.
Tonight.
That was Your Love.
Your love.
That's it, bro. It's done. It's a wrap.
What?
That was Jenny's Girl by Dirk.
My bad. Sorry.
I've heard worse. That wasn't bad.
Well, hey, here's the deal.
Yeah.
How about that song just openly saying, I'm stepping out on my girl?
Yeah.
Josie's on a vacation far
What
away.
about the whole thing where he goes, I like my girls a little bit older?
Yeah,
what are
yeah.
you saying?
Okay. He's calling his shot.
What are you
Josie's
saying?
gone. I'm looking for the cougar.
What are you
That's
going
it
like?
right there.
You going Jerry Lee Lewis up in this piece? Like, what are you doing?
By the way, do you think Josie somewhere is singing a song? My dude is on a vacation far away. I like my guys a little bit older.
You don't want to know what Josie's doing. I'll tell you right now.
There's a great song by Ray Parker Jr. Called "A Woman Needs Love Just Like You Do," and he has a line where he's like, "Don't kid yourself into thinking she don't." Basically, he lays it out like, "Bro, she's stepping out on you."
Come on.
You know what I mean?
Come on.
So
They wrote
all
the
these
book.
guys singing these songs like, "Yeah, I'm going to do this or that."
I'm doing this.
Meanwhile,
I'm
the
doing
girls
that.
over here singing the same
What do you
thing.
think your lady's up to, by the way? Just asking. Yeah.
All right. Well, there's your cooler of content, everybody. And we are live at Levi Stadium. Brock Purdy, early this morning, came by. You late risers at 8:33 are pretty lucky because what we thought was a pretty enjoyable and substantive conversation with 49er quarterback Brock Purdy is next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. What a pleasure to be joined right now live here at Levi Stadium on the Murphy Mac Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey, quarterback Brock Purdy. Good morning, Brock.
Hey, Brock.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
How you doing?
Doing great, feeling good, and getting ready for the season.
You look good. You look rested and kind of.
Yes, sir.
I'm getting a good energy off
Yeah.
you.
My man looks relaxed, Murph.
Yeah,
He does.
We got
yeah.
a big day today. Big day. So
What is on the docket today? What's like? Give the fans out there a Brock Purdy Tuesday in camp. What do you got?
yeah, I mean, we're just getting ready for our second day of full pads, and got some red zone, got some team going against Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw. So got to be on point.
Brock, when you got cleared last week to just go full on and throw, were you expecting that coming in? Were you expecting to be cleared right away?
I mean, there was a plan in place, for me to get better, every single day, every single week, going all the way back to my surgery, post-surgery. And so, it just aligned right that, up until training camp, I'd be hopefully ready and cleared. And so, there's a plan where I go, 2 days on, a day off, 2 days on, a day off, just, give my arms some rest, but also create some volume and stamina. So that's just what the plan is. That's where we're at. And so going into it, I didn't know exactly what it was going to look like, but here we are, and we're excited about it.
Nice.
Can you report to everybody after having thrown now in practice how you feel?
Yeah, arm still feels great. We did like 3 weeks ago, we started building up to this, doing 2 days of throwing, a day off, 2 days of throwing. So I've been actually doing this plan for a couple weeks now, and so it feels normal, feels fresh when I go out to practice and ready to go.
All right, well, let's talk about you and your life and what brought you here to this moment. We got to start with the great news because it's on your Instagram. Congratulations in order. You got engaged about 4 weeks ago.
Congrats,
huh?
man.
Yeah,
that's huge.
Yep.
That's a big deal.
Yeah. Jenna.
Jenna.
Being my future wife. Yes, sir.
Here's the question,
bless.
Murph. How were the nerves more intense in the build-up to pop the question, or the nerves like before one of the playoff games?
Yeah, I think that was probably the peak of nerves in my life right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. The whole day.
It builds up,
that
man.
night. So, yeah, the whole build-up throughout the day, I was like, man, this is worse than playing in a game.
Yeah, it's intense.
So she's an Iowa State gal, or?
Yes, sir. Yep. Met her at Iowa State. Known her for the last 5 years, and so yeah, we'll be hopefully getting married around next offseason. So.
Looks like you, based on social media, you had a nice little situation. You got a photographer involved, and you had the family come in on like a little boat to meet you guys.
Yeah, it was sweet. I surprised her just with everything, all of our families, and so I proposed, and then our family came riding around on a boat. Yeah, so she couldn't believe it. It was
done.
Awesome. Yeah,
you're always the QB. You're making the play call.
Got to.
Yeah, he's quarterbacking boats, arrivals, rings.
Right.
Yeah.
Send the boat over like a motion. So.
Was there any concern she was going to say no?
Oh,
Brock,
come on.
I don't think so. I mean, she knew for sure.
Good man.
Well, congratulations. And what was her role last year when you had this incredible turn in your life last December? What role did she play in your support system?
Yeah, she was a rock, man. She, right when I got in, started playing and everything, she was there for all the games, and just obviously being a big support system in my life, off the field, being able to get my mind off football and do life. And so I can't wait to marry her and do life with her.
Well, congratulations on that. That's great news. So we were going through to get where we are here today. We want to go back to where we were a year ago at this time. So let's go back to Brock Purdy in training camp a year ago. Is your head swimming? Are you lost? Do you feel like things are moving too fast? Can you put yourself back in that spot?
Yeah, I mean, I was getting a couple reps at the end of each period, so not much. And so for myself, it was like, hey, I'm trying to learn the playbook, I'm trying to compete, and I'm trying to make the team, know? And so that's where my mind was at. And I thought I did well last year, but I didn't really grasp the offense. Obviously, it took, I think a year. Even when I was playing, I'm still learning and developing. And so just from last year till now, it's like just a huge jump in terms of knowing the playbook and where my answers are, where I got to go with the ball and stuff like that. So I'm still learning and growing. I got to, get back, knock off all that rust too, being back now. But mentally, feel like I'm in a great spot compared to last year.
I think George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey have made comments about how complex that playbook is.
Yeah,
and it's
Kyle's offense.
Maybe an ongoing process for you.
Oh, 100%. There's all this stuff that you can keep adding on to it and everything, and the more vets you have on the team and the experience that you have, then I feel like Kyle feels like he can trust us to keep adding more. So there's always studying and preparation that goes into that. So it's good.
How much of your off season was that? Well, obviously, we can talk about the elbow, but was there mental prep in the off season too? You still in the playbook there?
Yeah, you have to be. It's like a 24/7 thing where you have to just keep your mind fresh with everything, the plays and how the plays come in, the operation of our offense. You just got to keep studying it. So that was huge for me.
Well, one of the big stories that was written about you is your ability to process. And I don't know if you read that story or you're like, yeah, you don't have to write a story. I know that. I'm me. Right? But
tell me something I don't know, man. Yeah.
That it turns out that in the NFL, arm strength is one thing. Yeah, mobility is one thing. But processing. Would you say that processing information is the number one quality to succeed in the NFL, and do you feel like that's a strength of yours?
Yeah, I think it's huge. Especially at this level, everybody's fast, big, strong. You got guys that have great arms at quarterback, yes, but I think the biggest thing is decision making and processing stuff quickly. You walk up to the line, you break the huddle, and then boom, you got to make a decision within a couple seconds. And so that's what it comes down to. That's what separates guys from being good and great, and it's huge, especially in our offense. We have all the guys that are starting and playing. They're smart guys. They process really well. And that's how Shanahan operates.
That test that was referred to in the processing, was that at the combine, or that you took it? What was it like to have it? What was the test involving?
Yeah, there was a bunch of tests that we took right when we got there. It was just a lot of stuff on the computers with memory and cognition and all this stuff. So it was. There's a bunch of different. I'm talking 4 or 5 hours worth of tests. So
see, I'd panic right there. The whole thing would be a disaster.
Yeah.
That's why you're not Brock Purdy.
Yeah, totally. I'll leave that to you. Yeah.
All good.
But were you always a good student in high school?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, I think for myself, I always had to study. I always had to prepare, and it wasn't something that just naturally came to me. I had to work for it, and so that's still to this day. With this offense and everything, I didn't just get drafted and boom, I just knew the offense like that. And there was a process to it, and I had to study and learn and chip away, and I still have to. So. Yeah.
Have you watched that Netflix series, Quarterback, with Cousins, Mahomes, and
heard about it?
You haven't watched it yet?
Yet.
I was going to be interested in your opinion about the work, the work that goes in the processing. But that's something probably most fans don't realize, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's not just we wake up on Sundays and go throw the ball around. It's we're studying like we're in school still, with this playbook and the scheme of the team and studying and breaking down players that were playing that week. So it's a lot, and then obviously the recovery with your body and getting ready. So. There's a lot that goes into this.
Oh, my goodness. Brock Purdy is the voice you hear. We're live from Levi Stadium, the Murph and Mac Show. It's great to have him here. And there's so many questions to ask you in this short period of time. But another story that was written about is your guy, your guru, your coach down in Florida, Dr. Tom Gormley and Will Hewlett.
Yep.
Can you tell us about these two guys and how they've maybe changed your career?
Yeah, I mean, just after I'd say college, I went down to Florida, Jacksonville, and started training with them. And they just broke down my mechanics, and they understand how to throw and using your hips and your shoulder separation, everything to get the most out of your throw and the velocity. So I feel like they gave me a base last year going into the NFL, and honestly, it helped me with my game, man. I from my last game in college to how I was throwing going into the preseason last year, it was it was a night and day difference. And so went back with those guys this offseason. Once I was able to throw, my arm was getting better and stuff, and they just helped me clean up mechanics, being efficient. And, obviously I've taken that and applied it to my day-to-day stuff here, and I'm continuing to just grow in my mechanics and efficiency. But those guys, all of the credit to them, man. They've helped me grow in that area.
So, it's fair to say that the guy the Niners drafted and then the guy that showed up at camp, I don't want to say you're two different guys, but you were dramatically improved because of the work?
More developed,
yeah, more developed, I'd say, for sure. More of an NFL professional, type quarterback. So
yeah,
it's this whole. Your dad was a baseball player, right?
Yep.
Minor leaguer with the Giants.
Yep.
Yeah, which is so great,
yeah.
right? And I mean, what's going on with baseball and driveline now, and these mechanic? We were looking at these skeletal mechanic, almost like X-ray things. Do you look at those things?
Yeah.
Do you really the graphs?
I don't even know what to call it.
Yeah.
Is it just X-ray or whatever?
Yeah, they bring in a guy that does motion capture. His name's Chris Hess. Yeah, motion capture. And so they literally have us throw in front of all these cameras, literally all around us, and it breaks down. It shows the skeletal system of the inefficiencies and all this stuff. It's crazy.
Is it hard to stay kind of free and loose on the field when you're considering so many different things mechanically and what your teachers have taught you in the off season? Is that a lot to contend with, any given snap on the football field?
Yeah, there's a balance, I'd say. Off season, it's great to get in the motion capture, break down your mechanics, do all that stuff to be efficient as you can as a thrower. But then I feel like once you get on the field and it's 11 on 11, it comes down to the playbook, making reads, making decisions. I feel like that stuff helps. But you don't go out in the field and think about it, or else you'll be
It's more about reacting, I would imagine.
Correct. Yeah, you have to. You have to play the game of football.
Yeah, if you hear pitchers say, you put in the mechanics, but on game day, just play.
Just do it, right? Yeah.
100%. Yeah, that's what it comes down to. Like I said, it's a game. You can't forget that. It's 11 on 11. You got to make plays. The pocket's not going to be perfect. The reads aren't always going to be perfect. You got to play at the end of the day.
And then when in doubt, you just look for McCaffrey, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Can't hurt. Yeah.
Exactly.
Or Debo, or Ayuk. I mean, you got some nice weapons. Kittle. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about you.
Very blessed.
With Kyle's playbook and then those weapons.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're.
I mean, the guys behind McCaffrey too. Here comes Eli Mitchell. Here's Jordan Mason. I mean, you got guys. There's a lot of talent.
Jawan Jennings.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. JJ, third and Jawan.
Third and Jawan.
That's right.
What is it about that?
I don't know, man. He's just got some mojo on third down. down.
And you'll like, where's 15?
We'll
Where's 15?
Find him, man. Yeah.
We're talking to Brock Purdy. A couple more minutes here. Is he kind enough to spend some time with us? So obviously we talk about the mechanics and your development, all that, and then there's the part you can't plan on, and that's injuries, right? And that happens to every player in the NFL, right? I mean, the great Joe Montana. Paulie and I are Joe Montana disciples. He had to deal with a severe elbow injury. So the physical and the mental test of that injury for you, how was it? I mean, I know you're a man of faith. Did you rely on your faith? You rely on your wife, your family? Because you had this huge setback and you had to make a big decision. How was the mental process?
Yeah, I mean, it's part of the game. You know, things like that happen. It's not always going to be perfect. And obviously we had our sights and everything set on the Super Bowl, and then boom, one play, it happens. And so for myself, it's like, man, I really do believe and I have faith in God that, you know, everything happens for a reason and He works in all things. So for me, it's like, how can I find joy with this? You know, talking to people, having more time with my family in the off season. So I took a lot of little things away like that, but also remember that, man, it's going to work out how it needs to. I'm going to do everything I can right now today to obviously get my arm better, and just, you know, have some joy of what the future holds, not just, hey man, this thing happened, I'm going to stay in the past and dwell on it. For me, it happened and you got to move on. So I'm honestly excited, and the rehab process, it helps you, it makes you grow, man. Like there's some dog days where you wake up and you're like, dude, I can't move my arm right now, I got to extend it. And I was thankful for the little victories, man, being able to touch my shoulder and all those kinds of things. So it's a grind, man. You got to look back on it and sort of be thankful for when you get through it and be like, man, I made it through that, you know, and it makes you tougher, it makes you stronger mentally, physically, spiritually, everything. So.
Yeah.
Wow, that's really good.
Hey, what was on your workout playlist? I want to know, like, let's get to know Brock Purdy a little bit. When you're in there on
music
those
guy.
Big time music guy, and on those dog days you're talking about, because I heard Klay Thompson say the same thing when he was rehabbing from his injury. He used to say there's a lot of days you just don't want to do it. Yeah. Like, you just don't feel like doing that whole process. But when you're doing that, like, what are you pumping in the room? Like, what are you listening to?
Yeah, for me, man, it's like, I like classics, you know, classic 90s music.
Ooh.
And pop, and honestly some 80s music.
Yeah, man, talk to us. You're talking to the guy. Yeah.
What are you going, like Backstreet Boys, Britney?
Yeah, I like a little Backstreet Boys, some Roger and Zapp, man, like back in the day.
Wait, you didn't just go see Taylor Swift, did you? Were you at these shows?
I didn't.
Okay.
How did you miss that?
Because you could get tickets. Now, Brock Purdy could get a pair.
You'd be backstage.
Could have, but man, we had walkthroughs late at night and everything. We're tired, man. We need some sleep right now.
Did Jenna go?
No, she did not.
Darn it.
Nah. Her sister's a big Swiftie.
Were there any Niners at the concerts? Did any of your teammates go?
I don't think any teammates did, but I know some, like, you know, wives and some siblings and people that went.
Yeah.
So when you say 80s, 90s, any more, like, throw some more bands at us here, yeah?
I'm trying to think.
What do we like? U2, Guns N' Roses.
Guns N' Roses,
okay.
U2, yeah.
Okay,
sure. And then obviously, like, getting into the country. I like just
country.
have
Okay,
my
who do we got?
mind
George
beat,
Strait,
I
Alan
love George
Jackson,
Strait, Trace Atkins,
Chris Stapleton
for sure.
All right, yeah.
Nice, man.
Did you know Stapleton and Strait are touring together?
Yeah. My parents
Have you
actually went and
seen it?
saw them in Arizona. I wasn't there.
That's
but,
my friend was at Nashville checking that show out. I said, how fast can I get there? You know what I mean?
Insane.
Yeah, so those are your guys then. Those are your
sweet.
100%.
All right. Well, listen, a few more minutes with Brock. Hey, obviously, just a little bit about last year, just some of the fun stuff. I mean, your first start is against Tom Brady, okay? I mean, okay, you win 35-7, right? But I mean, just that day. If we put you back in that day, I know you were trying to stay in the moment, stay focused, but could you ever, at a moment, review, my first start was against Tom Brady and I beat him 35-7?
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy. At the time, I wasn't trying to think, oh my gosh, Tom Brady, I'm playing against him, this and that. It was more like, hey, man, I got to scheme up their defense, you know, Tampa Bay's defense, Levante David and all those guys. And so that's what I was focused on. But going into the offseason, going through rehab and all that stuff, and then being able to, you know, sit on the couch with my family and then start talking and reflecting, I was like, man, that is crazy. You know, that's the GOAT, man. You know, and to be able to go in and I can really say, you know, the rest of my life for my first start, I was able to, you know, beat the Bucs and Tom Brady, man. It was crazy.
Incredible.
So,
yeah.
But very thankful for that. I don't, you know, want to sit on that and be like, man, that was the highlight of my life or anything. But yeah, what a blessing for sure.
But then it's a Thursday game at Seattle. We find out later. Can you tell us now how hurt you were going into that game?
Yeah, I had a broken rib. I actually broke my rib, I think, like the second or third drive in that Tampa game. So that whole first half, man, I'm throwing and I'm like, this isn't good. You know, we're doing so well. My rib's broken. I'm still trying to make plays. And then, you know, when you end the game, that's when it really starts hurting.
Yeah.
And so we had 4 days to get ready from that game till Thursday
4
night.
days?
Yeah.
That's not a lot of time.
Yeah.
So,
and then you get to the game and you just got to tough it out. Obviously, do everything they can in the training room to get you right. And then, we're playing Thursday night, so all the adrenaline and stuff kicked in, and I was like, I just gutted it out, and we made it happen. We won.
Wow.
Good man.
That
was impressive.
And the Niners' history up there has been so tough.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Not easy place, man.
No.
It was loud, and
Now they come in here in January, and you got to play them in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And at halftime, it's a little tight.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Can you put yourself back in that moment?
Yeah, they're a solid team, man. We it's not that we were sleeping on them or anything. We knew it was going to be a good game, and playoff football, everyone's playing real well, and so they were doing really, really good in the first half and everything. And so for us, it was like, hey, we got to capitalize on every little thing, every drive, defense, get your stop, and now we got to put up points, and we came through with it. And so,
and then obviously we go to Philly. Now, I guess that moment. How hard it was to even be in that moment, how hard it was to gut out that game, and then even go back out there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was tough, man. Like our mentality going into the game, like, man, we got to finish this. Being on the road, playoff environment, one win away from the Super Bowl, like we were all locked in, man, ready to roll. Feel like we had a great scheme, and we're moving the ball. Boom, I get hurt. All right, Josh, let's go. And then he gets hurt, and so when I went back in, I remember some guys sort of being like pumped, like, let's go, Purdy. I'm like, dude, I can't throw. Like,
no, yeah,
this sort of sucks, man. Like, all I can do is hand the ball off. I threw 2 screens, like that was painful.
Yeah,
it's just, yeah. So the whole thing to go out like that after the whole 12 wins in a row, it sucked, but happened for a reason. We'll be ready for this year.
And now my question would be, at Super Bowl Radio Row, some of your teammates were pretty open about, like, hey, man, we want another shot. We could have beat them. We had them. The Eagles heard that. They were not. Now there's a thing. How do you feel about this offseason talking going on between the Eagles and the Niners?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's how we feel. Obviously, we wanted a fair game, and that's not how football goes. Sometimes injuries happen, and sort of turns the trajectory of the game and everything like that. So it is what it is. It happened, and for us, it's like, man, we got to play one game at a time. We got. Game 1 in Pittsburgh first. We're going to go from there. So I don't want to, get too far.
Did you want to get into some of the smack talk? Do you do that?
No, I was more concerned with my arm. Just try to get it right. But they're all, Debo, George. It's great. They all.
Yeah, they got it covered.
They can do that.
McCaffrey said some stuff too.
Oh yeah. No, they're passionate, man. They love the game, and they're competitors at the end of the day. So you got to respect it and love it.
Oh man, it's exciting. All right. Well, hey, last bit. Yesterday at practice, was there a little thing? Did Kuiper almost hit your arm? Are you okay?
Yeah, he just touched the ball out of my hand as I was going to throw. It's all good though. So
you're good.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm confident in my throwing.
After that rib story,
it brings up the point though that you're going to have to get back out there and just play.
Yeah. You can't think about the arm and dropping back and who's going to touch it or that. You just go through your reads. If it happens, it happens. It's part of football.
Right. Well, you're a delightful young man, patient with our questions.
Yeah, great seeing you, man.
Generous with your time.
Yeah.
All the KNBR listeners are Niner nuts. They go nuts for this stuff. So they're loving it, Brock. So we appreciate it. We'll let you go.
Yep.
Yeah. Go do your practice.
Thanks for having me, guys. Yep.
Thanks.
Go Niners.
And that was it. We hope you guys enjoyed that. We did. He's an impressive kid, and Waterboy liked his style, by the way.
What do you mean, like the stuff
the
he
light
was wearing?
hoodie, the backwards cap.
Okay.
I'm almost thinking he's going to start dressing like Purdy.
It might not be a bad idea for you.
Yeah. What would you like about the style?
So I like that tan hoodie he had on. It looked light. It looked comfortable. It looked like a nice little summer hoodie that you could put on. He had the nice pants to match, which, by the way, he was showing off those quads in those short shorts.
Quadzilla. See, you like that style. I like Hufanga's style because he came in with he actually had his 49er pants on.
Oh, did you say Hufanga? Did you say Hufanga?
I did. That's my guy.
Number 29, all-pro safety?
Same guy.
Because he's next. As Murph and Mac continue from Levi Stadium. And by the way, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Don't forget Tim Kirkshin joins Papa and Lund today at 11:15. It is a Major League Baseball trade deadline, even though we are obviously focused on the 49ers and focused on the all-pro safety, who now has, he's got a young rookie to mentor. He's got a new D coordinator. We talk about all these things next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, live from Levi Stadium, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Okay.
Mac today, special show. We're down at Levi Stadium, live from 49er training camp, having a good time talking to the players. But we also talked to the best in his field. That would be Steve Moskowitz. When it comes to being a tax attorney, he is number one, the man in town in San Francisco for over 30 years. So, Steve, I'm in Santa Clara. You're up in San Francisco. Let's still have a conversation. What's on your mind today, my friend?
Letting your listeners enjoy the game and not worried about taxes. You know, we handle tax cases all over the country. So whether you're in California or someplace else, it doesn't matter. And what I don't want is your listeners biting their fingernails to the elbow, staying up at night, worried about their taxes. There's so many good things that we want to do for you. And a lot of people, when they owe taxes, they don't file the returns either. They go hand in hand. We'll file the returns you haven't filed. We want to make a killer deal for you. And then you can sit back, enjoy the interviews like the one I just listened to.
Yeah.
And live your life. We'll take care of your taxes. You take care of living your life.
You know, it's funny, Steve is kind of joking around, but there is a lot of truth to this. You will breathe easier. You will sleep better at night when you simply don't have to worry about these issues anymore. Put it in the hands of a professional. Put it in the hands of the best. Call Steve Moskowitz today at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. You can also visit Steve online and get more information at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Good to see you, man.
Talanoa Hufanga. Who's got Talanoa? Or can we call you Huff? Can we call you Huff?
Yes, sir.
Hi, Brian Murphy. Murph and Mac Show. Murph.
Paulie Mac, good to see you, man. Yeah.
We saw you at the Dwight Clark event down in San Jose, but I know you were busy that day. We did a little Q&A up on stage with you.
Yeah, that little courtyard out there.
That was cool. That was nice of you to come because, you know, that Dwight, we're old enough to remember Dwight when he played, and I guess I have my Dwight Clark mug here.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So that was nice of you to show up. And
it
that's
was.
something you did. We'll start by asking you about that. You have your off season, you have your free time, but you chose to go to an event like that to pay to pay your respects, right?
A guy like that, the history within this franchise, you got to do that. And I think that's something that's special to us as teammates, being able to pay our dues, but at the end of the day, continue his legacy through all the guys. You see all the greats showed up that day, and for us just to be a part of that was truly a blessing for sure.
Well, listen, welcome. You look great. You look healthy. You feel good?
Oh, I feel great.
Nice.
Yeah, and to start with the off season, other than seeing the Dwight, how was your off season? I mean, we know obviously how it ended. Nobody was happy, and we'll ask you about that in just a second. But from that day in Philadelphia to now, how did you occupy your time?
Honestly, I was just down in San Diego. I train with Troy Polamalu, and so I'm always there year round when I'm down there in the off season. So just got to get back to it and get into my routine, and I'm pretty disciplined when it comes to that thing. So just gotta stay on it for sure.
How long did it take you to kind of shake off the whole Philadelphia experience? I know it just left such a bad taste in everyone's mouth. And was that difficult for you to leave behind and get on with your off season?
There's a part of it where you gotta move forward, because at that point there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
But for us, we just gotta continue to build in this off season and continue to see where we can get at to this point in this year. But you learn from those things, and I've been to the NFC Championship in my first 2 years, so it's kind of weird that that's the norm, that's the standard. So for me, just trying to get back to it and do as much as we can, just to build one game at a time.
Now, Talanoa Hufanga is the voice you hear. Huff, the all-pro safety for the 49ers. You mentioned the name, Troy Polamalu. Everybody says, and it starts with the hair, right?
Yes, sir.
USC, right? The position you play. But can you speak to that relationship and tell the fans out there, what does he bring to your life?
He brings a lot of outside stuff. A lot of people think that meeting him, everything has to be on the field, but for him, truly, he always wanted me to be a better person, and so we kind of put the football stuff aside, and we learn about obedience, learn about character, truly suffering through love. And for me, just have that guy in my corner has been way beyond what I would ever expected. And so I think it all translates to football. And obviously there's X's and O's of the game, but we really take an outside approach in understanding how can we grow myself as a man first. So
that's going deep right there. So could I ask you to expand on that? Like when you say obedience, what do you mean by that, and how do you apply that to your life and maybe even football?
Well, obedience comes from everything, being disciplined in your routine, whether that's reading the Bible, whether that's showing up, whether that's diet, sleep, hydration, training as well. So, you put that all into the boat and you try to sail across the sea. You can't just leave things out, or else, you're not going to make it to the other side. So, having a guy like him, he just continues to beat it in, and whether that's through reading books, whether that's through his brain games, there's all these different types of things that he's got me onto for sure.
When did you guys become friends? I mean, obviously the SC connection. Did he know you? Did he start talking to you then, or when did you guys really bond?
Senior year of high school was when I first took. Yeah, and then I just slowly kept that relationship throughout college.
Because he helped recruit you, or what?
No, it was just I had already signed, and it was like he knew I was from Oregon as well. So both two Oregon guys that play safety, went to USC, so I was blessed and fortunate by Sikahema had put me in contact with him, and so very fortunate enough.
How much of this stuff is rooted in Polynesian culture and traditions, like family?
Oh yeah, for sure. I know Vi was probably one of the first Tongans to play in the NFL, and for him to kind of just take me under and get me to Troy was like a dream come true. Like never in a million years where I thought I would have met Troy, but it's been one of the best things that's ever happened to me for sure.
That's great.
All right,
man.
So that obviously has turned you into a heck of a player, because the year you have last year, I mean, what are you going to say? I mean, listen, I know it's a new year, but we want to reflect a little bit on what got you here. And when you make All-Pro, what that means to you as a player, so fast, so young in your career. And I think maybe before the season, most people wouldn't have predicted that. Say, hey, this is a young player on the rise, but to make that kind of leap, to what do you credit that?
To God, first and foremost. I think that's something that I really deeply rooted with. I think it comes from my culture, but my faith first. Just having God in my corner, and all glory to Him, just to continue to keep me healthy. So at the end of the day, as long as, like we talk about that obedience and the character, as long as you try to be the good person, do all the right things, and hopefully, by the grace of Him, He can continue to bless us in many ways. So.
And that affects you on the field. You're out there making plays because of your off-field beliefs, but you're out there still making plays. Like it takes a courage to go break on a ball or make a read or take a chance, right? Like, to what do you think you got better on making plays on the ball?
For me, it's just breaking down film more.
At the end of the day, I'm learning so much. I came in pretty young and was understanding of, I'm very instinctual, I would say. And I think a lot of it was like I just kind of went out there and played. And then as I learned how to cover it, like read the coverages, read what the offense is doing, different concepts, like understanding what they're doing in different situations, whether it's first and second down, third down, what's the down and distance. When you start putting all that together and seeing the big picture, I think that's where it allowed me to go and make those calculated risks at the end of the day to try to make a play, for sure.
Well, there it is. The work paid off. Obviously, the off-field, the on-field. You do your thing, and now you guys come to camp, and you guys are talked about as a team with great expectations, right? Can you talk about, I want to say you're a veteran now in your third year, right? Setting that tone in the locker room. I don't know if it's something you guys verbalize or talk about, or are you just working on today's practice?
Today's practice. I think there's an understanding that, we got guys in the locker room that have played football at a very high level. And for us, it's going out there and maximizing our efforts to be the best version of ourselves each and every day. And that's why one-on-ones are very competitive. Team is very competitive. 7-on-7 is very competitive, and roster spots are very competitive as well. And so that's what the advantage of having so many great guys like that, because it's very competitive and you're playing at a high level. So when you get to the games, God willing, it can be easier. But in no means do I ever say that lightly. There's great teams out there, but that's the end goal, is to go against guys that can get you ready for the season, for sure.
We're talking to Talanoa Hufanga, the All-Pro safety for the 49ers, and obviously already turning into one of the veteran voices on the team and getting ready for this defense to lead. Now, speaking of veteran voices, you have a rookie safety. We got to meet him in an interview. Jair Brown, Tig, they call him. Wow, what an impressive young man. But I don't know. Are you telling him, hey, you got to do this, you got to do that? Is there some?
Got to show him the way.
Is there some mentorship going on?
Yeah.
You hard on him?
No. Jair is a great person. I think I said it before. His maturity is awesome. For a rookie to come in here and do what he's doing, he's aggressive. He's smart. He's intelligent, and he's doing the right things. It's weird for me to try to take him. I say this, I think I actually am younger than him, so it's actually I'm like the second youngest in the DB room. So for me, like, to really try to bring those guys, it's like, you're older than me, man. Like, you know what you should be doing. So
don't make me have to tell you.
Like, and he's doing it. So there's not much that needs to be said except for the knowledge of the game and understanding concepts and stuff. So and if he asks questions, we're there for him. And then by no means am I gonna be a quiet mouth and not help out, but having him in my corner and in our DB room is awesome.
Now, there have been some changes. Jimmy Ward, one of the great voices, one of the great personalities, gone. But this happens in the league, business, people leave. But is there something you guys need to do to replace his presence, his character?
And I think there was a lot of voices. It wasn't just Jimmy, and Jimmy was one of the best guys in our room. But we had guys, like E-Man, Jason Verrett, Dante, and those are all veteran guys. And when they can all add that second voice, it helps. And so having all those guys continue to help grow our room. I think for us as a younger guys like Demo and AT, when we all came in, we all had that vet experience around us, and so it's just elevating everybody. So having Tashawn Gibson and Travarius Ward, like Mooney, my bad, Mooney being our vet presence, I think it's helping all of us learn how to elevate our game together.
But is there, maybe you mentioned all these guys, Mosley, I mentioned Ward, but maybe there's a little bit of a challenge this summer to find a new personality in that room without all those big personalities gone? Is that one of your challenges, is to find the new room, find the new unit without those guys?
Yeah, honestly, being in the league so far, I think every year is different. So and it's going to change year in and year out. Yeah, and having guys like Ward's vet, and it's like you can tell they're all over 5 years in the league. It's a very different mindset than guys that are under 5 years in the league. But that's the beauty of it. I think for us, it's just an opportunity for us to grow together. There's a reason why those guys were here for a while. And hopefully if we can be those guys that were younger and continue to grow together, hopefully we can elevate this room to be one of the best that possibly can be.
Well, with leadership like yours, obviously, Talanoa Hufanga sounds like he's ready to take this DB unit to the next level. Now, another big change, D'Amico. I mean, that's big.
Yeah,
the biggest
it's a big
change
one.
Of all.
That's a big one.
Now, Steve Wilkes, obviously he has a lot of pelts on the wall. He's done a lot. Been an NFL head coach. He's done a lot. But can you speak to maybe what seeing D'Amico leave, how hard that was, and then how you're getting to know Steve Wilkes?
Oh, yeah. D'Amico is a great coach. I'm really excited for his opportunity over there at Houston. Was one of the reasons why I was drafted here. Having a guy like him be able to put me in positions to play, but also be in positions to help the team. When I was a rookie as well, just learning from guys. So the energy, the juice that he brings is awesome. It's a little different though having Coach Wilkes, because it's my first time having a defensive coordinator that works in the DB room.
Yeah.
And so I really appreciated that as well. So it's two different lights. Having D'Amico was more of a linebackers coach, so there's differences between them, but at the end of the day, they have one common goal and trying to win. So and shut teams out. So
I wonder if someone's a disadvantage to have him, because you're like, man, Coach is in the room again.
Yeah,
Man,
Coach, get out of here.
I can't mess
go work
around.
with Fred Warner. Yeah, leave us alone. Yeah.
Well, he's not all there all the time, but he.
No, I got you.
It's different when he is in some of the mediums. Like, oh, this is. A
Well,
little
he's
different,
even.
for sure.
They say he's out there working individual drills and stuff. Instead of most coordinators, they sit back, they watch the big picture.
Yeah.
He's in there coaching DB drills, huh?
Yeah, hands on for sure.
Nice.
For sure.
Yeah. A few more minutes here at Talanoa Hufanga. All right, man, we got to ask you. So, when's your guy 97? When's he coming?
Yeah, where's Nicky? We're looking for him.
See, he makes you a better player, right? Nick Bosa makes you a better player, and you make Nick. But I mean, seriously, now it's business, and everybody's got to do the business, and you'll have this situation too, and all that. But you want him here, right? You shoot a little text, maybe.
I let him do his thing. It's all gonna handle itself, and we've already talked, and Bosa is in the right place at the right time.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
we're not worried that he's not at practice, because that dude, we know how detailed he is in the offseason, and how he works and how he eats and how he sleeps. Everything is just like down to a T. So when he gets here, he ain't gonna skip a beat. He's going to be right in there and be able to go.
Yeah. For example, these Krispy Kreme donuts right
No,
now?
you're not even going to look over there. Yeah, see, look at the discipline.
Well,
that's the obedience right there.
We asked him once, we said, "How don't you want to walk by, don't you want to have a donut?" And he said, "No, I just walk right by him." Remember that? Who was it? D Ford? Because we talked to, do you remember D? Was D on the team with you?
Yep.
Yeah,
D Ford.
And we asked D about that. He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Nick does that." He goes, "But I like to have a donut."
Yeah, we do too. That's a problem. I know. It's not easy. Yeah.
What about you?
Not right now.
Not right now. No, good man. Good man.
All right, hey, last one, just a fun one. I'm a Bruin. You're a Trojan. We meet across the table.
Yeah, totally. Here we go.
But what about us?
Here we go.
What about us going to the Big Ten? How do you feel about this?
It's gonna be weird for me, actually.
Yeah.
Big Ten. I'm a West Coast kid. I was born in Oregon, but played for USC and everything, so everything was the West Coast. And Pac-12 and Pac-10 was always like what I knew. Kind of seeing that change. Like, I honestly, if I'm being truthful, I don't know all the teams in the Big Ten.
Do you not like it? Are you down? Are you thumbs down on this?
No, I think it's great. I think obviously it's more money, it's more games, more visibility. I think it's gonna be tough on the athletes. I know, it's kind of like NFL, traveling schedule but plus you got to do school. But it's just gonna be weird to me because I don't know all the teams, so I'm gonna have to figure out who's
Well,
in
tell you what, you can start talking smack to Jair because Penn State and USC will now play each other. Now you're gonna have to come after him.
Well, that's gonna happen probably now for sure. I didn't even know that, so that's crazy.
Oh yeah, well there you go. So who I'm trying to think, Michigan, Ohio State, 49ers.
Well, you got Bosa right there. He's a
Bosa,
Buckeye.
yeah, you're gonna go.
He's a Buckeye.
Bosa.
Yeah.
Nah, we're not worried about that one.
Yeah, nice man, nice. Yeah.
You guys are an offensive school now with that Lincoln Riley.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't even know if he knows how and the names of the players on defense.
He just outscores fools.
Just try to score, run it up.
Have you had a chance to meet the greatest Trojan 49er of all time, Ronnie Lott?
I have. I actually got to meet him my sophomore year of college.
Nice.
And then was blessed and fortunate to meet him a couple times here so far. So
you want to talk about a guy who brought character from off the field to on the. I mean, you talk about.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's physical, there's hitting, there's studying your film, but that's a guy who.
He preaches life.
Well, life.
Yeah, brotherhood,
life first,
love,
football second. So
no doubt. I think just seeing the way he approaches the game, his mindset. It starts, like you said, with off the field stuff. He's very meticulous with what he does. I think he's one of the only few people to ever get all pros at corner and safety.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And for a guy like him, that's one of the greatest of all time. And so, talking to other guys, they've made that known too. For sure.
If they threw you out at corner, could you do it?
Not like he did. Try my best, but he's definitely goated for sure.
Yeah.
Oh man! All right. Well, listen, we know we got to let you go. It's 8:00.
Yeah.
We appreciate you.
Great to
coming
see you,
on.
man.
And congrats on obviously last season, incredible season. And I know the way you're talking sounds like you're ready for more.
No doubt. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate
Cool,
it.
Talanoa. Good to see you, man.
Funga, man.
Thanks for coming by.
For a USC Trojan, he ain't bad.
No, he's a great guy, man.
Fight on.
Ooh. Shots fired on his way out. There you go. Great to talk to Talanoa Hufanga. And, Paul, you want to keep talking to all-pro defenders?
I do.
Fred Warner, number 54, joins us at Levi Stadium. Murph and Mac talking 49ers football in Santa Clara on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants' walk-off wonder wears off as they drop the series opener to the Diamondbacks in extra innings on Monday night. Our guy Danny Emmerman wrote all about it, and that's trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
All right, well, the parade continues down here in Santa Clara from Levi Stadium. All you need is the man, linebacker Fred Warner, who we were just saying,
Come on.
In addition to all the accolades Fred has won, whether it's All-Pro, Pro Bowl, you name it, the Dwight Clark Award was given to him this past spring to honor the legacy of Dwight Clark and what he means to the team and the Niners. So we'll start with that. First of all, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah,
good to
bright
see you,
and early.
man.
Yeah,
you
great
look
to see
good.
you. Oh, thank you. I
You
appreciate
look healthy, man. You look like you're rested. You got your sleep in.
That's right. Yeah.
But yeah, a little bit on that. We just talked to Talanoa Hufanga about that, about you guys going to pay your respects to something from the 49ers past.
Yeah. No, it meant the world. Seriously, Dwight Clark, everything he meant to this organization. The lives that he touched, the person that he was, and obviously this award being named after him and me receiving that award, it meant everything. Being around a lot of the 49ers alumni and kind of hearing their stories, that was really cool and special. So it was just a great event.
Plus, he made a pretty good catch. Like that's why.
Yeah. Not too bad.
Yeah,
not too bad.
Yeah, he
it's
did
funny.
that one catch.
We were just talking to Huff or Talanoa Hufanga, and he was talking less about on field than he was about off.
It was interesting. Yeah.
And that's kind of how like these old Niners, like Ronnie Lott and guys like that. Are you a big believer that your success on the field starts off the field?
I mean, I think they both are correlated, most definitely. I think Huff is the ultimate testament of that. Being a great guy off the field and doing things the right way. And I think you kind of go down the list of guys who are legends and who've done great things on the field. They're also good people off the field.
You know what Ronnie says to us? We've known Ronnie for a long time, Fred. He'll say stuff like this to us. He'll go, Murph and Mac, when I wake up in the morning, I ask myself, how can I go be great today?
No, how to make a play.
And how to make a play. And he's saying that today, not in his playing days. He's saying that
he goes, how
right
can I
now.
make a play today?
Today. Yeah.
I love that.
It's very inspiring.
Absolutely. That's great. No, I love Ronnie, man. I've been around him the last couple of years. He's been amazing.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Fred Warner's sitting here right now on August 1st, 2023, and we're ready for a practice today. So let's go small picture before we go big picture. What you got today? What's your goal today?
Yeah, my goal today is to be better than yesterday. I think that day we have an off day tomorrow. That day before the off day, guys' minds might be, kind of wandering a little bit, and it's my job to keep everybody locked in, focused on today, getting the most out of today. I want to run around, max effort, max intensity, bring violence is kind of a little bit of a intense word, but pads are on. You want to make sure the pads are clacking. So, and I haven't gotten an interception yet. I need an interception.
So that's on your goal list.
That's
today.
on my goal list today.
Yesterday, the reports were you guys had a little chippiness.
You know what I mean?
What's your review? You go to bed last night, and you're thinking about that. You wake up this morning. Is it okay that you guys are yelling and fighting?
Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, man, we're brothers. Brothers fight. That's just how it goes. Especially first day of pads, things get a little chippy sometimes. But those ultimately those experiences make you stronger as a group, and so I'm not worried about it.
Is it ever a point when you know it's bad, like this, when it veers, like that's
it can't? It can't get off the rails.
If it ever is, you always make sure you squash it. Once you're in the locker room, if there needs to be a conversation had or like a player only meeting that needs to happen, then we make that happen. But I don't think it ever got to that point.
All right, Fred Warner, man, the All-Pro, the Pro Bowler, the leader on this defense, and the man who's looking to win a Super Bowl. I mean, we'll start with that, right? I mean, we say that on August 1.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Super Bowl or bust.
That's it. Every year I've been here, that's honestly been the case. Especially now more than ever. But that's the 49er way. It's Super Bowl or bust for sure.
Okay, but it starts with now your 2023 team is different than your 2022 team, obviously, but it starts with losing D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah.
Now that's, I imagine, if you could help us, probably not just a coach, but a real mentor for you, huh?
Yeah. No, that was a big one.
Yeah.
That was a big one.
Yeah.
I texted D'Amico before the start of training camp just to let him know, man, how much I appreciated him for everything. It's going to be a different training camp and season without him, but I'm so happy for him and his success being able to go on and do that. And I'm really, really excited about what we got going on here, with Coach Wilkes and our new defense that we have here now. So things are looking exciting.
You also lost Azeez Al-Shire, right?
Yeah.
So new linebacker, but you and, of course, Trey are kind of holding it down now. Do you guys kind of talk to each other like we got to lead the new generation?
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, I'm nothing without Dre Greenlaw. Seriously. People talk about me however they want to talk about me, but I'm not myself without him on that field, man. I mean, that's, me and him, we just go together like however you want, whatever the saying. I don't know.
Peanut butter and jelly.
Peanut butter and jelly.
Whatever, what have you.
However you want to do it.
Well, what is it about you guys? Like, what do you mean? Like, why are you guys so?
I don't know. I mean, we just complement each other so well. Obviously, we both have kind of different play styles, different, the way we look. He's 5'11", I'm 6'3". He's just more compact. I'm a little more. It's just like we kind of feed off each other. Though we both have the same mentality about how we go about the game, and so we just love the hunt. We love the chasing after the ball carrier wherever he is on the field and making sure that we leave our mark every time we get there. And so we're trying to lead this defense the right way through our example day in and day out.
Two homegrown guys, Trey Greenlaw and Fred Warner, looking to do it. And so a little bit about Steve Wilkes, your new D coordinator. How would you tell the fans out there, what's he bringing to the table? What's the Steve Wilkes school?
The Steve Wilkes school. Yeah, no, I think from day one, man, I knew right away that he was going to be a great leader. And that's kind of like the common denominator amongst all the defensive coordinators we've had is just the leadership ability, the natural leadership ability. Nothing seems forced, especially with Coach Wilkes. I think he's just like the truest players coach where all the guys love him. He understands how to teach, how to coach different individuals. I can already tell the impact that he's had on the DB group and watching their technique and seeing how they're continuing to improve as a young DB core. So I'm happy with how he's been doing things with us.
We're talking to Fred Warner here about Steve Wilkes and the new room and the new defense. Now, that said, we just mentioned this to Huff. 97's not here. Mm-hmm. I know it's business, and you guys respect his business. You're not going to get into his business.
Right. Yeah.
He's got to do what he's got to do. But I mean,
we'd like to see him out here. You know what I mean?
I would love to see him.
Can you send him one of those gifts that, like, I miss you?
Yeah. Like send him a balloon. I don't know.
Yeah, man. No, I miss him. I miss him a lot, man. That's my guy. But like you said, it's all business. At the end of the day, I'm positive it'll get done in one way, one fashion or another. But I do miss him. That's my guy.
Okay, but we're all. John Lynch and everybody says like he wants to be here, and the other thing Huff said, he's not home eating Krispy Kreme.
He comes.
He comes ready to go every time. So.
And how much better does he make you?
He makes exactly. He makes my job a lot easier when he's coming off that edge and setting the edge in the run game. He's proved it all already. Defensive Player of the Year. And at the top of his game, so I know there's even more there, so which is scary.
There's more there.
Yeah, I'm excited.
There's more there. Okay,
yeah.
I don't even know how there can be more.
I know.
Bring it. I can't wait to see it.
Is there more with Fred Warner?
Absolutely.
Nice.
Absolutely. I mean, right now, people have considered me, that at the top in terms of like being at the linebacker position, but in my mind, it's not like the distance isn't there yet. In terms of like me separating myself from the rest of the pack. Because I haven't been able to make those splash plays. I only had one interception, one forced fumble last year. I'm trying to search for more opportunities to make more plays on the football, help my team make more plays to ultimately win more games and get ourselves in a better position to win that Super Bowl.
That seems like the Niner defense is filled with these guys who have great character and goals. But I know you're worried about 2023. I do want to reflect a little on 2022. I was just going over the stats here to make sure I had them right. But your game against the Cowboys, if everyone remembers, Fred Warner was unbelievable in that game. And
you're a tackling machine.
Well, you made a pick in that game.
Yeah.
And then everybody talks about the play on CeeDee Lamb.
Mm-hmm.
And is that something, I don't know what that means to you. You chased down a speedster like that. You stayed with him, showed your athleticism in a big moment in the game.
Yep.
I mean, I know that's the past, but how much does that affect you going forward in the future? Like, I know I can do that in a big moment.
It's a confidence boost going forward for sure, knowing that you can do those sort of things. And, people kind of see those big plays and those big moments, but that type of play right there where I'm running down the field and I have to look over my shoulder for the ball. Like, those are the type of things I work on every single day.
Nice.
And all offseason last year, I was working that same exact technique, that same exact move, and then it just happened to work out in the biggest moment of the season, and so those are little nuances of my game and of the game that are continued to be worked on, just so when those big moments do come, that I'm ready.
So that play against CeeDee Lamb was built on a day like today.
Right.
Exactly.
Going against guys of that caliber, it feels like we're at the Pro Bowl every day. When you're going against guys like CMC, Debo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle. I go down the list and it's like it's unbelievable the type of talent that we have on our roster and that I get to compete against every day. And so, my job is to make them look silly today.
Yeah, and I bet you will. I've seen you.
Speaking of that offense, the one guy you mentioned that's getting a lot of press is Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, man.
Is there something you can tell us about what you're seeing out there?
Yeah, dominant. Very dominant, I think is a good word. I think he's come out and he's put his stamp on wanting to make sure that he earns his respect this year, amongst the league. And I think it's tough when it's a crowded offense. There's only one ball, so I really believe that he is a true number one receiver. And not to say that. I mean, we have two number one receivers, right? We have Debo and him. So I think it's a great problem to have, and I'm really excited to see him continue to work and progress this into the season.
And you got to go cover him.
Exactly.
Not really. You cover him in the middle.
You never know.
Hey, last one is Hargrave, Javon Hargrave, and I'm thinking, he's in your view, isn't he? He's like
he's right in front
of you. Now. How's that working out?
Oh, amazing! It's amazing. Yeah, it's a dream come true. It's like Christmas,
Nice.
seeing him just take guys and toss them like they're little kids is just the best part about it.
And another guy that's in front of you who's getting a lot of interest from the media is Javon Kinlaw, because he's in a critical year in his. And they say his body has changed. Now he hasn't. Obviously, he hasn't had the career he's wanted so far. Is this a guy you have to sort of talk up and coach up and keep him confident?
No, I mean, the confidence is there, man, which is a huge testament to the way that he's worked and kept his mind right through all the injuries, all the setbacks, all the outside noise. Him continuing to keep his head down, stay humble, and work. That's all he's ever known, and so that's exactly who he is. He's healthy. He looks great. He's continuing to put the work in and make plays out there. I'm excited about the season he's going to have too.
Listen, before I let you go, I know you got to go, but you're obviously a leader. Just the way you carry yourself, the way you project, everything about it, on the field, off the field. Where's that come from?
I think it's something that some guys got it, some guys don't, but at the same time, it's something that's got to be developed, over time. And I didn't walk in here in 2018 as a rookie wearing number 48 and was like, I'm the guy, I'm the leader, listen to me.
Yeah, right.
It's something that you got to earn. You got to earn the leadership role. You got to earn that respect amongst your teammates. You got to genuinely care about your teammates. It's got to be important to you. And so it's always been important to me, and I've always tried to lead by example first. The vocal part of it kind of comes later, but being in year 6, feeling like the young cat still, but knowing that I have that veteran presence, it's honestly like it's the most fun that I've ever had so far.
The growth of a leader. All right, man. Now, how'd you handle that whole Super Bowl Radio Row? We're just going to end it on this. Like, there was a lot of talk. We could have beat the Eagles. We should have beat the Eagles. We didn't get our fair shot.
Sure.
You guys talked a lot.
Sure.
Is that okay, or is that not okay?
I mean, I didn't really say much. I know some other guys may have said different things, but at the end of the day, a loss is a loss, regardless of how it happened. We can obviously go into depth about that, but at the same time, it's over with. Last season's gone. You learn from it, and the unfortunate part is you don't get to snap your fingers and you're back in that NFC Championship game. You gotta work your way back there, work your way back to it. So. That starts today. Out there, day 6 of practice, full pads, and get to it.
How's your QB looking, by the way?
Which one?
Well, great question. I guess Brock Purdy. Well, because we talked to him earlier today. Yeah, he was a good spirit. I think he's looking out there.
Yeah, he looks great, man. I'm really excited that he's back out there. I didn't know he was going to be back out there this early. So that's a testament to his work. He looks great, he looks confident, and he's always the hardest worker in the room.
Well, listen, every time we talk to you, we're impressed. Everybody's impressed on the field, off the field. You go do your thing. You got to go get better today, like you said.
Awesome, man.
Thanks for coming on the Murph and Mac Show.
Yeah, good to see you, Fred.
That's Fred Warner, number 54. That's the All-Pro.
Yep.
Off you go. Have a great day. And that's us, the Murph and Mac Show, live from Levi Stadium, 49er football coming your way on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
AJ and AJ and Farhan Zaidi have quite a bit of familiarity dating back to our time together with that other team down south. AJ's a good bat who can face right-handed and left-handed pitching. He's a quality defender. He's an excellent clubhouse guy. He's had a rough year so far with the bat, but not necessarily an indication of what's going to happen going forward because, as I mentioned, he's pretty talented and he will work a quality at bat for you. He's going to fit in great around here. I know he's really excited to come join the Giants.
All right, well, you know that voice, Paulie Mack. Come on now. Guac. That's your boy Gabe Kapler on the Giants move. Now, that's not the move, right?
Well, it was a move.
Is that
I don't know if you call it the move, but it was a move.
A.J. Pollock, the veteran outfielder who played, of course, for the Diamondbacks, a little bit with the Dodgers, and was having a bad year up in Seattle. The Giants trade cash considerations and a player to be named later for him, a utility infielder who they're sending to AAA. Listen, the trade deadline's at 3 o'clock today. Come on, man. Something's going to happen, something exciting. And let's talk to our buddy Chris Rose, who, of course, you know from NFL Network and BattleBots and the Chris Rose Rotation Podcast and Baseball Today and John Boy Media, all the good stuff that Chris Rose is doing. So, Chris, welcome back to Murph and Mac. How you doing, man? Hey, buddy.
Good. What's going on? Hey, I'm going to apologize ahead of time. I'm about 20 feet from some other dogs. You can probably hear them in the background.
The action's going underway right now.
Yeah, they're yappy. So we'll see how
it's
this
good.
goes.
It's good atmosphere. Yeah.
Well, what are you walking, or are you just like letting them roam? What's going on here?
Well, no, I'm walking my dog, but that's not my dog that's barking. That's two little yappers that are going the other direction. That's the scouting report. We will not be trading for those dogs today.
I was going to say.
Believe me, holy smokes. My dog, I got to be honest with you.
Right.
Now, she was a rescue about a decade ago, so we don't know what her history was with other dogs.
Right.
She looks at these dogs like they're certifiably insane.
Right.
She walks past these dogs. She's like, "What are y'all doing? Like, can you calm down for just a second?" Those two are the Yapper twins.
Yeah, that's that house in the neighborhood. I hate to say this, Chris, but my house is that house. My dogs go bananas, so it's like, I'm sorry, guys. We have those dogs. I apologize to our entire neighborhood.
Right. Yeah. I get it.
All right, man. What's going to happen, man? Shohei's not getting traded. Nothing's happening.
Nope.
Verlander going to get traded, Chris. What do you think?
That's a good question. Yeah.
That one, I think, will happen for a couple reasons. One is, Justin Verlander holds all the power. He's got the no trade. And there's only going to be a handful of teams. He's not a rental, right? He's signed through next year and then has a very reasonable vesting option for 2025 at 42 years old. But he loves the spotlight, and that's not a negative comment. I mean, he loves pitching in big games. He loves being the center of the pitching universe. He's the guy who, 10, 12 years ago says he wants to be one of the great pitchers of all time. So how do you cement your legacy even further? It's by having huge moments in October, which, it took him a while to even get a World Series win on his ledger, and that was a big deal for him. And so, he wants another shot. He knows he's not going to get that this year if he stays in Queens. So, I do think he's going somewhere, and I think that the Dodgers make the most sense from this standpoint. I think it's a place where he and his family would want to live. I think that I wouldn't sleep on the fact that Fox is out here, that he wants to maneuver himself. His brother already works for Fox. I'm sure he wants to be able to sit with those guys on an off day and commentate. Like, that sort of stuff wouldn't surprise me. I think that is all part of his plan.
Well, listen, as we talk, I'm looking, the Dodgers, obviously. The Astros are there, the Braves, the Orioles. Did you see, John Heyman, our buddy, now says the mystery team emerging is the Padres.
Oh, boy.
Now, they were supposed to sell, weren't they? Come on.
Well, I don't think they're going to sell because they have so much invested in this team. The two most sellable pieces are rentals in Blake Snell and Josh Hader. But I don't think that those guys are going to go anywhere, if I had to guess. And I just don't see them being able to add anything to the Mets because they have been decimated by trades in recent years. I mean, the Mets are going to want something in return. Young, controllable starting pitching is what everybody would want. So I don't see that as a possibility. If I were just as a baseball guy, I would love it if he went to Baltimore. I think that would be a blast. That team is ready to win a World Series with its lineup, ready to win it with its bullpen. It's just not ready to win it yet with its starting rotation.
The return of the Orioles to our lives would be pretty fun for those of us who know Baltimore is such a great baseball town, and Camden Yards too. And yeah, man, listen, everything's a rumor right now. 3 p.m. is the deadline. We're talking to Chris Rose, our friend on the UMA guest line here, and I mean, listen, Chris, just keeping it local here for a second. Giants having a nice little season, right? 9 games over. Yeah. They're in the mix, 2.5 out in the West. They're leading the wild card right now, but you look in their middle infield. Brandon Crawford's got balky knees. Tyro Estrada broke his hand. He'll be back. They're starting pitch right now, Chris. They got 2 starters they can count on.
That's it.
Logan Webb and Alex Cobb, and that's it. They're rotating everybody else in and out of starter again. Yeah. And they go and trade for A.J. Pollock now.
Right.
So, everybody's thinking that's not the move, is it? I mean, come on. Farhan's got to do something bigger, right?
Yeah, and something that's been popular over the last couple of years is pairing of guys. We saw it 2 years ago with Scherzer and Trey Turner to the Dodgers. We've seen it. We just saw it most recently with the Angels, where they picked up Giolito and Lopez to help 2 areas of need. I agree that middle infield and rotation, because it feels like for the better part of several months, the Giants have been running out 3 starters and then like 2 bullpen games a week or piggyback guys. Like that's a hard way to go for several months. We're hitting August. This is when relievers' arms start to fall off. So you've put yourself in a position to make the dance, which is all you need to do, right? Yeah. We saw the 5 and 6 seeds advance to the NLCS last year. So why wouldn't you maybe try and get a starter and a middle infielder? Now, if you really want to swing for the fences, and this is probably not Farhan's cup of tea because he's done such a good job rebuilding his farm system to the point where young guys are finally contributing for the first time in a while. But would you be willing to try and pry Dylan Cease and Tim Anderson away from the White Sox?
Yeah. Let's pair them up.
Would we? Yeah, sure.
I would.
Yeah.
I mean,
now it's going to cost you.
I know, but they have what he's proved. What's good for me is like he's proved he can find dudes. Like whether it's Casey Schmidt or Patrick Bailey. It's funny. Luis Matos and Marco Luciano are from the old regime. They're from the old regime. But, there's a thought that Kyle Harrison's going to be the guy. Carson Wisenhunt's going to be a dude. They like these first-rounders they drafted, Reggie Crawford. Yep. So I'd say, you trade a couple and you replenish and you make a run at it. But, he's had a history, Chris. We're talking to Chris Rose. He went and got Chris Bryant in 21. He dumped Melanson in 2019. He quietly got J.D. Davis last year. So we're hoping something happens before 3 o'clock is all I'm saying, Chris. Just spare a little part of your baseball heart for us, all right?
If you could.
Well, I mean, the Giants have been fascinating. And remember, 2 years ago, I didn't take them seriously until we got to, August. And all of a sudden I looked up, I was like, and they're on a 100-win pace here.
Yeah,
so they've been a great story. I do want to see them give themselves a shot. Because if they don't add a starting pitcher here, in my opinion, it's going to be too much to ask to piece it together for another 2 months.
Yeah, and in terms of your Dodgers, just leaving it at this is, if the Giants are going to win the West, they got to chase down the Dodgers. I mean, you talked Verlander, obviously, but I'm looking at MLB.com, and they're saying they're also in on Edwin Rodriguez. E-Rod, they call him, out of Detroit.
I mean, at this point, I assume they're in on everybody.
Eduardo, not bad. But yeah, I mean,
they're in on everybody.
This was supposed to be the quote rebuilding year for the Dodgers, right?
No, it's not. They're never rebuilding. They need starting pitching. They have too many health question marks for me going forward. Like the rotation come October, if Kershaw is healthy, would be Kershaw, Urias, who has not been good the last several months, Bobby Miller, who's a really intriguing rookie, who's thrown pretty well, and then where do you go? They know from last year they ended up a pitcher short against San Diego. And that's one of the reasons they lost that series. Andrew Friedman's going to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, and then they add Shohei, right?
That's going to be fascinating. Mm-hmm. That's going to be fascinating. I'm not. A lot of people make them the favorites. I don't know. I think he digs it where it's quiet.
Seattle?
Well, you can be an LA Angel and walk down the street and nobody knows it.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you.
I know.
You can live in
Right.
Listen, dude could live in Newport Beach if he wanted to. Hit 50 homers a year, have a sub-3 ERA, make $60 million a year, not make the playoffs, and be fine.
Yeah. I was just down. It's good living down in Newport. I was just there with the family.
Can't hurt.
Right. Well, he could stay here. We have a spare room.
Right.
We'll give him the
Right.
friends and family discount.
Well, he should go to the
Next
Tribe.
year-
He should go to the Guardians. Come on.
Oh, well, yeah, we'll see if we can scrape together some pennies on that one. I'm sure that'll happen.
Last one for you, buddy. Hey, Joe, congrats on Joe Thomas going in. You don't see many Cleveland
Yes.
Browns waltzing into the hall, so the big weekend for you.
It is, and that's my preseason broadcast partner. We call the Browns preseason package. And so
Oh, nice.
I'm super excited for him. If you've ever heard him, he is Hall of Fame through and through. I mean, forget about for a second, the 10,363 consecutive snaps, which is Cal Ripken-esque in that sport. But just as solid a human being as you'll meet. So
Really?
good. And yeah, I'm
You
really happy
going
for
out
him.
there, maybe? You going out?
Don't get me started.
All right. Sounds like a long story.
No,
yeah.
with the sigh. He
Yeah.
gave us a sigh, yeah.
Family
Yeah.
issues.
Yeah,
got
I
you.
understand.
Well, congrats.
Believe me.
It's a great day for the Browns. It's always good catching up, Chris.
Yeah.
Be good, man.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, guys. Appreciate it as always. Enjoy Niners camp.
Yeah, thank
Take
you very
care,
much.
man.
Yeah, so, I mean, listen, they're talking Eduardo Rodriguez. The Dodgers are in on him. They're in on Verlander. What? Come on, Farhan.
I think tomorrow Murphy's going to have like a Greg Brady moment. He's over here going like, where's my pitcher? Where's this guy? Where's that guy? And he's going to look over at me, and I'm in the Mike Brady role, and Murph's going to go, I was asking for this pitcher and that pitcher. Why didn't you stop me,
Well,
Mac?
that's deep pull
Why
there,
didn't you
buddy.
stop me, Mac?
It's a
And I'm
deep
trying
pull.
to say, like,
Yeah.
you're expecting something to happen. I'm kind of over here on the other side.
Dude,
I
you're Farhan
don't-
Zaidi. We're the Giants.
Well, I mean,
Freaking John McGraw,
I
man.
gave you Pollock.
Come on.
I gave you Pollock.
Hey, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. What would Bill Terry do? What would Carl Hubble do? What would Christy Mathewson do?
Right.
We're the Giants. Damn it.
You know what I'm saying?
What would Monty Irvin do? What would Willie Mays do?
What would Marty Lurie do?
What would Marty Lurie
Yeah.
He would hand it over to Papa and Lund is
Oh,
what he would do
nice,
next.
nice.
Thank you, Levi's and the 49ers, for a great day. We hope
guys
you've
have been
enjoyed
great.
it. But we will sign off on the other side. Hand it over to Papa and Lund. And thanks, Triple E and the crew, for holding it down up there on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Can you report to everybody after having thrown now in practice how you feel?
Yeah, arm still feels great. We did, like 3 weeks ago, we started building up to this, doing 2 days of throwing, a day off, 2 days of throwing. So I've been actually doing this plan for a couple weeks now, and so it feels, normal, feels fresh when I go out to practice and ready to go.
There he was, man. Brock Purdy. We really enjoyed our visit with him on a number of things, whether we're talking about the elbow recovery, whether we're talking about his journey from last year to this year, whether we're talking about beating Tom Brady, whether we talked about losing that Eagles game. However, when they said when he came back into the game and they're like, dude, oh, awesome, Purdy's back. He's like, dude, I can't throw.
Yeah, it presents a slight problem.
Your first training camp, Waterboy, what'd you think, man?
It's in the books, and boys, we're only
about
halfway
to
there. I was going to say, now it's time for the real stuff.
You did a great job, Marcus. Great job up in the studio,
Triple
E.
and Greg Silva up there doing his thing, and I think Cole was
Shout
there
out,
too.
you got Cole as well.
All right. Well, we'll be back in tomorrow. And, hey, Farhan, make a move, baby.
Yeah, we're
Make
waiting
a
for
move.
you.
I need something.
We're watching.
Enjoyed it. And thanks to Zach from the 49ers and Corey.
Thanks,
and
guys.
Peter. That whole crew. They made it real easy on us, and we want to thank them for that. I think Papa and Lund will do this thing on Friday down here. So more Niners coming your way.
Let's go, kid.
We definitely felt like we turned the corner into Niner football there. And by the way, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And we'll let Papa and Lund take it from here.
Cheers, y'all.
See you guys tomorrow.
All right.
KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I just got here. I respect y'all. You've been Yetis.
Too many babies. I can't keep up with all of them.
I just want to use your love tonight.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Pitch. That one is hit high and deep to left field. Sable back. It is gone. A.J. Pollock in a two-strike count takes Jacob Junis deep, and it's 6-0 Mariners.
AJ will give you a quality at bat. He's a really good leader in the clubhouse, and sprint speeds are looking pretty good. Play some defense for you, all three outfield positions, and just a pro's pro. Really happy to have him.
And that's where getting a guy like AJ who is going to give you quality at bats every time and not having to lean too much of our younger players in the last couple months is important. So we'll just kind of continue to look to supplement there and see if there's another guy like that.
A.J. Pollock hitting 173, but has hit well against lefties. That is the man to save the day for the Giants. It is MLB trade deadline day. There are tons of things going on. Brian Kenny, I was just watching on MLB Now. He's going to join us at 10:30 to get us the latest. Sean Estes from a Giants perspective at 10:50. Tim Kirkchin at 11:50. And Maria Guardado, who covers the Giants, she's going to join us at 1:15. So we got you covered on deadline day. We have not forgotten about camp. That's where you are today, and there's lots of stuff coming out of there as Murph and Mac had Brock Purdy and Fred Warner, so we'll have some of that stuff as well. And Farhan did speak from the dugout yesterday, so we'll play some of that for you. A busy Tuesday. Good morning, my friend.
Yes, T-minus 5 hours for Farhan to make another trade. And as we left yesterday, we talked about when we reconvene at 10 a.m., will the Giants make a trade? They did. I just get the feeling that this is maybe heading in the direction where the offseason went, where you were started out going after Shohei or something big, and you wind up with A.J. Pollock, who actually we've been watching his entire career, began with the Arizona Diamondbacks, a Dodger. I do wonder, John, just how involved Gabe Kapler is with player acquisition. I think he's very involved. I think the whole coaching staff is. Farhan kind of said that. He has his analytics, but they know this guy. Cap was talking to John on the Cap show before the game last night about we know him. We had him. Farhan had him when he was the Dodger general manager, and when Gabe was running the minor leagues, he wasn't there. He was in the big leagues, but they know him. And I've always admired him. One time the Dodgers had like four legit center fielders, and he couldn't get in the lineup. So we've seen what a force he has been in Arizona, 20 homer year, 21 homer year with the Dodgers at 21 homer year. I'm like, really? You can't get A.J. Pollock on the field? He's like a fringe player like Chris Taylor. And then he goes to the White Sox and he just disappears. He did hit a home run against the Giants around that July 4th series, but the numbers are not good. He does hit left-handed pitching. He hasn't so much this year. Right now, he can't hit anybody because he's hurt. He's on the IL with a hamstring. Arizona's going to pitch Zach Gallen, but they may get him on the roster. He's eligible to come off tonight when they go line change. But so are we bracing from Shohei when the month of July started until no show for sure? He's not getting traded. We'll talk to Brian Kenny. He just finished up MLB Now, and I'm surprised he's not on their MLB Tonight coverage. He's the very best, but the Mets are going to trade Verlander, it looks like, and a lot of rumors. Verlander has a no-trade clause, so he will dictate where he goes. You would think the Giants would be all in on him, maybe give up one prospect for him and then just give the money, and then the Mets and Cohen will buy it back. But would Verlander come here? Does he? I think he's looking at teams that are locks to make the playoffs. He wants that October stage again this year, John, like he had last year with the Astros and Dusty. He may go back to Jim Crane and the Astros. It's kind of sounding that way because he has complete control with the no trade. Well, we've been talking about the Padres, and are they going to sell off Blake Snell? They going to sell off Josh Hader? Are you hearing what I'm hearing, that the Padres are in play now to go after Justin Verlander? But the problem is the Padres are in fourth place in their own division. They're not a lock to make the playoffs. They get Verlander on top of Hader and Musgrove, obviously, and Darvish. I mean, you get them into a short series, they could be one of the best teams in baseball, but exactly what are they going to do over the next 4 hours and 55 minutes? And I could tell by the way you said A.J. Pollock's name. He has been a good player in his career. He's 35 years of age, like Mitch Haniger and Michael Conforto. They have warts on them, and Farhan is in that player acquisition. I think a lot of it is Gabe just saying, we can fix that guy, and they've done that. They've fixed hitters, but mainly they've fixed pitchers. But are we bracing for the deadline day today to be a lot like the offseason, where you started out going large with Judge and Correa, and in the middle of the year, Shohei, and you wind up with A.J. Pollock?
Yeah, it sure looks like it. And look, I get it. I mean, I start looking at this team, and especially in July, and you see the warts. I mean, 209 batting average last, 83 runs last, 632 OPS last, 169 hits last, go on down the line. And then you look at position, what do they need? Shortstop, OPS, 637 last, left field, 637 last. I mean, they've got a lot of problems, and I think what Farhan sees, and I could be wrong, is that they really need a starting pitcher. They had the bullpen game last night when Cobb came down ill with a stomach bug at the last minute. But they need a frontline starter. They probably need a couple of bats. I don't think that it's out there what they need, and they're not going to just give up prospects to give up prospects. And I understand how fans look at the trade deadline. It's kind of a Christmas, and you want to get excited and everything. But you also don't want to give up prospects for fringe guys. It's very limited in what you can get back. It's a seller's market, and so you're going to overpay for anything. So I know that Farhan is going to catch a bunch of grief today if they don't make a big move. And I don't love the Pollock move, but I think that you look at this team, and it's extremely flawed. They could potentially make the playoffs, but even say Shohei, maybe they're a Shohei away, or maybe they're a couple of big-time players away. But, for the guys that are being offered, I just don't know that they're going to give up the required guys out of the minors. They're not that close. And the offense in July was pathetic, and they've got major holes in the lineup. Pollock's not going to make any difference to me. It's kind of a flyer, and you didn't really give up anything. But I think that this team is greatly flawed, especially offensively. They need a big-time starter, and I don't think what is out there is going to propel them much further than where they would go anyway. So why give up the prospects?
You realize they are a playoff team, right? If the season ended on August the 1st, we got 2 more months to go. The Giants are not only in the playoffs, so they're number 1 wild card team.
But they're greatly flawed. Right?
I mean,
they're greatly flawed.
They've been greatly flawed, and they figure out a way to do it. I mean, it's Padres are going to get Rich Hill and G-Man Choi from the Pirates. So the Padres are not selling. They're buying. Now, getting Rich Hill, what does that do with Verlander? We'll talk to Brian Kenny at 10:30, and San Diego's right. Now, that's a team that's greatly flawed. I mean, they're 0-10 in extra innings. They can't win 4 in a row. They're in 4th place in their own division. They're 5 out, but they're not acting like a team that's greatly flawed.
Well, they just
haven't gelled yet.
And they've got the best pitching in baseball. That's what's so weird is, and you look at the lineup, and that's the problem.
Number 1 ERA in baseball.
Right.
But
So-
the lineup's not that bad.
No, it's awesome.
No, I mean,
it's
they
runners
haven't
in scoring
produced the runners in
position.
scoring
Right,
position.
that's the problem. And so I get what the Padres are doing. And in fact, I'm not saying they're in a better position because they haven't put it all together. They still don't have a 4-game winning streak. They would have had one if they would have beaten Colorado last night. And, of course, they lose that game to the team that is a worse team in the National League now. So I can't figure out the Padres. But as I look at the Giants, they'd have to go in a lot. You know, they need a high-end bat, a middle-of-the-order bat. They need a number 1, 2 starter. And I think that they're looking at their farm system going, we are right on the cusp of this whole thing, and we don't want to give up big guys. I mean, look, Pollock's probably not going to work out. He's 35 years old. He's injury-prone. I know what he's done in his career, but he's not that guy anymore.
Yeah, I'm not saying that at all. I think what he does is you can't have Yastrzemski hitting left on left and Lamont Wade Jr. There's too many left on left at bats. That's not the way this team was built. They needed A.J. Pollock. They feel they can replenish him. Maybe it was the legs and the hamstring. He's a good player. He just hasn't played well. But he'll have a different role here. It'll be exclusively against left-handed pitching. I don't know what they need the most. We'll talk to Brian Kenny from MLB Network at 10:30, then Sean Estes. We've been talking about starting pitching, and Jack Flaherty and John Shea characterized it the best this morning. They have a 2-man rotation. In the old days, it used to be a 4-man rotation, and then they went to a 5-man in the late 70s, the 80s, and then some teams 6, and, the openers once a week, and now it's twice a week, and hell, they went opener again last night, and they did well. They pitched well that way because Alex Cobb wasn't feeling well. But right now you got a 2-man starting rotation. I don't know what Stripling is. So do they pitching market and Jack Flaherty? I don't know. But the offense is right now really, even last night, Wilmer hits a bomb early in the game. You take a 2-0 lead. You wind up getting tied. And then you go to extras. The run you scored in the 10th, because of the automatic runner at second base, you get just a dribbler down the line to move a runner to third, and then a wild pitch scores a run, and then you just punch out too much. Sable comes up in the 11th, you strike out, and you wind up, it's obvious the offense is waning. I wanted Mark Canha. He wound up going to Milwaukee right after we got off the air. They know A.J. Pollock, we'll see, but Tyro's coming back maybe as early as Saturday, John, and then Mitch Haniger, right when the 49ers are playing the Raiders in that preseason game, August 13th, he's eligible to come off the IL. Could he come back at that point? I don't know. But the real issue, what do they need the most? I understand they're flawed. They're not perfect. They're not that far behind the Dodgers, for one. And they are the number 1 wild card team in baseball right now. And the Dodgers have their own issues. They're only 2.5 games back of the Dodgers, 4 in the loss column. So this right now still is a playoff team. What moves can you make besides getting healthy, get Estrada back, get Haniger back? You're going to have other injuries as well. It's just the nature of a season when you got 2 more months to go. But I still think they need 1 more starting pitcher and 1 more hitter, but I'm not sure who exactly it's going to be. And the market for pitching right now is so big, so expansive. The Padres just got Rich Hill, and now they're apparently trying to get Verlander. And then the middle infield position, Bo Bichette of the Blue Jays hurt his knee last night. And now you're hearing all those middle infielders that the Giants may be calling on, the Toronto Blue Jays may be going for as well, John. They got to compete with that team. And that's a team with, American League East team with a big payroll trying to, they had big expectations coming into the year. Right now they're a fringe wild card team. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what he does over the next 4 hours and 47 minutes and 30 seconds. But let's brace for, he said he wants to add, but he kind of said around the fringes. So, he may try to get another bat to offset Pollock, maybe a left-handed bat. I'm not sure. Middle infield component would be nice, and 1 more starting pitcher. But there's a chance. We'll see that they don't do a lot or they don't do anything at all today.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And the reason why I say offense, and I agree with you, I think they need both. I think they need to go to St. Louis and they need to say, what that glut of infielders, Paul DeYoung, whomever. I know Edman is hurt right now, but some of these guys that they've got, pick up one of those guys in Jack Flaherty, because everyone's saying, well, Crawford's going to come back and Estrada's going to come back. Well, Crawford hasn't done anything all year long, as much as I like him. And Estrada in April had 4 home runs, 10 RBIs, and a .922 OPS. In the last 2 months, May and June, 5 home runs, and OPSs of 681 and 672. He hasn't been good since April. So the guys that you're counting on to come back, Haniger was just getting it going a little bit, but he hasn't been good. Crawford hasn't been good offensively all year, and since April, Estrada hasn't been good. So if they're looking at this team objectively, even the guys they have coming back haven't been very good. So they need a middle-of-the-order bat, and they should be in the Verlander sweepstakes, but he's probably too expensive for them.
And he's not going to come here. You think he's going to waive his no trade to come here? He wants to pitch in the postseason. Is there a guarantee?
But this team's in the playoffs, right?
Well, but are they guaranteed being in the playoffs?
No.
He's looking at, the word was last night the Astros had a trade for him, but they don't have the minor leaguers to give up like
Dodgers.
That it was made with the Scherzer trade going to Texas. Acuna's brother, Junior. So they don't have the prospects to give up. So now we'll see where he goes. But he may go to Baltimore. If you had to pick one team, if you're Verlander, that you're insured going to the playoffs right now, probably be Baltimore, right? A game and a half up. It's really just so wide open. As far as Crawford and Estrada, Crawford started slow. He played too much early in the year. They were supposed to rest him with a knee. Remember the day game in Detroit he had? He struggled. I think they played him into the ground a little bit. He was playing through injury. When he came back off right around the time that Casey Schmidt was here, and we thought, I remember being at the patio with Marty, John, and Marty, why is Crawford on the roster? And then what happened? Crawford got hot. He had a game in Milwaukee on Memorial Day Sunday, and he flipped the whole year around. When he's right, he can still contribute. He's a veteran, both offensively with timely hitting and defensively. And then Estrada, I know the numbers are up and down. Thairo Estrada is a difference maker in every regard. And to me, this offense stopped. It was the day, July the 1st, when Verlander pitched very well and beat him in Queens at Citi Field. And the very next night on Sunday Night Baseball when Estrada got drilled. Ever since then, that's when the offense has stopped.
All right, give us your thoughts. Text line is open. We're on YouTube and Twitch as well. It is deadline day. Brian Kenny's going to join us to discuss it. We've got it covered every which way. Brian Kenny's going to join us from MLB Network. He was just on MLB Now discussing everything, so he'll join us in 15 minutes. Sean Estes at 10:50. What direction would he like to see? I would think pitching, but we'll ask him. Tim Kirkchin, ESPN at 11:15. Again, 3 o'clock local time is the deadline. So all through our show, we should be hearing rumors and actual trades be done. So we'll get into all those conversations. Papa and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Gilroy, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Gilroy's Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Big Rooster, Brock Purdy, was on with Murph and Mac this morning from Levi Stadium to discuss the highs and lows of his rookie season, as well as the mental toll of going through his recovery from injury. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
AJ AJ and Farhan Zaidi have quite a bit of familiarity dating back to our time together with that other team down south. AJ's a good bat who can face right-handed and left-handed pitching. He's a quality defender. He's an excellent clubhouse guy. He's had a rough year so far with the bat, but not necessarily an indication of what's going to happen going forward because, as I mentioned, he's pretty talented and he will work a quality at bat for you. He's going to fit in great around here. I know he's really excited to come join the Giants.
I know this will come as a shock to you, but I'm not overly excited about AJ Pollock. And when they say they know guys, like they knew Matt Beatty and they know Pollock, how about knowing players that are good like Justin Turner and Cody Bellinger? Don't you know those guys too? Like why did you sign those guys?
All off season. You were down on Bellinger. You also said Max Muncy was done.
Yeah,
reclamation. He's done, Max Muncy?
Yeah, he's done.
Really?
No, he's not done.
He's over now.
But Bellinger and Turner were available. You know those guys. What happened to that? Let's go. You saw Turner. He kills you. How about getting that guy? How about getting Bellinger?
Okay.
You know those guys.
Okay. The part of the problem the Giants have is it's a long way from Sabes and Boch. They have a process on how they do things. And Farhan's got, and it's implemented by Cap, and you heard him. I think Cap is really involved in player acquisition, both minor league level, young players, everybody. That's what he did with the Dodgers. He was in player development, and he knows A.J. Pollock. They have a way they play that people don't get. You know, a two-man rotation. Really? You're going to pinch hit and play platoon all up and down the lineup with the exception of a couple of positions? And really now, I mean, it's just about everybody is a platoon situation. There's no, star in the middle of the lineup. And with the All-Star game this year, the Giants had one of the best records in baseball. They didn't have one position player All-Star, and it wasn't really close. There were a couple, Lamont was and Tyro, and they've fallen off because of injury. They just have a way they play, John, and basically you don't want left at bats. You don't want left-handed hitters facing left-handed pitchers. I mean, honestly, is there a guy, Conforto maybe? You don't want Yaz doing it. You don't want Lamont Wade Jr. doing it. Lamont nutted the ball last night. Kuiper thought he got it for a walk-off, and it just died. But that was a better swing. They want them. They play the matchup game. They play it all the way through. It's amazing. Every pitcher-batter confrontation, both when they pitch to the batter or the batter against the pitcher, they slow the game down. It's chess. It's fascinating. What A.J. Pollock will do is eliminate all of that, John. You won't have, now Yaz is on the IL, and you sort of sense that. But Lamont Wade left on left, too much of that early in the year. They can't hit left-handed pitching. That's why they got Pollock. And I think they'll probably do more of that today. But the bottom line is, whether they're tired and that road trip took it out of them, but they're just not scoring. 11 runs in Cincinnati. Remember the Tuesday when they won 2 games in one day? They won the suspended game in 10. The second game of that game, they scored 11 runs. Since, they've scored 2 runs, 1 run in Cincinnati, and lost both games. Then they go to Washington over the weekend, score 3 runs, 1 run, 1 run, lose all 3. Detroit for the makeup game, 1 run. And a lot of these 1 runs are a Wilmer homer late or a Jock Peterson home run. They beat the A's 2-1. They beat the A's 8-3. Over the weekend, they take 2 out of 3 from Boston, scoring 2, 3, and 4. And last night, you had 2 cracks in extra innings, and you only got to 3. So they have a system that's very different than Bochy and Sabes. But I go back to Sabes' line about 4 score and we win. They're not scoring 4, John. They are scoring 3 runs or less in 10 of their past 12 games. It's amazing that they've won as many of those games as they had, and that's what leads to, what do they need more, a hitter right now or a pitcher? We'd say both, but I think they're screaming out for a hitter, maybe 2. But are those hitters Estrada and Haniger, and they're simply going to come off the IL this weekend in middle August?
9-36, 3 or fewer runs. They're 49-13 with 4+, so that's exactly what you just said. 83 runs was last. They averaged 3.2 runs, and they scored 3 or fewer in 15 of 25 July games. So not good. Can they get some help today? Brian Kenny's going to help us break everything down from MLB Network. He just finished up with MLB Now. What are the latest rumors? What's going on with the Giants? Justin Verlander. Toronto's got an injury. Bunch of rumors flying around on deadline day. We'll talk to Brian Kenny about it from MLB Network, only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Tampa Bay Rays Monday, August 14th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, it's deadline day. Well, the Giants got a hitter maybe to put in the on-deck circle. Greg Papa here for Golden State. You know, you've often heard me talk about not so much the on-deck circle, but building a deck for your home. And with help from Golden State, yet I imagine a lot of you already have a deck that you enjoy. Well, why not add to it? There are many ways you can transform your backyard to be your own personal oasis. Golden State also carries a great selection of everyday building materials. Maybe you'd like to add or upgrade a railing to a style that best suited for your needs. You can find materials to create a decorative retaining wall or install high-quality, long-lasting, eco-friendly composite fencing as well. If you can dream it, Golden State can supply your needs. Get started at goldenstatelumber.com, then talk with your professional contractor or designer to create an outdoor space you'll love to enjoy with the family and the friends over throughout the entire summertime when the Giants hopefully go to postseason in October. Building a better Bay Area since 1954. When you succeed, we succeed.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Trade deadline day. I was just watching Brian Kenny on MLB Now, and MLB Network is all over it. Let's talk some trade deadlines, see what's happening. Maybe the Giants make a move beyond A.J. Pollock. Let's hope. Brian joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. I was just watching you. How are you?
Good. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're waiting for something.
Anything.
Yeah, anything.
What do you think, A.J. Pollock?
The waiting will end in a few hours either way, right?
Right.
Yeah.
4 hours, 28 minutes, and 45 seconds. Give me your thoughts. I know you kind of ran through with all the trades that were made overnight. One guy I wanted was Mark Canha from the Giants. For the Giants, he wound up going from the Mets to the Milwaukee Brewers. They get A.J. Pollock, a guy that Cap and Farhan know well. Has had a good career, complaining we're in the outfield with Arizona and the Dodgers, but the last couple of years with the White Sox in the first half with Seattle, not good. Is there reason to be optimistic they can get the D-back Dodger version of A.J. Pollock, Brian?
I mean, I'd have to do a deeper dive, but I think it's been a few years. I think he's a useful player. Look, Mark Canha is useful, above league average. I think Pollock's been below league average. Don't hold me to that as far as his hitting. So, yeah, there's no guarantee of that. The guys that we're talking about, even if you get, say you get Tommy Pham, right, from the Mets, who's had an excellent year. But, there's no guarantee that you're going to get his exact 127 OPS plus from now until the end of this season. These players are at a certain level. Some have better process than others. Canha has good process. Pham is famously a good plate discipline guy. Pollock is not that guy. Pollock's higher end was higher than those guys, but it's been a few years.
Brian Kenny is joining us on deadline day. You guys, I was watching you guys, and you were talking about the Padres, and all the numbers are in their favor. They've got the best pitching staff in baseball, and yet here's this star-studded lineup, and they can't score runs, and they can't hit with runners in scoring position. They did get Rich Hill. They made a minor deal. But what do you think about the Padres at the deadline, and what do you think of them the rest of the way in the NL West?
I think they're a fascinating study. I don't get it. Like with the Mets, at least you could look. The Mets, Padres, Cardinals, you could say the same thing. This sort of mystifying malaise, right, that is swept through. That these powerful teams who are getting better, who were in the playoffs last year, have been struggling. And the Padres are the toughest to figure out because a lot of their performance on paper is quite good. They have the number one ERA in the game. Their rotation ERA is number one. Their bullpen ERA is quite good. And yet there's just enough failure to go around. And on the field, they're not as good as they are on paper. So they need something different. One thing they needed concretely, I mentioned it on my show today, was they don't have Pop at first base. By signing Xander Bogaerts and getting a little greedy because they had all that money, they wanted to spend it. Bogaerts is a good player, but he goes to shortstop. Ha-Sung Kim, who was your shortstop and a great fielding shortstop, moves to second base. Tatis moves to right field. Jake Cronenworth moves to first. Cronenworth's bat doesn't play at first. It barely plays at second, but he's a good fielder. He's a good second baseman. You can carry that bat, but not at first base. G-Man Choi was just picked up to kind of give them a little pop at first base, but probably a marginal upgrade, depending on, how good he plays over the 2 months. He's good, not a major, addition, but the main thing is, I'll bottom line it, it's too late to stop now. You can't declare the Juan Soto era a failure. Last year it ended a little earlier than they wanted. They made a good run, though, with Soto, but they had a bad second half. It was lackluster, even with Soto and Josh Bell and Brandon Drury. It did not work out. They almost salvaged it in the playoffs. But their regular season last year in the second half and their regular season this year, the Juan Soto era has not been very successful. But it's too late to pull the plug on that now. You got to roll it. You got to do it this year. Roll it back next year.
Yeah, John and I were both watching MLB Now this morning, and at the end of the show, first of all, it was raining in San Diego, which is weird. In the extra innings, they asked Soto to bunt, does not get it down. They don't get a run. Manny Machado drops a throw down to third base. So they wind up losing in extras. Their extra inning record is amazing. They're 0-10 in extras. So for that reason, despite the fact, Brian, they have the third highest run differential in the National League. The Braves at 148 are way out there, and the Dodgers at 88. Then you have the Padres, who are 3 games under 500 in 4th place in their division, a plus 62. And I go back all the conversations I had with Billy Beane, and he always looked at run differential. When you break down the numbers, what does run differential tell you about a team?
No, it tells you a lot. It's usually a better indicator of production than the win-loss record. But that's what it reflects, is your general production. And it is a good indicator of where you are. That's why the Cubs are still in it. They have a positive run differential. It's like in plus 50-something, which is not overly impressive, by the way. It's not like it's one thing to be where the Braves and the Rays are. If you're plus 50, it means you should be a couple of games over 500. But the Padres are clearly less than the sum of their parts. If you looked at them on Baseball Rep on their page and you looked up and down and say, hey, Soto's hitting, Tatis is hitting, and he's fielding great. Ha-Sung Kim is having a great year. He's actually an excellent baseball player. And there's the rotation. Waka was good. Musgrove is good. Snell has been like the ace of the league. He's pitched great. And then you look at him on the field, it makes no sense. But you've got to play the games on the field. And there, I think we showed you on our unbaseball-y plays, their coordinated team defense is not good. They don't play well together. They don't punish teams. They don't have whatever it is. They don't have it. It's hard to describe, but their typical game is they're winning nice and easy all afternoon. They're up 3-1. They're up 4-1. Uh-oh, then it's 4-3. Uh-oh, they got tied up. Uh-oh, they lose. And guess what? They don't come back. And it happens a lot. It sounds like old schooly nonsense, but I've watched them a lot, and it keeps on happening.
The great Brian Kenny's joining us on Deadline Day. MLB Network, of course, just finished up his duties with MLB Now. Looks like Paul DeJong is on his way from the Cardinals to the Blue Jays after the Bo Bichette injury last night. Since we have that one on the table, what do the Cardinals do with a guy like Jack Flaherty? They do have a glut of infielders. Maybe they just do DeJong, but obviously they've had a disappointing season. What do you see the Cardinals doing the rest of the deadline?
Well, it looks like they're not going to trade their aircraft carriers. I was in favor of, because look, you got to be realistic about where you are. This should have been a good year. Weird things happen. It didn't happen for them this season, and they're clearly out, right? It's not like the Padres or the Mets where, hey, if we go on a good run, we're back in it. They buried themselves. So I thought this version of the Cardinals, they have a kind of strong backbone. They have a strong foundation. They draft and develop quite well. I think go with those guys, the younger, cheaper players, while Paul Goldschmidt and Nolan Arenado still have a lot of value. And they do have value because they're both still good. You're not selling low. They're 32 and 35. It's like time to move on. I guess they're holding, for next year and saying, no, next year we'll make a run. And it's the last year that they have Goldschmidt under contract. But they could have gotten a lot because it's a seller's market. They could have gotten a lot for both of those players, and they would roll out a very young, new version of a playoff contending team next year.
One name we've been looking at with St. Louis is Jack Flaherty. The Giants actually saw in June, and he's a really intense guy. He's not having a great year, but you go back to his 2019 year, Brian, he finished 4th in the Cy Young and had a dominant year and a good postseason run. So we're trying to figure out what the Giants need the most. Right now they can't score in July, but they're down to essentially a 2-man starting rotation of Logan Webb and Alex Cobb. And then Ross Stripling and the other guys just kind of featured or bulk roles. So give me your thoughts on Jack Flaherty. But more importantly, the concept of the opener that the Giants have taken to a whole another level. They had to go opener again last night for a 3rd straight game, by the way, because Alex Cobb was sick. They lost, so they're 14-5, but they did pitch well. When Ryan Walker opens, they're actually 7-0, and John Brebbia did well. So can the Giants do this with a 2-man rotation and going opener, 3 out of 5 starts, and then if they do go get a starter, do you like Jack Flaherty?
I love that you seem to be hesitant on your love of the opener.
No, I like it.
Or do you not like it?
I do like it. I just wonder when you get, and I think they can do it in the postseason because they're so matchup conscious. They want every pitcher, batter, pitcher matchup to be in their favor. I like it, but Farhan Zaidi at the All-Star break, Brian, came out and said, we'd like to be more traditional with the starting rotation. They tried, but DeSclafani got hurt. Just guys haven't pitched as well, so they're doing it. The numbers show that when they go opener, they win, though.
Yeah, look, I'm a big advocate of the opener. I was an early adopter. I wrote about it in my book 6 years ago before anybody was doing it. So I'm all in on that. But you use it where it makes sense. You don't just use it to use it. But it's an effective strategy. It's not like, it's getting too cute, it doesn't work. There's no reason why it shouldn't work. There's no reason why you shouldn't bring in a guy. The ideal is you bring in like a 7th or 8th inning guy who is high leverage. You bring him in what is the highest run scoring inning. That's the first inning. That's when the other team can set up its offense exactly the way they want it. And you kind of come out full adrenaline and attack. Then you come up with your bulk innings guy. You give people a very different look. And before you know it, there's, the batters on the other team, they'll bat 3 times and see 3 different looks and have very difficult time picking up and tracking the ball. So you try to do it like the Rays did it a couple of years ago, where here's a 5'10" junk balling left-hander. Here's a flame-throwing 6'8" right-hander. You give them different looks. Look, it makes sense. I know the Giants are kind of doing it out of desperation, but I applaud their ingenuity. Why not? Also, the Giants, it's funny because I know my image of the Giants is they are the best at identifying kind of reclamation projects out there. They've famously done that the last few years. But I guess, everybody, guys for them get very good. They hit the market. They can't afford them anymore, or they don't wish to keep them, and they go elsewhere. But they're normally very good at reclaiming pitchers, finding guys who are at a certain level, taking them to a higher level. I have a lot of faith in them doing that. That said, those things happen. Some injuries befall everybody, and it's happened to the Giants this year.
Talking MLB deadline with Brian Kenny, Pop and Lund here on the Sports Center. The biggest name out there, Justin Verlander. We've heard Astros potentially going back there. Dodgers, he's got to approve the trade. Even the Padres, there was a late discussion about them. Orioles would make a lot of sense. Where do you think Verlander's going today?
I don't know where. I think they should trade him. I know there's some talk that they might not. He essentially, I did my essay on Verlander today. There's a couple of things I can, give you my results after doing a little bit of study. First of all, he has a 3rd-year option. This is year 1. Next year, he also gets $43 million. There's a 3rd-year option for $35 million. All he has to do is pitch 140 innings next year and pass a physical, an independent physical. So it's a low bar to cross, to hurdle. For him to have year 3 of that deal. So he's expensive still. And his strikeout rate has gone down quite a bit. His whiff rate, just his, to get in the weeds on how many times a guy is swinging and missing, has dropped. Now, he was at the pinnacle of the sport in 2018, 2019. It fell last year. He was still excellent, but it has fallen again. I know he's on a good run right now. Last 7, he's got a 1.49 ERA. But he is slightly diminished. He's 40, and it's buyer beware. So if I'm the Mets, trade him now while he has all that value, and he still looks like Justin Verlander. Because to have him the next 2 years, he's pricey, and as we've seen, no matter who you are, Verlander, Scherzer, they're Hall of Famers, they're all-time greats, but they're hitting 40, and they're diminishing. So Verlander is diminishing slightly, still effective. Now is the time to offload him.
Now, I saw your work today on MLB Now. The spin rate and everything, the breakdown was just great, and what you did with the Mets, and which leads to, the Mets won the offseason. They have the highest payroll in the history of the sport, and outside of the Golden State Warriors with the luxury tax line, the highest in the history of American sport. But they're selling now. We talked about the Padres. The Yankees are floundering. So, these teams won the offseason. The Yankees got Aaron Judge back. Xander Bogaerts went to San Diego. Their payroll. My question is, the Giants did not win the offseason. Quite the opposite. They weren't on Aaron Judge. He went to the Yankees. They weren't on Carlos Correa to flunk him on the physical. But still, the Giants right now, Brian, are a playoff team. If the season ended right now on August 1, they're the number 1 wild card team. So over the next 4 hours and 15 minutes, how much is going to whoever wins the deadline or Farhan does nothing, and it's just A.J. Pollock. How much will this determine what teams play in October based on what they do in late July and August as far as trading?
It can make a difference. A lot of times, just adding bullpen arms makes a tremendous difference. You already have your team basically set up, but everybody's a little short in high leverage, right? And how many innings can you back end? You have a ninth inning guy, then you have your high leverage eighth and seventh inning guy. Suddenly you add one other arm, and maybe for the Diamondbacks it was Paul Sewald. He's very reliable. Adding another inning and backloading that bullpen and coming back to now we have the 7th, 8th, and 9th covered. Now we're actually bringing a real guy in the 6th and the 7th and the 8th, and then there's a closer in the 9th. It helps a lot. That said, your basic premise, that I did that on the show today. I was like, it's fascinating. The team with the best record in the American League is 29th in payroll, the Orioles. They don't go out. They don't shop. They don't spend. They're probably not doing much in this trade deadline, although I hear rumors, but maybe they do nothing. They just believe in their process. They draft, develop, they make small ads, they trade, or they buy Adam Frazier, guys like that. They don't do big things, but they're doing the right things. The top 3 payrolls in the sport, Mets, Yankees, Padres, they are not in playoff position. When you get these big contracts, it's not the money, it's the opportunity cost. Once you have Giancarlo Stanton in that spot and he's occupying right field and DH, now you don't get Bryce Harper. Now you don't get Manny Machado. Now you've got to be careful about what you spend. Then you get another old guy. You're like, hey, we have to push while we're still young enough. And you got Josh Donaldson, and now he doesn't perform. And you re-sign DJ LeMahieu, and he had great years for you, but now he's in his mid-30s. So it's just this, when you get greedy, bad things can happen. I just mentioned Xander Bogaerts, very good player, consistent offensive player. The Padres didn't need him. The Yankees didn't need Giancarlo Stanton in their outfield. It was like, oh, this is great. We're going to pummel teams now. Well, you haven't. And you not only spend the money, you can only have so many aircraft carriers on your team before you say, oh, we'd like to go shopping for more. Nope, can't do it, because now we got 3 guys making $35 million. And that's what happened to the Angels. That's it's going to happen to the Padres. It's even locked up the Mets, even though you had an owner that allegedly didn't care about money, and they signed these pitchers to short-term deals, which are normally better. So, in summation, there's a lesson to be learned here, and I think it's
Thank you, counselor. Thank you, counselor.
No, that's a great point.
Yes. It's don't get greedy. Some things have to happen organically. There has to be some patience. So, you talk about Farhan. I thought Farhan was doing nothing the first few years, and I thought, wow, this is strange. He's very quiet, but he had all these expiring contracts, older players, but he was doing small things that were a little underneath the surface. It's smarter. I remember them saying about, I think it was Theo Epstein when he was building back the Cubs. They said, hey, the Cubs keep finishing second in these free agent sweepstakes. And I thought, you know what? Maybe it's better to finish second in the free agent sweepstakes. You're better off. Now, the Giants famously did not get Aaron Judge, right? Came close, didn't get him. Now, Judge could be great for the next 4 years. Is it going to be great for the next 9? Probably not. And so there's going to be years where you're going to be happy you didn't get that signing.
That's a great point. Brian, thank you so much for the insight. We appreciate it. We love you watching you on MLB Network, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Thank you, BK.
I would think great stuff from Brian Kenny, by the way, and if you missed any of it, just go to KNBR.com. He makes tremendous points. The trade that happened while we were talking to Brian Kenny is one that if I was a Giants fan, I'd be frustrated in. And
Paul DeYoung?
Well, and here's why. Here's a 29-year-old guy. Brandon Crawford can't play every single day. Casey Schmidt is clearly not ready. I don't know what Luciano's going to bring, but it certainly wouldn't hurt him to go back down to Sacramento and play a little bit. They grabbed him after 24 at-bats. DeYoung has 13 home runs. He hits .822 against left-handed pitching, OPS .822, so he's that kind of guy. He can go in and out versus Brandon Crawford. He could even play second base, and in a pinch, he could play third base as well. He's 29 years old, so he's in his prime. But the big thing with him is he's got $9 million left on his contract, and then there are 2 team options for 12 and 15. So if you like what you see from Paul DeYoung, you can keep him. You need a shortstop next year, possibly anyway. Or you can just let him go, and depending on what the Blue Jays gave up. But here's the Blue Jays, who had an injury last night to Bo Bichette. Boom, they're on Paul DeYoung, and they get him.
What'd they give up?
I don't know yet. And so, look, if it's a lot,
that's the issue.
If it's a lot, I'll eat my words. But what I'm saying is that that's a perfect guy for the Giants, and the Blue Jays swoop in after an injury last night, and the Giants don't get a guy. I'm not down on A.J. Pollock. I'm just realistic. He's 35. He's already got a hamstring injury. He's going to get hurt again. Crawford's going to get hurt again. There's going to be a bunch of injuries here. Here's a guy sitting out there that is perfect for what you need, and the Blue Jays have an injury last night and get the right player today.
Okay, what happens when you reactivate Tyro Estrada on Saturday? What do you do with Paul DeJong?
One of my young guys, Casey Schmidt's not ready. Luciano's not ready. Those guys aren't ready for a playoff chase. They need more seasoning.
So DeJong's playing shortstop?
Yeah.
Who's playing shortstop?
Well, he's a right-handed hitter.
Who's playing shortstop?
He can play short. He can play second.
He's more of a second baseman, isn't he?
He can play both. But what I'm saying is, you got Crawford as a left-handed hitter. You got DeJong, who's 822 OPS this year with 13 home runs. So he's got some pop. He can play multiple positions. His contract next year is actually in your hands, whether you like him or not. I mean, it's a great fit. And then hopefully you could add a Jack Flaherty in that same deal. All I'm saying is that Toronto had the injury last night to get a guy today.
And they
That's
probably overplayed to overcome Bichette's injury. So
and we'll see.
Let's just see what they gave up. Let's see what Mozeliak got back for that.
All right, Sean Estes is going to join us coming up next. We'll ask him what he thinks the Giants need at the trade deadline. What does he think of A.J. Pollock? We'll do that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Excuse me. I'm choking on a peanut.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here.
On the mound, he broke hitters down.
And this one secures the shutout for Sean Estes.
And now on the mic, he breaks down the Giants. It's former All-Star lefty Sean Estes with Papa and Lund.
Sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. And by Dolan Law Firm, the best lawyers we hope you never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Splitter, a ground ball to second. Waiting for it. Marte throws him out at first. And Arizona has taken the first game of this series. And the Giants' woes in those high leverage at bats continue. They go 0 for 9 for the night. While Arizona had 4 hits in those critical at bats, 4 out of 6. So that was truly a primary difference in how this one played out.
All right, we'll get to Sean Estes momentarily, and we'll also, not only we'll talk to him about deadline day and the Giants offense, et cetera, but he'll give us a player perspective on what it's like on deadline day for players. And, of course, he is back in red-hot Arizona, so we'll ask him.
He's back in the Bay now. He's back home.
Yeah, he was there last night.
He was on TV
That's
last
right.
night. He's back.
Yeah. So we'll talk to him about what he saw last night as he was on pre- and post-game. So we'll talk to Sean Estes. By the way, in about an hour, Tim Kirkchen for a national look at the trade deadline, Maria Guardado at 1:15, and hope we have some action on the Giants on that as well. By the way, Tolbert and Copes this afternoon, Ned Colletti, former Giants and Dodgers exec, will tell us about how the deadline works at 3:50. Jim Duquette at 4:50. So they got you covered on baseball as well.
And I wonder what the Dodgers will do. Who's going to get Verlander here? Padres are in on Verlander. Dodgers are in on Verlander. He may go back to the Astros, but do the Astros have enough in their minor league system to satisfy Billy Epler and Steve Cohen? So, but the big news is Estes is back. Shawnee, welcome back to the Bay, my friend. How are you?
What's up, guys? Yeah, it was good to be back. Jeez.
You were gone a long time. You were gone a long time. Yeah.
A couple months since I'd done pre and post. I've been in the city.
Yeah.
I did some games on the road, but that was back in June. So yeah, good to be back. Cooler temperatures of San Francisco, but yeah, I'd like to get some W's while I'm here.
Yeah. And the offense was a problem last night. But let's just start, because as soon as you get back, Farhan makes a trade, and they get A.J. Pollock, who's been a notorious Giant killer, as a D-back and a Dodger, but not as strong the last couple of years with the White Sox and certainly with Seattle. He did homer against the Giants around the 4th of July this year. Just give me your thoughts. I know you were looking at him. The sprint speed is the best of his career, and he's coming back from a hamstring. You made the point, I wonder what they're going to do when Haniger comes back, and he may come back like around August 13th or so, because you got Matos, Haniger, Slater. It could be your outfield. Where would Pollock, mix in there? So just give me your thoughts on the acquisition of A.J. Pollock yesterday, Sean.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an eye raiser at first, just because he hasn't had a great year in Seattle. He's been hurt. He's on the IL, and you're like, this definitely is a guy that's not going to move the needle. But really, as you kind of dive into it a little bit, and it's a total Farhan move right there. We need a right-handed outfielder bat right now that's. That the underlying numbers are a lot better than the numbers you see on the paper, and they liked a lot of things that they saw from A.J. Pollock this year when he was in the Seattle lineup. But he's really a guy. He's experienced. Obviously, he's got had a lot of success in this division. There's more familiarity here. I think the first thing that they said, and Kapler even said it yesterday, that, he's a clubhouse leader. Like, I don't know if he's going to be a guy. He's not going to step in a clubhouse all of a sudden be a leader. But what he means by that is he's a veteran presence, that it's a great character guy that can come and fit into a clubhouse. He's not going to, he's a good teammate. And I guess that's kind of the guy they want. You look back at some trades in the past, that they've made in 2010 with Cody Ross, and 12 with Scooterell and Pence, 14 with Peavy. I know this isn't Farhan's type of trade, but it's kind of the Giants' way, is that, you don't disrupt chemistry. So he's not a guy that's going to do that. But more important, is he a guy that's going to be able to produce on the field? And Like you mentioned, the speed's there. He can play all three outfield positions, and he provides, a bat against left-handed pitching, which has really been a thorn in the Giants' side all year. They're one of the worst teams against left-handed pitching, especially as of late. So, he fits all the needs the Giants need to address right now. But, obviously you're not looking into September. You're looking at winning games right now in August, and the schedule's not getting any easier. They're going to play some tough teams. They're going to probably face some tough lefties. So it makes sense right now, and hopefully he's healthy enough. He's supposed to come off the IL today. So hopefully we'll see the A.J. Pollock that got so many big hits, I felt, as a Dodger and a Diamondback against the Giants. And I just think, sometimes a change of scenery helps guys. And like I said, it's a familiar league, familiar ballparks that he's going to be playing in. And he wasn't as successful in the American League. Maybe he can find that magic back in the NL.
Sean Estes is joining us. In regards to pitching, they're essentially down to a two-man rotation. Do they need to get another starter? What are your thoughts on from a pitching standpoint, what they may need to do?
Well, I personally do. I mean, I look back at the 1997, and, we needed another starter or two. We probably needed two starters that year, and we had a pretty good team already. But we were missing it, and Sabian went out and pulled the trigger on Danny Darwin and Wilson Alvarez, and then got a closer in the process of Roberto Hernandez. But it did take six minor league, prospects. I don't think they're all prospects, but six minor league players, a few prospects that ended up having pretty good big league careers. But you have to take those risks. Well, we ended up winning the NL West that year, and it didn't work out in the playoffs. But without those acquisitions, I don't think we make the playoffs. So I kind of look at this rotation kind of in the same light that I did at our 97 rotation, that we were just light in the back end into that rotation. But I think Stripling, I know how much you love Stripling, Johnny, but Stripling's been throwing the ball better.
He has, I'll give him that.
Yeah, give him credit to check the numbers out. They've been better. I mean, I think he definitely, slides in there is a third starter right now. But then you have two holes at the back end. I mean, you could legitimately, based on the way Minaya is pitching right now, start him. But they just like the fact that he pitches. They feel like he's going to be pitching. He pitches better coming in after an opener. Whatever that is, he ends up, in my opinion, becoming a starter because he can give you 4, 5, even 6 innings right now. But you do have a couple spots in that rotation that you're going to have to piece together for the last 2 months of the season. I don't like that. I think eventually that's going to end up taking a toll on the bullpen. It's worked right now. It's tough to get guys to buy in when it doesn't work, but it has worked. 14-5 in games where they have openers. So it's really hard to buck the system. Alex Wood obviously has voiced his disapproval of it. He'd rather start. I think it's a tough spot for him. So you can't feel real comfortable with him right now coming in that role. I just think that in order for, and also, you even talk to Stripling's even come out on record as saying, he's been on teams that have been in the mix his whole career. And every deadline, the teams that he's been on have improved their team. And he says that it just shows that the clubhouse, that the organization is backing their teams, that they're willing to improve the team, to make a run, not just get to the playoffs, but go deep into the playoffs. I think it sends a clear message to a team when you make a move, and you make a significant move, and you have to think about the future, yes, but you also have to take into consideration the guys that are in that clubhouse now who've been battling all year, that put themselves in the mix to make the playoffs. And they know, and they all know. And I've talked to a couple guys on the team. Yeah, we'd love to have a starting pitcher and another bat. Do they feel like that's a necessity? I just don't know if it's going to get done. It needs to get done. Obviously, I've mentioned Jack Flaherty as being my number one target. Now you got other teams that are involved with Verlander and Rodriguez and Lorenzen. The Diamondbacks are talking to Lorenzen about requiring Lorenzen now from the Tigers. So a lot of these guys won't be available in the next few hours, right? So I'm hoping that Farhan makes the typical Farhan move where he acquires someone at the last minute. And, if you think about it from a standpoint of the opposition wanting to unload players, I mean, the Cardinals just traded DeYoung today. So there's some guys that they want to move. And I think Flaherty is one of those guys that they love to move. But as you get closer to that deadline, they get a little bit more desperate, and maybe you can work a deal later in the deadline or at the 11th hour that you couldn't make right now, right? So I'm cautiously optimistic that he'll be able to pull the trigger on someone, and I think that has to be a starting pitcher.
3 hours, 53 minutes, and 11 seconds to the deadline. Yeah, you've been talking about Flaherty all the way through it. Rodriguez, Lorenzen, apparently Scott Harris wants a lot. Verlander, is he going to come here? Does he think the Giants are going to be on that October stage? You mentioned the Weiss that was in Chicago, the 97 trade. The other side of it, the infamous Kenny Williams trade, was the We Surrender trade, giving you all those White Sox players. But the White Sox are making a lot of trades. They're obviously selling off. Dylan Cease. How do you look at Dylan Cease? We saw him early in the year on that first road trip. He's not having as strong of a year as he did last year when he finished second in the Cy. But I know you're high on Flaherty. What do you think about Dylan Cease, Sean?
Well, I mean, he's another level in my opinion. I think he would be. I mean, he would definitely be the number one, pitcher out there if he becomes available for sure. I mean, the guy
more than Rodriguez or Verlander.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, because
he's
a
got
guy
big time stuff.
Big time stuff, and he's also a guy. He's younger. He's also a guy that he could be in your rotation for not just this year, but for many years. The guy's nasty, and you're right. He hasn't had his great year, but he has been pitching a lot better lately. The numbers are really good lately, and we saw him firsthand, against the Giants this year, early in the year. But he wasn't quite as sharp then. But he's an ace. I mean, he's got the potential to be an ace. I love the guy. He'd love to be in the rotation, but you're asking a lot to get a guy like him. I mean, the White Sox will not move a Dylan Cease unless they get significant prospects in return. I just don't see Farhan making that move. That's why I feel like you go a tier down to Flaherty, and I don't know what the asking price is on Flaherty, but I know that as it closer to the deadline, I think maybe the price, but the asking price goes down, or the asking goes down with the prospects. I don't know how that works, right? I mean, I'm just assuming that that's the case. But I think that right now and I think I like the fact that there hasn't been a lot of talk about it, which makes me feel like maybe there's something more going on there. That there's more of an under the radar kind of thing going on with Farhan right now. There hasn't been a lot of talk, but I love that, because that's when you're surprised by. We didn't hear a lot about Chris Bryant when he made the trade with the Cubs, Chris Bryant, and all of a sudden, boom, he's a Giant. So I'm hoping that's the case, because I think it's definitely a void that they need to fill.
Sean Estes showing us trade deadline day, and like you said about Cease, the thing that's great about him, he's 27, and he's only in ARB year 1. So next year he's got 2 more years of control after that before he becomes a free agent. He's only 27. That would be amazing. But like you said,
well, also John, about Flaherty, he's a young guy too, right, coming into free agency, and now he's going to be a free agent. So if you look at him, he might be a rental, but no, I mean, you sell him on this place. I mean, this is a great place to pitch, and you also sell him on the fact that this is a team that's going to make the playoffs for not just this year, but in years to come. And he sees the young talent surrounding him. You get him to throw to Patrick Bailey for 10 to 12 starts to finish the year. I mean, there's a lot of things that could attract John Flaherty, where you're not just looking at him as a rental. You're looking at him signing him, to an extension, or you're looking to sign him long term.
No, I think the Cardinals were the perfect fit. They just traded DeYoung to the Blue Jays, so they're not going to get him. But I would have thought of DeYoung and Flaherty would have been probably my number one thing. And like you said, he's starting to pitch better. He's a West Coast guy. He's, again, a guy who's 27 years old. He's in the prime of his career. I'd love a Jack Flaherty. So, yeah, you don't have to sell me on him. I like him.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, exactly right. So we'll see if that's going to happen. Like I said, I like the fact there hasn't been a lot of talk about Flaherty, which means that there's probably a lot going on behind the scenes.
So do you think, Pabs was on yesterday, and it's quite possible they don't do anything in the next 4 hours. Do you think it's possible they don't make any trades between now and 3 o'clock, Sean?
I do. I mean, if I had to handicap it, I'd say that there's probably more, like a 60% chance that nothing does happen, which is unfortunate. But, that's kind of been the talk. And maybe that's the talk that the media is hearing, because they're downplaying it. They don't want the opposition to feel that they are desperate, that they feel comfortable with the team they have now. I mean, I think it's the whole game, right? It's supply and demand, and how desperate you are as a team. then the stock goes up, the price goes up, for the asking price goes up for certain players. So I don't know if it's more of a PR thing right now that they're downplaying the needs that they have as an organization and they feel comfortable with the team they have now, or if that's truly how they feel. But I know, Percy, you talk to some players on the team and they'll tell you that there's needs. They like the club they have now, but it sends a direct message to your club when you go out and you pick up a guy like Flaherty. You can slide into your rotation that can help you get to the playoffs and go deep into the playoffs. So, and if you don't make a move, it also sends a message too that, they believe in us. Yes, that's great. And they believe in our roster that we have now, but it just sets a precedent, I feel like, for things to come.
You know what I think is interesting, too? And I like all these guys, and I'm throwing Bailey aside because he's going to be here regardless because of the defensive work he has done. But I like Casey Schmidt for the future. I like Matos for the future. I like Luciano for the future. But they're not ready, I don't think, now for a playoff chase. And I think a couple of those guys should be back in the minors, and thinking of Luciano and Schmidt in particular, to get a little bit more seasoning. And so I think they need some guys. And Crawford hasn't been great. He's coming back. Estrada after April has not been great. Haniger, I mean, they're counting on these guys to come back, but the problem is those guys haven't been great when they've been here, at least offensively, which is you have these offensive struggles. So I agree with you. I think they need a pitcher, but after the month they just went through in July, in which they scored 83 runs, lowest batting average, least amount of runs, lowest OPS, that's for an entire month. That's not a weekend. That's not a week. That's not 2 weeks. That's an entire month. This offense needs a bat.
They do, John, but okay, so is there a bat that's out there that's significant enough to really move the needle? I mean, you look back in the obviously the Chris Bryant move. That's the type of bat you need, right? But is that out there right now? Is that guy being shopped? I mean, I just don't see it. I don't see there's a guy out there that's really going to move the needle that much.
Well, they went out and got Bryant. If you remember, 2 years ago, Longo was hurt, and they weren't sure he was going to come back. And then Longo came back, and Bryant was good. Paul DeYoung, John and I were just in a discussion about him, and he does play more short than second, John. You saw him a lot when the Giants went to Busch. He just went to the Blue Jays. Bichette got hurt with a knee. There was Matt Svanson, whoever that is, John, got as the Blue Jay prospect.
He's not a top 30 guy.
Going the other way. So would you have wanted Paul DeYoung to come here and play Tyro at second, and DeYoung, former All-Star and a 30-homer guy, he's got 13 jacks this year, and either send him down or not play neither Luciano or Casey?
No, I wouldn't. It doesn't excite me, a guy like that. I mean, defense is average, not an above-average defender, and yeah, he can run into one, but, to me, he doesn't do enough for me, right? I mean, I just don't. There was talk about DeYoung. I'd rather have what you have now. I mean, I'm so focused on guys that that are pieces to the puzzle that don't necessarily have to be these big time name guys. The guys that just give you depth and as far as offense goes. And I want defense and I want pitching. I mean, period. That's what's going to get these guys in the playoffs is their pitching staff and their defense. And yeah, the offense has really struggled. You got to score more runs than the other team. That's fine. I do think that this team, they create a lot of opportunities to score runs. I mean, it's not like they're not getting guys on base. I mean, that's the big thing right now. It's not like they just went ice cold as far as guys getting on base. They've gone ice cold with getting hits with guys on base, especially guys on third base with less than 2 outs, with situations where you feel like you can score runs. It's not much. It's not like you have to go out and score 7 runs a game to win a game. You just got to be 1 run
just
better than the other team.
Score 4.
Right. Just score 4 and worry no more. But it's get the big hit, right? It's just certain guys need stepping out. Now, is that because there's a lot of youth and that's why you're not getting those hits? I don't think so. I think it's going to turn around. I think they're going to start winning the closer ball games. I really do. I feel like it's not the focus right now. It shouldn't be, on how we're gonna get another bat to this lineup to make the offense better, because I don't think there's enough out there. There's no one out there right now, in my opinion, that's going to make a significant difference and improve this club offensively. I think they have the guys to do it, and they have the guys coming back from injury that can do it, and Estrada and Haniger. I do. I just have a lot of confidence that the offense can do well enough. I don't have a ton of confidence right now that the pitching's good enough to do it yet. It is deep enough to do it. So that's why I think the emphasis has to be on going out and getting a starting pitcher. And the defense has been good. The defense is. I don't think you get rid of defense. I don't think you sacrifice defense for a little bit better offense right now.
Sean Estes doing it. So what is it like in a clubhouse on deadline day? Is everybody kind of on pins and needles?
Well, I mean, it depends if you're the guy that they're talking about trading.
Well, it's even worse now, right? I mean, now the guys can look on their phone and see their name like, oh, my God, am I getting traded? Whereas, when you were playing, not to age you or anything, but it wasn't like that.
Yeah, no, you're just kind of sitting in front of the TV watching the networks. But, no, I think it's probably more pins and needles for the minor league guys because, some of the guys down in the minor leagues that don't know their futures. I know that Tristan Beck even said that, when he got traded to the Giants, they were all sitting in front of the TV in the minor leagues. He was an A-ball somewhere, and he had been rumored of being traded, and then his club made a trade. He wasn't in it. He felt that he had dodged the bullet, and then he went back and got a coffee, and he heard the team. There was an uproar out in the clubhouse. He came out and he found out he was traded to the Giants. So talk about pins and needles like that. Those are the guys that are on pins and needles. But I think the guys in the clubhouse that are here now, I don't think there's any fear of them getting traded, but they're more like it's anxious. It's an anxious time because I guarantee you there's guys in there that are like, we have to do something. Like we have to. Like I think they think whatever that might be, they feel like that Farhan needs to make a move. And I think probably the popular choice would be a starting pitcher. So you're just kind of eagerly anticipating what could possibly happen. That's all. And then as soon as the trade deadline passes, everybody relaxes and they go back to business and you work with what you have, or you're excited about the new player that you're going to get and you hope that they can make the difference. I mean, I just mentioned some guys, that Sabian, traded for in their championship seasons. Those are the type of things that really, they give your team a shot in the arm. It's exciting to see new guys. I mean, Sabian would do it all the time with the teams I played on with the Giants because we were always in contention. You're always eagerly anticipating who Sabian's going to go out and get to improve your club, and most of the time it worked out. So I think that's what's going on right now. With guys they're kind of just waiting to see what happens.
So the latest report, guys, the White Sox are taking serious offers right now on Dylan Cease.
Do it.
There you go.
What would it take? Right. What would it take? Bart and Elliot Ramos are not going to get you Dylan Cease.
We'll get you hung up on.
What else would you? I mean, what would you?
Right now,
outside of Bailey, to go get Dylan Cease, you wouldn't trade Luciano, Schmidt, or Matos, would you?
You'd have to.
Would you do it, Sean?
Well,
you have to trade some of those guys. And they're going to want pitching. They're going to want pitching. So you're going to talk Harrison or
guys
Wisdom.
that I'll have to. Those are guys I may see in a couple hours. I don't know what price it would take. I mean, he's a guy that I think that I don't know.
He's 27 and you got 2 more years of team control. It's going to cost you at least one of those or 2 of those guys you mentioned plus.
Farhan said he wanted a difference maker. You go into a short series
or Harrison
against the Dodgers,
that's what you're doing.
You need Cease, Webb, and Cobb is what you need. You need someone like him.
Absolutely.
That'd be a difference
Flaherty
maker.
Too. I'd take Flaherty too. I wouldn't put him in the same category as a Cease. I mean, he's a strikeout guy. He can punch out 12 for 9. I mean, he's nasty. Some of the nastiest stuff in the major leagues. And like you said, he's going to be here for the next couple of years. It's going to take a lot. I mean, it's going to take a lot. But here's the deal. Like, okay, I'm not going to talk about trading guys at the big league level. I just can't do that.
You got to go in the clubhouse.
I can't talk
I heard you. I heard what
it's
you said.
It's part of the job, Sean. It's part of the job.
But
say
put it on
Papa,
me. Tell him I did
Papa
it.
Brought it
tell him we did it. Not you.
You're not trading Bailey. Bailey.
I can't trade him.
He's got to be catching Dylan Cease. But I would say like a Wisenhunt, and it's easy to say that right now because the guy's hurt. But he's got an elbow.
And he's a
issue.
double-A. You'll never see him.
Right.
He's a double-A. I'll never have to.
Say Harrison. Maybe his family's listening. Watch out. Yeah.
He's a guy I was excited about this year that we could potentially see in September. I mean, I really thought that he was on the fast track, and he was. Barely, I mean, he's a commodity for sure, and one of the top prospects for the Giants. So, But yeah, I mean, I would say a Wisenhunt. I wouldn't, that's what it's going to take. It's going to take probably 3 top 10 prospects.
Yeah.
Kid
is good though. That kid, he'd be worth it.
He is nasty.
That's a guy that'd be worth it.
He is nasty. He's
Team control, 27, sign him long term.
And I love that porn stash he's got.
Well, you know what, guys? Now we're talking about that. I mean, it's the White Sox.
That's what I'm saying.
97.
Kenny Williams is still there. We surrender. Let's go.
Let's go, Kenny.
Let's go, Kenny.
Don't ask for too much.
Right on, man. It's good to have you back. By the way, I just saw where Phoenix has broken their streak of 31 consecutive days over 110. So you go back, it'll be nice and cool for you when you get back there. It'll be very nice.
Oh, yeah, nice and cool. No, my wife actually I was talking to my wife this morning. She just read no joke, Phoenix, the city of Phoenix set an all-time, not just, we're talking all-time in the history of weather. An all-time record for the month of July is the hottest month on record in the continental U.S.
My goodness.
Well, I mean, that's Hawaii and Alaska never get that hot.
No.
Yeah. So it's the hottest month in July ever. And I was in Michigan for it, so
good for you.
You're a smart guy.
Right on, man.
But that doesn't give me any hope about August. August is probably going to be pretty
My kid's going down there in like 10 days. I'm trying to get him used to it. Threw him outside and just sit in the sun.
You're going to acclimate him up here. Where are you going to take him? Get him used to it. Take him to Death Valley right now and have
That's a good idea. Something. Drop him off. Good luck. Get used to it.
Take him to Death Valley and in Phoenix will seem like, the Arctic. So there you go. That's how you acclimate him.
Exactly. He's like, I'm fine. Exactly.
Yeah, take him to 130.
You're the best, man. We'll talk to you later.
Okay, guys.
See you. Welcome back, Shawnee.
That was fun. I know we were a little long on that, but we were having a good time with Sean Estes talking deadline day.
Dylan Cease.
That would be the one. Now, I would be back to in Farhan We Trust if he did that one. But
you just want him to make a trade.
No, I don't.
What if
Actually,
they don't do anything? I don't. You heard Brian Kenny make the argument. You don't need. Who's going to join us later? Is Tim Kirkchin. He's been covering the Orioles forever and ever. Yeah. And the Orioles may get Verlander. They have the 29th. Is it 29th payroll in baseball?
Yep.
What?
Yeah.
The second lowest to the A's?
They're cheap. Yeah.
Well, I know Peter Angelos, but he's not lucid anymore.
No, look, I'm not.
We have one of the best records in baseball, don't they?
Yeah, the best in the American League.
Yeah.
I'm not just going to make a trade because I understand what they're building as far as their farm system, but Dylan Cease a whole different deal. We can talk about that. That's a whole different deal. And people, they can get mad all they want, but that guy can pitch. All right, we'll get into that conversation. We have not gotten to training camp issues, and Brock Purdy joined Murph and Mac this morning, so we got to play some of that for you before. Well, we'll do that after Tim Kirkchin. Tim Kirkchin is going to join us for a national look at trade deadline from ESPN at 11:50. It's Pop and London here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Fred Warner joined Murphy Mac this morning live from Levi's Stadium to discuss the sense of urgency around the 49ers, how Nick Bosa makes everyone around him better, and how he and Bosa still have another level of reach. That podcast and more. Turning right now on the all-new KNBR app. Oh, it's always good to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz from Moskowitz LLP. And today, Steve, I'm sure this is a common problem. What happens when people can't pay their taxes?
They do what I call the crazies. They end marriages, they destroy businesses, they ruin their lives. I've even seen suicides over this. I've seen people give up their kids over it. It's horrible, and none of that has to be. We want to do everything for you. We'll go ahead, talk to the government, and there's a lot of good deals that we want to explain to you, we want to make for you, and we'll do everything for you You don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them in almost all cases. But don't stick your head in the sand. Don't say, oh, well, you'll wait. Don't wait until some government agent does something bad to you. We do this for a living. We have a lot of experience with this. We'll talk to the government for you. And then most importantly, we'll give you back your life. We're about resolution. We'll resolve the problem, and then you can go ahead, resume your normal life, enjoy your life, and not worry about it.
You can't pay your taxes. You got to talk to Steve Moskowitz and Moskowitz LLP. Simple call 888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Obviously, there's been some movement. We had I thought, really good weekend of pitching with Stripling and Minaya pitching really well. And, again, I don't think we view the opener as like some core philosophy that we're trying to champion. But we've had a lot of success in those games, and a lot of that comes from the ability to feature our bullpen, which has been a strength of the team. So we've got to be careful about the workload with the bullpen. But if there's a way to manage a game where we get quality out of our starters like we got this weekend, but we can also feature our bullpen, which is really effective, especially when put in good matchups, that's just a good way for us to win games. Obviously, we've been very successful in those games.
That was Farhan yesterday, speaking from the dugout at Oracle Park, talking about the trade deadline. By the way, a couple of rumors while we were gone, and then we'll address Dylan Cease, and then we'll talk to Tim Kirchin from ESPN in about 20 minutes. One thing that just came across, Andy Martino covers the Mets and the Yankees and works for SNY and is a pretty reliable source when it comes to stuff. So the Padres and Giants are out on Justin Verlander. He says the Giants were in for a sec on Verlander.
So Verlander considered it?
I don't know. He did. That was just what he wrote on Twitter. He said the Giants were in for a sec. I would imagine they made a call. They said, maybe he said, yeah, he wouldn't go there because he's got to waive his no trade.
Well, and also, who would they want back? What they're doing is trying to buy, essentially, a prospect, and they did it over the weekend when they made the Ranger trade. I guess it's good news that San Diego's out on him. I mean, you can imagine San Diego adding Justin Verlander. I don't know who they have left in their farm system after the Soto trade and all the other moves they've made, but, sounds like, they added Rich Hill today, G-Man Choi, maybe to play at first base, and so, Hill is just so crafty. You got Blake Snell, you got Musgrove, and obviously Darvish. Wow.
The best starting rotation in baseball.
They keep Hader. You get them in a short series, so we'll see. What Farhan is basically saying is that we didn't invent the opener, but we do it a lot. Here's your starting rotation for the rest of the Diamondbacks and A's series. Tonight it'll be Alex Cobb. Tomorrow, Ryan Walker. Game after that, Logan Webb. After that, Ryan Walker. Off day on Friday, John. Then they go to Oakland, and they'll start Ryan Walker on Saturday, and then Ryan Walker now. And at some point, Brebby is going to come back. They move him to the 60-day IL. So I'm sure they're listening over at 24 Willie Mays Plaza and saying, Pop and Lund, would you cease the Dylan talk? Yes. We're not trading for a starter. We're starting Ryan Walker every other day, except when we start him back-to-back days.
Cease, according to all the reports, and the word I just read, I think it was John Heyman that wrote it, was the return would be, quote-unquote, enormous. And it should be. He's 27. He's in the prime of his career. He hasn't had the year last year that he had when he was second in Cy Young, but we've seen some of it. He's been better lately. He's 27. He's in RB 1, so he's got 2 years of control left. So, yeah, okay, you don't want to trade Patrick Bailey. I'm sure they could live with that, but it would be Harrison. It might be Wisenhunt. It's going to be one of the guys you don't want to trade, maybe Luciano. It's going to be a lot of that stuff. Now, what you have to do, and the way I look at it as far as the Giants, you can get pitching to come here. Hitting is the thing that doesn't come here. But Sean brings up a great point. I think DeYoung would have been a great fit. He goes to Toronto. You start looking at what's available, you'd have to far overpay for bats because there's just not that many. And as far as pitching is concerned, there is pitching out there to be had. So, to be honest with you, I would be surprised if they didn't come up with an arm because there's a lot of arms out there. I don't think it's going to be Dylan Cease, but there's a lot of arms out there. There's not a lot of bats.
But there's a lot of people that want arms, including the Baltimore Orioles and the Reds. And the Diamondbacks have been making a lot of trades.
Well, slip in there now while these other teams are looking at Verlander.
They're all Orioles.
But the Orioles, the Dodgers, those kind of teams, if they're focusing on him, I'm with Sean. I think Jack Flaherty is a realistic target who's up next year, who's 27, who's starting to pitch better, who's pitched in big games. He's been a number one starter. Flaherty to me makes a lot of sense. Now maybe they're just offering too much, and that's one thing that people got to give Farhan a break on. And I agree with you. You don't make a deal to make a deal, and you don't want to make a bad deal now that your farm system is starting to bear fruit. But if you can give Flaherty for a decent amount, and DeYoung went for not even a top 30 prospect. Maybe you got to go out, I think, and get a starter because, as you pointed out, that's three openers in a row, and that's just not going to work long term.
Right. So the report is that the Giants and Padres are out on Verlander. Who's in on Verlander? Would the Dodgers take Verlander when they know they're going to go after Shohei, and all he has to do is he's going to vest. He's on the books next year. Then after they had 140 innings, he vests for another 35. Mm-hmm. So we'll ask Tim Kirchin. For some reason, Tim's been covering the Orioles forever and ever. I don't know. Would he go back to Houston? Does Houston have enough to give up in the minor leagues to get Verlander? Baltimore clearly does. Is this a move that Baltimore makes to put them over the top? It's an amazing run that they've been on. They've been one of the worst teams in baseball for a number of years. They were much better last year. But who would have thought, John, that Baltimore would be this good? And could they wind up? Where does Justin Verlander go between now and 3 o'clock, 3 hours and 23 minutes?
Well, the thing about Verlander is he's got a full no trade. He's got a 5-year-old kid with, of course, Kate Upton. And one of the things he told the New York media yesterday was that, they're trying to find a spot. So I think Houston would make sense because he was there. I don't know about L.A. He grew up 90 minutes from Camden Yard, but again, we all think that everybody wants to go home. Does he want to go close to home? I don't know.
He could stay in New York. Baltimore's not far from New York.
Right.
He could just go. He get the Clemens deal. Just go to Baltimore and pitch on pitch day. He can stay in New York if he wants.
Right. And well, the difference is that, you're possibly there for 3 years, like you pointed out. You're definitely there for 2.
Right,
you might be there for 3.
Right.
So it's going to be somewhere he wants to go, but he's going to control where he wants to go, or he's just not going to go.
That's why you get a no-trade clause.
All right, we're going to talk to Tim Kirkson in about 13 minutes about this whole thing. Don't worry, we haven't forgotten about camp. And the big thing about camp today, day number 2 in pads, but Brock Purdy was on with Murph and Max. So we'll play some of that for you in the noon hour after we get done talking to Tim Kirkson. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, friends. MLB trade deadline day. We're keeping you up to date on everything. Tim Kirkchin joins us from ESPN in 8 minutes. So make sure you stay tuned. And plus, Tolbert and Copes today, Ned Colletti 350, Jim Duquette 450, so they'll keep the fun going. And Murph and Mac will play this in the noon hour, had Brock Purdy. We will be down there Friday and Monday, I believe, right?
I'm there
Friday
now. I'm here every day. Trey Greenlaw took Christian McCaffrey to the ground today, but apparently all good after the first day of padded practices. So we are going to talk to Tim Kirkchin coming up at the top of the hour. Guy Haberman is going to join us off the practice field. I ran into a guy yesterday. He was going out to. He's been here every day watching practice. But when he watches practice, he brings a spotting board out on the practice field like he's doing play-by-play of practice. I was so impressed. So guys watching practice, they'll wrap it up at about half hour or so, maybe even shorter. Sunday was a short day. And then meet the media. Then we'll get Guy in the noon hour to give us a little, literally play-by-play of what he saw from 49er practice today. Day 6 and day 2 in a row in pads today.
He's awesome. There's Saby Sabes, and then there's Habe Habes, and that is Guy Haberman. So he'll join us, and we'll get the latest from camp. One of the reasons I think that it's incredibly important that the Giants make at least a pitching move is the bats are going to be tough to come by in the market is they had a terrible July offensively. I'm sure they're not going to have that kind of an offensive performance in August, but if they were to, 3 more against the Diamondbacks, then you get a break against the A's, but then Angels plus 500, Rangers playoff team, Tampa Bay playoff team, Atlanta best team in baseball, Philly playoff team, Atlanta again best team in baseball, and Reds are a division leader. So other than the A's for 2 games, you don't see a sub-500 team. You see some division leaders. You see the best team in baseball for 6 games. August is a rough month on the schedule.
But they do pretty well against playoff teams. They actually have performed well against teams that are good teams. They match up well with the better teams. It's a little weird that they're going to be off Friday, which is really odd, but you play these 2-game series with the A's, they're not 3-game series. So, these games with Arizona, and Arizona's changed their team. They were making trades right in the middle of the game last night. So they're very active. They're right behind the Giants, and you're right behind the Dodgers. So, can all 3 of them make the playoffs this year? But it'll be interesting to see. And then you mentioned next week, we're going up against Shohei Ohtani. And is he scheduled to pitch? Going into today, John, we thought that was all going to be about Shohei and would Manassian move him. Obviously, that's not happening, and they're actually adding. But is he scheduled to pitch against the Giants next week? That'll be really, really interesting. And then after that, you mentioned Bruce Bochy comes back to town. So they're actually going to have a reunion of one of the teams from the 90s, I think, but not the Boch teams of 10, 12, and 14. So. But first thing is you got a game tonight with Alex Cobb tomorrow night, then Thursday's a day game off Friday and go to Oakland. But these games against the Arizona Diamondbacks are critically important. Arizona does not come back to the Bay Area. Going with the balanced schedule and playing them just 13 times, this is the last time the Snakes are coming to Oracle Park all year.
Mark Feinsand, who's with MLB Network, executive reporter and MLB Network insider, says talks between the Mets and the Astros are heating up again. There's a feeling that a deal might be close. The 2 sides were close last night, but now it appears they may be rounding third base. He's talking about Verlander.
The Verlander deal is done. That's what I'm hearing.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
Bob Nightingale just sent it out.
So going back to the Astros.
Is that where he's going?
Yep. That's what, yep. There you go.
It's probably good news for the Giants to not have to go to the Dodgers.
Well, I think that again, much like with Shohei, he was kind of holding things up for a minute. I think Verlander might have been holding things up as far as the pitching market is concerned now. Teams who didn't get him, obviously the Dodgers need something. The Orioles need something. Now, the Orioles are a team to watch with Cease just because they have so much in their farm system, and they're not going to trade away their key guys, but they have so much in their farm system they could. But I would imagine now we start in a little bit more. We are just over 3 hours away from the end 3 o'clock local time on that. But I would imagine that maybe that held some teams up, and now we see something.
Well, and he's got a relationship with the owner there, Jim Craig. Did you hear Dusty kind of grumbling last night about the lack of activity with his team, the defending World Series champions, and everything that Texas has done, getting Scherzer? I mean, for a moment, we thought, are they going to get Scherzer and Verlander, Poach? I mean, come on. But it is done. Bob Nightingale sends out the tweet, the Verlander deal is done. We'll ask Tim Kirchin all about it.
Yeah, let's do it next. Tim Kirchin joins us from ESPN. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Tim Kirkson's going to join us in a minute. Justin Verlander back to the Astros from the Mets. We're going to get Tim Kirkson's response from ESPN. Pop and Lunch, sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite. Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that is rated A+ by the BBB, Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite. 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. Let's get into the trade deadline. Justin Verlander back to the Astros from the Mets. That is the latest. Let's get Tim Kirkson's reaction, of course. From ESPN, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hi, Tim.
How are you, fellas?
Good. Happy deadline day.
Yeah, timing's just great to be on the radio right now.
Yeah.
But yeah,
we're gonna make it fast.
No, quite all right. I agree. No worries.
You don't have to go on Sports Center and give us your thoughts to the world. So it's two minor leaguers going back the other way. It'll be interesting to see in light of the Ranger deal, how much money is going back each way. But from a pure baseball standpoint, and, Scherzer went to Bochy in Arlington, and now Dusty gets Justin Verlander back. That's a great race in the American League West. What does this do for the Astros in their division and overall in the league and in baseball getting Verlander back?
Well, it obviously really helps. His last 6 starts, 42 innings, 6 earned runs. He's been very good. Maybe not the overpowering, dominant Verlander that we've seen for most of his career, but he's thrown the ball awfully well for the last 2 months, and that's a great start here for the Astros, who need another starting pitcher, as does virtually every team in the major leagues. The Astros have had everything go wrong this year with injuries and everything else, and they're still only a half a game behind the Rangers, who have played exceptionally well and are going to the playoffs. But if I'm an Astros fan, I'm thrilled where the team is now, because it got better today with Verlander, who, again, is also a little bit fresher than he was, say, at this time last year, because he missed the first month or so with another injury. So I think even though he's 40, he loves a challenge as much as anyone. He's wildly competitive, and now he's got a chance to go right back to a pennant race.
Tim Kirkson, ESPN. It is Major League Baseball trade deadline day. Justin Verlander, the latest to go from the Mets back to the Astros. Does this kind of open things up now for the pitching market? Do you expect to see some things happen now that Verlander's got a new home?
Yeah, you would think. You would think now that the Reds would do something, that the Orioles would do something. There's, Eduardo Rodriguez is out there. Michael Lorenzen is out there. Jack Flaherty's out there, and several others. Now, none of those guys is going to make a huge difference in a pennant race like Justin Verlander will, but at the same time, they are useful pieces that contenders are going to use. So we've got 3 hours till the end of the deadline. Like almost every other last 3 hours, I think there'll be a flurry of trades, and maybe the Verlander move is going to open up a lot more.
So, a lot of names there. And then, the name that I'm thinking about and we've been talking about is Dylan Cease of the White Sox, and you'd have to give up a lot more to get him. The Dodgers were in on Verlander to some extent, Tim. Maybe you know more. Would they be in on Dylan Cease? And then, everybody's doing this deadline with you're looking ahead to the offseason and Shohei and what you might have to pay him. Do you want to take on Verlander's money the rest of this year? Next year, the vesting option for 140 innings the following year, and then still be in play for Shohei. So what do you think the Dodgers are up to? And do you see the White Sox? They're selling everybody off. Do you think they'll trade Dylan Cease in the next 3 hours plus?
I don't think they'll trade Dylan Cease, because it's been explained to me that the asking price for him is going to be exceptionally high, and it should be, because he's younger and he's got great stuff. And if the White Sox have any thought of being any good the next few years, they're going to have to build it around him in their rotation. So my guess is he's going to stay with the White Sox, although in the last 3 hours, all bets are off at the trade deadline. As for the Dodgers, I was told they were in on Verlander. Exactly how seriously, I'm not sure, but they're the one team that you always have to watch, because I think all eyes are on them going after Shohei Ohtani after the season, and I think every move they make is kind of connected to that.
Tim Kirkton joining us. We're talking Major League Baseball trade deadline. The Giants are in an interesting spot. They're the number one wild card team, but they had the worst offense in baseball in July. They're basically down to a two-man rotation and then they're using a bunch of openers, which they've done 3 times in a row. What do you think the Giants' need is, and how aggressive do you think they might be?
Yeah, even when the Giants were going good, I looked at their lineup and said, how are they scoring this many runs, and can they keep this up? And they haven't been able to do that. So I think they need another middle of the order type of hitter, but I'm just not sure that guy's out there. I mean, Cody Bellinger was the best hitter available for a while at least, and then the Cubs said we're keeping him. So I'm not sure where the Giants go from here. Now, they can also use a starting pitcher, obviously, because of the injuries and a lack of a rotation situation right now. So I think they have to do something if they plan on making the playoffs. They're going to either have to go get a middle-of-the-order hitter or a number 2/3 starter, and I'm not sure they're going to do that because everyone else is looking for the same thing.
Well, right now, Tim, the Giants are the number one wild card team in the National League. I mean, slightly ahead of Philadelphia. They got one more win, but they each have 49 losses. And then you have, Arizona's got 50 losses. They beat the Giants last night. Miami's got 50 losses, and Milwaukee's got 50 losses. So you got 5 teams separated by 1 in the loss column. Only 3 are making the playoffs. But my question is the teams behind them. You mentioned the Cubs. They're not trading Stroman. They're not trading Bellinger. San Diego added today. I mean, there's no way between now and 3 o'clock they're going to move, Blake Snell or Josh Hader, it appears. So how do you view the wild card? Because right now it's wild in the National League.
Yeah, it's wild in the American League, too. I'm not sure I've ever seen a trade deadline with this many teams this close to the playoffs, which is why, until Verlander just signed, it had been a relatively slow-moving final day. But, again, the Giants have to do something, but so do all those other teams just to get themselves in. And we just can't forget that the Phillies were the last team in last year, and they went to the World Series. They even had a one-game lead in the World Series. So if you have a chance to make the playoffs, you really have to go for it. And I'm not sure where the Padres are right now, but I would be surprised if they traded Josh Hader or Blake Snell. Snell's been one of the best pitchers in the game for the last 2 months, and Hader's an elite closer. And with all the expectations and all the money they spent and sexiest team in baseball to start the season, I just can't see them giving up when they still have a chance to make the playoffs. It's not a great chance, but I think they have to try, and I think they clearly are.
Tim, a couple of teams that we're watching as far as especially pitching, the Cardinals, and they've already made a move Paul DeJong. They've got some other infielders that they could possibly move, but then Jack Flaherty is there, and then Detroit's got 2 starters that teams are looking at. What do you see those 2 teams doing?
Well, Detroit's got to trade those 2 starters because they are going to have to redo this with young guys again. And Eduardo Rodriguez has contract issues that he could leave after this year. So it's a good time to move him and Michael Lorenzen because I'm not sure their value is going to be any higher than right now. And with all these teams looking for starting pitching, to me, this is the time for the Tigers to move not just one of them, but both of them. And I'm still a little torn on the whole Jack Flaherty thing. I know he's a free agent at the end of the year. He's been hurt, and this year hadn't pitched very well at all. But I just refuse to believe that as good as he is, as athletic as he is, that he's going to find whatever it is he has lost the last 3 years. And I think he's worth a try for any team in a contending situation. Give him a new start, put him in a pennant race, get a new pitching coach to take a look at him, tinker with some things, and maybe he can become what was a great pitcher for a short time not that long ago. So it'll be fascinating to see where he goes and what he's like when he gets there.
Yeah, in 2019, he finished top 5 in Cy Young, and he was dominant in the playoffs. So the Giants have seen him, and he's a feisty guy. He's a competitive guy. So we're under. Yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say he's big, athletic, and he wants to win. So maybe this is his opportunity.
Right. Well, we're less than 3 hours away, and the deadline, has changed a little bit. This is it. There's only one deadline. It used to be July 31, and then the non-waiver deadline, August 31. Last year, because we started late with the CBA, it was August 2nd. But this is it. 2 hours and 57 minutes and 20 seconds to improve your team. There's no other way to acquire a player through waivers later. Do you like the one deadline now, especially in light of what you're saying? With the additional wild card spot, you got 6 teams in each league make it. It's hard to really say, I want to be a seller here with 2 months to go when I'm still, within reach. So do you like the one deadline in light of the fact that we have 6 teams make the playoffs in each league, sir?
Yeah, I like it because it puts a complete emphasis on today. It's got to be done today. It always bothered me a little bit that, we thought, oh, there's the deadline, that's it. And then somebody would sneak through waivers in the middle of August, a really good player, and I was never quite sure how could someone allow that to happen. So I think it just means all these teams that are on the fence, make up your minds because this is it. Today's the day. And I've said it before, this is where general managers earn all their money. Right now, these last 3 hours, are you in? Are you out? Are you going to pick up that contract? Are you going to trade that good young kid? So much going on right now. It just makes you dizzy.
Great stuff. Tim, thank you. I know you're really busy. Thanks for taking a few minutes with us. We appreciate it.
Okay, my pleasure, fellas. See you.
Take care.
You, Timmy. There he
and
goes.
just like that, he's gone.
He's got a Mike Lombardi, L. Davis goodbye.
I love it. Okay, guys.
Lombardi does that. He is goodbye.
He's gone.
He's on to the next.
Yeah, that's very good. And we want him to get caught up. So real quick, just so that you know, the Houston Astros bring back Justin Verlander. It was for the Mets' top prospect. Again, here's a 22-year-old kid hitting 241 at AA. That's their top prospect. He's 68 overall. So they had to give up something. Paul DeJong from the Cardinals to the Blue Jays after Bo Bichette gets hurt. The Padres from the Pirates have gotten Rich Hill and G-Man Choi. They've had some problems at first base. Have the Padres and what else? Oh, Brad Hand. Hey, Mr. Hand. He goes from Colorado to Atlanta. So those are the moves today, and we have until 3:00.
Brad Hand is a good left-handed reliever. He's tough.
Yeah, that's nice.
So just look at what the Mets did, John. In the offseason, they were just – it's just amazing. The payroll, and I didn't even think their lineup was that great for what they were paying for, and they didn't get Correa. They had to flunk him on the physical. But then they go out and get Scherzer and Verlander. Each guy's won 3 Cy Young Awards. They're basically the same contract, $43 million, whatever it is. And now they traded both of them in the span of days. They have traded 2 first-ballot future Hall of Famers with 3 Cy Young Awards, and hell, Verlander could have 5. I mean, you can make that argument as well, John. I mean, just as we look at teams adding and everything and go back to last offseason and what Steve Cohen was doing, they're 5 games under 500. They're only 6 games out. They got rid of Canada. They traded their closer with the injury, from the WBC. But it's pretty amazing what has happened to the New York Mets and everything they were in, winning the offseason. And now today on deadline day, they are basically dismantling their team, at least the top, payroll guys.
Yeah. And what they'll do is they'll trade these guys, they'll get some prospects, and then Steve Cohen, knowing him, he'll go out and whatever pitcher's available, he'll overpay for those guys.
Going to go buy him?
Yeah, so I mean that's probably what they'll do.
Shohei. Will Shohei go there? Hell no.
Well, the irony is, and you and I have talked about this, look, Aaron, the guys that the Giants went after, I don't know if they're cursed or what, but Aaron Judge has been out the majority of the year, and that would have been a long-term contract. Not to say that he couldn't bounce back, but he's been injured a lot of the year. Carlos Correa has been horrible. And Carlos Rodon has struggled to get his footing with the Yankees. He came back late, and he and the Yankees fans are already not on good terms after he flipped them off leaving the field. So the guys that you potentially wanted for the Giants haven't been great. Now, that's not to say they wouldn't have been great here, but if you're looking at the guys that they tried to grab, you'd probably call that a win for the Giants. It's when it comes to Carlos Correa, they certainly dodged a bullet there because he's been injured and he hasn't been good.
By the way, the Yankees are really quiet. They've been quiet, and they got Aaron Judge back, but they're just for 4 games over 500. They're in the race in the American League. You're hearing, what do the Yankees do? They're hardly ever sellers, but I don't think they feel like they can buy anything that'll make them appreciably better. I mean, one guy we keep mentioning Saves, Brian Sabian is involved, with Brian Cashman there. He does work for the Yankees. Is there any way? I mean, they're talking about, trading some. Harrison Bader would be a tremendous player to pick up. Anybody on the Yankees that they're willing to trade that Farhan, can you imagine Farhan making a trade with Brian Sabian?
That would be interesting. A guy like Gleyber Torres is still young enough. I mean, they got him from the Cubs years ago, and he's been kind of up and down. He was really good when they first got him. Hasn't been as good, and I'm just kind of thinking of the middle infield, that kind of a guy, but that would probably cost a lot. I don't know that they're going to move guys like you said, but I think that they're just being realistic. Because if you look up and you say, okay, we're plus 500, but really if you look at the American League, we're not with the Astros, we're not with the Rangers, we're not with the Rays.
Or the Orioles.
Yeah, we're not with the Orioles. At some point, you do have to be realistic and look at this whole thing.
They're in last place.
Right. But they're a plus 500 team. But in the National League, being a plus 500 team like the Cubs are, or a team like the Padres who looks at the analytics and says, look, we're pitching great, we're just not hitting. We think eventually we're going to hit over the last 50 games of the year. We're not completely out of it. That's different. The American League has some of these elite teams at the top that you're not going to compete with. And I think the Yankees are smart in not trying to do what George Steinbrenner would do if he were alive. He'd go out and get, he'd go out and spend a bunch of, yeah, right. He'd go out and do
trade
that.
him Verlander.
Yeah, right.
So look at the Yankees and the Mariners have the same record, 55 and 51. I know they're in different divisions, but really you're battling for the wild card.
Yeah, you're not winning
spot.
your division, so yeah, you are competing.
Jerry DePoto makes a lot of trades with Farhan, by the way, in Seattle, and he did it a few years ago with Kendall Graveman. He traded his closer last night. So just look at the different philosophy where the Yankees are kind of in a holding pattern because they are the Yankees. Seattle is the exact same record. And I'm not saying Seattle thinks they're out of it, but they make curious calls. They traded their closer. And they have a much better run differential than the Yankees. They're a plus 40 compared to the Yankees plus 5. But they have the exact same record as the Yankees, 55 and 51. And I don't know if the Mariners are sellers or buyers or neutral, but they have moved players off their roster. The Pollock trade, he wasn't going to fit there, but they did trade their closer, John. Weird.
They traded their closer, Hernandez, the outfielder they got from Toronto in the offseason, and he's had a decent year. The Giants were at least, from what I read last night, a team mentioned with him. Yeah, Teoscar Hernandez.
Love that name. He can hit.
He's number one in the league in strikeouts, and he's not a pitcher. I'm talking.
He can hit, though. He hits bombs.
Yeah, I don't mind him at all, but he's a guy that has been talked about. Like you said, I know that fans get upset with this because they want a team to go balls out all the time, but the Mariners are being realistic. I mean, look, I think unless Shohei comes back, that it was a mistake for the Angels to do what they're going to do. And they're not going to catch anybody. I mean, the American League is different than the National League. And I understand that he's a once-in-a-lifetime kind of a player, so you got to do everything you can to keep him. But on the other side, you could have replenished your whole farm system on one trade and probably gotten a couple of guys who were proven in the league. But they decided not to. And they're only a couple of games better than the Mariners and the Yankees. So everybody's kind of got a different philosophy. The Padres are looking at this thing going, yeah, we know what our record is, but all the analytics say we should be a lot better, so we're going to go for it.
They're actually the same. They have 51 losses. Angels, Yankees, Mariners all have 51.
Yeah.
Angels have won one more game. They have 56. But, I mean, I don't mind what Manassian and Artie Moreno are doing. To me, you got to compete. And to call it, you got 2 more months left of a 6-month season. So basically 1/3 left. It'd be like calling off the game after 6 innings and saying, we can't come back in the 7th, 8th, and 9th. And they added. They got Giolito from the White Sox. So we'll see where it all plays out. But he wants to be in the postseason, and we'll see if he can get there. But it's just fascinating how different teams prescribe to your theory. And I think that's more the media playing the Billy Bean game where you're trying to win trades. And, it's not just your 26-man roster or your 40-man. You got a whole minor league system that obviously, is so important in deals and, future. Look with the Giants. It's just if the Giants don't do anything in the next 2 hours, 48 minutes, and 8 seconds, John, and they're going to compete. It's never happened to have this much youth. I mean, Tyro was here last year. He comes back, young guy. But right now, it's Bailey, it's Schmidt, it's Luciano, it's Matos, it's Sable, it's Ryan Walker. What other rookies am I forgetting here? It goes on and on and on. There hasn't been a team this good, a playoff team, that has this many rookies and at critical spots, catcher, second base, shortstop, center field. Are they going to, as we progress down the stretch the next couple of months and they're in the lineup every single day, are they going to acclimate, settle in, and play better? Or if you do make October, are they going to have the bright lights of young guys? I mean, Bailey's been fine. I think Matos is fine. But, you get into a postseason scenario, you're going to run out there with half your lineup as rookies?
That's not good. I mean, history will tell you that. And look, I like these guys in the future. I'm not down on any of them. But that's where I think you need a veteran. But, I thought Estes brought up a great idea or a great thought, is that there's pitching out there to be had if you want to do that. And they need it because they're short. I mean, going 3 straight games with an opener is not ideal. But the bats really aren't there. I mean, again, we mentioned Hernandez. DeYoung's already gone. I mean, you'd have to overpay to get a bat. They need one after what they did in July. And I would say if they have a similar offensive July or August that they had in July with this schedule that they have, and it's hell, they're not going to be a playoff team. August is really tough. So they've got to get their bats going right away. Will it be enough that Crawford and Estrada and Haniger and some of these guys and add, even though I'm not really excited about it, add what they did at the deadline so far? And will that be enough?
You've been down on this team all offseason.
I don't love the. No, I'm
season,
good. I don't love this move.
Right now, they're a playoff team. Did you think that was going to be the case?
No, I didn't. But
right now they're a playoff.
The offense is atrocious, and I just don't think Pollock is going to be the answer.
They haven't been until they got into this funk. I think the dog days, that trip coming out of the All-Star break, really tired this team. And then losing Estrada going into the break in New York But it's better than what happened last year coming out of what kind of. Remember they came out of the All-Star break last year where they lose their first 7 games, got swept at Dodger Stadium in 4, were pretty much buried. But right now, I mean, they won 5, lost 6. They're back. Actually, they're playing well. They beat the A's twice. They beat Boston 2 out of 3. We'll see what they do the rest of the Arizona series. Then they're off on Friday before they go back to Oakland. So despite it all, they're still the number 1 wild card team.
They were 12-13 in July, and they scored 83 runs. They're the worst batting average OPS
overall,
ever.
John, and they're number 1.
No, I know. I think they need to make a move. I think they need to make a move.
They're trying. We'll see.
All right, give us your thoughts. Text line is wide open. We're on YouTube and Twitch as well. You can hit us up there, and we'll check those out as well. Let's take a quick flip. I have camp numbers. That's right. I have camp numbers, and I think I checked all of our guys, and I think they're pretty consistent. Plus, Brock Purdy was on this morning with Murph and Mac. We'll let you hear a little of that coming up next. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
NFL Network reporter Omar Ruiz, who was at 49ers camp on Sunday, he joined Tolbert and Copes to discuss how the 49ers quarterbacks have looked in training camp. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Keep updated on the trade market. Nothing from the Giants today. A.J. Pollock yesterday for the Mariners. So we'll get back to it, and if anything breaks, we'll let you know. Justin Verlander went back to the Astros, if you didn't know, from the Mets. That's the biggest move today. But camp, I got a couple of cuts from you from this morning with Murph and Mac. But real quick, our favorite thing in the world, camp numbers. Our good friend David Lombardi has Purdy at 8 for 10 and a dropped interception. Lance at 4 of 6, Darnold 2 of 6, Allen 4 of 4. Lombardi opines Brock Purdy's crispest performance of the camp so far. He made the biggest throws of the day, including a beautiful end zone corner to Juwan Jennings. As usual, Purdy was the only quarterback to work versus the first-team defense.
Love David. Brock was perfect on intermediate routes today, especially in the red zone. Looks comfortable. One blemish was McCrary Ball. Marcelino, the linebacker, dropped INT that came after a nice escape on a scramble drill. Trey Lance missed 2 more short throws, remains his glaring weakness, and he was accurate yesterday. So I love reading the numbers, but they are just numbers. They don't take into account the play by the offensive player to go get the ball or drops. And Guy Haberman is here.
He is?
I'm going to let Guy in the studio.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because he actually watched practice.
Yeah,
today.
Plus we'll put him in front of a camera. Are you going to be jealous of his hair? He has tremendous hair.
No.
I mean, outstanding hair.
I know he
Get
does.
him on camera.
I know he does. Your hair is looking great today. Hold on. Give me a minute.
Okay.
Haberman!
He'll be back in a minute. All right. What did you want me to read in the meantime? Pop and Lunch, sponsored by good friends at Redwood Credit Union. Starting to cash back in your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. No monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back. Travel and more. Get started, redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by NCUA. Our good friend Guy Haberman, the Haberman and Middlecoff podcast. He's a tremendous play-by-play voice that you see during the Pac-12 games. And a Guy will join us momentarily, and he was out at practice. And if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, you're in for a treat, because if we can I don't know if we can get him on camera, but we do have the 2 cameras there at our Tasman 49ers KNBR studios, and he has tremendous hair. I work with Papa every day, so I'm not going to say it's better than Papa's hair, but it is outstanding.
Oh
my God, look at it. Look at it. It's out. I mean, he's been outside, too.
Forget the hair.
Oh, it's outstanding.
So Guy was walking into practice yesterday, and he couldn't join us yesterday, so I invited him on today. When you go into practice, show the audience watching on the stream the spotting board. He actually has, like he's doing the game.
Ooh, look at that.
Look at that. That is a pro.
Yeah, that is a pro.
Were you calling play-by-play of training camp, Guy?
Yeah.
You got to turn your mic on, my friend. He's a pro, but a little white button there.
Come on, dude.
It says on right
the
there.
Hell,
there
bro?
I
have to turn my own mic on.
See, Middlecoff does that for you. I know. And by the way, don't swear.
Really good to see you. You can swear all you want.
No, don't swear.
Hair is elite, by the way. Hair is elite.
Kyle Juszczyk dropping F-bombs.
Hair is elite. I see what you did there. You wore a hat so you wouldn't have to compete with Haberman's hair today. I mean, it's absolutely elite.
Early in the morning, I don't have to.
Okay.
Oh, I can have a hair off with Haberman.
Yeah, you and Tim. And
we just saw the camp numbers.
Yeah, what'd you get?
What did you see? What was it, John? 8 for 10.
8 for 10 is what.
8 for 10 for Brock.
Dropped INT according to Lombardi.
Can you actually keep your own numbers during training camp?
I keep numbers. So many guys keep the completions and incompletions. I more so grade the throws than I do count them as completions or incompletions, right? Like some good throws.
I like that better.
Some
Yeah,
incompletions
good
are
play,
on
bad
target.
play. That's the way it is.
So
I like that, right?
So today, normally I do it throws above replacement.
Ooh, yeah, I like that.
And then price of
What is
admission
that?
throw.
Tar?
Tar.
It's kind of like a baseball
It's
term.
not war, it's tar.
Exactly.
Which is like par in golf. You're going tar.
Actually, you're getting ahead of me there.
All right.
And I do price of admission throws, like the throws that you have to make just to be Kyle's quarterback price of admission. The problem I found through the first several days is that throws above replacement are not really, Kyle's not looking for those, right?
Yeah.
So I changed the method today, and I scored it like golf. Pars, bogeys,
Okay. Who's our leader going into the clubhouse?
Purdy today was 2 under par.
He was 2 under.
So, he had a couple birdies. He had a bogey. And he had a bunch of
Birdie's
pars.
an exceptional.
The bogey was a dropped interception. Was the bogey the dropped INT?
Bogey was a dropped INT on a throw. What happened on that throw, Lund, is he is rolled flush right, wants to make a play. He's rolling right. McCaffrey is running across the field the other direction. So throws across his body, across
Roll
the
right,
field.
throw back left.
Correct. And shallow. So he didn't really have any space to throw it.
Right.
And McCrary ball was there. Should have picked it off.
Right.
So that's a bogey. Trey was 1 over. He had a bogey early to Kittle that could have been a double bogey. It was in the flat, all alone, designed, looked like the first read, play action rollout, just airmailed it uncatchable. So I gave him a bogey. He had another bogey, but he had some pars. He had a par touchdown to Coletto. Right, these are the throws that just you're supposed to make.
When are you getting to my guy Sam Darnold? Did he
was
practice
two
today?
over today.
2 over?
Yeah, his numbers, he was 2 of 6 according to Lombardi.
So, see, I didn't know the
2 of
numbers.
6.
I'm glad to hear that
it wasn't
the numbers
good.
add up.
2 of 6 here.
He had what
Really
should have
got.
been a red zone interception, bogey. Hit Debo on a wide. Debo's wide open, hits him. That's a par, right? Didn't take an exceptional throw, but it was a good throw, good NFL throw.
Okay.
Hit 86. Your guy Daz Newsome in the flat. Par.
I told you about him.
No, you didn't. I just knew you'd like him.
I love that guy. He is
North
so
Carolina
small.
guy.
He was the best guy
Brandon
in the practice
Allen,
squad
3
last
under
year.
today.
Yeah,
He was
5 of 5.
4 for
It
4.
says 5 of 5 here.
4 for 4.
Yeah,
He was
Brian
3
Harmon.
under. He was?
3. I had him 3 under par today. Birdie throw to Ayuk. Really nice throw to the sideline. Birdie throw on a sack. So,
Yeah, that's not his fault. What have got now? But he took the sack.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But he was
I'm impressed.
and I gave him like a par. Like he had one throw, catchable ball. Debo had to kind of go down to make the play.
Right.
So it's a par, but like he had to scramble. Right. He had to get up and down.
Okay. So you've been here almost every day?
Every day but Sunday.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was here.
And that's when
Sunday.
we were there.
And but I've
unfortunate.
watched the tape back on them all.
Oh.
By the way, the one you were asking me about Darnold down the sideline.
Yeah, Hufanga broke it
Talanoa
up.
made a great play
He
on
did,
that.
yeah.
I think he tried to look him off with his eyes, watching it back on tape. It was just an exceptional play by Hufanga coming across the field.
Gibson said he's no one else like him.
It's a Troy Polamalu play, Ed Reed play, Ronnie play. So big picture, since you're here almost every day, and the day you weren't here, John and I had our own eyeballs on it. Darnold was really good. Trey missed some throws. Brock didn't take part. Allen was solid. Right now, Brock clearly is number one, right? He's your starter, without a debate, right?
Yeah, we're not using practice to
No, but I think
determine that. He's
so.
the
How
starter.
would you determine between Sam and Trey as the backup quarterback?
Well, I wish it was simple. I mean,
It's not just par, bogey, birdie.
I don't think it's quite that simple,
No, I know.
right?
No, of course not. But what you've seen, what do you think?
Yeah, what I've seen. Well, I came out of OTAs thinking Sam was no better than Trey. First of all, that was my just my overarching
Right.
OTAs. Not that-
OTAs, he had a little bit of a hard time with the system.
yeah,
He ran it with the Jets as a rookie, but he hasn't been in it a number of years.
coming into today, I thought he was more consistent. He just has had less bad misses. Darnold has had less bad misses. I think the thing you really see with him and Trey, when you stack up all 4 of them, 2 of them just have superior arms, Trey and Darnold. And it shows. It shows on throws over the middle. This team, every practice that goes by is another practice that I think, how are they going to get the ball to Danny Gray? Like they do not hit go balls to anybody. But Danny's the only one that really kind of gets open. Ray gets open.
This is also a hard defense to go ball on.
Well, it turns into a lot of 50-50 balls.
Right.
Ayuk's not, Debo does not separate on that play. Jennings doesn't really separate on that play. My point is that there is a place for a guy that can run it. This is separate from what you asked me. So, but yeah, I think Sam has looked more consistent because if we go back to kind of the golf analogy, does Kyle want more pars? Does he want more birdies? Does he hate bogeys?
He hates bogeys.
And he's not really looking for the birdies, right? He just wants you to birdie par fives. He's not looking you to don't do anything beyond what is asked on this particular play. In other words,
touchdowns are wanted over just first downs.
Yeah,
you want
sure.
splash
But I'm just
plays,
saying,
too.
like, if you're going to make the bad plays, you've got to make the extra good plays to make up for it.
Right.
And I don't think anybody's really done that. But Trey has had most consistently the short area misses, you know. Now, we're talking when I say most consistently,
it's the short game. If we're talking golf, he's just missing. He's three-putting.
It's the gimmies. I mean, it's the ones he's got to hit.
Today he threw a bad deep ball in one-on-ones where he had a receiver and just kind of wobbled it to Debo, badly underthrew him. But he's actually has not really done a lot of that. I don't know if you felt that way, Pop, but he's thrown a lot more spirals, I thought, so far in this camp that he has in previous years. I think the stuff with his mechanics has worked.
There were two main throws that bothered me on Sunday. When they were just doing low red zone, it wasn't even 11 on 11, and he missed a corner route going to his left where he just airmailed the ball right into the sideline. It's uncatchable. And then the signature play, the stretch left, keep right, he had Debo middle of the end zone going to his right. A throw that Darnold made later, and he missed him where it's just completely uncatchable. So some of that. But he had a good day yesterday. So when Mike Silver and I went out with after practice on Sunday, Mike and I went out and had a beer. And he told me he was going to write this column that he wrote today. And I'm like, seriously? You've been around this league a long time. I don't know if you've seen it, John and Guy.
Yeah, I read it.
But basically, he loves Brandon Allen because he's given him all these 14 reps. And if Brandon Allen, if he trusts him more, then they got to move on from Trey, whether it's cut or trade. How do you assess it? What have you seen from Brandon Allen versus Trey Lance?
Today was good. It was the first time he was better, I thought. I thought he's missed a lot of the par throws, you know, kind of those just plus throws over the middle, missed Jennings over the middle the other day, too high. So I think Trey's been ahead of Brandon Allen. And I think if you're making the decision that Mike Silver's talking about, you're doing it for other reasons beyond just who's been better in training camp so far. But I've not seen anything to this point in camp that suggests Brandon Allen should be on the team instead of Trey Lance. But I also understand that's not only what Mike was writing, right? Mike was writing about something else, potentially bigger picture, about money,
right,
all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I've not seen Brandon Allen ahead of Trey Lance. That's not how I have it scored to this point. And also, like, how old is Brandon Allen? 30?
30.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, I mean, he's been in the league. So for all the unknowns, I think part of the attraction to Darnold is the unknown, right? If you're Kyle, what happens when I work with him? He's worked with Trey for 2 years. We haven't got to see a lot of it, but he's worked with him for 2 years. So, you know, I remember before they traded for Jimmy, John and I interviewed John Lynch, or maybe it was right after they traded. And he was talking about, that was, you know, it was with Halloween. They had already started watching quarterbacks for that draft. Not based on anything John Lynch said, I think they would have drafted Darnold over Josh Allen that year had they been up that high, right?
Even if he did go high, he went 3 and Allen went 6.
I'm just saying, like, even if you'd gone winless, you would have had to win a coin toss with the Browns because they were winless for the first pick.
Right, and took Baker.
So, you know, I think there is an appetite to work. Clearly, there's an appetite to work with this guy. There's a history. Even John Lynch kind of, if you listen to what he said yesterday morning, he made a comment about, you know, draft eval, all that kind of stuff. So I get why Darnold's here, and I get why they like Darnold. But Brandon Allen versus Trey Lance, I don't see it at this point. I'm not saying it's not going to happen.
Enough quarterback talk. Jake Moody nailed a 60-yard field goal today?
Moody, good from 33, 38, 40, 48, 53, 58, missed from 43 hook.
He made a 60-yarder,
60? Okay, I had
missed a 43.
Yeah, missed a pull. His misses are pulls.
Sean, what are you on, the Robbie Gold payroll or something? What was that?
What if that was a playoff game? Missed a 43.
You are ridiculous.
99th pick.
Michael Lorenzen, by the way, going to the Phillies in baseball.
Verlander to the Astros?
Yeah, that's done.
Man. Anything else? Anything else happened today of note?
Taco. It's a Taco Tuesday. Taco Tuesday.
That's just a camp.
They got Taco Charlton.
Jalen Moore went down. Is anybody
Taco can heat you up.
Nah, he's a
Anybody say anything about Jalen Moore yet since I walked off the field?
What,
he went down but popped up. He went down. Yeah, they were looking at his knee. He got up, walked off.
He's okay.
Brandon Ayuk just, I mean, I hate to be to say the same thing everyone else is saying, but he's incredible.
He looks good.
Oh, my gosh.
He catches everything. Danny Gray, I got one for you, Pop. And they've done it, actually. They did it today. Yesterday, Danny Gray twice was pretty frustrated when he didn't get the ball deep down the field. They threw him late in practice, like an 8-yard out, just a basic play. Right in front of Juice, Debo, Ayuk, all the first-team offense guys were there. And all those guys started, like, really cheering for him, which is unusual. They're not cheering for anybody.
Like a Bronx cheer because he usually drops it?
No. But I got the sense that, like, they felt like he needed a little encouragement because it feels like I think he practices really hard. He does, it seems like, a lot of things well. And he's kind of in this all-or-nothing mode where he runs a deep route. If he doesn't get the ball, it's frustrating. So they got him the ball several times today. He got open in some one-on-ones on Womack. He's done a good job there.
Change of direction. I saw that last year in camp.
Yeah, he made a couple nice catches over the middle. Brandon Allen hit him over the middle, a nice jumping catch that he had to adjust. So my takeaway 2 days ago coming out was like they just got to throw the ball to Danny Gray, just some intermediate stuff, and just kind of get him going because he does have a skill that nobody else on the team has.
He's 4.33. That's the skill that he has. He's the fastest guy in the roster, certainly in the wide receiver room. They try, and a lot of times in practice, I think he's up, and he's going to run a special in the game. And then the problem is when they brought him in, everybody knows he's fast. And they immediately key to him on that.
Else.
Yeah, use him as a decoy even. Just fake a bubble to him and have somebody else go over the top. I hear you.
How you doing, man? Haven't talked to you in a while.
Oh, God.
You
Your hair
good?
looks good, too, Lund.
Yeah, it's not like you. My God. I'm mesmerized.
What are you on? Aren't you on some stuff?
Yeah, I'm on a lot of stuff. You kidding me?
What are you referring to?
Things are tough nowadays. I got a whole laundry list of stuff. I got that old man thing, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I got all the pills in
It's
there.
working.
Yeah, it's all right. You got to keep it, man. You don't know that yet. Long time for you. You're doing good. So you still got the board here. You still got the middle. I know he will steal that from you, by the way, and take it for his own. Look at he's already got it in his hand. Get it back.
I am so impressed that you do this.
I'll send you one.
Did you do this
I want to know
your camp?
I want to know your system.
I'll
Cut
show
and
it to you.
paste.
You'll laugh at mine.
He looks like he's a mass murderer. His is cut and paste.
Oh, I've seen the cut. Yeah,
You actually have Darrell Luter. You got pronunciations. You got everything. You got Steve.
Well, I'm here to talk about it, not to write about it.
I'm impressed.
So what's going on? You're still with Middlecoff. I know you're doing Sirius XM.
John and I got to go stream here.
How good is Caleb Williams, by the way?
He is very, very excellent.
Is he the next Mahomes?
David Shaw called him the best prospect since Trevor Lawrence. So
I think he's even better than that.
Well, that was like 2 hours
I'm sorry,
ago.
not Trevor Lawrence, Andrew Luck.
Andrew Luck.
Yeah,
I would go. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's the real deal.
I can see that.
Lincoln Riley hasn't had a Heisman winner come back before. He had Baker Mayfield coming off a really good year, and then Baker won the thing.
And Kyler Murray.
And Kyler. But, he's not six. He's
6'3"?
No.
What is he?
6'1"?
Is that all he is?
6'2", maybe.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
But he's got great feel. I think he moves like Mahomes.
And
he's
arm
probably
angles.
more athletic.
And the arm
and
angles,
arm strength and just the whole thing.
He's electric. I like him.
So I would tank. If I were like moderately bad this year, I would.
There's a team in our division doing that.
Yeah.
They're going to replace.
There may be 2 teams. What if the Rams get in?
Are they going to be that bad?
I don't know.
I don't think
we didn't think they were going to be that bad last year.
But I mean, if they're healthy, they're not going to be that bad.
But they weren't healthy last
year. I think they have one defender coming back. Literally.
They have 40 rookies.
Yeah. Something crazy.
Yeah, but that one defender's as good as
so that's what I'm saying. They're going to play one defender. That's all. Aaron Donald. That'll be it. All right, man. Haberman and Middlecoff. Make sure you check that out. Are you on every morning on Pac-12? What, 373? Right? A lot.
Generally, not this time of year, but we got to. There's some Pac-12 news we got to keep an eye on.
All right, man.
Got to make sure.
Yeah, no kidding. There's a conference.
Yeah. Man, when am I seeing you down here?
I was down Sunday,
here
man.
all last week.
Yeah, I was down there last week.
The trade deadline has them hijacked.
How about a weekday?
Okay, I'll come down.
Saturday?
You tell me when you're coming, and I'll get down there.
You're not coming Saturday?
I don't know. We'll see.
Right, I'll do par, bogey, birdie.
Yeah, you score for me.
So every day you miss practice, I'm here for you.
Okay,
I got you.
I like
we got a whole new system now. To hell with these guys, right?
Let's rotate play-by-play guys.
I like the golf comparison.
Love that
grading, much better.
Throws above replacement. Good to see you.
Good to see you, man. Good to see you.
Do I hit the red button?
Yeah,
whatever you want.
To turn it off. And there he's gone.
Look at that.
He's gone. Now we can.
He looks good, man. Looks good. I was at. In fact, I wish he wasn't gone, but if His
He
wedding.
can still hear you.
His wedding was in Fresno. It was like 125 out.
You got married in Fresno.
I think I was in. I think it was in a
125?
black. I think it was in a black suit too. That was brilliant on my part.
I must have lost my
It
invitation.
was 83 degrees. No, you got the invitation. I don't know
Oh,
what
you
you do
kidding me?
with it.
I'm very busy.
When was that?
Very busy.
When did you get married?
It's been a while.
2015.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Oh, wow. Did I even know you then?
Yeah.
I don't even know.
Very busy. I was only 83. I guess I must have been in the sun.
I'll go to the next one.
Wow. That's
like when
not
John
right.
Herrera got married for the 6th time. I said, I can't make this one. I'll be at the next one.
Wow. That's wrong. All right. Anything that is happening, like you said, Michael Lorenzen, the latest, looks like he's going to the Phillies, so we get you caught up on everything. What are the Giants doing? We'll find out next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. It was great to have Guy Haberman on. In another life, his show preceded our show.
Is that right?
Yeah.
What time? We were on noon to 3 then.
Yeah.
Or were they on
his
9
show was
to
on
noon?
10 to noon.
10 to noon? Just
Yeah.
2 hours?
Yeah, 10 to noon.
He's a good guy, and he's into it.
best.
And he tracks every throw and watches every practice, and he doesn't even do play-by-play here. That's diligence.
Very good.
Incredible. Good guy.
Isaiah Oliver, this is his first 49ers camp. And by the way, foreplay at the top of the hour, and we'll give you a little Brock Purdy. Plus, we'll keep you up to date on what's going on. Farhan has still not performed any magic today, so we got until 3 o'clock for that. But this is an interesting quote. Isaiah Oliver is in the slot for the 49ers, says, "There's been plenty of rough stuff over the last 2 days of practice, probably more than I've seen in any of my previous camps." How about that?
Yeah, they definitely get after a little bit. I think it's the defensive tone that is set. I mean, this defense is just swarming, and you got a new coordinator there in Steve Wilks. But we saw it last year. Remember, Fred Warner and Brandon Ayuk got into it. Yesterday it was Demetrius Flanagan fouls, and then Jawan Jennings came back the other way, and then today Dre apparently knocked McCaffrey down. But he's only been in one other team. He was a second-round pick of Atlanta in 2018. He's been there throughout his career, so. He's just going to it. That's why, the 49ers are one of the best defenses in football, extremely aggressive. And that comes from, Johnny Holland, the linebacker coach, and obviously Kasarik, and people have said he's mellowed a little bit. I don't see it. And then you got Darryl Tapp. I mean, the defense, they're just so aggressive. And then Daniel Bullocks has now taken over a DB coach, not just the safeties. And then you got the coordinator, Steve Wilks, who runs basically the secondary and the entire defense. So, I think it's certainly been heightened since they put pads on. They didn't have pads on, the first, 4 days of practice, 3 last week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, off Saturday, and Sunday when you and I were both out, and then they were padded up the next 2. So the thing that's good is they're off tomorrow. Kyle, the league CBA rule is you can work 4 days in a row but not a 5th. Kyle doesn't even do that. They go 3 days in a row and then off the 4th. So they'll be off tomorrow. They'll have a walkthrough tonight. And then off tomorrow, then come back and do it on Thursday. And then, when do you put them back in pads? But they get after it a little bit when they're in pads, certainly the last couple of days.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I was watching some video. Your guy Jake Moody hit a 60-yarder that went over the fence. He kicked it over the fence.
He hits them so high, I can't tell if they're over the uprights or not.
That's crazy.
He hits them so high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Missed a 43-yarder. But he hit all the other ones. He's doing very well. I'm just kidding. He's doing very well. So... as is Zane Gonzalez. So
he's got
maybe
a strong
they could trade
leg.
something.
There's no doubt. I think it'd be interesting to see how they're going to do it in the preseason games. Does Jake take them all? Does Zane mix in as well? I mean, how do you handle the placements during the preseason, even kickoffs and field goals and extra points? I mean, one thing Jake's got to acclimate to was the longer extra point in the NFL. He did not miss a single extra point in college in Michigan, but the extra points in college, the angle are so off with the wider hash marks. It's such a different kick than it is in the NFL.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. All right, we'll come back. We'll give you the foreplay, including a couple of cuts this morning. Murph and Matt were down at training camp, and they talked to Brock Purdy, Fred Warner, Talanoga Hufanga, but we'll play a couple from Brock Purdy on his rehab process, both mentally and physically. You do not want to miss that. Plus the latest from the Major League Baseball trade deadline, the latest. Michael Lorenzen goes from the Tigers to the Phillies, somebody that maybe the Giants had interest in as they're looking at starting pitching. Justin Verlander has gone back to the Astros today, so we'll keep you up to date again, 3 o'clock. So just a couple hours and some change to the Major League Baseball trade deadline. And I was reminded by Walter a couple years ago when they did get Chris Bryant, that was a last-minute deal.
Yes, it was.
So just so you know. So we'll
he hit a home run. Was it his first at-bat? I think his second at-bat of his first game.
I was at that game.
Yeah, I think you were.
Yeah, I was down the third base line. And in fact, I was talking to Ron Wotus because he had 23 and had to change to Hunter Pence's 8 when Bryant came over.
That's Felipe Alou's number.
Yeah, so there you go. Pop and Lunch, sponsored by our good friends at Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back in your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and much more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by NCUA. Your foreplay, including a couple from Brock Purdy this morning with Murph and Mac, next on the Sports Leader.
single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcast. We are the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Foreplay at the top of the hour in about 5 minutes. You don't want to miss it. Brock Purdy was on with Murph and Mac this morning. Talks about the mental process of his recovery. Talks about how his arm is feeling right now. Farhan talking about the trade deadline, and Gabe Kapler on bringing in A.J. Pollock, which they did yesterday from the Mariners, former Dodger. And Gabe and Farhan know him from there. A couple of things. John Morosi with the latest. Eduardo Rodriguez of the Tigers, Jack Flaherty. According to Morosi, have strong markets, he says. Dodgers, Braves, Reds, Orioles, Marlins, D-backs looking at rotation upgrades. He does not mention the Giants there as well. And the Phillies, after getting Michael Lorenzen, says they're in play for an outfielder. They're talking about Tommy Pham. Tommy Pham, who won't come to the Giants, apparently.
All because of Jack Peterson? Seriously? It's in fantasy football?
And we had Brian Kenny on, and Kenny said Pham would be great.
Yeah, then you kind of raise your eyebrows, and
we'll see.
That.
So
just
that is the
draft
latest.
McCaffrey in fantasy football. They'll fight over him.
Well, and the one thing, too, just because you're not hearing anything on the Giants, don't despair. Now, maybe they don't do anything, but a couple of weeks ago we had Jim Bowden on, and he has notes on everybody, and he went through a bunch of different stuff and listened to a bunch of different teams, and I said, well, what about the Giants? And he said, they are notoriously tight-lipped. So just because you're not hearing their name bandied about doesn't necessarily mean they're not in on things. They're quiet.
2 hours and 3 minutes, 35 seconds. I think it's going to be quiet. I'm not sure they're going to do. I do. I don't think they're going to do. I think he was, when Scott Harris was here, he had a good relationship with Scott. I'm not sure how close he is with Pete Patel or if he even talks to Farhan. He was laying stuff out earlier, the need for a shortstop. But Crawford came back, and then you got Estrada there as well. And, right now you've got Schmidt, Luciano, and Estrada. When Estrada does come back, and he may come back to the lineup, I think he's going to want a minor league rehab assignment for a few days. He may go right into the lineup on Saturday. Who's going down? Are they going to send, probably Schmidt would go down, right?
I would think.
Because you'll play Luciano every day at short, although Schmidt's better defensively. Luciano's been fine defensively at short, better than they thought. He had some accuracy issues, but he's been smooth. Made a nice play at the backhand side against the Red Sox over the weekend, but Schmidt's better defensively. And
but they need sticks.
Luciano would give you hitting, though.
Yeah,
you need both.
They need some sticks.
I mean, if you're going to be built on pitching and defense, you got to have the defense. So it all goes hand in hand.
Yeah,
so
but they were so atrocious offensively in July, and as tough as this stretch is going to get in August, they got to get some hits.
But before that, John, they were pretty good offensively. They haven't hit home runs, but going into the All-Star break, they were pretty much middle of the road, everything offensively. They just have been, I think they're a tired team, so we'll see what they do. But 49er practice obviously over. They are streaming out. Fans are out. The faithful are out. Marco, Eric, Diana told me she loves me, John.
Oh,
her husband gave me a look.
Did you actually? Oh, really?
Yeah.
So he was right there?
He was right there. I said, take care of Diana. So they're streaming out. They're streaming out.
There to Diana. Yeah. It's, was that a little awkward? Like, she's like, I love you. And he's standing right there.
No, it's the first time ever you get a woman saying that. Usually it's my husband loves you.
Oh, yeah, I know. I get a lot of that, too.
Never get the girl.
Yeah. I told my wife that when we first got together. She goes, do you have, like, groupies? And I go, we don't have groupies. I said, we have guys who like to talk sports, and they'll always say stuff. But I said, never fear. It's never women.
No.
Never.
Although
you're a little different. The ladies will flock to you, too. But
couldn't get a scouting report on practice. One guy with a McCaffrey jersey. I said, what happened with Greenlaw and McCaffrey? Wasn't watching.
What do you mean? What were you doing?
I don't know. It's people are busy there.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
That's
true.
A lot going on.
Yeah, that's true. I remember going last year, and it was so funny. You'd look in the stands in that backfield where Jimmy was throwing. No one was looking at the field. Everyone was looking at Jimmy.
That's true. That's true.
Everybody was turned around looking at Jimmy like, no, it's over there. It's like, no, we're going to watch
And
Jimmy.
he would go out right in the middle of practice and throw.
So
it was
funny.
Insane. We thought it was going to be Brock Purdy would be on that side field.
Yeah, I know.
He got cleared right away.
That's crazy.
No pup list for Brock.
It's funny you say that because that's what I thought was going to happen is he was going to be in that backfield and everyone was going to be staring at him. But anyway, so it went. My friend Ryan was at practice today, so yeah, he was like, "You going to be down there?" I'm like, "Yeah."
Where have you been all week? You were here last week, and now you've stayed away.
Yeah, I'll be down there.
Taylor Swift and the Swiftie scared you off, and this trade deadline.
Yeah, I got a trade deadline. I'm obsessed with trade deadline.
Well, they're off tomorrow from practice, so I may come to see you in the city tomorrow. We'll see.
So we'll keep you up to date on anything that is happening. Again, it is 1 o'clock, so it's Pop and Lund on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. 2 hours, just under 2 hours with the trade deadline. Let's get you everything. A couple are from Brock Purdy, one from Farhan, one from Gabe Kapler. It's time for your foreplay.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Real quick, John Morosi, Joey Bart has been mentioned in the Giants trade talks. That's all he says.
Yeah.
Said he could be moved in the next 2 hours.
That's what we've been talking about. We mentioned that to Susan, where they trade Joey Bart and now they get Ramos. Sure. What could you get back for Joey Bart? More than you're going to say.
Chick-fil-A? Chick-fil-A?
You are harsh.
I like Joey Bart. It's just,
Would Scott Harris take Joey Bart?
Yeah, the Tigers need about everything.
No, actually, he wasn't here. That was Bobby Evans drafted.
Yeah, that
Joey
was. That's back in the day, right?
Yeah, that was before Farhan. Yeah.
Remember when he came up? I mean, that was as big a buzz as Brock or anything. That time they brought him like, oh, Joey Bart.
Well, he came up during the pandemic. Yeah. Were the cutouts all excited about
it? Just fans. You can still watch even though you weren't going.
He had a hit streak right away.
Yeah.
Didn't he have like double?
Something like that.
It took him a while to get a big league home run. I know that.
Yeah. Anyway, did you ever get your cutout back? I never got mine.
Nope.
Tolbert's was in here.
I had 2 of them.
And Copeland.
I sent one for TV. I sent one with the radio. Apparently, the radio one they put us side by side.
Oh, they did?
Did you ever even see that?
Yeah, I did. I
never even saw it.
Yeah, they had us. I think it was down the right field line or something like that.
We needed it down the left field line where Dick was taking aim.
By the way,
remember Alex Dickerson was trying to take out the cutouts?
That was funny. I saw a Dickerson jersey the other day at a Giants game. I was like, wow, you bought that one quick.
He's in the minor league somewhere, isn't he? Is he like in Staten Island, the Staten Island Yankees?
If he can stay healthy, he can swing it.
He could hit.
Couldn't stay healthy, that guy. All right, Brock Purdy was on with Murph and Mac this morning. They were down at training camp. They had, if you missed any of these, they're at KNBR.com. They had Brock Purdy, they had Talanoa Hufanga, and they had Fred Warner. We will be down there Friday and Monday with a great guest list. Rumor has it that we could have some CMC. So
Dynamite.
We shall see. But here's Brock Purdy. First of all, talking about the mental process of his injury recovery.
I mean, it's part of the game. Things like that happen. It's not always going to be perfect. And obviously we had our sights and everything set on the Super Bowl, and then boom, one play, it happens. And so for myself, it's like, man, I really do believe and I have faith in God that, everything happens for a reason and he works in all things. So for me, it's like, how can I find joy with this? Talking to people, having more time with my family in the off season. So I took a lot of little things away like that. But also remember that, man, it's going to work out how it needs to. I'm going to do everything I can right now today to obviously get my arm better, and just, have some joy of what the future holds. Not just, hey, man, this thing happened, I'm going to stay in the past and dwell on it. For me, it happened and you got to move on. So I'm honestly excited, and the rehab process, it helps you, it makes you grow, man. There's some dog days where you wake up and you're like, dude, I can't move my arm right now, I got to extend it. And I was thankful for the little victories, man, being able to touch my shoulder and all those kinds of things. So it's a grind, man. You got to look back on it and sort of be thankful for when you get through it and be like, man, I made it through that, and it makes you tougher, it makes you stronger mentally, physically, spiritually, everything.
What a wonderfully mature answer, which I would have been saying the whole time, woes me and why me, but not him.
No, he needs to play with joy. He needs to be a warrior. I mean, it's unbelievable. And talking to Ben Peterson and Dustin Little, the performance staff, they were talking about what a special guy he is and how the whole thing, the injury, the severity, and they flew down, to Arizona and they oversaw it all. And we had his dad, Sean Purdy, on last week, and the hiring of Dr. Meister and the rehab guy, Coker, that actually put it all together. But really, it's Brock, and he's just a special guy. The one thing is, what's the silver lining? He's looking at joy and everything. It's just you learn a lot about a guy in adversity, what he really is about. He's the perfect kind of guy you want to lead the quarterback position here. He's He's unflappable. Whatever is going to come his way, in game, out of game, major injury, rehab from an injury. And let me tell you, I was watching him and getting some of the GPS measurable wearings. I think he is throwing the ball harder. Whatever that internal brace they put in that elbow, John, and that's not coming out. That's something he's going to live the rest of his life with. Whatever that is, and whatever it's made of, I don't know what's in there, but there is a thought that he is, and they're able to track it, that he is throwing the football with more velocity. And hell, if he would have thrown the football like that coming out of Iowa State, he wouldn't have gone number 262. So the whole thing, just learning about him as a man and the way he attacked everything and adversity, and now he may have a little bit more oomph in that arm, maybe the whole thing will be a blessing. Hell with that. They could have beaten Philadelphia. Damn.
Exactly. Heck with that.
Kind of like losing Game 7 to LeBron.
Yeah.
You got Durant, but you would have had a championship.
Here's Brock Purdy with Murph and Mac this morning on how his arm feels a few days into camp.
Yeah, arm still feels great. We did, like 3 weeks ago, we started building up to this, doing 2 days of throwing, a day off, 2 days of throwing. So I've been actually doing this plan for a couple of weeks now, and so it feels, normal, feels fresh when I go out to practice and ready to go.
All right.
That's what I'm talking about. I think there's an opinion around here that he is throwing the ball with more velocity post-surgery than pre-surgery.
Let's go to some baseball things. And again, anything happens, we will keep you up to date. The latest, John Morosi saying that the Giants could possibly trade Joey Bart. What could that get you back? Here's Farhan yesterday from the Giants dugout at Oracle Park talking about bringing in potentially a starter. What's been going on with all the openers? That's 3 games in a row. What's he thinking on the pitching side of things?
Weighing that flexibility and ability to feature our pen against bringing in a starter who we kind of be locked into. I mean, I'm not sure there's a starter, who, we could win, go, I guess, 7-2 in their last 9 starts, which I mean, we were 14-4, with openers. So it's a pretty good formula for us, and we obviously want to make sure we're not overtaxing our pitching staff, and continuing to get buy-in and, the unselfishness that we've had on the position player side with guys coming off the bench and pinch hitting. I think it's really carried over to the pitching group now, and we're seeing a lot of that same selflessness, which has been a huge part of the story for us this season. So, knowing that we have that as a backdrop, we're getting buy-in, we're getting quality, we'll just have to evaluate that of what's left in the market, which, as you pointed out, is pretty thin now.
It's pretty thin as far as hitters. I still think there's some pitchers. I mean, Lorenzen went, but the Tigers still have another one. Jack Flaherty hasn't been moved. Cease, it sounds like it's going to be a ton. But it's one thing that and he said later on in that same interview, look, we're not trying to champion the cause, but you've got 2 starters right now. That's 3 opener games in a row. I think they still need to get a starter.
Well, he kind of said they didn't. I mean, they're 14-4 going into last night. Does Junis count? I mean, Junis is kind of a hybrid. They all are. I don't know. He went 3 innings and pitched well. So they lost. I mean, but they lost because they couldn't score, and they gave it up a little bit later with Alex Wood. So I guess 14-5. And when you listen to that comment, it's a little different. I think his perspective has changed. Remember, coming out of the All-Star break, didn't he tell Tolbert and Copes and the media that he wanted to get more traditional? And it looked like, he had 5 starters, the 2 Alexes, Cobb and Wood, DeSclafani, and obviously Logan Webb, and then Ross Stripling was coming back. And now, he's changing bulk innings or cap is. It's featured guys, and, Stripling's not starting. Will they start Minaya? I don't know. But I'm intrigued about the Joey Bart, and we've been talking about this throughout. He's available. I think he can get you more than you think. We'll find out, John, in the next couple of hours or so, if they would trade Joey Bart, and what could Joey Bart bring you back right now? If you put him and Ramos together in a deal, what could you get back? You're not going to get Rodriguez from the Tigers. Lorenzen's gone to Philadelphia. I mean, you'd have to make a bigger push to get Cease. There's a lot of rumblings that the Dodgers may be in on Dylan Cease here.
Well, again, it's not. You've pointed this out. He makes such little money and he's under club control. He's in his ARB 1 year. He's got 2 more years of arbitration. They could give up prospects. That's what the Dodgers do, and so they could give up prospects. They get Dylan Cease into the rotation, which, by the way, in July, we're talking about the offensive issues for the Giants. Their starters ERA was 6.18 in July. They need a starter. And they don't know if they're going to get Buehler back. May is not going to come back. Kershaw's on the shelf right now. I mean, they got major issues with their starting rotation. And that guy would solve them now and in the future, and they have the prospects to go get him, and it wouldn't hurt their money as far as them going after Shohei. So all of a sudden you get Dylan Cease and maybe Shohei in the offseason. Ugh, that ain't good.
Well, and then just now, if they get Dylan Cease, they got Urias, who, by the way, is going to be a free agent in the offseason, and they have Gonsolin, and they have Kershaw. But the Dustin May injury changes their perspective, obviously. And what is going on with Walker Buehler? Is he going to pitch at all this year?
I haven't heard anything. I mean, they've keep pushing it back, and we're getting up against it. We're in August now. It's August 1st, obviously, so we'll see. Finally, here is Gabe Kapler. Here he is in regards to the Giants getting A.J. Pollock, a guy that he knows.
Just looking at his numbers this year, how much of that has to do with the injury and kind of limited time really on the field?
Probably some. You know, sometimes a guy struggles for 100 at-bats or so. So we've seen that many times over, and we know that doesn't define a hitter, and it certainly doesn't necessarily predict what's coming next. So this is a move that suggests we think there's more in the tank for AJ.
All right, we'll see. I am not a proponent. I understand why they got him. He does mash and has mashed, not this year, but that hitting or that left-handed pitching, which has been a problem for them this year. I just know that he's joining a team that is old and injured, and he's old and injured. So that's not good.
What did the Brewers give up to get Mark Canha? I like A.J. Pollock. I've liked him a long time, but I would have rather have seen them get Canha. Was it simply what the Brewers gave up was more? Giants didn't give up a whole lot to get Matthias and A.J. Pollock. But what did the Brewers have to give up to get Mark Canha?
You know, I saw the list. There were a lot of names. They weren't top prospects. But there was a few of them. There was like 3 guys, but they weren't top prospects.
And they just got Andrew Chafin, the left-hander from the Diamondbacks.
That's a nice pickup. I like him.
Rodriguez and Flaherty, according to John Paul Morosi, Eduardo Rodriguez and Flaherty have strong markets. And it's Dodgers are in on that. You're seeing a list of names, Braves, Diamondbacks. You don't see the Giants rumored at all to be in on either Rodriguez or Flaherty.
You know, the thing is, too, is if they're going to, and we'll talk to Maria Guardado in just a second, who covers the Giants for MLB.com and does a tremendous job. You know, if you can't get a starter, then get some bullpen help because you're taxing your bullpen at a pretty high level, and you don't want to burn them out. I just think they got to do something. So, anyway, we shall see. Let's talk to Maria about it coming up next. That is your foreplay. She'll give us some insight on the latest to what's going around Farhan and the Giants. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, on a Tuesday. MLB trade deadline day. Let's get the latest on the Giants. Again, A.J. Pollock yesterday, nothing today. Maria Guardado, she covers the Giants for MLB.com. Make sure you're following on Twitter. Reading all our great stuff. She joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hi, Maria. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, we're good. First of all, before we get into today and what they might do, give us the rationale, the thought process behind the Giants grabbing A.J. Pollock.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously someone that I think, Farhan Zaidi is pretty familiar with. They both have kind of a Dodgers background. And I think just with the injury to Mike Yastrzemski, who's going to be down for probably, 2 to 3 weeks with a left hamstring strain, it kind of just made sense to kind of bolster that the outfield group, especially since they've really had trouble against lefties, following the injuries to Tyro Estrada, Mitch Haniger. They've been kind of light, on the right-handed power. So they're hoping that A.J. Pollock is someone who could help in that department. He obviously has a pretty long track record of hitting lefties, even though obviously the season with the Mariners hadn't probably gone as he would have liked. They're kind of hoping that he'll be a good change of scenery candidate, especially since he obviously knows a lot of the guys already on the team, like, some of his former Dodger teammates, Jock Peterson, Ross Stripling, Alex Wood, Scott Alexander. So yeah, it seems kind of like they didn't really have to give up much to get him. I mean, it's really a player to be named later or cash. So, yeah, it seems like, someone they can kind of roll the dice on and hope that, the track record will end up showing up and, he'll be able to help them in this short term while Yastrzemski's out.
So, right, we're down to the final moments here. 100 minutes, less than 100 minutes until the trading deadline at 3 o'clock. And you mentioned they didn't have to give up much, to get Matthias and mainly A.J. Pollock. Susan Slusser was on with us yesterday. She is every Monday, Maria, and she said baseball kind of thinks the Giants, and the term she used is overvaluing their prospects. They, at 3 or 4 of them are already in the big leagues now. With the catcher, obviously Schmidt and Luciano and Matos, and Sable's a rookie, but a real 5 guy. Is it simply that the Giants they're not going to make a big trade here, a splashy trade, because they're unwilling to give up their big pieces from the farm that are now actually playing for the San Francisco Giants?
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be kind of the perception. I mean, I think they've obviously waited a really long time for their farm system to kind of get to the point where, they could be churning out kind of what they hope are going to be impact players pretty regularly. And, now that core has kind of started to arrive, with guys like Patrick Bailey and Casey Schmidt, Marco Luciano, Luis Matos, I think they are a little reluctant to kind of, trade away guys who could potentially, be pieces, in San Francisco for years, especially since they probably have to give them up for rentals, guys who will be around for 2 months and then maybe depart via free agency. So, yeah, I think they're trying to kind of, walk that balance between, still prioritizing the present, but also, not, mortgaging their future, for someone who, you're not entirely sure is going to make that impact that you want down the stretch. So it is kind of a tough spot for them to be in, I think. We'll see if they, do kind of pull that trigger in the next 2 hours, but I think they might not. We'll see what happens.
Maria Guardado joins us. She covers the Giants for MLB.com. It is trade deadline day. We are, as Pop said, about 98 minutes away, and they can announce things afterwards as long as they're agreed to before. 3 o'clock. You're around this team every day. So as you look at the rotation, I don't know if there's enough bats out there, but there certainly is some pitching still available. They've basically got 2 starters in Logan Webb and Alex Cobb, and then they're just putting this thing together with all these openers, and they have been successful doing it. They weren't last night, but that was 3 in a row. Do you think, in terms of keeping these guys healthy, not overtaxing the pen, which is something that Farhan mentioned yesterday, do they need to go out and get another starter, or can a guy like Stripling be enough?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, everyone could use another starter, especially, just kind of where they're at, as you mentioned. I mean, it's basically Logan Webb and Alex Cobb. Those are the only 2 guys you can really pencil in every 5th day. Everything else is kind of in flux, although I think they actually haven't generally overtaxed their bullpen. I think that just the fact that they have guys like, Sean Manaea, Ross Stripling, Alex Wood, who can cover multiple innings, I think they, for the most part, have done a pretty good job of kind of spreading out the workload and not overtaxing guys like Camilo Javal, Tyler Rogers, those kind of their higher leverage arms. But yeah, I mean, I think in an ideal world, I think, having more traditional starters is definitely stabilizing for a team. Just the fact that they have now gone 3 consecutive games with an opener is, they did win 2 out of 3 of those games. But yeah, as you mentioned, kind of there is kind of the cascading effect of that workload. Well, I think that wasn't the plan. I think they ended up doing that because Alex Cobb got sick. I think he was originally supposed to go yesterday, but now he's going to go today. But yeah, I mean, I think the problem is that there's kind of low inventory available on the trade market right now. I think we've seen most of the big names be moved. I think, Eduardo Rodriguez and Jack Flaherty might be kind of the best remaining options at this point. And obviously, the asking price is probably going to be high just because there is such demand for starting pitching. So, yeah, I think the Giants could actually get a boost from some of their internal options. Like, Keaton Wynn had that elbow scare, but I think that the news on him was pretty good. So I think that they still think he can come back and potentially contribute to the rotation this year. And then obviously Kyle Harrison is kind of the big one to watch. He's been down with a hamstring injury, but he pitched last night in Arizona, went 2 innings. So he's still someone who could also kind of factor into that mix. So I think that they still feel like they have some internal options who could potentially come up and help fill that void down the stretch.
Or, some of those pieces that are not here could also be used as trade chips. So Dylan Cease is also out there, but apparently the White Sox asking price is so high. But we talked about them not being they just don't want to trade the guys that are here. And I can see that. Certainly Bailey and Schmidt and Matos have arrived here. Luciano, you just don't want to do that. But the guys that are in the minor leagues playing for Sacramento, probably reluctant to trade Kyle Harrison. But J.P. Morosi mentioned Joey Bart. And, Joey's obviously not here. He's playing for Sacramento. He's blocked by both Patrick Bailey and Blake Sable. I think there's still a role for a third catcher. What are your thoughts on, between now and 3 o'clock, possibly, we've been talking about Joey Bart for a long time, Maria, them trading Joey Bart and/or Elliot Ramos, Kyle Harrison's probably a long shot, Wiz and Hunt, just the guys that are in the system that are not yet to San Francisco. Are they viable trade chips, do you think? Yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously, Joey Bart is kind of, ever since they kind of set him down and kind of installed Patrick Bailey as their number 1 catcher, we kind of saw the writing on the wall a little bit that, Joey Bart's future in San Francisco is a little unclear. He's obviously has a really high pedigree, was the number 2 overall pick in 2018, but he hasn't really established himself in the majors, even though the Giants have given him opportunities to do so. So yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they kind of, decided to move him, for some other big league pieces. But, at the same time, I don't think his stock is as high as it was, a few years ago. And, say for Elliot Ramos, he's someone who, also hasn't really established himself in the majors, even though he was a first rounder. And I think he had been swinging the bat better in Sacramento, but, also someone who doesn't have it. But, I think the benefit with Ramos is he's still really young. I mean, he's 23 years old. Still has some exciting tools. I think that, someone could end up taking a gamble on that. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe they will do that, especially since, as you mentioned, I mean, they do have, guys in the minors who might be a little bit blocked right now. So, yeah, I don't know. I could see that happening for sure.
Maria, if they can't come to terms with some sort of a trade to add to the starting rotation, Carson Whisenhunt is out for the year with the elbow. I don't know if he was going to make that big of a jump. Kyle Harrison did go last night at the complex, did a couple innings, did strike out 4. Would Kyle Harrison be an option for this year, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think that, I guess heading into the season, Farhan Zaidi has said that, they could call him up pretty quickly and, things didn't end up working out that way. But I think that they were kind of poised to give him a chance before he went down with that hamstring injury. So I think if he continues to ramp up and everything goes well, I think he's definitely a guy who we could see next 2 months. So yeah, it's for sure.
All right. So as John said, 3 o'clock is the deadline, but you can get a trade in at 2:59. I remember when the deadline was August 31st at midnight, Verlander, when he went to the Astros the first time, proved that trade right up against literally the last second. And then it has to be the paperwork in New York and go through. So we may not get word till well after the 3 o'clock hour. But if you had to gauge it, is the A.J. Pollock acquisition the only trade Farhan's going to make? Are they going to do something in the next 90 minutes or so, Maria?
I think if I had to guess, I would say that they probably get one more bat, another right-handed bat. I'm not super optimistic they'll actually get another starter, but I could see them getting another bat. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I think honestly the biggest trade deadline acquisition could end up being Tyro Estrada, who's starting a rehab assignment with AAA Sacramento tonight. So he's someone who obviously isn't far away from coming back, and I think that they've shown that they really need him. So yeah, I think that's the good news to look out for mostly. But we'll see if they manage to get another big piece in the next 90 minutes or so.
Great stuff, Maria. Appreciate it. Thanks. We'll do it again soon.
All right. See ya.
Thank you, Maria.
There you go, Maria Gordado, who covers the Giants for MLB.com. Like I said, we are about 90 minutes away from the trade deadline. We'll continue to discuss this. Anything new happens, again, the latest, John Morosi saying Joey Bart could be available. So what does that mean? Who would they package him with? What could you get? All those kind of things. That's the latest. We will recap, too, before we get out of here at the top of the hour at 2 o'clock. Who has been moved today? A.J. Pollock, the only Giants news, that from last night. So, again, anything breaks, we'll keep you up to date. In the meantime, of course it can't wait. It is your sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol and alternate Super Bowl broadcast. We'll explain that as part of the caboose and more. This should be fun. Maybe
we'll
we'll
slimed?
watch it. Yeah, maybe we'll watch that thing. Is that going to be who it has been? Because that would be a friend of the show.
Noah?
Yeah,
Nate?
Could be. That'd be fun. All right, we'll do that next as part of the caboose, only here on the Sports Leader.
5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Trade deadline day, so we'll interrupt our caboose if there is anything big. The biggest news today, Justin Verlander goes back to the Houston Astros. So again, anything big, we will let you know. Eduardo Rodriguez, Jack Flaherty, guys like that, a couple of relievers. Not as many bats still available, but we'll keep you updated on anything that moves. Meanwhile, we told you we did enjoy this when it first came out. I don't know that I watched it last year, but Noah Eagle, our good friend, and Nate Burleson, they do a great job. Well, the Super Bowl now, not just a playoff game, the Super Bowl, we'll see its first alternative broadcast this season. Nickelodeon's going to carry the game, and they're going to do the same thing that they normally do if you've ever watched a game there. And they are targeting kids. They're going to slime and do all that kind of stuff. So Nickelodeon will carry the Super Bowl.
Now, does CBS have the game?
They must. It must be CBS's year.
Who had the Super Bowl last year?
Fox. Because remember, it was,
it was
Greg
Kevin
Olsen
Burkhardt and Greg Olsen. Yeah. I just watched that game back. So I got Nate Burleson will have a busy day because he'll be doing the pregame. I'm sure he's terrific. So they did do. What was the first one they did? I think it was a playoff game.
It was Bears Saints in 21,
and it was the first football game Noah Eagle ever
too.
did.
I couldn't believe it.
We had him on right after. I'm like, seriously, that's your first game?
It's amazing.
I mean, that's Ian Eagle's boy, so he's kind of born to do it. And then he wound up filling in on a 49er game. Who was the play-by-play guy that was doing Padres-Dodgers for Fox? Adam Amin.
Oh, yeah.
He missed, and we got the word that Noah's coming in. And I think it was the Falcon game or maybe the Carolina game. And the 49ers were on the East Coast back-to-back weeks. And then Noah's doing a full schedule of college football this year. Didn't NBC hire Noah Eagle? So I'm not sure they're going to be able to. He's not going to be able to work
you might be right about that.
for NBC and CBS. I think he's doing college football for NBC.
Yeah.
So that job will be open. How about putting Ian Eagle?
Well,
he can do it, even though he's in my demographic more.
Because you'd be yelling touchdown, they'd be sliming all over the place.
He could do it, though.
Amazing.
You know, their dad was a stand-up comedian.
Really?
The Eagles, their father. So that's where they get all the comedy elements. So you're not going to watch that during the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
When it's 49ers against the Buffalo Bills in the Super Bowl, John, you're not going to get slimed.
No. Yeah, that's true.
But you will get slimed the night before in Vegas. We know that.
I guess that's what we'll call it. I can't wait. I can't already wait.
I'm going to Las Vegas a week from today. We're going.
Yeah, I'm thinking about going because I've got some friends that are possibly.
Oh, you texted me about tickets, right?
Yeah, I had my sister actually and her kid, her whatever. It's a long story, but they like the Raiders. And when she first texted me, she goes, "Yeah, we can fly into Oakland." I go, "The Raiders are in Las Vegas."
She loves the Raiders a lot. We'll fly into Los Angeles.
She goes, "Yeah, we'll fly into Oakland. It'll be great."
I go,
"Yeah."
They love the Raiders so much they're coming to Oakland.
No, my sister just kind of forgot, but it's her daughter that's a big Raiders fan, and so she goes, "Yeah, we want to come in. It's kind of a
preseason game."
Yeah, she's like, "It's our last hurrah before the summer ends." And what do you think? And I go, "Well, I think first of all they're in Las Vegas." So that's how that conversation started.
Where are they coming in from?
Idaho.
Wouldn't they rather go to Vegas than Oakland? We love you, East Bay.
Of course.
We love you, Bay, but they'd rather go to Vegas.
Yeah, that's what I told her. I'm like, it'll be 109,000 degrees out, but other than that, you stay inside, you'll be fine. No big deal. And then you just go to the stadium's right there, so it's easy. So anyway, a couple other things. This is interesting. Now, this happens all the time. I just sent you a picture of this. Look on your phone. Because Taco Bell was sued.
I just saw this. A breakfast sandwich?
Yeah, it's one's a Crunch Wrap. And one, what's the other one? Grande Crunch Wrap, and one is the Crunch Wrap Supreme.
Breakfast sandwiches?
No, they're regular sandwich, regular stuff. But if you look on the left side, and this happens all the time, if you look on the left side, the advertisement looks like one thing, and then you actually get it, and it's completely different.
Wait a minute. So the left side is the advertisement, and the right side
is what they got.
So did somebody drive a car over the right side? I mean, they're all smushed down. There's nothing there.
But that happens in advertising all the time when it comes to food, right? Like you see one hamburger and it's like this big, beautiful, fluffy thing. And there is actually an art to all that, and they make it look a certain way. And then you get it in your car and it's like you open it up and it's this, smashed down thing. You eat it anyway because you're on the run and everything. But one person has decided that they're going to put together, well, not one person.
Is that legit?
It's a class action lawsuit against Taco Bell that the way that it's advertised and the way that they actually got the food was completely different. And based on these two pictures, it's pretty damn obvious.
Well, the first one, the Crunch Wrap Supreme.
Yeah, look at that.
That looks delicious. I haven't eaten yet.
It looks delicious
amazing
in the advertisement.
And then the other one looks like it's more of a quesadilla and it got crushed.
It looks terrible.
It's not even... So that's their Exhibit A in their class action lawsuit?
That is a pretty good those are pretty good pictures in terms of saying, especially the first one, it doesn't even look like it has meat in it. So anyway, I don't know.
And you got the Grande Crunch Wrap that's not so grande.
No, it's like doesn't even look like they're like I can't in either of those pictures of the actual sandwich or whatever, burrito, like you can't even see any meat in it. And and in the advertisement it's like all meat. Now
let's be honest. When's the last time you went to a Taco Hell?
Well, I was drunk and don't remember.
Because we have the cantina by us and the East Bay. Not that one.
You know what? The last time I even walked in one was when you were hiding from me, and I was
drinking there.
I did. I had my
when they first opened.
Yeah,
I think it was right after the pandemic.
It was the first time I saw you after the pandemic.
Yeah, right.
And there was and my GPS because I went out to try to find you because you were being very. You weren't telling us where you were.
I was being covert.
So what? I came
up behind you and jumped on you.
I went and tried to find you.
After about 4 margies at the cantina.
And I never went into the Taco Bell, and my phone was like, he's in the Taco Bell. And I'm like,
last time I've been there.
He's not at Taco Bell, but I didn't realize at the time it was a cantina.
Yeah.
And had booze in there.
Best bar in Danville.
And now I do know. They even make the ones that are like Slurpees with booze in it. And it's not, those aren't bad. Well, thank you very much.
But I never went in there and ordered, can I have the Crunch Wrap Supreme?
Jeez.
And make sure you blow that up and don't flatten it out.
Yeah, that's that
would be a bummer.
That's pretty legitimate, the way that they're advertising it and the way that you actually got the thing. So anyway, we'll see how
it's a class action, so we'll all get a quarter when they win? We'll send it to everybody in America.
You get like $5. But
he's doing it for the people.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But it's a good point. Tennessee fan who presumably meant to list his tickets for the Georgia game for $500 a piece accidentally sold them for $5 each. Wow.
Boy.
How bad would that be?
Can he get the money back?
Because you're getting that money. Tennessee, Georgia, you could probably more than that. He accidentally put them up for $5. So the 2 tickets with fees, he sold for $28.72.
How did he make that mistake?
Man. Come on.
One little finger.
You got to get them off the site that quick, but I'm sure somebody saw it right away and went, oh, I'm getting these tickets.
And now they go into the game, or are they reselling it?
I'd resell those things.
Wow.
But how about that?
Not good.
Oh, that would stink.
Not good.
$5. And remember last week, I can't remember which is which, but there was a huge lottery. Well, this week, it's the Mega Millions, and it's up to $1.05 billion. Billion with a B.
Wow.
So tonight is the drawing. Are you going to?
I'm going to go now that you mention it.
Are you going to do it?
I don't think what was it? There was one you mentioned like a week or so ago.
Yeah,
it was pretty big.
That was the other one.
But there was one a few years ago where it got into the multi-billion.
Yeah, that's what you wait for.
I think that's the only time I've ever done that.
Well, how about this? I know you'd still call the 49ers. I'm not sure you'd still hang on this show.
I would buy the 49ers. Thank you.
Hi, Jed.
Denise and John and Jed.
So what the deal is? It's $1.05 billion after taxes. You'd get $527.9 million.
That's not much.
So you could be like a minority owner.
I would send. You know what I would do? I would send Joe Lacob a check and say, "Can we get Jordan Poole back? I'll cover the luxury tax. Can you flip Chris Paul and get Jordan Poole back?"
Would John Fisher sell you the A's?
So what would you do? He's not selling anything. That guy. What would you do if you had that kind of money, you won the lottery, and you had $500 million, and you could buy into a team? Which team would you buy into?
Not that I like the Cowboys, but they're the most.
You would buy into the Cowboys?
Well, they're worth the most.
Well, Jerry's not selling. You're saying you want it all, or you want to be a partner with Jerry?
Seen him lately? He's going to kick the bucket pretty soon.
He is. I think I'd buy the Indianapolis Colts, because apparently Jim Irsay's dying tonight. What has gotten into him?
Yeah, he needs to quit drinking.
What was that about? I don't think he's drinking. I think it's little pills he takes. What is he up to?
I mean, seriously, how do You rip your best player like that?
And just the way he was going off. If I die tonight and Jonathan Taylor's out of the league. What was he talking about?
He's nuts. Plus, you would have thought, I guess so, he's got a big old bus out, kind of like Jerry does, and it's outside of the camp. So you would have thought a couple days ago when he invited him to his big old bus that they were going to,
kick it.
Right. Be like, hey, it's cool. They misquoted me, blah,
I'm
blah, blah.
not giving you any more money and I'm not trading you.
He walked in and goes, you suck. I'm not giving you any money. And
you got Marshall Faulk's number for Edger James?
Goodness. Yeah, then Zach Moss, their backup running back, broke his arm.
So you'd buy into the Cowboys?
Nah, I can't do that. I didn't want to be in business with Jerry.
That's a good one. If you win the lottery, what team would you buy into?
Good question. Text line is open. Warriors aren't doing too bad. What else
You're going to need 6+ bill.
Yeah, that's true. You're going to be
they're going to get you like 10% of the team.
Yeah. I don't want to be in business with Brady, so I'm not buying in the Raiders. What the Niners is buying to? Leeds
United.
Soccer's
you want to
huge.
go there?
You can be a footballer. Nah. What's Ryan Reynolds got going? Wrexham? Man, they've crushed that thing. My gosh, man. He's done pretty well for himself. Anyway, yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Be a minority silent partner for $500 million. So after taxes, you walk away with
527
after taxes.
Yeah.
All
Would
right.
Jed take you on as a partner, or you
see the partners they got at Leeds?
Yeah, big timers.
So who are the people that are in there?
Bunch of NBA guys.
Yeah.
Larry Nance Jr. was in there. There's a few guys. Russell Westbrook was part of that deal.
Wow.
If you were
maybe he kicks a soccer ball more accurately than he shoots a
can't be worse.
Basketball.
Can't be
Stand to the
worse.
corner kick. Imagine him as a midi. How good would he be athletically?
Kick it over the fence. It'd like he shoots.
He'd be awesome as a
He would
midi.
be out of there.
How fast would he be?
And if you were an owner in the 49ers, you'd be like, get out of the way, Lynch.
No.
Yeah, you would.
No, I'd just give a little bit to Bosa. Bosa.
Right away. You win that lottery tonight.
I'm going to go buy a ticket now.
You win that lottery tonight, all of a sudden Nick Bosa's in camp. That's
I'm going to the Laser Eye Center for a tune-up, John. I think I'll stop off and get a lottery ticket.
You should. Like the next day, Bosa would be in camp. Yeah, I kicked Lynch aside and gave Bosa what he wanted.
No. I get both Bosas.
Anyway.
Party with Joey and play Nick.
That's not bad. Remember a couple years ago, he's going to be a free agent. We were like, hey, how about a double Bosa? Yeah,
we're going to see him. Third
Double
preseason
Bosa.
game, the Chargers.
Expensive. Bob and Lund, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back in your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. No monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back. Travel and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by NCUA. We'll check in on the MLB deadline again. Other than Justin Verlander, that's the big trade today, but have not heard on.
Farhan going to do anything?
Else. Yeah,
we had 4 hours of radio, John, and nothing. Crickets.
This is it. That's not funny, Farhan. He's going to make a big trade at 201, and I'm not going to be happy with that.
It's all right.
By the way, my friend who was down in camp today says BCB looked good today. Rooster is getting his booster back. That's the word I got.
Brock?
Yeah. So, there you go.
I got to go on Arizona radio right at 2 o'clock when we get done with Minuch.
Oh, nice.
Got to get the Brock
talk.
Purdy update.
Well, Brock talk.
They love Brock.
Right? All right, we'll give you some remnants before we get out of here. Any moves made on the MLB trade front, we'll get you caught up on those as well. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Theater.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Fred Warner joined Murphy Mack this morning live from Levi's Stadium to discuss the sense of urgency around the 49ers, how Nick Bosa makes everyone around him better, and how he and Bosa still have another level of reach. That podcast and more. Turning right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I mean, the Orioles, the Padres, the Dodgers, there were a number of teams interested in Justin Verlander. And look, Eduardo Rodriguez and Michael Lorenzen, probably the two best starters out there. And of course, Dylan Cease with the Chicago White Sox could possibly be moved. There's not a lot of pitching inventory at this point, frankly. And so they're scrambling from other teams. But now that Verlander's off the board, the expectation is that before the 6 p.m. deadline, there's going to be a lot of movement in the starting pitching market. And I would anticipate that the Orioles are going to go out and get someone for certain. The Dodgers looking to as well. Cincinnati. There's not a lot of starters. There are still a lot of teams looking for them, though.
All right, that's Jeff Passan with ESPN.
He's back.
Yeah, man.
Didn't he have a tree fall on him or something?
Yeah, he broke his back.
Wow. Literally.
Yeah. How crazy is that?
Not good. That's why I don't do yard work, John.
Exactly. Get yourself hurt. Let's see here.
Jake Berger traded from the White Sox to the Miami Marlins, power hitter.
Yeah.
The White Sox are trading everybody. Jerry DiPoto and Farhan have a history of making trades. One name you thought about is Logan Gilbert. Remember he came in on the 4th of July and threw the shutout against the Giants?
Right.
They are not engaged in discussions about trading Logan Gilbert, so you can't get him. Too much to get Dylan Cease, so they're not going to make a trade on our watch, John. We got less than 7 minutes to go. Will they do it on Tolbert and Cope show? What is Farhan going to do? Anything between now and 3 o'clock?
Yeah, I'll tell you. It's crazy.
And what's going to be the reaction?
Oh, people are going to be
from
crazy.
The lunatic fringe. A little bit like the off season. I mean, we started July talking about Shohei, and it wound up they got AJ Pollock.
I wonder if they do make a minor. I mean, I don't know. Morosi again. The only thing that I've seen all day, basically surrounding the Giants, briefly, there was a mention that they were in for a minute on Verlander, who went back to the Astros. But John Morosi saying Joey Bart has been mentioned in the Giants trade talks. That's all he says.
Dodgers have made a trade.
Oh, they have.
Eduardo Rodriguez.
That's a good one. That's a nice move by them.
Wow.
Yeah, he comes from the Tigers.
From the Tigers, and they already traded Lorenzen to the Phillies. So Rodriguez invoked his 10-team no-trade clause that included the Dodgers. Oh, hold on here. The deal is dead. They had a trade in place. So the Dodgers had traded for Eduardo Rodriguez, and he had 10 teams he could no trade, and he killed the deal.
Wow.
Now, they have time. They've got an hour and 6 minutes to entice him to unkill the deal. What does he need? I've heard a lot of reports. I saw a full breakdown on him. They thought he was better than Verlander. So that's very interesting. How many guys don't want to go to be a Dodger and pitch at Dodger Stadium? That's what he's saying. Eduardo Rodriguez killed the deal.
Yeah.
Wow.
Interesting.
So they made the trade, and he said no because that's one of the 10 teams he had a no-trade clause for. Wow.
Yeah, most people, because Dodgers are always
so
going to
are
be
the
in it.
Giants one of the teams that he did not have a no-trade? And what did they have to give up? Apparently, they asked, and that's Scott Harris. That's Farhan's guy. He's now running the Tigers. So any way to get him in play? I mean, that's what remember when Scherzer was going to San Diego?
That's right.
2 years ago at this time. It looked like A.J. Preller had him. Then he wound up being rerouted to the Dodgers with Trey Turner.
That's right.
So is there a way to swoop in there and get Eduardo Rodriguez? What did the Dodgers give up in that trade?
Not seen.
That is so interesting that he would say no to that.
Yeah. So that's there you go. Somebody has already said no. What else? Okay. That's it right now. That's interesting. Because, I've read the same thing. I was trying to read it so fast.
Yeah, the last line is the key line. The deal is dead.
No.
Thought they had a trade, but he nixed the deal. So, no, Eduardo Rodriguez is not a Dodger.
Wow. Eduardo Rodriguez has a 10-team no trade. Look at that.
Now, the Dodgers have a lot of chips in the system to go get Dylan Cease.
Right.
Would they change direction and go get him now?
No, I'd hope not. But, I mean, he makes sense for them because you were pointing this out earlier, is they don't want to add a ton of payroll. They'd probably rather have a rental guy, like a Flaherty or something like that. But Cease would cost you prospects, no question, but he wouldn't cost you money because he's in ARB year 1. And you still got 2 years of control, ARB 2, ARB 3. So he'd be under team control for cheap. I mean, that's why I think for the Giants, that might be something big. But I understand, and that's one thing we started off talking about the show. You have a limited amount of guys to draw from, and you've just gotten your system to the point where you're feeling pretty good about it, and some of these guys are contributing. I still think they need a starting pitcher. Hell, I still think they need a bat. But from what we're not hearing a lot, but Jim Bowden did tell us that the Giants don't leak a lot of things out. But I mean, if we're just going based on rumors, I don't know that they're going to do a heck of a lot, if anything, the Giants. But they don't want to give up their prospects. So when everybody screams and yells about Farhan, I get it. I think they need some things to stay in the hunt, especially given their August schedule. But you can't just throw away prospects and not get the right guys in return. And they have a certain kind of guy that they're looking for here. And right now, your options are dwindling.
Well, remember 2 years ago, right when the Dodgers got Scherzer away from A.J. Preller and Trey Turner, the Giants went and got Chris Bryant.
Right.
And if you remember, that happened right during our show, right?
Mm-hmm. Late.
And the report was Joey Bart was in that
Yeah, that
trade.
was the first.
Remember, the initial report was
the initial report.
Lamonte Wade.
That's
was
right.
traded by the
And Bart.
Like who? Oh, late night Lamont? No. They didn't have to give up either one of those guys to get Chris Bryant. And that time, Joey was considered one of the jewels.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're all up. Schmidt's here, Bailey's here, Luciano's here, Matos is here. Is the time now to trade Joey Bart? And I keep asking this question, what exactly could you get back if you put Joey Bart maybe in a package with Ramos? But what would that get you back? So will they make any trade in the next 62 minutes, John? And specifically, will they at last, like James Wiseman got traded? A lot of rumors about Trey. But is it just the time to trade Joey Bart? Is he going to be traded by 3 o'clock?
I mean, I wouldn't trade him just to trade him. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm down on Bart. It's just I think I've seen him. But again, guys can change. He's 26. But, yeah, Ramos is on a hot streak. What would he give you? Fans love to play this game. If I gave you Ramos and Bart, and they're not at high value like these other guys that are kind of ascending through the system, it seems, this year. But, God, one of the ways to attack this thing is if you can't get a starter, you can't get a bat. You've been using your pen a lot for bullpen games. Do you need another arm in the pen just to fortify things, to get you a little deeper? I mean, something.
Make a strength a strength?
Yeah, I don't know.
Fortify a strength? That's what Billy always did.
I wouldn't mind that. I mean, I'm not talking about Josh Hader. I'm just saying I can't believe that those two guys couldn't get you some bullpen help, and there's plenty of that usually around the deadline.
Meanwhile, you turn the calendar, turn a new page. It's baseball. They didn't hit well in July. They were sub 500. It is a City Connect night. They do usually win when they wear the City Connects, right?
Yep.
Except tonight they got to deal with Zach Gallen.
That ain't good.
They got to deal with Zach Gallen tonight.
And their offense is struggling
Please
like this.
Score tonight. I don't want to hear you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Why didn't you get Paul DeYoung?
Should have made a trade.
Should have gotten Paul DeYoung.
You know me all too well.
Yeah.
Because I will cry.
I know.
I will get into it. By the way, one last thing. Jimmy Garoppolo and Max Crosby got into it at practice today, which doesn't surprise you because on the quarterback series, Mahomes got into it with
Except
Crosby.
they're teammates. Jimmy Garoppolo's no longer a Niner, Mad Max.
But
He's a
we
Raider.
know Jimmy. He's fiery, man. He ain't going to take it.
We're going to be scrimmaging with them in a week and 2 days.
Get ready, Brock. That's
Nick's going to come back and sign that morning to go get Garoppolo.
Yeah, that's a great point. All right, we'll keep you up to date. Anything, Tilbert and Copes will have it for you. If there's any trades made by the Giants, A.J. Pollock is it so far. Justin Verlander, the big move, goes from the Mets back to the Astros. We'll see you tomorrow, Pop. Hopefully some trades to talk about.
I may actually come in studio tomorrow, John.
Oh, very
I may actually see you. No practice tomorrow. Day off.
Danny, thanks to Danny as always. Thanks to Walter. Great guest list today as always. And remember, we'll be down at 49ers camp both Friday and Monday. Tolbert and Copes are coming up right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Got to come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. We are down at the Public House. We're going to lead you right up until the D-backs and the Giants. Come on out, say hi, bring a parka, just in case. A little chilly out here. Jim Duquette going to join us. Ned Coletti going to join us. And who wants a pitcher? We got pitchers up for sale. Who wants a pitcher now? Astros want a pitcher. Justin Verlander sold to the Houston Astros. Michael Lorenzen sold to the Phillies.
Eduardo Rodriguez
sold to Los Angeles Dodgers. Nobody sold to the San Francisco Giants.
I don't think that's
so far.
If you don't show up, you can't bid.
They got 58 minutes. They got 50. Maybe they lost their placard. They're holding up their placard. They lost their placard. I don't know, but so far. And I'm not gonna. I know a lot of people are probably a little miffed that the Giants, because everybody needs a starter, right? The Giants really need a starter. They might need a starter more than any of those other teams we mentioned because, well, they have two. Basically, is what it comes down to. So we will see. There's still a few out there. Flaherty's the guy I would like to see him get. But here's a question you have to ask yourself: for a rental, do you want to give up one of the young guys you've seen in a Giants uniform this year? Do you want to give up Schmidt? Do you want to give up Bailey? Do you want to give up Matos? Do you want to give up Luciano? Do you want to give up any of those guys that we've seen up this year? That's what you have to ask yourself, because that might not be what the Giants are willing to part with. They may be willing to part with some minor league guys, but if you say yes, then they could probably get it done.
I actually have breaking news here as it relates to Eduardo Rodriguez and the Dodgers. This is being reported by Jeff Passan. Tigers lefty Eduardo Rodriguez has invoked his no-trade clause to kill a trade to the L.A. Dodgers.
Not sold to the L.A. Dodgers. Dodgers, you don't have a pitcher anymore. Sorry. Wow.
Yeah, so Passan
He'd rather be in Detroit than L.A.?
He said the deal was pending his approval. It's now dead. Rodriguez's contract allows him to block deals to 10 teams annually, and the Dodgers were on his list.
Wow.
Dude, props to Eduardo Rodriguez for saying blank the Dodgers in advance of even being traded there.
Yeah, how many people have the Dodgers on their list?
I would bet almost nobody. That's wild. I wonder if guys put in teams in California having to do with tax things.
Maybe.
If he's going, I don't want to lose that money at the end of this year, and if I opt into my contract, this is all guaranteed money.
Yep.
So he can still opt in or opt out at the end of the year. Tigers president of baseball operations, former Giants GM Scott Harris, has approximately now 1 hour before the deadline to find a new deal for Rodriguez. So apparently, I wonder if then he's spoken to Rodriguez and says, are you willing to be traded? He goes, yeah, but just specifically not to those teams.
Does it have his 10 teams on there?
You have to. It doesn't list the 10. I'll try to find those for you. A lot of times we don't find out those teams until they veto or until they start to be shopped around to different organizations.
I mean, that should be public knowledge, shouldn't it? Should be in the contract.
It probably is, but I don't know where you find contracts. You know? So Derek's going to do some looking
Contracts.com?
See if we can find the 10 teams. Contracts. Yeah, www.eduardorodriguezcontract.com is the website if you're looking for the details. That's interesting, though, because you hear about teams that get put on lists. If he puts, the Kansas City Royals, you go, okay.
You just made the list, buddy.
But then if a team takes off and he's like, that team might have a chance to win a World Series. It's so funny that he said no to a team that's leading a division. I wonder who he would say yes to. And maybe it's just he doesn't want to pitch for that organization or doesn't like management there. Who knows who's on that team that he puts on there in advance that he won't go. So
he's like Francis Psycho from Stripes. You just made the list, buddy. The Dodgers, you just made the list.
You made the list. The Tigers have reached the agreement with Rodriguez. And Michael Lorenzen also traded to the Phillies for infield prospect Hai-Yu Lee.
Did he veto it?
No, he did not. I don't think he had it.
I just want to make sure.
No, I believe, and this is what's frustrating me about this. And the Marlins, they're acquiring Jake Berger from the
Double Berger
for the Marlins. Yeah. There's the biggest name out there. The Cubs have DFA'd Trey Mancini. These are some of the other moves. The biggest player out there they're saying is Teoscar Hernandez. Yes. Former Blue Jay is still out there available for trade, potentially has interest from the Phillies as well. That would be an actual acquisition. That's a guy you'd put in there and he'd play every day and would immediately become the most powerful player on the Giants in terms of consistent power and track record. We've seen that from him, and he's a pretty damn good outfielder too. I think he's got a good arm out.
Yeah,
the left,
not bad.
So,
big swing and miss guy.
Yeah, but he'd give you some power from the right side, which would be nice. The issue I have here is that I understand not going to get Tim Anderson, and they said that those talks on him had cooled. Like, if Marco Luciano is your answer for that position, to instead of acquiring a player that's just going to fill a void for you until Tyro Estrada gets back. I'm good with that logic. Yeah. I'm okay saying you weren't expecting tons anyway from somebody you'd acquire. You may as well see what you have in house, and maybe it ends up working out, and he's pretty good. He's got 3 hits and 11 at bats so far. So we'll see what Luciano can do. It's the places where we know they had a need and they didn't shore those up. Where AJ Pollock, sure, I understand it as a depth piece. They clearly didn't get him to be a playoff difference maker. That's more of an insurance policy. You needed help in the rotation, and for now Farhan to say, it feels like we have enough, feels like we have just enough pitching to get through. Maybe, bullpen-wise, okay, and he hits on the openers have been damn good. He also said that to us a few weeks ago and then followed it up by saying, I think ideally you want a more traditional rotation. I think he did, which is why he went out and signed 2 starting pitchers this offseason. Don't get me wrong. If Sean Manaea and Ross Stripling were throwing well enough to start games and Alex Wood to start games and go 4, 5, 6 innings, they'd be doing it. They don't believe they're good enough to do that. So I have a tough time buying in to the notion that they have enough pitching, because 2 weeks ago you said you didn't, and now you've lost DeSclafani, and you've maybe lost Keaton Wynn. We'll see what happens with him for the remainder of the year. He got hurt down in AAA, but all these other teams, even the Dodgers, who haven't made a huge splash, have started to back up and support some of the holes on their roster. Just about everybody the Giants are in the mix with for wild card or division has improved.
Well, I think one thing that you may be missing, a lot of fans may be missing, is the Giants have upgraded their starting pitching significantly, because they went from bulk inning starter to featured starter. And the featured starter,
hand of the score, so that's my bad,
is a higher class of starter than the bulk inning guy.
You're absolutely right.
They just changed the terminology, and they're better. I'm assuming. By the way, I've never seen the featured. Who came up with that? Was that Gabe that came up with that?
I think Bags told us yesterday that's the term he's using now.
Featured?
Yeah, I think it's when a guy like Manaea throws well. Like remember on Saturday, like 2 1/3 or something, 2 2/3.
So again, a higher class of starter the Giants have now that they had, I don't know, a week ago, without even changing anything.
Yeah.
Very seamless, clubhouse harmony. You guys are featured now. We are? Nice. Let's go out there and pitch like we're featured. Boom. You're good to go. No.
I will say this. Relative to the last time, well, we'll say 2 weeks ago when we talked to Farhan last, Ross Stripling hadn't had this many outings where he'd pitched this deep into a game.
He's been fine.
So he's been fine.
He's been fine, yeah.
I still like, if this were, though, a playoff rotation, at best he'd be your 4. You know what I mean? If you had an ideal playoff rotation, if you had added one, if you had Lorenzen, he'd be the 3. Or he'd be your 2. You'd go Lorenzen and Cobb as your 2 and 3, and then you'd work from there, and maybe you'd have Stripling be a bulk or a featured guy. But they said they're not going to move Alex Wood. They said they're not looking to move from their big league roster or guys out of the rotation and pen, which it means that they think that those guys have to be here for them to get through this season with the innings. I mean, that's the only reason you don't give up guys like Wood or I don't think anybody's shopping on Manaea, but why you don't give up Wood, because he can eat a couple for you.
Well, it cracks me up when they say we've been saying it all the time. They got 2 starters. They actually got about 6 starters. They could start him anytime they wanted to. You could actually have Manaea be a starter.
Somebody started every game this year at some point. You
could actually start the game with him instead of bringing him in the 3rd inning or the 2nd inning. You could actually start Junis, which they just did. And if you wanted to, you could actually pitch him 4 or 5 innings. He was pitching really well. You could keep him going if you wanted to. I mean, you could actually start Wood. I mean, what they're saying is those guys aren't good enough to start. If they were, they would be starting. So, I mean, but if they wanted to, you could start Stripling, keep starting him, and then say, hey, go out there and see if you can give us 5. Giving you 4 2/3. I think he got 5 one time, maybe 4 2/3 again, but hey.
I think he went 6 in a game, didn't he?
Did he? I think you're right.
I think that's a game where we talked about he had like 9 base runners. He'd given up a bunch of hits, but
against the Tigers.
But but that's what I mean, is if you're going to give up, I'll take the Kirk Reeder start every time out. Give me 5 or 6 innings with 10 scattered hits and 3 runs.
Yeah.
That's really what we're looking for, and that's why not getting anybody is frustrating, because I understand not making moves just because everybody else is. What I don't understand is saying, we think we're a playoff team, we're going to improve that. Can you still say that after everybody improves? Because there are teams that we didn't think were in. Baggerly yesterday says to us, the Padres, I'm still expecting a run from them. And then they went and they bought. They just added Rich Hill and G-Man Choi, which aren't huge ads, but they are definitely veteran depth pieces that have playoff experience.
Yeah, no doubt. I still think they have enough, and it was funny yesterday. I was saying I don't think the offense is going to be the problem. I'm going to say that again today because I'm going to keep starting over until I click. My pick to
ride the streak,
streak isn't good so far. There is no streak.
No. You're going against the streak. You're going opposite your.
But I would ask people, and if you want to hit us up on the text line, would you trade? Let's say Flaherty. Rodriguez is a different guy because he might opt in, and then you have him for like 3 more years, and you're good to go there. But the way he's pitching this year, probably not. Would you trade one of the young Giants, coupled with some other prospects down low, for a rental? I mean, would you trade Casey Schmidt? Because that would probably be the most likely guy they would trade. But, I mean, you're talking about a guy who's really good defensively, been compared to Matt Chapman.
Best defensive third base prospect since
exactly.
Chapman,
Would you trade Matos, your center fielder of the future? Would you trade Luciano? Would you trade Bailey? I mean, would you trade any of those guys? Would you trade Harrison, who they haven't even seen yet? I mean, if they could do it without trading those guys, that's fine.
Yeah.
No worries. But would you, if you're a Giant fan, would you say, you know what? Yeah, I would trade one of those guys. I would trade 2 of those guys if I could get a pitcher for a couple months. I would think about it if it was for a couple months plus a year. But
like Verlander.
Yeah.
Verlander moved today. They gave up, and we'll talk about this on the other side, but they gave up the Astros, did their number 1 prospect and the number 4 prospect to get Justin Verlander. Yeah. And they said that it was all about that. They said the hang-up overnight last night was not about money and finances. It was all about what the Mets were getting in return. So the Mets now, and we'll talk as it relates to the offseason, but they've freed up some money here. They want to go after Ohtani. You talk about having a sustainable product. They've got like 3 top prospects acquired for these 2 pitchers, and they're going to pay for some of it, but they acquire Scherzer and Verlander, turn those into some top prospects now. They can turn around and trade some of those. They can turn around and use those as pieces to lure more free agents, that they're a sustainable team for the future. I mean, these are big moves here for the Mets.
Yeah,
it's not a fire sale, but they've made some real big moves.
No, there's no doubt about it. I just love the fact the Angels went all in, got Giolito, and the Rangers and Astros went domino mother.
Domino.
I was like, God, both of them in the division? Are you kidding me? Unbelievable.
Fantastic.
Unbelievable.
The best news so far for us at the trade deadline is not that the Giants have acquired anybody. It's that Eduardo Rodriguez was traded to the Dodgers, and he said, oh, no, I'm not. They're on my list of 10 teams I'd like to veto.
Hold on a second.
Eduardo Rodriguez, still a Detroit Tiger for the time being. He has 10 teams on his no-trade clause. We're going to try to figure out if we can name some of the other ones or find some of the other ones. What's that, Derek?
Those aren't public knowledge.
They aren't public knowledge.
Really? I thought they would be.
Well, call somebody. Don't you have a Tiger guy? Call your Tiger guy.
I'm a Tiger guy.
Derek, get boots on the ground in Detroit. We're live from the patio of the public house. Good question there from Tom.
Don't you know Alan Trammell?
Wouldn't you? Bobby Higginson.
Lou Whitaker.
Get somebody.
Sweet Lou Whitaker.
Where's Mike Maroth?
How
get
come
him on the
everybody
phone.
named Lou is Sweet Lou?
That's a good name. It's kind of like anybody who's from the Netherlands is the Flying Dutchman if they're doing something over here. The Flying Scot, though, Bobby Thompson. We're live from the patio of the public house. Trade deadline goes down in under 46 minutes. We are actually just now at 45 minutes from the trading deadline. Giants have acquired nobody. We will tell you about the other big moves that were made today. Rich Hill, G-Man Choi, Paul DeJong, Justin Verlander, Michael Lorenzen. Would you be okay? Is there anybody the Giants have debuted this year as a position player, or somebody they haven't, like a Kyle Harrison, that you would feel comfortable in this final 45 minutes dealing to get Jack Flaherty as a rental? Do the Giants need it? Everybody's improved. We'll talk about that next. 808 KNBR is the number to text, or check us out on YouTube, Twitch, and on KNBR.com. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Santa Rosa. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Santa Rosa's sports leader.
MLB broadcasters Brian Kenny and Tim Kirkjian joined Papa and Lund today to discuss the possible names that could be moved before today's trade deadline. That podcast and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
I do think when we get to the deadline, and we've already seen a few deals ahead of the deadline itself, the Brewers today with Santana, I think it's going to be active without a lot of blockbusters.
As a voice of Tom Verducci, who joined myself and Ray Ratto last week, he had broken the news about Shohei Ohtani being pulled off the trade market. Then Ohtani went out and he shoved against the Tigers, hit a couple of home runs, and the Angels got active, adding a couple of players, including Randall Grichuk and C.J. Cron yesterday from the Rockies. But there's been a bunch more trades to the AL West. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me just – I always got to do the retractions when I mess up.
It was this yesterday? Because I quoted you to a teammate who's an Angels fan last night.
C.J. Cron did not hit a home run. It was a backup catcher. God, I'm blanking.
Max Stassi?
No, Stassi's been out all year. It was, Wallach. Was it Wallach? I think it was Wallach.
W-A-L-A-C-H. Is that Wallach?
I believe it's Wallach. And he hit it, and I was like, I wasn't really paying attention. From a pro.
He's beefy too, you know.
And I looked at him and I saw him hit it, and it just went out. And I go, oh, Cron hit a home. It wasn't Cron. Cron did have an RBI single, but it was it's Chad Wallach hit the home run yesterday. And I saw that after the show because after the show I went and watched the rest of the game, and Cron came up and he goes 0 for 4, and I go, I think I got that one wrong then. Apparently.
Trying to get to my softball game, one of the dudes on my team, Brixton, he wears an Angels hat to every game. Our colors are black and yellow, but he wears an Angels hat because he loves his halos.
Matching.
Yeah, you know, it goes in softball. I get to the game, and I was like, oh, dude, how about your halos? Last week when we talked, we thought Ohtani would be gone at this point. And I said, now they're picking up players, and how about Grichuk and Cron both homered today? And he goes, Cron didn't homer. And I was like, are you sure? And he goes, yeah, I'm sure. I watched the game. He goes, Cron didn't hit a homer. He's like, over. And then I said,
I wasn't over.
I was like, no, did he go for 4?
RBI single.
There you go. He did the single.
He was over when he left the house.
Maybe that was it. He goes, he was over. And I was like, oh, well,
you got bad dope.
I was like, I must have, dude. Then I was like 0 for 7 in the game. You were in my head the whole time.
Damn it.
So
I gave you bad dope.
Yeah,
sorry.
dude, all good, dude, all good. So the Angels got active. The Giants have not been active, and there's a handful of trades that have gone down today. What was interesting about Verducci last week is he said he thought this would be an extremely active deadline with not a lot of big name players moved. That was true, I think, until the Mets moved Scherzer and Justin Verlander. The Verlander one is interesting because when you look at what they got back, and I haven't seen anything about money yet. Well, we can take a look at that and see if the Angels or the Astros have had to pay anything. I think they might have, or the Mets. I think the Astros just took the contract because they gave up. Well, last night they were saying there was a hang-up on the Verlander deal, but it wasn't about finances. It was all about what was going in return.
Okay.
So clearly they were demanding the Mets were the number 1 and the number 4. The number 1 and number 4 prospects. What's interesting is the Astros probably could have just signed Verlander in the offseason, but they went in without spending that money, decided to get a little cheaper, and then realized we have another opportunity here, and we definitely aren't going to do it if we don't have an ace. So they went out and they got him back, and I don't know who now is the favorite to win the West. I'm going to lean on Astros.
I would
because
too.
They've done it before. It's an inexperienced team and more of an offensive team for the Rangers, but who knows, man? I'm excited to see Bochy back in the playoffs. That would be cool. And now that he's got an ace, another ace, he lost DeGrom and he's got Scherzer. I mean, that's the type of guy Bochy needs and has when he goes to the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, if he misses the playoffs, it wouldn't kill me. I got to be honest with you.
No, it wouldn't hurt you because it means you're probably getting in.
Well,
and I want to see
be one less team that they would have to worry about.
And I want to see the Angels in too, by the way. I mean, I've been saying for years, I hated that I never got to see King Felix in the playoffs. That King Felix as an ace like that, we just never got to see him dominate in the postseason.
Yeah.
I want to see Ohtani get an opportunity like we saw in the WBC. I want to see Mike Trout get playoff at-bats. I mean, some of the best moments in baseball history that we go back to aren't all Hall of Famers, but there are Hall of Fame moments that are only that special because they're playoff moments.
You mean you've forgotten about those Mike Trout at-bats against the Royals?
Did he go over?
10 years ago? I have no idea.
They got swept.
They went over.
Swept, yeah.
The Angels definitely went over. I do remember that. But it makes you wonder, as far as the Rangers are concerned. Now, I haven't seen this. I'm just reading reports and hearing about it that Eovaldi is seeing a downtick in his velo, as they like to call it. You can't just say velocity because it takes so much longer to say velocity than velo. It just sounds cooler. You know what? Let's start saying velo because that sounds cool. Velo. Oh, check out that dude's velo. He's got a lot of ride on the fastball, doesn't he? Yes, he does. So I don't know because they go out and get Montgomery and they get Scherzer. So I don't know where that leaves Eovaldi. I don't know if he's having arm issues, but they got two. And look, Montgomery's not great, but he's good. And we all know Scherzer is a Hall of Famer, but, you know, you look at his numbers this year, he hasn't been great. He's been solid. I think the Astros did better because Verlander's been pitching better than Scherzer. He's got the comfort factor there. He knows the team. He knows the city. He knows the organization. So he's just going to roll right back in there. Basically, he's missed about 7 months away from the organization, and bam, he's back and ready to go. So, yeah, I would take the Astros, too. I would take the Astros. I mean, I love the Rangers bats. I mean, they got a fantastic lineup. They got guys you probably haven't heard of. Young, the third baseman's really, really good. Of course, everybody around here has heard of Simeon and Seager. Duran's really good.
Duran is fantastic.
Garcia is very, very solid for him. So now they did lose Heim, and I don't know how long Heim's going to be out
switch
there.
hitting power catcher. He's great.
All-star catcher. So I don't know how long
he's
going to
be
out for.
Is it Garver?
I think you're right.
It was Mitch Garver, and Garver's a guy who made 20-plus homers for the Twins a couple of years ago. He's he was a guy they were batting leadoff, like when the whole move to 3 true outcomes came. They were like batting. They're like, hey, he's not fast, but he can hit for power, and he led off a couple of games with homers as a catcher. Yep. He's a good backup. He's a vet. So Bochy's getting. I mean, you have around a guy like Bochy, you have to build a team for a manager like that, or bring in a manager that can handle a team like that. Yep. And they're a veteran team with money spent. This is why Bochy, I think, signs this short 3-year deal. And they've got a guy who's acting. It's Max Venable. Will Venable's son is the associate manager. By the way, dude, he is.
Exactly.
It's a made up position.
Gotta sound good.
He's the heir to the throne.
Again, we got to make up names for everybody.
That's it. But
exactly.
They've made moves.
Co-head coach.
This is the thing here.
You're an assistant, pal.
These teams have all.
I'm featured. You're a reliever. Suck it up.
That's it. You're a featured starter.
Buttercup.
You didn't start the game. You're not a featured starter.
Sorry, we hurt your feelings.
And featuring yours today's starter.
If you come in second, you're a reliever.
You're a reliever.
Period. It's just what you are. You can call it what you want to call it. You dress it up all you want to. Go ahead. Put a suit on it. You're a reliever, pal.
I feel good about the opener when they use it. I just don't feel good about the opener in a playoff series.
It's funny we got to make up names for all these because I was thinking about it today. All the featured starter, like these guys are all like vets. They're like, I know what I am. You don't got to make me feel better. It's like when I come out of the game, I don't need a pat on the head and a lollipop. Now you did a really nice job
today. Seems like an agent thing.
Well, yeah, I know. I'm getting paid $5 million this year. You expect me to? Give me a little pat on the butt. Oh, that felt good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Can I have another? Oh, yeah. How about a juice box?
See you in 3 days.
Nice, too. Yeah.
I'll throw you 2 more
innings.
innings
Can I get a ribbon?
3 days. Yeah.
I went 3 innings. Give me a ribbon.
3?
Give me a ribbon.
That's a lollipop and a ribbon. you give me 4, you get an ice cream.
These guys are pros. I mean, they get it. You don't got to try to make them feel better by calling them different. It just cracks me up. I don't know. I get hung up on stupid stuff.
No, but it's dumb. I mean, it seems to me that's agent stuff, right? It's like the hold stat you always bring up. The hold. Like, how many guys in a game can get a hold? If the Giants go opener, like, every guy until the save gets a hold.
Yep. I came in, it was 4-0. Now it's 4-3. What'd you get? Hold. I held the lead.
I tied it, so I blew the hold.
Sucked,
a BH.
But I hold.
What's a BH? Blow and hold.
How'd you pitch? Gave up 3 straight jacks. Did you have the lead when you left? Yep. Good job.
It's Doval getting the win.
Way to go, pal.
That's why wins are antiquatable. They don't matter at all. He blew the save. They tied the game in the 9th after leading the whole way. I get the W, though, baby, because I left the game, and we ended up winning. Nobody else threw.
Verlander, you get to choose the spread tonight.
We got Verlander's contract situation. He's owed $58 million in 2023 and 2024, of which the Mets are going to pay $35 million. So the Mets did take a chunk of it. So that must be what the hang-up was. If we're going to give you the number one, you got to give us something.
Well,
back
that makes
in return.
sense.
That makes more
sense.
sense.
You're going to give 1 and 4. You're going to get something back in return.
If Verlander's $35 million option for 2025 vests, so if he pitches 140 innings or more next year, he can opt into a contract for the following year at 35. It brings the total to $52.5 million for the Mets. It's all going to count against their collective bargaining threshold. So it's at $35 million against the Mets threshold now. If he vests his contract, then the Astros have him for free.
Whoa. What?
So if Verlander's $35 million contract vests in 2025, the Mets pick up half of it. So they're getting him for 50% price if they have Verlander in 2025. The Astros do.
And that goes.
The Mets pay half of it,
so half goes against the Mets cap and half goes against the Astros cap. Is that how it works?
Yes, but it would tack onto the Astros 50. It would tack onto the 35 they've already got to pay. So it would bring their total for Verlander to 52.5 that the Mets are paying over 2.5 seasons for a guy not on their team.
Yeah, can we just skip that?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. You don't have to do the math on it. The point is the Mets paid a lot to get him off of their roster, and they could pay even more. They're paying $35 million now, and it could get up to $52 million, and that's what's crazy about Ballmer's. He's like, okay, we signed this guy.
Care.
No, he doesn't. They've already gone over. It doesn't matter to him.
Oh, they might trade back for him next year.
I don't know what the issue is with Jonah Heim, but the Texas Rangers have made another trade here. They've acquired catcher Austin Hedges from the Pittsburgh Pirates. So they get another catcher. The Pirates are now completely unloading, it looks like. Mitch Keller's still out there. David Bednar has not been traded yet either. And I know there are some teams in on him. The Diamondbacks moved Andrew Chafin to the Brewers, left-handed relief pitcher. So they pick up Paul Sewald, who's their closer now. And that's, to me, still one of the biggest moves of the deadline. Tommy Pham poked his head into the manager's office and then left the clubhouse in street clothes, they're saying. No word yet, but signs are that he has been traded. I know the Phillies were potentially in on Tommy Pham. The other moves today, Rich Hill, Ji-Man Choi go to the Padres. So the Padres not selling. In fact, they're buying. Paul DeJong goes to the Blue Jays for a single-A former 13-round draft pick, who I was hoping the Giants would be in on that. I thought that would be an awesome move, would be a good fit here. Michael Lorenzen goes to the Phillies from the Tigers, and Eduardo Rodriguez yet to be moved. They'd reached an agreement with the Dodgers. He vetoed it. So he's not going to the Dodgers. We are under a half hour from the end of the deadline, about 28 minutes away. We'll keep you updated if there is any more news. And if the Giants make a trade, I will tell you this, Tom, it's being reported now by about an hour ago by John Morosi. Joey Bart has been mentioned in trade talks surrounding the Giants.
Makes sense.
Joey Bart is potentially being dangled or offered in some of these deals. We'll see if the Giants are still in on anybody. Jack Flaherty right now, probably the top of my list. We'll talk about this. Are we still hoping for a player to come, or are we saying that's probably it? Or are you taking Farhan's words from yesterday where he says he thinks they may have enough pitching? We'll talk a bit about that. We are under a half hour from the deadline. Tolbert and Copes from the Public House patio on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Tampa Bay Rays Monday, August 14th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
yourself a favor. Download the KNBR app on your smartphone. You'll be glad you did. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
If we can kind of get some momentum going on our rotation, I think we can kick it up another gear. But we think we're a playoff team right now, and we're certainly going to try to improve that because, we don't want to just get into the playoffs. We want to have a chance to go deep and have a really successful season.
As a voice of Giants president of baseball operations on our show a couple of weeks ago, Farhan Zaidi talking about they believe they're a playoff team. We want to go after players that are going to make an impact, guys that are going to help us into the playoffs and maybe help us win. Ever since Susan Slusser said the Giants should have been in on Ohtani, and Farhan said yesterday to the media, he said, yeah, of course we had interest. Of course we had interest. But he said we wanted to be respectful. And you asked him about that. Like, how do you approach a team that hasn't announced they're trading a guy? So you let them know, hey, if you decide to do this or if guys become available, keep us in mind. And they like to create bidding wars, so they'll give you a call. I wonder about the value of prospects to other teams that haven't reached the big league level yet. Like, I wonder how valuable the Giants system is behind all these guys that have gotten here today. Because we keep talking, and you asked the question, who would you be willing to give up of the guys who we saw this year? And the top ones are, in no order, Schmidt, Luciano, Bailey, Matos. Am I forgetting another? I mean, Keaton Wynn was okay. Yeah, Tristan Beck, okay.
Those are kind of the guys.
Those are the guys.
I mean, there's Harrison, but he hasn't come up yet.
Right.
So out of the guys that have come up, those are the four that you look at and say, and then look, if I'm the Giants, and it's not saying they're untouchable, but I always find it interesting. I look at there's a account on Twitter. It's called like Baseball Trades or something like that, and it assigns value to every player that gets traded.
Ah, okay.
So it'll be like, okay, this guy's value is $1.2 million. This guy's value is negative $0.7 million. This guy's value is $13 million. To give an example, the Angels, when they traded for Giolito and who was the other guy, Reynoso?
Ronaldo Lopez, right?
Lopez, thank you. Their machine rejected that trade because they said the Angels, there was a massive overpay for the Angels. So why would they say that? The catcher they gave up was 20 years old, switch-hitting catcher. I mean, never played, so nobody knows how good he is, but his value was $20 million. Why was it $20 million? Because he's cheap. Guys that don't make money that are projected to do something in the big leagues always have a big value. So you don't know exactly what their value is going to be once they get there, but that's their value. So you look at it from that lens, and Luciano, I guarantee you, would have a massive value. Harrison would have a massive value. Why? Because they have 6 years of control.
I found this account. This is awesome, by the way. To be following right now, we're going to get a breakdown of this.
Yeah, it kind of gives you an idea, yeah.
So they have a model, is what it sounds like. The model gives you the plus or negative money value that you were talking about. Yep. So, for example, one of the most recent ones they put up about 45 minutes ago. Today, the Brewers reportedly acquired Andrew Chafin from the Diamondbacks. They said Chafin's value was $1.3 million. That's median trade value. That's not his salary, right?
Exactly.
So it's the value of what you're getting there.
Yep.
In exchange for right-handed pitcher Peter Strzelecki, whose value is $4.9 million. The deal is accepted by our model as a minor overpay by Milwaukee.
Exactly.
Okay, then they go on to say, we'll see if Arizona kicks in any cash, which would make sense because it would bring the deal closer in value.
Yep.
Strzelecki has struggled a bit this season after a strong 2022. Chafin's been shaky in the last couple of months as well. It's about how guys are doing right now and what their contract value is and how they I think all of this goes into the model. I was reading.
So they'll look at it and they'll go minor overpay, deal accepted, major overpay, or rejected.
Yeah.
Like I said, the Giolito trade the Angels made was rejected by the model because it said the Angels overpaid. Well, the Angels don't give a damn. They're trying to win now. I mean, they're not worried about their 20-year-old. Now the model doesn't take into consideration that the catcher, who was the prize in that deal, would be blocked by O'Hoppe, who is their catcher, and he's young, and he's presumably the catcher of the future. So that doesn't take into account. But it's interesting to look at that. And what I'd noticed is the younger players, the ones that are just coming up or maybe haven't even come up yet, they're the ones that have the biggest value. So if you're thinking about getting like a Jack Flaherty for a couple of those pieces, know that you would be getting, it'd be at minimum probably a minor overpay by the Giants, if not a massive overpay, if that's what you were going for. And look, I think every team probably uses a variation of this and tries to map everything out. Like, okay, how are we getting? Because again, it's not like the old days where you can be a snake oil salesman or a used car salesman and go, hey, you really like this guy, don't you?
Just because you heard about him and you saw his numbers.
The fan base really wants his playoffs. Yeah. This guy can help you get there while you're getting the minor league players. And based on what everybody knows today, you're getting the better deal, but they're helping themselves try to get to the playoffs. And that's the way it used to be come trade deadline, is teams would take a flyer. Hey, we're getting to the playoffs. I mean, you remember when I'd love to see this trade model, how the Giants would have fared in that trade they made with the White Sox. It had like 1,000 players
the famous fire sale trade in 97?
It was incredible. I mean, there was so many players moving back and forth. But the Giants said, and that was kind of their MO, minor league system is here to support the big league club, and we're going to use that to make the big league.
Which is why Sabian pulled off deals every year. And I would love to see value on like the Hunter Pence trade. What they give up, like Tommy Joseph and another outfielder or
Tommy
infielder?
Joseph would have been huge.
Shearholtz or something. Yeah,
so that's the thing, you don't know.
He made the big
right.
Yeah,
he could be worth in your trade model $20 million. He could never make anything of himself in the big leagues, or he could go there and just kind of be an okay player.
But these are guys nobody has seen yet. When guys get to the big leagues, especially when it's first season and they're all early, and Luciano still has all that shine, and he will no matter what he does for the next 9 weeks, whether it's in the bigs or in AAA. He was the number 15 prospect in baseball. Yep. Baseball experts, whether he ends up being something or not, viewed this guy as an elite talent coming into pro baseball, and he's 21 years old, which gives you even more value, which is why the trade value, age probably plays into that.
Age plays into it, and Trout, surefire Hall of Famer, automatic. But once he signed that $420 million deal, his value went way down, because now you're locked up for 13 years. Whatever Ohtani's value is in that model right now, it will go down next year
when he signs.
Once he signs a contract for $600 million.
Justin Verlander's, they say, goes down. Before we found out about the money deal, I was just reading the model on him. It was an approved model. It was only like negative $11 million for him.
Okay.
If his contract had vested, it would have gone up to like negative 33 as trade value. But they said now that the Mets are picking up part of that deal, the model has it approved either way. Because, yes, it is a little bit of negative value, but it's what that team needed. So you're willing to overpay for multiple years of an elite pitcher.
It's just an interesting way of looking at trades now.
Right.
And again, everybody has this. So that's why in years past, the last couple years it's opened up a little bit, but in years past, you haven't seen a lot of trade deadline because everybody has this stuff. And people are looking at it going, well, why would I make this trade? I'm coming out on the ass end of this. I don't want to make this trade. I'm going to be like negative $9 million in value. I don't want to do that. See, nobody had that before. Nobody had all these algorithms before and all these Ivy League kids coming up with all this stuff. So they just kind of had to guess. Like, who do you like? I like this guy in the minors. I like that guy in the minors.
Yeah, I like his body.
You're picking your scout's word for it,
It's the guys in Moneyball who are all sitting around the table, the old guys. He's like, he's got a good body. Billy. I don't know. He hasn't had a girlfriend in a long time. Like talking about stuff like that.
Well, the interesting part, too, is, and again, I got sucked into it when I was talking about the Ohtani trade. Like, I'd go for the younger players. I'd probably trade him. I still might have, but it's like, that's not what fans really want, even though fans are smarter now than they used to be, because fans know more about the minor league systems. They know more about this stuff. They get on the websites. They research this stuff.
You can understand it.
So they know. Like, they understand it, but what does everybody want? They want their big league club to do well. So that's why everybody, you listen to Giant fans, they're a little perplexed that the Giants haven't really made a deal, and they want them to make a deal. They want them to get better, because that's what it's about, because we're sitting outside a ballpark here. This is the park you go to. This is the team you watch. This is the team you want to see in the playoffs. You don't really care about what's going on in the minor league system right now. You don't care about those players. I mean, more so than you used to, but it's still about
You're
this
excited
club.
for what it could mean for this team, either here or dangling that or tossing it for somebody else.
And then 2 years from now, you can get mad. You can go, I wish we had Zach Wheeler. We suck. Why'd we make that trade? Everybody does that like 3 or 4 years after the fact.
I love that trade.
Well, I don't know anybody that said, what are we doing trading Zach Wheeler?
Defending
they knew he was pretty
champs.
good, but it's Carlos Beltran. They're in first at the time. It's like, go for it. Like,
and you don't have Buster, and you know you have a window, and evidence by winning the next year and getting Pence tells you it was the right move.
Yeah.
By the way, they tried to get Pence that year. And then the Phillies got him.
Yep.
And then the Giants are like, yeah, why don't we give the Phillies some of our prospects who won't be anything? I mean, there are cases where the Giants have come out and got some guys of value. I mean, Sean Anderson got traded for Lamont Wade. That meant nothing to anybody if you see that deal. We're like, Sean Anderson traded for some guy who's got barely any experience. Lamont Wade has been A+. Absolutely. I know he's been hurt, but it's been a win for them because they weren't going to use Sean Anderson. So I guess the question is, does this organization, and we'll see what happens here in the final 13 minutes of the deadline, are they almost valuing, you think, minor leaguers too much?
Well, I don't know if they are.
Because they did open him last year to Soto. They were willing to go do that with Soto.
I'd have to know which ones that they're but
what are they being asked for?
The ones I've seen, I like those guys. And how long have Giant fans waited? I can't say I'm a Giants fan, but I like to see the team win. And guess what? I've done this job a long time, and I've heard these names over and over and over and over again. And I'm finally getting a chance to watch them out in the field, and I'm thinking, these guys are pretty good. Yeah. Now, next year in the middle of the season, I might go, oof, I would have traded one of those guys because maybe they're not as good as I thought. But this was supposed to be the foundation of your team. It looks like it might be the foundation of your team. This is what the Dodgers did when they got their run rolling. They got a bunch of young guys, and they came up, and they kicked ass, and they were all really good. Can these guys be that? We don't know yet. But if they are, then you're in great shape because guess what? Schmidt's going to be around. If these guys can play, they'll all be here 6 years unless they're traded before that. And this team has the financial resources to be able to keep guys. They don't have to be a team that brings guys up, develops them, and ships them off. They can keep their players. So for my money, I've read about these guys. I've seen these guys. I've heard about these guys. There have been some misfires. Bart was a guy we thought could be a guy. Hasn't panned out. Ramos was a guy we thought could be a guy. Hasn't panned out. But these guys look like they're going to be players. We don't know for sure yet, but I'd like to see. I'd like to give them a shot, see if they could do it. And at this point, we've waited so long to see these guys. It looks like they can play. I really don't feel like giving up on this crew before, especially for a 2-month rental, who maybe isn't even that great to begin with.
I'm with you. I absolutely agree, but that wasn't the way he spoke about it beforehand, and so I think our anticipation going into this, while other teams, the Cubs are now in it. We weren't thinking the Cubs were in it a couple weeks ago. They decided, no, we're keeping everybody and we're buying, and they made a great acquisition.
And look what Stroman's done. 9.3 ERA in July.
Terrible. Should have moved him.
Oh, my God.
By the way, I still take him. You know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, dude, come on down. Come on down, dude. Can you do the 9 ERA over like 5 innings? Because right now we're getting that in like 2.
Yeah.
I'd rather you spread it out. Tommy Pham.
Dude, you want to be featured?
You want to be a featured starter?
Right here. Right here.
The Mets, who said, Billy Epler, who said yesterday, we are not doing a fire sale. They've made yet another trade.
What are you doing?
Another trade made by the Mets, and they are shopping Adam Ottavino and Brooks Raley. We will tell you what could happen in the final 10 minutes here of the trading deadline. Tommy Pham has been acquired. We'll tell you by who next, only here on the Sports Leader. MLB broadcasters Brian Kenny and Tim Kirkjian join Papa and Lund today to discuss the possible names that could be moved before today's trade deadline. That podcast and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8, the sports leader.
That's if we're going to find some music that represented what the last couple hours of MLB's trade deadline have looked like or sounded like, this would be it. It certainly does not represent what the Giants trade deadline has looked like. Lots of moves, tons of activity across baseball, small moves, big moves. The big one we thought the Dodgers pulled off, Eduardo Rodriguez, the lefty from the Tigers, has he exercised his no-trade clause. He has 10 teams on his no-trade list, and the Dodgers are one of them. And there's a great headline I saw, too, on MLB Trade Rumors. It says, Eduardo Rodriguez may have derailed the Dodgers trade deadline plans, which is funny because they spent all this time trying to acquire him, and he's just like, yeah, no, I'm not going. I wonder if a team like the Tigers goes to him first. I mean, they had come to an agreement already. They know that team's on his list, right? I mean, like, what? Did Scott Harris ever go to him and was like, would you accept a trade to the Dodgers if we negotiate? Because otherwise you're just wasting your time. I don't know, but it seems to me like he'd be screwing them if he said, yeah, I'd do it, lets him do it, and he goes, actually, never mind. I don't know why that would be a thing. So, anyway, that's the most recent big news there. In terms of other moves, Justin Verlander was traded to the New York Mets. Mariners have DFA'd Colton Wong. The Red Sox are apparently interested in him. And here's the big news. Right before we were going to break, Jack Flaherty traded from the St. Louis Cardinals to the Baltimore Orioles, which, as an Orioles fan, I'm excited about. I think that's a good move for the O's, getting another arm there. They just won the season series against the Yankees. They're in first place. They're one of the most exciting teams in all of baseball. The other news is the team the Giants are playing right now, who acquired Paul Sewald yesterday, new closer for them, who maybe he'll be here today. We could see him as soon as tonight. D-backs are a game behind the Giants in the NL West, 3 games back now of the Dodgers. D-backs acquired Tommy Pham from the New York Mets. He got off to a slow start. He hit only 196 with an OPS under 600 through the end of April. But over the last 3 months, he's hitting 286 with an OPS over 870. So he's having, or 868, I guess is what it is. So he's having a pretty damn good summer. He's come around, and Giants have, of course, some history, and Jock Peterson, Tommy Pham. I can't imagine at this point. We heard Joey Bart was being offered, and some trades are discussed, but we are now 3 minutes from the deadline. There is no news in terms of the Giants.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
2 minutes till closing time.
Steph Curry,
but nobody, to me, nobody in the West has really hasn't made a monster move. I think probably out of the moves that have been made, based on the player they got and need, the Diamondbacks probably did the best with Seawald. They needed a closer, and they got a closer.
They had a closer and a starter, and they got one of them, and they added a bat.
Yeah.
A veteran bat who's, I don't know if he plays every day.
Not a game changer, but yeah, he's solid.
That's a good pickup for a team trying to make it. Right.
Dodgers, kind of around the fringes, depth, guys that will play, and needs that they had. Giants didn't do much, and the Padres did something, but again, it's nothing you look at and go, wow. Like, the wow moves were probably... Verlander was maybe the biggest wow move. Scherzer may have been the second biggest wow move. I would say Giolito was probably on that level right below.
Aaron Savali right there too for the Rays. I think that's
I do. He's been really good for them.
He's not a huge
He's been
name,
really
but
good
that's
and
a major
need
pickup
because of the injuries they had to the starting staff. Yeah, Flaherty's kind of
he's below
notch
that.
below because
Montgomery. Yeah.
We'll see. Yeah, Montgomery. But it's seemingly we said everybody needed pitching and everybody got pitching. Except for the Giants.
Yeah, that was what was weird.
Didn't get, so I'll be curious when I look at all those trades, what everybody had to give up for them. And again, we don't know unless we know specifically what was being talked about, what they were asking for. My question would be, were they asking? And I know Farhan's not going to give us specific players, but he might be able to tell us. You know, when we're talking about these pitching, the top end pitching guys, were they asking for guys off the big league roster? That'll answer the question, because they're not asking for veterans. They'd be asking for the young guys. So if they're asking for the young guys for these guys, then the answer probably be no for 2 months. If it's Verlander, I mean, look, Verlander, you got to give up a lot more than that, and you're going to take a bite out of your cap as well. Not really a cap, but
your CBT.
Budget.
Right.
And then if it's Scherzer, I mean, you get this year and next year. Still a lot of money, and you're giving up. Give up something of significance. They gave up their number 4 prospect. I think their second baseman.
Who's
Acuna,
that?
The Rangers.
Right to get.
Yeah, I think he was like their 4th guy. So
and he opted in, which is why they did.
Yeah. So I mean, you're giving up something. So would you want to do it? And again, Verlander's been good, no doubt. But he's on the wrong side of 40. So is Scherzer. Scherzer's just been okay this year. I mean, unless you're buying the kind of the past Scherzer, where the bulldog that's just killing it. But he hasn't really been that guy for a few years now. He's still really good. There's no doubt. But we're not talking Scherzer of like 4 years ago. We're not talking about the Nationals Scherzer. He's a different guy now. You look at his numbers this year, they're different. So 3:01, done, over. We are well past 60 seconds, at least past trade deadline. I'm sure there'll probably be a couple trades that trickle in, because usually what happens is just as long as you get it in before 3, they're good. They don't have to announce it before 3. So there'll be a couple that trickle in between now and 3:30, and we'll get those to you as well. But that's what I want to know. Did they want the young guys? I'm okay. I'm okay staying with I am. I'm okay. It's been a long time coming. We're finally seeing them. They're all pretty young, and this is going to be the core. Hopefully, this will be the core for the Giants moving forward. And I don't know that I want to get. And look, they're right in it. They're still in it with this group. I don't think anybody, nobody in the National League really separated themselves because of a trade. Atlanta's still clearly the number 1 team. Dodgers were good anyway. They're still good. So did the Reds do anything?
I don't think the Reds made a move.
Didn't do anything.
They were the one team that didn't. The And again, the Padres didn't do anything that made me think, oh boy, they got way better. But they held on to what they had.
Yeah.
And they're not so far out of it to think it's ridiculous that they could make a run with the talent that they have.
No.
Blake Snell's one of the best pitchers, if not the best in the National League this year. He was leading an ERA just like a week ago, going into his last start. So I think they have enough there to let me think, okay, if they got hot, nobody would be shocked. Right? If the Padres get hot for 2 weeks, hell, the final month of the season is like all NL West. They're going up against teams that are right in front of them. This becomes a major series now for the Giants, who lose last night. The Diamondbacks just got better. I do think the Diamondbacks improved.
No, they got better, no doubt.
What's interesting is because you're saying nobody made a big move that changed, like tilted the scales in one direction.
The landscape.
I agree with you there. I do think that there were teams that had, like the Diamondbacks not having a closer, that to me makes them a way worse team in terms of getting into the playoffs or going on a run because you can't win those close games. You don't have a closer and you're a good team that keeps going into the 8th and 9th inning with leads and losing it. It's one, demoralizing, and two, if you don't fix that, it's unlikely you're going to by the time you get to the playoffs. The Giants had a manager in Bochy who could identify some of that stuff and was able to go 3 closers and 3 world championships. I think in getting a closer, which is why I'm with you that was maybe the biggest move for any team in the NL, getting a closer, plugging that hole, leads me to believe they're a playoff team. I thought they might have been and were anyway, but if you have a vet like that, one of the best in the American League this year, I think that helps them tremendously. The Dodgers just kind of added depth. They didn't make a move that made me think, okay, the Dodgers, they got a player in the infield in Rosario who they can trust, who you can turn your head when a ground ball is hit there and say, he's got that figured out. You don't have to rely on Mookie now to play shortstop, which is a plus, right? You're better off if he's in right field. Your lineup was already okay there. And adding, who'd they get, Lance Lynn?
Yes.
Is that who they got, the pitcher? And he was one of the
Lenny
worst.
Kelly from
the worst
White
in baseball.
Sox.
Kelly's a good ad. Kike is just a guy you know and trust, another vet. The Padres, same thing. They just added some depth. So nobody in the NL West did anything that blew me away. The thing that concerned me is the Phillies, to me, solidified themselves. And I thought the Phillies were worse 2 months ago than the Giants, maybe, in terms of pitching. Adding Lorenzen is huge for them. That's big time. The Cubs getting back in the mix with Jeimer Candelario. That's an add. I mean, if the Giants were to give up something for Candelario, would have been a big, I think, shift in what their offense could do. I think my issue here is we keep talking about the trade deadline as though the Giants would have had to move from somebody who they brought up this year. I wasn't really wanting to do that either. I'm good being committed to the young guys, but can't you commit to the young guys while adding for the vets who are making, have tried to keep this thing afloat all year with the help of the young guys? Like, I just wonder in the system, are they so tied to all of these guys that there was no value move for any of the players that were moved? There was no package that could have been had that you think the only reason you don't do it is you never found a match and there was more value you thought in keeping what you had.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to look up Seawald to see, because the one thing you got to be careful of when it comes to closers is if they haven't been in this situation before, pitching in a pennant race.
Yeah.
And I don't know that he has, but I don't know that he hasn't, which is why I was trying to look up his career history and see who he's played.
It's definitely
for.
his best year ever as a closer. Like, I think it's his best ever 9th inning year. Like, I think he had 20 saves all last season, so he's definitely pitching better than he had. So I don't know that he'd been a closer for a playoff team.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, I don't know where he pitched for him last year. I don't know if it was the very end of the rotation, if he was a back end guy.
You're talking Seawald?
Yeah.
No, he was a closer for them. So 20 saves last year in 64 innings, 5-4 in 65 games. Had a 2.67 ERA, so he definitely was closing by the end of the year. He's never been a starter. Came up with the Mets and pitched 4 years in New York before starting in 2021. And he won 10 games in 21, and he only had 11 saves. So he was a like late reliever back then.
So it'll be interesting to see how he fares closing games for the D-backs. But they definitely, there's no doubt they got better. That was a glaring weakness for them. So we'll see how. Again, but you got to get the lead before you can use him. But I think he will definitely help. But it does bear watching to see how a guy. It's not always an easy transition when you go from one team to another team
with expectations.
Expectations. You always want to impress the not really the guys, but the fan base and everything. So. It'll be interesting to see how he handles his first couple situations, couple save situations. But again, I'm not as disappointed, I think, as a lot of people are when it comes to what the Giants did in the trade deadline, especially if they had to give up some of the young guys. I think they're good enough to get it done. Here's what fingers crossed. Harrison progresses and he's able to join the rotation in 3 weeks, maybe beginning of September, that he's able to join the rotation and he ends up being pretty good, because that gives you a legit 3 guys, and I think that would make a world of difference. Just to have one more guy that's kind of a legit guy. And look, I don't know, will he be a legit guy? It's an awful lot to ask somebody who's never pitched in the majors before. Yeah, just go ahead and jump into the pennant race in early September and go get him. Go get him, Tiger.
Yeah, dude, right.
Don't worry about getting your feet wet during the course of the regular season. This is it. You got a month. It's a sprint. Get after him. So I don't know, but I think that, to me, that's best case scenario is a guy who has stuff, who's highly regarded, not just by the Giants but around baseball.
Right, like Luciano.
And kind of has a nice a couple outings that are kind of projecting in the right direction, trending, I guess I want to say, in the right direction. They bring him up, and he ends up finishing, let's say, the last month with the Giants. But I'm not that upset, because to me, there was so much out there that was solid but not great. Rodriguez was the one guy that would have been nice to have if you could have convinced him to pick up the last couple years, so you have control of him. And maybe if you have to give up some young guys for that guy, maybe you do it. But again, I don't know about everybody else, but it's been enjoyable. I've enjoyed this year watching the young guys. It's fun. It's fun watching Luciano play. It's fun watching, even though Schmidt struggled, it's fun watching him play. Bailey throw guys out and doing what he does. It's been fun. So I'm good where they're at right now. This is their future, and you want to keep hold of your future.
Checking the text in the YouTube channel, a lot of people are checking in and pissed about the Giants not making a move. I'm not in the pissed category, but I am in the I never understand not. I'll say this. I think it's fair to say they didn't go for it. This is not going for it. Saying we're staying with the guys we have, we're committed to these guys. It's also not what they said. That we're committed to these guys, we believe in this core, we don't want to break it up, we think we're onto something special here. It was, we think we're a playoff team, and we're going to continue to try to build towards that. So it makes me wonder, did they not pull the trigger?
Well, they might have tried.
They might have tried.
Just because you tried doesn't mean you can do it.
Agreed. So I wonder, was a deal not had? Like, we found out that Juan Soto wasn't here not because of it was not for lack of effort. It was they didn't like the potential offer. Again, the Luciano instead of Tim Anderson, that's a wash for me. That's absolutely fine. I don't understand again, they may have been in talks for a big-time pitcher. They may have said Joey Bart is not somebody we're comfortable giving up because we need the depth. But again, that doesn't help this team right now. So I don't know why you don't make a move if they tried hard or there was nobody out there they thought was a fit or they wanted to buy low and hit big. But they did say, Farhan said to us, we're looking for somebody who's an impact player, not a fringe guy, which I expected there to be more. Maybe they thought Ohtani's the guy no matter what, and if he's not available, that's it.
Well, maybe they were driving a hard bargain. They just did not want to give up some of the young guys that are on the big. We don't know.
I don't know
until unless we were to ask Farhan, and he was completely honest with us. He wouldn't do it on the air, but it would be interesting to kind of see. Okay, this is what they're trying to get done. This is why they didn't get it done. But there's no sense of making a move just to make a move. Like everybody's happy, pumped. We got somebody great. Hey, we made a move. May not have made any sense. You end up on stupid baseball trades with a negative $9 million value. You're like, woohoo!
Was the Pollock trade value? Did you see?
What's that?
It had to be. Pollock trade had to be a good value for.
I don't know what it was.
Mariners overpaid for that cash considerations and the player to be named.
But I think everybody wants to make a trade. Like it's fun to make trades. Trade deadline's fun. You get all these and as a fan base. You want to be a part of it. So I don't know what that was. But you want to be a part of the trade frenzy. You want to have new players. It's fun to have new players. It's fun to have dudes rolling up on scooters and jumping in your lineup. Like, oh, look who we got. That's super cool. It didn't happen. You're just going to have to and again, I think they are strong enough to be one of the top 6 teams. Get that right now in the National League.
Sure, 6? Yeah,
I'm almost positive. That's
I kind of liked when we thought it was 7.
Since I said 7, now 7's nicer.
We went 7 for about a month and a half. I kind of like that better.
We went strong with 7.
I'm going to stick with the 7. I think the Giants are.
They might be one of the best 7. They're not going to get into the playoffs, though. You got to be one of the best 6 to get into the playoffs. So
they're at least top 7, I think, in the National League.
Great, that's awesome.
Yeah. They're definitely at least 7th after the deadline. The question is whether or not, and you just said you didn't think so. We said, we've been talking all season long, and that's the way to think about it. Are there 6 teams in the National League right now better than the Giants? Are there teams that you think are better on paper than the Giants than they were heading into the trade deadline? Just about everybody except for the Reds, who are kind of around that wild card spot in the National League, made a move. The Giants added A.J. Pollock for depth. We got a couple other trades that went down. I'll tell you about those next. The Yankees made a move, acquired a relief pitcher. Also, the Marlins have added somebody else. That's another team I keep forgetting that is in the mix. The Marlins have added a couple of pieces today. The Diamondbacks, who the Giants play tonight, yet again, Alex Cobb on the hill against Zach Gallen. Fun matchup tonight. Cobb and Gallen, D-backs a game behind the Giants. They acquire a closer in Paul Sewald, and they get Tommy Pham. Our old friend Tommy Pham is coming to town. We got plenty more to come. Are there 6 teams in the NL better than the Giants now? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Sunnyvale's sports leader.
The Giants couldn't make it 3 walk-off wins in a row as they fell to the Arizona Diamondbacks 4-3 yesterday. There's more on that story trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
You know, if there are impact players available, I think we'll be in those discussions like every team that's intending to be in the playoff race. But, you know, in terms of kind of the sixth inning reliever, back end starter types that, you know, a lot of times wind up changing teams around the deadline, we have a lot of that depth in-house, and we want to continue to give opportunities to young players. So I'm hoping that's where the kind of engine and the push to get to the playoffs comes from with this team.
As Giants President of Baseball Operations, Farhan Zaidi, who's going to join us on Thursday for his bi-weekly conversation. That was on our show about a month ago, saying we're not in the market for the sixth inning guy or the fifth starter. I know I wanted a third starter or a second starter. He says we're in the market for an impact player when those guys become available. I believe they were in the market for them. Nobody. I don't think anybody's going to say they didn't pick up the phone or try. But it's back-to-back deadlines now where they had an opportunity to sell on Rodon and get something last year. They get nothing. They didn't move him, and then they shut him down like a month later, which was the most frustrating thing. Like, we're going to hold him, we're going to try to make a push here. Didn't acquire anything to help really, and then shut him down. And it was basically a slew of minor leaguers and journeyman guys for the final month of the season to get him back to 500. I was looking for more. I never understand standing pat. I understand investing in your guys. I understand.
You're looking for more than nothing?
I'm looking for more than A.J. Pollock, who is now in the building. It wasn't nothing. It was A.J. Pollock. But it's the same time as when we've joked before about, this guy's coming back off the injured list. Like, do the Dodgers will in fact try to sell it at some point as, hey, Clayton Kershaw, that's like a trade deadline acquisition. No, it's not. We accounted for him at the beginning of the year. I've been paying his salary while he's on the injured list. It still is accounted for. So
I hate when people say that.
There are tons of moves.
It's like we traded for him. No, you didn't. He was on your team. Beginning of the year, he's on your team. He's always he's been on your team for years.
He's been here.
It's not like you just poof, you got him. No. So stop that.
I never wanted
It's like saying the first pick of the second round. Basically, it's a first rounder. No, it's not. A second rounder.
You're paying him as a second
rounder.
That's
what has that 2 next to it.
Yeah.
It's pretty simple.
We're a first round draft pick. Well, basically.
Late first, basically at second. So is the early second that's basically a first better than the late first that's basically a second? I don't know.
No.
I'm pretty sure it's not.
Value-wise,
I'm pretty sure one's a first, one's a second. But I hate when people say, it's basically a second. It's basically a first-round draft pick. No, it's not. Second-round draft pick.
B+. It's basically an A.
Anyway, move
basically an A-, the B+.
I'm getting caught up on
one
stuff
step
again.
below. So there are a few more moves that have trickled in here following the closing of the trade deadline. None of them involving the Giants. Should update you, by the way, that move for Eduardo Rodriguez, the Dodgers completed, did not go through. He vetoed the trade. He does have an opt-out after this year. He invoked his no-trade clause, they're saying. This is per Ken Rosenthal. He had a desire to remain on the East Coast. It's closer to his family.
Wow.
There you go.
How about that?
He was in Boston, and then he went to Detroit, and he's staying out there. So maybe he's just an East Coast guy. You see that happen all the time with Southern California guys. Come on back home to the West Coast to be closer to home. The New York Mets are acquiring former Giant Phil Bickford and Adam Kolarek from the Dodgers. I'm not sure if the Dodgers are getting something big back in return. We haven't seen a return there. The Miami Marlins are acquiring Josh Bell from Cleveland in exchange for Gene Segura. So the Marlins, that's another team I forgot to mention. They made a handful of moves. They were kind of a surprise team this year. They made all the types of moves that I thought the Giants would be in on. They got a bullpen arm. They got a first base bat. I think they added something else yesterday. Might have gotten another pitcher. Anyway, They made some moves.
Bell's been brutal this year, though.
He has, but you're thinking he can be a first baseman, pinch hitter, switch hit guy. You can play some platoon stuff. Gives them an option maybe off the bench they didn't have before. And a guy with some experience who was not previously there. They also, the Marlins, acquired Ryan Weathers from the Padres for Garrett Cooper. Garrett Cooper is going back to the Padres. Marlins now have another lefty. Sean Reynolds heading to the Padres per John Heyman. And the Dodgers are acquiring from the Royals Ryan Yarbrough. So they went out and made a last second. He's a soft tossing. He was an opener for the Rays. Yeah. I think he could pitch a handful of innings, but that's just a depth piece for them also.
Is he featured?
Guy. He'll be like a featured guy. Yeah. They'll feature him for sure.
I wonder if he's related to Kale. Probably not.
Kale?
Kale Yarbrough.
Who's Kale Yarbrough?
Indy 500.
I don't know.
He's an old
race car driver? Vroom, vroom.
Yeah.
Question I guess I have is, and I'm as I talk through this, at 808 KNBR, you can check in on the text line.
Movie Cars.
Yeah.
What's up, Mater?
What's up, Mater? Dude.
Mater.
Voiced by Larry the Cable Guy, right?
Exactly.
Mater. The lack of moves for the Giants has frustrated Giants fans. People are talking about Farhan. And I wonder, because the one guy who seemed to be the big name that they were tied to, that legitimately they were maybe making calls on, per John Morosi, was Justin Verlander. So he gets moved for the number 1 prospect in the Astros organization and the number 4. And the Mets are picking up part of the, $35 million of the contract remaining this year and into next year. They're also, if his option vests for the 3rd year for 2025, they're going to pay half of the $35 million. So I wonder, we talked a lot about money and we talked about prospects. Would you have given that up for a season and a half guaranteed of Verlander, potentially another season, but he'd be 43 or 44, whatever it is, for the price that the Astros paid? The number 1 prospect for the Giants would have been Kyle Harrison. Number 4 would have been, we'd have to look at the list, depending on the list. It's like Matos is probably the number 4.
Or Luciano and Matos, because Luciano was 2. So let's say 1 and 4 or 2 and 4. So Harrison and Matos or Luciano and Matos, would you be willing to trade that for Verlander for a year and a half? I wouldn't.
How come?
Because I don't know exactly. Look, you're not getting Justin Verlander of 2-3 years ago.
Or last year. Didn't he win the Cy last year?
He was really good last year, but look at him this year. And he's been good his last, 6 starts? But I'm thinking long game here. And look, I know Justin Verlander is fantastic. There's no doubt about it. But I wouldn't. It'd be close, but I wouldn't. I think you would.
I think I would. Now, Luciano would make me...
Maybe because I'm sick of hearing all the names, and then finally hear them like, no, hell no.
We've talked about it
forever.
They're
not going anywhere now. Well, I waited to this crap for 4 years talking about these guys.
Yeah.
How many questions have I had to ask? When's this guy coming up? Okay, is he real? Are you sure? We know he's real. Okay. And now that they're here and look like they can play, now I could be the dummy next year. We could look and go, yeah, those guys weren't as good as I had hoped they were going to be. But no, I don't think I would do it.
808 KNBR is the number to call and text. Would you have given up the package in the Giants, relative to the Giants, that the Astros gave up to get Justin Verlander? I look at it and I say, one, because you're getting another year of him for sure. I feel pretty good about that. He came off of Tommy John surgery last year, went 18-4 with a 1.75 and won the Cy Young, right? Yep. After one start in 2020. So he virtually didn't pitch for 2 years and came back and won the Cy Young last year. Mm-hmm. This year, he's 6-5 with a 3.15. He's thrown 94 innings. He has 81 strikeouts in the 81 strikeouts in the 94 innings. Walked just 31. His WHIP on the season is 1.14.
Okay.
So he's a 1.31 ERA plus. You're right. He's not the Cy Young candidate that he was last year, but he's won 2 Cys in the last 4 years, which is wild. He's 40 years old right now.
So let me ask you this. He's not okay. So he's not as good this year as he was last year. Do we think he's going to revert back to form next year, or do we say
is he worth it at being just this good?
Yeah, or he gets maybe he's not even this good next year. I mean, he made the decline.
Could be a decline. Yeah.
The decline may be starting to take hold. Where he still might be good, but I mean, he better be really good. You're paying you're not paying 40. You're paying 20 for him. So I guess from that standpoint, you're paying $20 million for him. He's going to be worth $20 million. If he's not worth $20 million, then you really you messed it up. So again, I would be close for me, but I would be a no. I wouldn't be a strong no, but I would be a no on that deal. Then I don't even know if that's something they got to. They asked the Mets, what would it take? Maybe the Mets preferred to send him to the American League. They say, let's get him to the American League. We don't need him in the National League, even though it's not our division. So I don't know. I would be a no. I'm a no. No.
I wonder if Sabian does that deal.
No. I think
Sabian does that deal. I think Sabian looked at it differently. I think Sabian viewed prospects. I mean, we know he did far different than they do in today's era.
Did. Yeah, but he definitely.
But
did.
Your point was well taken. Is that they seldom develop talent in the first half of Sabian being here because he went out and he used the minor leaguers he had to acquire other talent or use some of the big leaguers he had to go get different guys. He used Matt Williams to go get other pieces that he brings in. Then you have cornerstone players for a generation, but it's tough to remember, guys who came up. They brought up Ryan Jensen at one time. He was a year. Kurt Ainsworth came up in 2002. Mm-hmm. But really the guys he got and developed were young talent from other teams. Jason Schmidt,
Yep.
He acquires from elsewhere. I think he was drafted by the Braves and then went to the Pirates before he ends up here. But most of the guys he had managers that were big on vets. Dusty was big on vets. Felipe was big on vets. You needed guys, you had to build the team around what the manager could do.
And look, when they ended up winning,
they developed
was homegrown talent.
It was all homegrown.
And why did they do that? Because basically it was the
Barry Bonds era. You had to cater to that.
It was the Barry Bonds show the last 3 years. I mean, they knew the team wasn't very good, but they knew they could sell tickets because everybody wanted to come and watch Barry. They're like, let's use this. Let's use this as the time to draft and develop. We're not going to compete for championships right now. It's just not going to happen. Or we're not going to keep pouring money into this team while Barry ages. Although Barry is still godlike out there, let's use that. We'll get people into the stands. We're not going to be great, and we'll draft. And then they hit him. I mean, give him credit. Give him massive credit for hitting. Even though they're high draft picks, still. I mean, to come up with Posey and Bumgarner and Lincecum and Kane and Belt and Crawford and Sanchez and Wilson, I mean, and so on and so on. I mean, they hit all those guys, but that started the run. That started the 3 championships in 5-year run, but they were able to do it because it wasn't like they had to keep supplementing the big club because they already knew where they were at the big club. It's like, okay, it's time to turn this thing over, and we'll kind of distract people with Bonds. It's the old, what do we have in this hand so you don't pay attention to this hand? Like, hey, Barry Bonds is hitting 60 home runs. Barry Bonds is chasing Hank Aaron, chasing 700, chasing 750, Babe Ruth, chasing 755. So, and then by the time that was over, then it was like, okay, here we go. Here's Kane. Here's Lincecum.
Here's Zito.
Here's Posey. Here's these guys.
Yeah, here they are.
Yeah, and it's like, boom, here we go. So, again, part of the reason I wouldn't make that trade is because I know you want to win a world championship every single time you can. You never know when you're going to get back there. But if you want to be where the Giants were in 09, if you want to be where the Dodgers were 10 years ago, or the Astros were probably 8 years ago, or the Yankees were probably 94-ish, where they had all those guys, it was like, okay, who do we have? We have Posada, we have Williams, we have Jeter, Mariano. I mean,
and then they paid for other talent.
So I mean, that's where they're at right now, and they're just at the beginning of it. Like, we're just seeing it. And again, we don't know yet how good they're all going to be, but I mean, they're young and they're all in the big leagues. And if these guys start to take off a little bit together, I mean, then you could very well have a catcher, a third baseman, a shortstop, a center fielder, a starting pitcher, a closer. I mean, you could have the nucleus of a really good young ball club, and that carries you. That carries you into the future, where now you don't have to churn so quick down in the minor leagues. You can let those guys percolate a little bit more. You have a team that other free agents want to join because they look and go, hey, these guys are going to be there for the next 4 or 5 years. You know, I'd like to join this team. So you can start drawing into the free agents and spending some money in that, because you're not spending so much money in the starting 9 or the 25-26 man roster, because you have like 5 or 6 young guys. So I would just like to see that have a chance. Because if it doesn't have a chance, you say, okay, let's give a couple of them away for a year and a half of a guy who's, you know, on the wrong side of 40 and still good, still very good, but declining. And all of a sudden you don't get it done, and you look and go, God, it'd be nice to have those guys. You know, I just think that, again, it's been a while. We've heard these names forever. We're seeing them. It looks like they can play. And I think if you hit on these guys, then you start that run that other teams have had. And they've spent a lot of time, and we've dinged them a lot of times for the minor league system. Like, well, that's what they were supposed to be here for. That's what they were supposed to do, retool the minor league system. Where is it? What have we seen? We haven't seen anything. We've seen guys from other teams. We've seen these minor trades. We've seen, the first couple years of Farhan where there wasn't anybody that hit the waiver wire that they weren't afraid to pick up. It's like, well, let's get that dude. You're like, who the hell is that dude? They got that guy?
Except Matthias. We're going to trade for him.
Yeah,
we're not going to
exactly.
claim him. Yeah,
and then they get him and then drop him and go get somebody else and then go get somebody else and keep trading. It's like, oh, let's trade this. Get this guy. Let's pick that guy up. Let's pick that guy up.
The Alex Dickerson era is how I like to think of it.
Exactly. So now there's a chance that era could stop because they have those young guys. Again, no guarantee, but I would like to see it have a chance. I would like to see it have a chance to develop because I know if it does hit like they hope it hits, then they have a chance to not only be really good, but be sustainable. And that's what you want.
But to be that, you also have to use those minor leaguers to go get other people. I mean, the Dodgers have done that and developed talent, and that's what I want.
Well, you do, but first off,
you have to have
it
the guys.
was the minor leaguers kind of getting things churning.
They had to get Seager and Bellinger.
Then they were
and
able to turn. Yes,
Bueller
exactly. Peterson.
Right,
I mean,
all those guys.
They were just rolling. They were flush with guys.
They still are.
And then the guys they went and got were guys that anybody could have had. Anybody could have had Turner.
Right.
I mean, anybody could have had that guy.
They did
Turner.
both. And then they added
Taylor.
guys like
Anybody could have had Taylor.
Trade for Darvish at the deadline, trade for Manny Machado at the deadline.
Exactly.
You add guys.
Because remember what they did? They went for the big, expensive they went, let's go get Crawford. Let's go get
who was Carl Crawford, Adrian Gonzalez,
and the pitcher.
Josh Beckett. No, Beckett was the other. He was at the.
No, he was with the Reds. He came over in that. Didn't he?
Oh yeah, that's right. That was the big swap with the Red Sox. They sent them. Yeah, who'd they send back to them? The Red Sox. The Dodgers sent somebody back there. They took all of that, all that money. And then what did they do after that? Because Beckett was okay for a minute. Gonzalez
then they
played
got
pretty
rid
well.
of those guys.
Then they come off and they get the new ownership and they go and get Mookie.
That's kind of when the era started. When you thought, oh my God, look at all these guys coming up. Like they were just like, and it's still to this day. Like you're like, oh my gosh, they got another guy coming up and another guy.
Sheehan and Miller are going to be guys. Those are guys
coming up. I mean, you look early on. Will Smith was one of the last ones. They even have a guy this year came into the minor league system who was hurt, Gavin Lux. He's not even playing this year. Then we mentioned Seager.
They traded Keeper Ruiz because they had Will Smith. Yeah, they were like, this is a top catcher.
You mentioned Bellinger.
Yep.
Peterson was there. I mean, it was like, my gosh. And then Bueller coming up. Bueller, anybody? So they had a bunch of guys.
Johnson and May.
But that's, again, that's what you hope you have. The Astros did the same thing, more so on the hitting side than the pitching side. But some of their pitchers are coming
Garrett
through
Cole,
now.
they draft? Oh, no, they traded for. They used the prospects to go get him.
Traded for Cole. Traded for Verlander. But they had a few guys, but really they supplemented their – but it was – I mean, they kept hitting on guys. They had Altuve, who was a holdover, and then you hit on Correa.
There's JT Snow walking by, too.
Bregman.
Let's get that guy to hit tonight. How about that?
Yeah, let's get him out there.
JT, can we get you in the lineup?
Get him to come over here. And they had Springer. So that's what you're hoping. And again, that's what I want to see. I want to see him have a chance to they're finally here, right? You're finally there, and you're thinking, let's blow it up. Let's trade.
Why can't it be both?
I would rather. Well, it can.
That's why I want both.
So you want Verlander for Luciano and Matos. I'm like, no.
I'm not saying you got to do it again. It might cost
but
that. Let's see let's see. We'll talk more about this. And JT Snow is now on the patio with us. So Giants do not make a trade. We'll still take your calls. 808 KNBR. Your thoughts on the Giants' lack of moves here at the trade deadline? National League West made a whole bunch of moves. Is there anybody right now that is better than the Giants? I should let you know, by the way, Tolbert & Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union. Free checking account, no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by the NCUA. Would you have given up the amount that the Mets gave up to get Justin Verlander, or do you say, no, don't blow this thing up at all? Keep everybody in-house. And how are we feeling about the Giants here for the final 9 weeks of the season? We'll talk about that next. Tolbert & Copes, no big moves for the Giants, though A.J. Pollock is in the house. We're in number 16, only here on the Sports Leader.
KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert, back at the Public House. We're going to be here until a little after 6 o'clock, getting you ready for the Diamondbacks and the Giants. And when you're down at the ballpark, you never know you're going to see just milling about the outside of the ballpark. I'm like, hey, that's JT Snow out there. Let's go get JT. He's here to see Terry Lovello, the manager of the Diamondbacks, who he knows. We thought we'd grab him, and he said he had a couple minutes, and it's always fun catching up with JT. What's going on, my friend?
Nothing. I played in AAA. I was telling you guys with Torrey in Columbus with the Yankees, and we played 2 years on the Angels together. And so we've stayed friends for a long time. And so I text him. I always text him when they come into town because we've been good buddies. And he said, "Come up to the game and say hi." So I'm not just wandering around the ballpark like an old ex-player.
JT's like, look, dude,
no home.
You were pulling on a locked door. I was like, did you see this right here? JT,
I was like, get that guy a sandwich. Look at him over there. He looks hungry.
He's like, this door's locked.
I was listening to you guys coming up, driving up 280. I'm down in the peninsula, and listen to all the trade stuff. And then I was like, I saw you guys, so I tried to go in through the front door. It's locked, and then
there is an open gate right there. You could have hopped that one.
I've never spent much time in here. I was always in the but anyways, I'm going to go spend some time with Torrey, say hi, and watch a little batting practice. And
apologize. I think I called him Tony. Say Tom Tolbert apologizes. Yeah, I know. I messed up the name.
He's probably listening.
So what's your take on what the Giants have done, which is basically nothing? They get A.J. Pollock. I was of the mind that I was okay with it because I want to see what the young guys can do. They finally got to this point that they have the young guys here. And if these guys pan out, then it could be the start of turning the minor leagues and gives you a nice base. I think Copes was more of the mind that if you can get a guy like Verlander, if you have to give up a couple of those guys, that's fine because you get a year and a half of Verlander. Now, whether it's Verlander or not, I mean, what'd you make of what they did? Because everybody did a little something, apparently. They didn't do anything. What were your thoughts on it?
I think there's a couple ways you can go. They're in this spot this deep in the season for a reason, so that might be one mindset. Let's stay with our guys. I do think they need an extra arm. I don't know how long this opener thing is going to work, but they've had good success with it all year. But when I was playing, I always loved and Brian Sabian was great at that. He would go get somebody, and one year we got Joe Carter, and then the year with the White Sox we got Roberto Hernandez and all those guys.
Kenny Lofton was
Kenny Lofton. I mean, but I think if it's the right piece, I think if it's a veteran guy that's been through the wars that can come in and maybe give you a shot in the arm. But I was listening to you coming up, and it's kind of fun to have a new guy walk in and the fans embrace him. They talk about the Hunter Pence deal. That stuff's all good, maybe, but they put a lot of time and effort into these young guys, and they're going to figure it out. It's hard. It's not easy. We've seen Schmidt go through some struggles, but he'll be better off for this. Like, get the right mentality maybe at the end of the year or next year, but. So it's a double-edged sword, but you don't know what. Maybe they were offering some things.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Who knows? You don't know. So maybe they got turned down. Maybe they wanted a bunch of guys, and they're just not ready to part with them. So
what do you make of the young guys from what you've seen of them? Bailey, Schmidt, Luciano, we've only seen a couple games now. I don't know what you can make of him, but Matos we've seen for quite a while. Those are guys we've heard about for a long time. We're finally getting a chance to see them. What have you made of what you've seen of them?
Love Patrick Bailey like everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just he can catch, and the way he throws and the switch hitting catcher. He looks like he's been here for a while, so he's going to be the guy for a long time. I think Schmidt's going to be okay. He just needs to make some adjustments that he hasn't made. It's hard coming up and having success. I did that early in my career. The first couple months I was on fire, and then went around the league a second time, and I was like, oh, guys have a changeup, guys have a slider, and then I was back in AAA. But it's a different mindset nowadays. But hopefully he figures it out. He needs to make an adjustment and have a better plan at the plate. Teams know that he likes to swing early, right? He swings at the first pitch 99% of the time. So, and then the other guy, Matos, can track it in center, and like Luciano, I like the way he moves. Like, I think one of the things as a former infielder, you watch guys and just watch the way they move, watch their feet, watch their hands. he moves well, and Crawford's getting up there, so he might be the bridge. But I like these guys. It's a little more, with Schmidt and some of these guys figuring out at the plate. It's hard. It's a hard level, guys. I always go back to playing against Ken Griffey Jr. and some of these, and I always asked Griff what his mentality was, and he said, "Listen, you're gonna the number 1 and 2 starters. If I can get a 1 for 4, 1 for 3, but I'm gonna make my money off the 3, 4, and 5 starters. That's when I go 2 for 3, 2 for 4. So the young guys will understand that. Like the top starters, like the guy tonight, Zach Gallen. If you can weasel out a 1 for 4, 1 for 3 with a walk, that's a good night off a tough pitcher. And then you make your money on the 4 and 5 starters, and then get in the bullpen.
Yeah.
You'll actually like this story, Tom. When I was with the Angels, we had the hitters. We'd have a hitters meeting every day before the starter, and so we would. I don't know if this was legal back then, but we would bet on what inning we were going to knock him out in. Like,
sure, sounds legal to me.
Right?
I'd have been right there with you.
It was fake money, but we're like, so we
sure.
took odds, and guys were like, I got the third inning, I got the fourth. So, we had 8 guys with the DH back then. So 8 guys just pushing hard to try and knock the start because we wanted to get in the bullpen. So every night it was like, go around the starting lineup. What inning you got? And then it was all Monopoly money.
Did you see guys in the dugout explode when it happened?
Yeah.
And then
manager pops out.
And then it got specific. It was like, I'm going 4 2/3, and then I got 5 1/3. It was. And I was playing with a bunch of veteran guys, so it was awesome. But it pulled us together as an offense. Like, we're trying to get that starter out, like doing everything we can.
That's great.
Just swinging or getting guys over, like. And every night it was called what inning you were getting the pitcher out. And so we did a little, fantasy betting back then. And
that's beautiful.
If it's Eddie Seacott, he might tell you himself. He'll be like, 3 1/3. I'm going to drill the first batter, and I'll be out. JT Snow's hanging with us on the patio of the public house. So you mentioned like when Sabian was here, and that's the era I grew up watching you guys. And maybe it's because the Giants hadn't won since coming to San Francisco, and you guys had so many vets, and it seemed like with Dusty, Sabian was in every year, and you guys were competitive around the deadline. He was always buying. I never see a case for standing pat come deadline time, because I think you owe it to the team and the vets, but also with a team like this, you have young guys who have an opportunity here. I felt like when they got Chris Bryant a few years ago, that was saying, hey, we have a shot here for something really special. I think the same can be said about this team, because you never know when you're going to be back in this position with the Dodgers and the Diamondbacks, and the Padres are good. I think you have to take advantage of it when you have the chance, not by mortgaging the future, but if you get Verlander and you win this year, nobody cares what you gave up.
We loved it when Sabes would go out, and get a guy. And I think especially with this team, if you could get a veteran guy that's out there, I don't know the other teams as well, but just you got 2 months to go, and then when you get in the playoffs, it's a different animal. If you can get a veteran guy that's got some playoff experience and kind of calm the young guys down, and because when you get in the playoffs, this is when you see guys that can manage, that can handle the bullpen. Boch was great at it. Dusty was great at it. And we always love getting a veteran guy at the trade deadline. Like you said, Sabes, he made some great deals. That first year in '97 when I came over, we got Jeff Kent, and I think he called the fans the lunatic fringe because they traded Matt Williams. Remember they were.
I think Ralph may have been part of the lunatic fringe.
I got traded for Alan Watson and Fausto Macy. So that was a good deal Sabes made. But it's just like we said, we don't know what Farhan and those guys talked about today, what they tried. It'll be interesting to see when you get them on. But young guys in the postseason is tough. The adrenaline goes up, the nerves go up, everything goes up a little bit. But hopefully guys like Crawford and some of the veteran guys. But there's a lot of young guys out there, so we'll see.
What was it like for you when you found out? I'm sure the trade from the Yankees to Angels is different because you're going back home, but you are home. When you found out you were getting traded from the Angels to the Giants, how did that affect you? Were you happy, not happy? I'm curious because you were home at the time. How'd you feel about that one?
I was a little disappointed because I was playing at home, but I was also playing at home, and I went away to. I played in high school. I was at Los Alamitos and went to U of A, and then I was drafted by the Yankees. Sabes actually drafted me out of college, and then I'm out on the East Coast for 4 years, and then all of a sudden I come home and it's like everybody and their grandmas at the game, like high school teachers and buddies you grew up with, and it was really distracting. I'm like, hey guys, I'm trying to cut my teeth.
It's my job.
Yeah, this isn't beer league softball. I I can't meet you after the game for pizza and beer. I'm like, I'm trying to like,
hey, down at Catello's and they pizza joint.
Exactly.
Meet me down there.
So it's like I'm trying to focus. And then first couple years up and down, and then we had a couple good years there, and then I had a down year, and they just saved. So Saves went from the Yankees, got the Giants job, and had his eye on me. So it's a good lesson for young guys out there. Never burn your bridges, just keep playing. And then when he traded for me, and I remember talking to my agent. He's like, "No, that's going to be a good thing. You're going to get out of your hometown, go." And so I came up here for a visit, and the first day I went to Candlestick, and I walked in there, and it's blowing like 40 miles an hour and fog, and I'm like, I'm done. Like, this is like,
I love this place.
This is the worst. And then we got to spring training, and we had a bunch of all new guys, right? Like Jose Vizcaino, and Richie really was just taking over short, and Jeff Kent, Billy Miller, and Mark Lewis, and we got Darryl Hamilton in the trade, and
Stan Javier there, maybe.
Stan Javier and Glenn Allen Hill, and we all just came together. Says and Dusty was like, "Hey, no one's giving us a chance. Why not us?" And we did well. And then that last month, we're in first place. And then Brian Johnson, who I just talked to a couple weeks ago, great guy, hits the home run,
awesome.
and he's actually writing a book about his career and the teams he played with, and it's going to be pretty interesting. So he talked to me on the phone about some chapters in his Giants days. So. And then it was great. And then next thing you know, I'm here for 9 years, and it was a lot of fun. So, the trade thing is weird. It's like, and I remember talking to my dad. It's like, well, this team gave up on me. And he's like, well, you got to look at this team wanted you. But as a player, you're like, well, if I had played better, I probably wouldn't have got traded. But you just, pack up and go.
It definitely worked out.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it.
I was pretty happy about it.
I've been here ever since. Yeah, it's been a good spot.
Would Jeff Kent have made the Red Ass Hall of Fame?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I thought. There's no doubt about it. What? I wanted to ask you this because you played with him, and I've always said, look, I think he should be in the Hall of Fame. If not in the Hall of Fame, at least more than 38% of the votes.
Yeah, we're going Jeff Kent.
Jeff Kent. You look at his numbers compared to other second basemen.
377 balls.
I don't know if he was such a red ass. Writers just didn't like him, but you played with him. I mean, should this guy be in? And if not in, should he be given more consideration at least being in?
He should be very close, if not in, because he was. And I played against Jeff. Went to Edison High School in Orange County, and then
that's right.
And so I played against him in high school.
No way.
And he got kicked off his high school team because he was like a power hitting shortstop in high school. Edison High School is a big high school down in Orange County. Edison Chargers. A bunch of scouts were coming out to watch him today that one day, and I think the coach didn't play him, so then Jeff quit, and then he didn't care. I think Jeff just played baseball because he's good at it. I don't think he didn't know like any stats, any history. No. He just show up and play, and then he played at Cal Berkeley, and I played in some minor leagues, and he went to the Blue Jays, the Mets, and then went to the Indians and bounced, and then he got here, and we all kind of just gelled together. But he was the best. I always think the Hall of Fame, you're the best in your era at. The guy was he hit fourth behind Barry. Barry hit third, Jeff hit fourth, I hit fifth. So I always told Jeff, I'm picking up your scraps because he would just drive them in, right? Those base hits to right center.
Yep.
Barry was always on base. We had good Marvin Bernard, love him or hate him. Marvin was a great guy. He always got on base. Darryl Hamilton, and then I have a different view in the era that I played in, the steroid era. I think there's some guys in the Hall of Fame that snuck through, and there's other guys that aren't. So for me, I have a different view of Hall of Fame guys. I think you defense and offense, and I don't necessarily think it's you hit 500 home runs and you won 300 games. But Jeff, he deserves to be right there. Didn't have the greatest relationship with the writers, and that's who votes on it. But he was kind of prickly, but. I tell you what, I never had a problem with him, and that guy would show up at 7 o'clock every night, go out and play hard, and he was, as a second baseman, he was great to me playing first because as a first baseman, you rely on the second baseman. When a left-handed hitter's up, I can't see the sign, so he would let me know off speed with a left-handed hitter, like a slider, a curveball, slider, or changeup, because most likely they're going to pull it.
Right.
So I might move a step to the line or play deeper. And he never missed a pitch all the time I played with him. He would just say my number, hey Six, or hey Jay, something like that, just let you know. And he was on it. And he was, and after the game, he'd shower and be gone and see him the next day.
It's so funny you say that because I remember distinctly asking him about an American League team and one of the players in the American League team. And then we started talking about the history of baseball. He's like, nah. He goes, I don't watch the game.
No.
He goes, I play the game. He goes, I don't have time to watch the game. I get home, I do other stuff. I'm like, well, did you watch it? Do you like, no, I don't know any of those guys. I just play. I'm like,
yep.
So you really don't know anything. And it's funny because I grew up around guys like you who we were sports fans.
Students of
We
the
know
game.
basketball,
Yeah,
we know
yeah.
baseball, we know football. We just followed the sports. Like, we could talk about 80s baseball, 80s football. He's like, nah, I don't even know.
The trading
Nothing.
cards.
Yeah.
Jeff loved to hunt, and he loved motorcycles. He loved dirt bikes, and he would
Survivor.
He liked to camp
and Survivor.
And
I loved him on
Survivor. He loved
It's the
Survivor.
best. It's the best.
And I saw Jeff a couple years ago at a reunion, and it was like he's like just a great guy. He's like he's a big family man, and lives in Texas, has a ranch. And I always asked him. I said, "You're Orange County guy. Why?"
He's got a twin now.
Yeah. When he was at Cal, they played in a regional at Austin. And he said, when I went to play at Austin, we were there for a week, whatever. And he goes, I fell in love with it because people just gave you, like, looked you in the eye, gave you a handshake, and that was their word. And he goes, one day if I ever make money in the game and I'm moving to Texas. And he did. And he bought a ranch. And he has a hunting. And there you go. He's
That's
like,
amazing.
So I loved you. Like, I would, like, you know, and there's foxhole guys that you want to
Yep.
He's a foxhole guy.
No doubt about it. Hey, man, we'll let you run.
All right, thanks, man.
Thanks for
having you,
coming
bro.
by. It's always
Yeah.
fun catching up with you, JT.
Good to see you, man.
I'm going to go scout out the D-backs and then...
Yeah, come back. Let us know what you see.
Yeah, go to it.
Well, the Giants had a handful tonight with Zach Gallen, right? Didn't he start the All-Star game? Or
Gallen, Gallen.
Yeah.
I know he's a lot better at home than he is on the road, so let's see if they can get one. But I'll tell you what, Diamondbacks can run.
They got
They're
some speed.
athletic, man.
And all their I was watching the game last night. All their outfielders, they're lefties.
center fielder.
They're all center fielder lefties. And I'm like, keep them off the base.
Exactly.
But it was kind of cool last night. The game, I forget who it was. Alex Tom, or he puts a bunt down. He bunts a guy over. Like,
Old school baseball.
Alec Thomas,
School-
yeah. Red Sox did it on Friday last week, too.
Yeah,
Got to go ahead and
with the ghost runner. So
would it kill you to drop a bunt down? You know, I'd like a bunt. I'd like a sack bunt and then a sack fly just once. Great stuff
Thanks,
from
JT.
JT.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it,
Great catching up with you, man. Trade deadline is passed. We'll talk about it. Former Giants assistant GM, former Dodger GM Ned Coletti joins us next. Tolbert and Copes from the patio of the Public House, only here on the Sports Leader. Brock Purdy, Fred Warner, and Talanoa Hufanga join Murph and Mac this morning from training camp for the 49ers. All those podcasts are trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes hanging out on the patio of the Public House. Giants in the D-backs game 2 of a 4-game series coming up after the Giants lost last night. Gave it away, lose it in 11 innings. Seems like they only play 11-inning games now, the Giants. First pitch at 6:45 tonight. Zach Gallen, the ace for Arizona, going up against Alex Cobb for the Giants. And here to talk about the trade deadline that passed at 3 o'clock, former Giants assistant GM of the Dodgers years ago, Ned Coletti joins us courtesy of the Yuma guest line. What's up, Ned? How are you, man?
Hey, gentlemen. Good to hear it.
Is this a time of year you remember as being fun, stressful, agonizing? How would you classify the trade deadline? And maybe it's year to year, situation by situation.
It was typically the best day of the season, except winning a championship or winning a division or something like that. Trading deadline was always the best because you had a chance to make your team better.
I'm curious because we've been kind of bouncing this back and forth, Ned, and thank you very much for joining us. Always fun talking to you. The Giants didn't make any moves, and I'm assuming that some of the pieces that were asked for were some of the young guys that were actually in Giant uniforms right now. And I kind of mentioned the Dodgers and how they went about building, right, with 2009, 10, Seager, Peterson, Bellinger, then Buehler comes up, then Will Smith comes up, and it was a never-ending cavalcade of young players. And the Giants are just kind of starting that. Now, we don't know if they're going to be that good, but how would you look at that? Because they didn't make any trades, and I know a lot of people are like, God, everybody else made trades, the Giants didn't make trades. And I was like, well, if the guys that they're young end up hitting, that's when you kind of start your run with the young guys, and then you can supplement them and kind of start churning the minor league system. Like, you went through that. How do you see where the Giants are at right now in their kind of development with their young guys and their organization?
Well, I think that they're obviously getting better and better with their development and their draft and international signs. I think it's a key piece to being successful, especially for a long run. You've got to be able to draft, develop, and sign players. So, they're in a bit of a tougher spot because they're close, 2.5 out. I think LA still has 3 games in hand, which makes it a little bit more than maybe 2.5 games out.
Yeah.
But they've got a chance to compete. But you have to measure what you're going to be able to acquire this year, maybe short term, for the long term cost. And I think that they're smart, they're wise with what they did. Is the clubhouse going to be jumping up and down that nothing happened? Not necessarily. Sometimes you can give a jolt to the room by bringing in somebody they all know and recognize and respect. But if you can't do that, there's no reason to make a deal just to make a deal, because that doesn't do you any good. And if they've got some good young players coming, they're no doubt asked for. You can't give up tomorrow for today if today is going to be a short-term gain, and you still got the Dodgers sitting in front of you.
I mean, you were in it even back then, even when you were bringing the young guys up. But I'm sure you had people calling trade deadline asking for the young guys that I mentioned. I mean, was it ever tempting to trade those young guys for some immediate help and maybe make your team better? Or how hard was it to say, you know what, we're still good, maybe not as good as we could be this year with a trade, but we got to let this thing play out a little bit. I mean, how tough was that? Saying no, we're not going to trade these guys.
Well, it really wasn't that tough for me to say no to Seager, no to Bellinger, no to guys like that. A young Kershaw, who was our first draft in 2006. We believed in those players, and I think a really important, maybe as important as anything that a baseball operations department does, is really evaluate its own players to really know who's who and who's going to be able to play under the brightest lights and the biggest circumstances. There's a lot of services out there that rank farm systems, rank players. They don't have any skin in the game. The team's got the skin in the game. And so, to know your own players and to know what they're capable of, and don't overstate it, and be true. And sometimes you trade somebody high on the Baseball America list, and everybody goes, how could they trade that player? But the team knows that player is not going to be as good as they've been, and they're selling high in some sense.
Yeah.
But you've got to know your own group. It's imperative to know your own group and then make decisions based upon that to start with.
Talking to Ned Coletti on the UMA guest line, I always say that to Tom, if the Rays called me and I was a GM, I would say, who do you want? And then I would hold on to that guy forever. I'd be like, if Tampa wants him, that guy's a must-have. As a fan, and I'm thinking back to the 90s and the early 2000s when you guys were here, and every year it seemed like you and Sabes were making moves to stay competitive. And I get that sometimes it's not a huge move. It's a trade for a position of need. I think about maybe the biggest acquisition for the Giants in 2010 was Javi Lopez. I mean, he comes in and becomes part of that bullpen, and they needed that lefty specialist. They take down Chase Utley and Ryan Howard with those guys. I mean, that was a big acquisition for them. I'm looking at this team, and I'm saying this is a team that has needs where you didn't need a superstar. You didn't need to mortgage the future, but I don't see a case for standing pat. And I don't know that I think some people see things as standing pat when you don't acquire somebody. They may have tried to and not pulled something off, but is there a case for that? I just think every time you have a chance, you don't know when you're going to be back there.
Well, you do have to go for it when you have a chance. But again, that doesn't mean that they had a chance. What we don't know is that we don't know what the conversations were, who the interest was in, and what the asking price was. And you've got to believe that the people in charge know what they're doing. They've had a good track record. So you got to just kind of live with it, because you can't overpay just to do something. Is it important to do something? No doubt. I can remember maybe 20 years ago now. I was in Colorado with the club, and Sabes was back in San Francisco working the phones. And he says, we've got a chance to get Galarraga. What do you think? I says, we got to do it. He can sell hit, he can sell play, and the room needs it. So we did it, but we didn't give up the world to do it. In those cases, sure, you add because you could afford to add it. But, you got to be careful with it, because the one-day headline in the August 2nd paper may not be worth anything when you get to September 1st. You got to be wise with your choices, and sometimes you got to pass, and the fan base gets a little bit disappointed in it. But they'll be far more disappointed if you get somebody, you make it in, you lose in the first round, and the player or players you gave up end up doing some big things down the road. You can't do it unless you're really getting something that's going to make a difference for you, or long term.
Yeah,
somebody more than a rental.
See, Ned, I can make the case doing nothing is still doing something, philosophically speaking.
Yeah, no, it is.
I think Rush sang about that in a song.
Is Galarraga still available, by the way? Because I would take him. I'd take the big cat at this point.
Give us an idea of maybe one of the tougher trades you had to make come trade deadline, and the anatomy of that trade, the back and forth that went into it. Maybe you thought you got him, you didn't have him, you had him back. I'm curious. I'm fascinated how all these things kind of get put together from inception to boom, it's done.
Well, the Manny Ramirez deal was probably the one that was the biggest deal of my Dodger days. It was 2008. Theo Epstein was running the Red Sox, and he called me, and I had known Theo since the San Diego days working for the late Kevin Towers. So, we had a little bit of background, knew each other pretty well, and he says, hey, I got interest in Andy LaRoche, who was a minor league third baseman for us. And, he had Kevin Euclid, he had Mike Lowell, so I knew there was another team involved for him. And he kept asking. But the price coming back, the player coming back, was to me a 4A guy. Somebody who could play in the big pitch in the big leagues a little bit, but wasn't going to make that big a difference. So I kept telling him no. So he calls me on July 30th with a 31st deadline at 1 p.m. Pacific. And as he's talking to me again about Andy, I'm watching the bottom line on the MLB Network or ESPN, and it says Florida's about to make a deal with the Red Sox and the Pirates. Jason Bay is going to the Red Sox. Red Sox are sending Manny to Florida, and Pirates are going to get prospects. And so while I'm talking to Theo, this comes across the board, and I knew he was trying to move Manny. So I said, looks like you're going to get Manny moved. And I could tell by the tone of his voice, it wasn't a sure thing. And so after that game, I went downstairs and talked to Joe. Joe Torre was our manager. And I had something working with KT on Greg Maddux that was going to take a couple more weeks to come to fruition. And I just happened to mention that to Joe. I said, I got nothing on this right now, just intuitively. If it comes together quick in the morning, because, again, 1 o'clock deadline, it's going to come fast. What do you think about adding Manny Ramirez? And he goes, I do it in a heartbeat. He goes, I've managed against him, obviously, Yankees, Red Sox. I've managed him in all-star games. A little bit different character, but flat out one of the great right-handed hitters in the game. If you got a shot, got to go for it. I'm with you. So working the phone till about midnight, 3 o'clock Eastern time. Now I'm staying away from Boston. I go back home for a little while, take a nap, and I wake up about 4:30, and I got a text message from Theo. Call me right away. I call him. He says, would you have interest in Manny? Now, this was in a different ownership group than the Dodgers currently have.
Right. Yep.
We were taking on no money. I needed money back. So I told Theo, I said, yeah, I'll take Manny. I said, but you're going to send me $7.5 million. And he goes, $7.5 million? I said, well, that's what he's owed. Whatever he's owed is what I need. And he goes, well, I can't do that. I says, well, look, I had a chance to get CeCe Sabathia 2 weeks ago and couldn't do it because we were going to pick up $4 million, going to get Casey Blake, Jamie Carroll, and CeCe from Cleveland. I said, so I don't have the money, Theo. We've known each other long enough. I'm not playing you here. I'm not negotiating with you necessarily. I'm just telling you, those are the facts of life. We don't need to waste time on it if you can't pay the entire salary. And he goes, oh, yeah. Would you take half? I said, Theo, I'm a man of my word. I don't have any money. I got nothing. And so he says, oh, geez, all right. I says, call me back if your ownership will take the money. And so, I'm driving into the ballpark, and boom, sure enough, he calls. He goes, I think we'll take the money. I said, well, let's go. I get to the office, and my owner walks by, Frank McCourt, and I go, hey, I got a chance to get Manny Ramirez. And his eyes get big, and he goes, Manny Ramirez. I mean, he's from Boston. He knows how good the player is. And he says, "Oh, we're not taking out any money." I says, "No, I know that. That's what we're trying to do." So, and it came to fruition right at the deadline with Pittsburgh and with Boston.
Wow,
that was
hell of a deal.
That happened quick, happened really quick. Not all of them happened that quick. Probably the toughest one I had to make. I got Hanley Ramirez from Florida, with about 2 weeks to go before the deadline, but they were dead set on Nathan Eovaldi, who had just touched the big leagues, ended up having a great career with the Red Sox, and now with Texas, pitching for Boch. It pained me to trade him because I just love the makeup of the player, great arm, have himself a really good career. But, hey, I needed a shortstop. I needed a middle-of-the-order bat, and nothing else I could do. And plus, we had Hanley for another year besides that year. But that's probably the toughest deal I ever had to make, trading a player. Most of the players we traded were high on somebody's prospect list, but didn't really pan out to be stellar big league players. Carlos Santana was one, but that was again a money deal. I traded him to Cleveland. I had him in the deal for CeCe and Casey Blake and Jamie Carroll that got scuttled at the 5-yard. I'm going to be in San Francisco the day that deal was shot down. And when I went back to Casey Blake, because Nomar was out, I had to do something at third base. I needed a leader type to come in. I had to give them Casey so they could give me. I had to give them Santana, give me Casey back at $2.5 million. I used to have to make deals where I'd have to get good players and have somebody else pay for them. Not always the easiest deal.
I got an idea. You give me your best guy, and I don't pay a dime. How about that?
Yeah. Kevin Towers, when I got Maddox from him in 08, he goes, let me get this right now. You want Greg Maddox, future Hall of Famer, and the lowly Padres, the little Padres down the street from the Dodgers, are going to give you Maddox and $2.5 million for two minor league guys who will never see the light of day. I says, you got it.
And then he did it. Right?
He did it.
And then he's like, yeah, all right, fine. Oh, man. We got nothing else working. Talking to Ned Coletti. This is a great breakdown of how trades come to fruition. You were talking about something with Theo Epstein, and you see something scrolling on the bottom line on TV, and it leads to Manny Wood. It leads to an era of Dodger baseball that a lot of Dodger and Giants fans remember. I wonder, relationships that you're talking about are obviously big because knowing Theo for that long and you saying, look, you know me. I got no money. I'm not lying to you. I'm not trying to play you. This is the situation I'm in. How difficult is it when there's a new GM or an assistant GM? I know there's a lot of cross-pollination because guys go organizationally different places and everybody knows each other, but it was obviously much easier to pull off trades, I would assume, with guys that situationally you matched up, but also you knew because you could take them at face value.
No doubt. Jimi Hendry with the Cubs, Walt Jocketty with the Cardinals and the Reds, Doug Melvin with the Brewers. We get on the Cash with the Yankees. You get on the phone with them. You small talk for 2 minutes to say, hey, does this make sense to you? We're interested in this. We're interested in that. In 30 seconds it was yay or nay, and there was no nonsense about it. I made deals with Jimi Hendry. It took me 3 minutes to make the deal. And besides checking medical and stuff like that. And there's other guys who it's impossible because they may be losing 90, 95 games a year, and they have to win the deal to say yes. But they're still losing 95 games a year. But they've won 4 out of 5 deals. They've lost 95 games a year.
I'm winning the offseason, though. Right.
Did you ever? I don't remember you ever, because the Giants and Dodgers don't make a lot of deals. But did you ever make one with the Giants when you were down there and Saban was up here? Or did you guys ever talk about this? What was it? Because that'd be interesting, you guys.
We did the Mark Sweeney deal. Giants were out of it. I needed a bat off the bench and a great guy, good leader, good person in Sweeney. And so I traded him.
Travis Denker?
Travis Denker, correct.
That's it.
So now listen to this way. This is classic stuff. So Sweeney, I love Swedes, right? So he comes and does what he does, one of the great pinch hitters of all time. So now I hire him as a special assistant when he's done playing. And these guys would go through the minor leagues. Billy Miller, another former Giant. Sweens, Vizcaino, another former Giant. Juan Castro, guys like that. And they would go through the minor leagues. And they would, I knew who could play and who couldn't play, but these guys had a special way about knowing who could help a team win. Who was really, like my old boss Dallas Hugh would say, who was a gamer. May not have the best stats or, may not be high on somebody's list, but these guys are winning players. You guys know what I mean, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Sweeney starts coaching or helping me with the minor leagues and stuff like that, and we're sitting in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and the guy who owned the Lookouts was a character, a guy named Frank Burke. He puts up on the press box, we're retiring the number, and so I'm sitting there with Sweeney, of Travis Denker. And I look at Sweeney, I go, I got a washed-up guy like you who hits 4 days a week, and they're going to retire this kid's number. I mean, it was all a hoax. But
that's fantastic.
Anyway,
that's fantastic.
I don't know why I told you that, but I thought it was. Anyway,
that's amazing. What were the interactions like with you and Saban when you were down there and he was still up here?
You know what? I knew where to find him when I was there. He knew where to find me when he was coming to L.A., and we'd stop and talk, small talk, hardly anything else.
Yep.
One season, maybe in 13, we were neck and neck the entire way through. We refused to speak to each other. Nobody said nothing. Nobody says I'm not talking to you, but we didn't want to BS each other and say, hey, wish you well, wish you luck. I wish them nothing but bad luck. And he wished me nothing but bad luck. But we didn't want to say that to each other. So we stayed away from each other. But other than that, we would talk in the off season, get together for lunch, and talk about different things we've seen and different dynamics we were up against. But when we were competing against each other, there was no doubt it was compete all the time.
Nah, this has been a lot of fun, man. This is great insight. I think a lot of people wonder how trades go down like that, and getting one like Manny Ramirez. I just love hearing McCourt saying, I'm not giving you anything for that. No money for that. You gotta do this. You're doing this. You're doing it on your own. And you're like, hell yeah, we are.
Do that. Yeah.
Well, it's awesome to get this. I'm sure there are so many trades that teams have been close to pull off like that are dead on the cutting room floor. But it's fun to hear the background of that. So thanks so much for stopping by. It's a busy day, and I know one of the fun days across baseball for a lot of fans.
Yeah, it's a great day. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Thank you so much, Ned.
Ned Coletti, former Giants assistant GM for many years and GM of the Dodgers for a long time.
Great storyteller.
That was awesome, dude. That was really good. I think we've talked to him since Vin Scully had passed. I think we were sitting right here and we had him on telling the Vin story. Is he the one who bought the clubs?
Yes.
He bought Vin Scully's golf clubs
and then gave them back to
him because Vin was getting rid of a bunch of his stuff.
And pretty awesome
that was pretty cool. He sold them at auction. So we do have an NBA grab bag coming up, but that's not until 4:30.
Wow.
Well, trade deadline day. We've got to get to the grab bag.
I like it.
We will recap all the trades that went down.
Polka.
I like polka.
Big fan.
Oh, dude, Ray was not having the polka. Ray was like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, that's bah humbug right there.
You said you
gotta
may
be happy.
You gotta
have a happy heart to enjoy polka.
The funny thing is, he was wearing a Christmas present looking sweater when he was.
Yeah, it's all ruse.
Not in the holiday mood. Giants have A.J. Pollock in the house. He's wearing number 16. We'll tell you about all the other moves that were made on trade deadline day, including the Padres, who picked up another top end reliever we haven't told you about yet. Tolbert and Copes from the patio of the Public House, only here on the Sports Leader. Dwayne Kuiper joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss Mike Yastrzemski's hamstring injury that's landed him on the injured list and the NL wildcard race. That podcast is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everything changes so fast these days. Seems like you buy something 2-3 weeks later, it's already out of style, or you got to get another add-on to bump it up. You can't fall behind with your Wi-Fi. That's one thing you got to keep up to date with, and that's why Xfinity has a 10G network. That means everyone is taken care of with fast, reliable, powerful internet, especially in the summers, which is just about over. I can't believe summer's almost over. But during the summer, it's still here. You have the kids coming over, hanging out at the house. Everyone's there, and they're working. Or they're schooling. Or they're gaming. Or they're streaming. Or they're TikToking. Or whatever the hell they're doing. You just want to make sure everyone's taken care of. Because you don't want to have your Wi-Fi, your internet lagging. Because then you get people complaining, and then it becomes a bummer. You don't want that. With 10G, you don't have to worry about it at all. Everything is running smoothly, beautifully, with speed to burn, power to burn, and yes, because it's Xfinity, reliability. Now through September 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gigabit internet with unlimited internet data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's all just $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data and regular rates. All you have to do is go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or if you're out and about, visit an Xfinity store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes, fees, extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet after promo. Regular rates apply to internet services and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary. You love sports. You love high def. You love reliability. You love speed. You love power. Enough for way more people than you're going to have in your house. Trust me, you are good to go, and you will love Xfinity.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, we're out at the Public House. Come on out. Kind of a light crowd right now, but it's early. Grab something to eat, grab some beer. Got a great list out here. Some cellar maker out here, some field work out here, some Sante Darius out here. Then they got some drinks. They got all kinds of good stuff. They have faction out here. So come on out. You're ready for Gallon and Cobb. And we're going to have the NBA grab bag for you soon. And again, I wanted to get into 808 KNBR if you want to call or if you want to text. I'm just curious because I think most people are going to be on the side of what the hell are we doing? Why don't we do something?
Well, we have the answer, nothing. The answer is nothing.
But again, doing nothing is doing something. It's philosophical, I know, maybe too deep, but you're still doing something. Don't tell me we're not. We are.
Rado pulled that on me last week at one point. He said, well, that's nothing. And I said, well, yeah, it's nothing. He goes, well, but even nothing is something.
Exactly.
And then he said, like, what is anything? I was like, well, we got to do a show.
Well, you're going to go down that.
So if we got 4 hours to kill, we got to talk about something.
So I think most people would probably rather have them do something. Again, really what you need for this exercise is to know exactly what they were offered. That's what we won't know. Because you can't just say do something without knowing exactly what they could have done, what the offers were. Because you might say, even somebody who says, I wish they would have done something, may look and go, well, I wouldn't have done that. You got to be kidding me.
Well, we know it was given up for everything. So we could look at everything and say.
Well, you can kind of piece it together.
Like we saw for Verlander.
But here's the deal. Let's say the 2 and the 4 prospects for the Astros.
1 and 4.
The 1 and 4. Maybe that was equivalent to
1 and 2
1
for the
and
Giants.
2 for the. Yeah, that's what we don't know.
Do you want to give up Harrison and Luciano?
Yeah, because a top 10 in one organization is different than a top 10 in another organization. So we can kind of piece it together, but you're not sure exactly what they're doing. So I get the feeling, and I get it. I do get it. You feel like you're left out of the party. Like everyone goes to the party and you're left in the garage. Right. And you're just like standing there going, what the hell? Everybody's having fun in there, celebrating. Woo, we got this guy, oh, we got that guy. And you're like, bro, we got Pollock.
AJ Pollock.
Can somebody bring me a beer? I'm just in the where you at in the garage? I'm just in the garage. It's kind of hanging out.
He's here. He may be activated tonight.
Yeah, I'm not doing much. But I get the feeling most fans are on the side of, God, I wish we would have done something. Because it's fun to do something, right? It would have been fun to come out here and say, oh, they got Eduardo Rodriguez.
Remember Chris Bryant showed up, hit a home run his first game? How cool was that?
It's great. It's great. It's fun.
You're excited about the new guy?
When you get a new player, it's like, Christmas morning, unwrapping the gift. Like, oh, look what we got.
Oh, Mike Leake was cool for a minute.
This is incredible.
I was like, hell,
only a minute, though.
I was like, he's got
only a
a
minute, just a minute.
Jeff Keppinger, I was like, bring his ass down. Yeah. Let's get some hits.
That was about 30 seconds.
A couple of guys didn't really work out. So they tried.
But again, sometimes you take a deep breath and like a few months later, maybe even next year, you're like, I'm glad I didn't trade that guy. Yeah. I'm really happy we have that guy. And guess what? And unless an asteroid hits us and we blow up and we're dead, and no one will care at that point anyway, there's going to be another trade deadline. This isn't the last trade deadline of all trade deadlines. Now, your question should be, well, how do you know they're going to be back here again? I don't. I have no idea they're going to be back here again. Do you take every opportunity that you have to give yourself the best chance to win? That's an interesting question, because how much better could you have gotten to where you would say, now we're clearly better than the Dodgers. Now we're clearly better than the... Look, there is nobody out there they could have traded for where they could have said with a straight face, we are now better than the Braves. There's nobody they could have got where you would say we are the favorite in the National League now. That player doesn't exist because it would have been multiple. It
would have been Ohtani plus, adding somebody else, and you weren't going to get that.
At least.
But what I will say is, you're not having to be better than the Dodgers right now. Going toe to toe with them, they've proven they can compete with the Dodgers. Mm-hmm. If you're looking at it head to head, I think that's fine. I think they're okay where they are. But if you're looking at it in terms of how do we beat the Dodgers in a playoff series, which we haven't done, how do we beat the Phillies in a playoff series, then I say you might need more pitching. If we're going opener for 2 of the 3 against the Dodgers and taking our chances.
Well, if you're going 2 out of 3 opener, you
may be okay in the regular season, which we've seen. They went and swept them in L.A. About a month ago. But I don't trust that in a postseason series. In a best of 3, maybe they're rolling the bones. You're like, hey, we go Webb and Cobb, and we win the first 2. Then you're fine.
Done. Woo, got out of that one.
Cobb and Webb, and pray for rain, whatever it is.
You're saying you don't want Walker in a deciding Game 3?
It's not ideal. But the Dodgers went opener in a deciding Game 5
did.
2 years ago and beat the Giants. I watched it. I was right there.
You were right there.
I was sitting in 221. I was right here.
Yeah.
So it's about just getting in. It's about doing what you can to get in. And I just wonder, because I'd never want to make a move based on what anybody else is doing, but when everybody around you, including teams that we thought were out of it a week ago, really didn't prove. The Padres went out and added, and again, these aren't big acquisitions in G-Man Choi, former Ray and Pirate, and then Rich Hill, who the Giants beat up bad a couple of weeks ago in Pittsburgh. Those aren't big ads, but they're experienced players, good depth pieces, right? Guys with playoff experience. Then they went out and they added a solid back end of the bullpen arm. A right-handed closer in Scott Barlow from the Royals. So they've bolstered themselves a bit. So there's just more teams, I think, in the mix or planning to be in the mix than there were. And the question is, now that you're competing with more teams who have improved, are you good enough to outlast the rest of the NL to get into the playoffs? Once you're in, and you roll the dice anyway. Didn't matter what trade you made.
Yeah.
Right? So are they good enough to get into the playoffs? I still think they are. I have less confidence about success in the playoffs than I did, or hope for the playoffs than I did a week ago because of the lack of a trade.
Yeah, I mean, look,
that's just my feeling now.
No, it all makes sense. There's no doubt about it, and I don't think there's any 100% right or wrong answer here. I mean, this is all shades of gray is what we're talking about, and kind of a lot of it is, what's your favorite flavor? I mean, do you like this? Doesn't mean you hate the other idea or hate the other flavor. You just like this one a little bit more. So when I say I like it that they didn't trade the guys, I like that the young guys are still here, doesn't mean I don't see the merit in trading some of those players for a big-time player and giving yourself the best chance. Again, I'm more apt to, if I'm near the top, like one of the top 2 teams in the league, I want to trade some of my guys to get another dominant piece so I can separate myself from everybody else, because I want to give myself the best chance.
And that's where Farhan was.
To win the championship. What he was thinking. Yeah, exactly. That's what I want to do. I don't want to be like the 5th team and move up to the 3rd team and go, okay, now we're the 3rd team. I mean, because you still got to get through it once you're there. Now, you got to make it. And they have look, the Reds didn't make any deals. The Brewers made some minor deals. The Diamondbacks made a big deal getting a closer. The Dodgers shored up some stuff. It shows you how good the Braves are. Did the Braves do anything?
I don't recall the Braves unless they added something small. We can follow up on that. But the biggest moves are the Scherzer move to the Rangers.
American League. They're the ones that did the biggest moves.
All big pitching. American League
Tampa.
And that's the better league right now, too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a tough league right now. Tampa gets Savali. They're playing right now. The Rangers get Scherzer. The Astros get Verlander. And by the way, I looked it up.
And the Angels get Giolito.
Exactly. And Dylan Cease was not moved. Also, the Phillies then made the trade for Lorenzen. That was the big pitching acquisition there. Okay. Also, the Orioles got Jack Flaherty. So a bunch of teams or did make moves at the deadline to acquire arms. We'll talk more about the trades. What's that? Oh. With the NBA,
next.
The NBA grab bag just keeps getting punted down the road. We're just keep kicking the NBA grab bag can because Dave Fleming's going to join us next. JT Sneff stopped by earlier.
This guy's got some hieroglyphics going over here.
Dude, Derek's handwriting.
Is that the little dude stabbing the buffalo? Or
dude, he's holding up signs.
What was that guy?
Derek just
is that
today.
fire? Like people around the fire and a buffalo coming?
Did you see this sign he handed me? It says, "Forget Niners sound." I thought it said core sex persons with a backwards P. I was like, I don't know what that means. Quick trade jumble. Dude, Derek, you got some hieroglyphics.
That's nice right there.
It's like cave drawings here.
That's some serious chicken scratch
Dave
going.
Fleming going to join us next. Alex Cobb, Zach Gallen is the matchup tonight. A.J. Pollock is here. Just about everybody except the Rockies, who got rid of some players, gave them to the Angels, and the NL West made moves. We'll talk to Dave Fleming about the wrap-up of the deadline, what the Giants' chances look like here in the final 2 months of the season. Tolbert and Copes from the patio of the Public House, only here on the Sports Leader.
Yeah. everybody, Mr. T here for NorCal Honda. Great family car. I've had different iterations of the Pilot for about 9 years now. And what do I love about it? Room. I got a big family. I got a family of 5. It's me, Lori, Haley, Walker, Weston, and the dogs and the cats. You usually don't have the dogs and the cats in the car at the same time. Separately, we'll put them in there. We've never done the thing where it's like, yeah, let's see how this works, because I know how it's going to work, and it wouldn't work well. But plenty of room for everybody. So I need the room. 6'8", 270. Just went up the hill with my buddies. Golf, gear, bags, all kinds of stuff. So we're all good. Fun to drive. A lot more fun to drive than you would think. You think, Honda? Yeah, I'm telling you, a Honda is fun to drive. You have all the gadgets, so whatever you want to listen to, whatever you want to watch in the back, you are good to go as well, and you're going to be about as safe as you can possibly be in a Honda as well. So, in recapping, you want to go for a nice family road trip or just a nice drive around the city. Honda, fun to drive, cool technology, safe, and roomy. Oh, and I forgot one thing. You get to put regular gasoline in that bad boy, too. Always feels good when you feel like you're getting away with something. Like, yeah, regular gas, suck it. I'm going to take the low end here. I feel like I'm driving a luxury car, and I'm doing the low-end gas. That is nice. So the Pilot is just one of Honda's impressive line of SUVs. That's the one I have. There's also the rugged Passport, the sporty HR-V, and the legendary CR-V, now available in a fuel-efficient hybrid. Your NorCal Honda dealers have loads of new SUVs available now with special lease and financing deals on every model. It's the perfect time to come in and buy or reserve yours. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda like me or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Back here on the patio of the Public House with Tom Tolbert and another stop-by guest. We had JT Snow, who, dude, it was funny. JT Snow stopped by earlier. Maybe unintentionally. He was trying to get into the locked Public House. He was like shaking the door. He couldn't get in. I was like, Lee, go get JT Snow and calm him down.
Go get that hobo.
Dave Fleming had a key because he walked out of the Public House.
Yes.
Dave Fleming's here with us on the patio. What's up, Dave?
JT was an answer for me on the Immaculate Grid. There was a Giants Angels. I figured I got to use JT.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You don't want to use Alan Watson.
Yeah, that's the other one.
the only other one.
That's the only two.
You could drive yourself insane with that game trying to find the most obscure, because people are into the rarity thing.
Yeah.
And I just can't. I just don't have the patience
The
to do it.
bandwidth.
God,
It's like I'm done.
I have too many things up in this dome. I can't do it. You'd think it would be made for me, that game, but anyway.
Man.
How are you guys?
Good. We just been kind of bouncing back and forth, talking trade deadline.
Says the Angels fan. Yeah, we're casual about it.
Yeah, well, so Copes is like, he's a Giants fan, kind of like I'm an Angel fan. But
I'm not irate, though.
I want to see the Giants win, so I'm obviously kind of, feel like I'm invested in this thing enough. But I was fine with what they did. And the reason I'll give you I was fine was, one, I've been hearing about these names for like 4 years now. I'm tired of talking about them. And now I finally get to see them. They're here. Luciano, I know what he looks like. I know what Schmidt looks like. I know what Matos looks like. I know what Bailey looks like. Hopefully soon I'll know what Harrison looks like. And my thing is, if you had to trade a couple of those guys to get, let's say, a Verlander, like a difference maker, then we're kind of, we finally gotten to the point, they finally got to the point, I feel like my viewing has finally gotten to the point where we're kind of seeing the fruits. And if these guys are as good as I think they might be, then you're kind of taking off. And this is the beginning of the ascension where that's our core. We can start adding to it and then supplement it again with the minor league system. And that's what the Dodgers did. That's what the Astros did. That's what some of the really good teams have done. So that's my thinking is like, you're not going to get that much better without giving up that. So I wouldn't give it up and just roll the dice. And let's move into the future with these guys who they've waited so long, so patiently for, and they're finally here. And they look. Now I get the other side too. But that's where I was coming from. Like, let's see these guys. They're finally here. Let's give them some time.
Yeah, I think it's a good framework for what happened today and the last few days. Because I do think that was kind of the choice. Like, do we go out and get, I'm just throwing out names, but Paul DeYoung or Tim Anderson or Mark Canha or like all those players were available. They got traded. There wasn't a huge haul that got them to their new teams. Are you going to bump off the younger players that you're watching now to watch those guys down the stretch? And I just don't know if that's the right decision. In fact, I think it's not the right decision. I think what they did is the right decision. Because these 2 months they're already contending. They're in a playoff position right now with this group. So these 2 months can be stay in contention, fight hard for the playoffs. They believe they're going to be a playoff team. But also, these guys need the experience and the reps, and they're going to be better off at the start of next year when you're doing all your planning and thinking, okay, now we can really take another step forward. They're going to be way better off. I just don't think, you mentioned Verlander. Verlander wasn't coming here. He got the full no trade. Yeah. He and his wife wanted to go to Houston or stay in New York.
They knew it, yeah.
So you don't have any say in that. He's not going. He's going only the specific places he wants to go.
Maybe Scherzer.
So maybe Scherzer. Maybe. Although Scherzer told him, see ya last time. I think there's. Yeah. I don't know. There's bad feelings with me. Maybe there's no bad feelings with the front office. But the Giants had a framework of a deal in place for Scherzer, and Scherzer was like, I don't want to go there.
Yeah.
And that was 2 years ago. But still, that's in the back of my brain.
You don't hold grudges.
I don't hold grudges.
No, not at all.
So anyway, other than those two guys, and those two guys are definitely difference makers. The guy that was intriguing today was the White Sox starter, who nobody out here gets to see very often. But he's really, really good and young and talented. Now, I would have been interested in seeing what that would have taken. The price is probably way too high. Those are the guys that you're talking about. The price is probably a couple of those guys that you were talking about. So maybe not worth doing that. Otherwise, Tyro's probably coming back this weekend. Haniger's maybe like 10, 15 days away. I mean, Haniger's made way quicker progress than they thought. Yastrzemski, they hope, is only out for 2 weeks. So if you get the ideal scenario where all those guys come back, then you're going to trade for somebody, and then you get a logjam. I don't know. I'm okay with the fact that they didn't make any moves.
I just kind of
the dissenting point of view.
Well, I hear all of that. I just think that we're thinking too much. We keep talking about the guys who are at the major league level, and I don't think this trade deadline is I don't think it's mutually exclusive. Where if you're making a move to add somebody, it means you have to give up Matos or Luciano or Bailey or Schmidt. some guys that went today, and maybe nobody wanted Paul DeJong. Maybe they made an offer. He went for a single-A guy who was drafted in the 13th round because he was an expiring contract.
So you would rather have Paul DeJong here for the last 2 months than Marco Luciano?
No, I'm saying I like Marco Luciano. If the argument was like Tim Anderson, I'm saying sure, stick with Marco Luciano. Let's see what we got. I do think Paul DeJong gives you more than Casey Schmidt gives you right now. I think Schmidt needs to play, but I think that when Tyro comes back, you may not have a spot for Schmidt anyway. You may have a roster crunch.
So then you'd have no spots. If, let's say, Casey's the guy when Tyro comes back, then
we're talking now Luciano. I get it. And so but is the argument we should play every young guy and that's what we're committed to? Or is it what Farhan told us a couple of weeks ago? We're a playoff team and we want to keep adding to that. Maybe Luciano adds to that, but if there's no injuries, he's not here, is my thought.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm on the pitching side of things, by the way. I just wanted a pitcher. I'm fine with the offense.
Yeah, but even the pitching staff, like who on this current major league roster are you bumping off? Are you saying you're gone, you're off the roster? Like Jacob Junis hasn't been pitching as well as he did. Last night he looked really good.
Yeah.
If he's the last guy on your staff, I think Jacob Junis is really good in that role. Ryan Walker, you don't want to get rid of Ryan Walker. He's done an outstanding job as the Giants opener. Alex Wood pitched well last night, last few times, really encouraging. Ross Stripling, Sean Manaea was awesome against the Red Sox.
You don't have a lot of options on the major league roster.
It's veterans and Walker and Beck. And Walker and Beck make this team better, in my opinion.
I'm with you.
Like, I would rather have those. Michael Lorenzen, he went to the Phillies. Would you rather have Michael Lorenzen or Tristan Beck? I'd rather have Tristan Beck, personally. I would. I think he's done an excellent job. I think they found the perfect role for him.
I agree.
So,
he may be starting next year. I mean, he may get an opportunity.
I'm with you. Like, a lot of these deals weren't really about who you gave up in the trade.
Yes.
For me, with this team, it's more about who you gave up by knocking off the roster and sending back down to AAA. And I like the fact that they're trying to do both right now. It's not easy to do. They might come up short. It might burn them in the end. Maybe Luciano and Schmidt are not ready and Matos are not ready for a playoff race, but I like that they're trying to do it this way.
It sounds to me like we're both right.
Yeah, I mean, I think when Farhan told it to you guys, I think he meant it.
I do.
He wasn't. Farhan is the most.
I think he was honest about it.
Honest and straightforward executive I think I've ever been across. Like, he tells you exactly what they're thinking about. If there was that player,
they would have gone after.
I think they were in the market. I think the trades that they were trying to make were for younger players who weren't rentals.
Controllable guys.
I think the Giants were really interested in, like, can we make this current team better, but also have a guy who's around next year? And they just couldn't pull it off.
Because Chris Bryant was a big ad, but they gave up a player they liked in Canario to go get him. Like, they didn't want a rental again. They want a guy who's going to be around. And Cease could have been that, maybe, or somebody you hold on to.
The rental market, to me, this year just wasn't. There just wasn't.
It's not a big one.
If Candelario was like the best rental bat, like,
he was good, but not a.
I like him okay. Like, would he have helped the Giants?
That would have been a good one.
Possibly. JD, I think, has earned the right to play third base most days. Can Candelario go play at second base? Maybe he can if you feel like he can. The other part of this, I think, that both of you guys were touching on is the Giants have changed their idea over the last, say, 6 months about how to construct a roster. And it's been kind of subtle, but I think it's been very true. They have prioritized defense way more now than they did before. Like, they were chasing offense for a couple of years. Yes. Every move they could make to get an incremental improvement on offense, they were making it.
Schmidt alone is evidence of that.
And they've decided that they're going to lean into. We've got a bullpen that's great. We've got Cobb and Webb at the top of the rotation. We're going to be a better defensive team. And I think a lot of those moves that we were talking about as possibles would have made them a worse defensive team. So that's another reason why I'm okay with the way they went. Yeah,
it's interesting, too, because I think it's easier, not just for us, but even the executives, to quantify offense. It's harder to quantify defense. So it's not, you don't know how much, like, if we put this guy in here, I know we're getting better defensively, but is it 4% better? Is it 6% better?
What's the value that you're giving up to get it?
Offensively, it's like, all right, we're 11% better offensively. So they know what they're doing. But I agree. That drove me nuts for a couple of years. I'm like, defense is still part of the game, correct? I mean, they wear gloves out there. Because they just went all offense. Like, every move they made, every pinch hitter, let's get the best matchup possible. It doesn't matter what we send out in the field, but now it's a little bit different because you're seeing them now not do the conga line in the 5th inning. They're like, let's hold off on this. Let's keep guys in the lineup. We'll move it till later in the game, and we'll selectively go ahead and try to choose what batters we want to pinch hit for. So I think it's completely different, and Gabe's completely different than he was a couple of years ago. Although you don't need to say they're featured starters. I mean, it can be, that really bugs me.
It does.
It bugs me. These guys are adults. You don't need to pat them on the butt on the way up.
You know what?
Oh, I know you don't like being a piggyback guy or a bulk inning guy. You're a featured guy. Like, just give them the ball, take the ball, go away, take a shower, and go home. They don't need your ribbon or your juice box or your orange slice.
They might.
No, they don't. No, they're adults, Dave. They're pro athletes.
I think a few of those guys on this team need it.
Well, then suck it. Take it. I don't care.
I agree.
Okay? I don't need
We're paying you $8 million.
Yeah.
We're going to put you in the best position to succeed. But I think some of these guys are still a little sensitive about this whole thing. I do. Part of managing is trying to...
So calling them featured starters to make them feel better?
No, it doesn't.
Hey, honey, did you hear? I got promoted to a featured starter.
I don't think it does.
Nice.
I don't
Good
think
job.
it does.
Well
what
done.
do you call? What should we call? Is the opener no matter what? What if he goes 3 innings like
You know what
Judas
the
did?
guy that starts the game is?
Yeah, the
He's
starter.
a starter. You know the guy that comes in after him, Dave, is?
He's a reliever.
Yeah. That's what he is.
It says GS on his stats,
We
right?
don't need to make up names for these guys. They're like 30-year-old men, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
You're not a sixth man. You're the alternate starter.
You're the
that sounds
bench
good.
guy,
Thank you very much. You're not an assistant coach. You're associate head coach. I am? Well, that's not what I get paid. Oh, the same. It just sounds better, though.
We got that all over sports.
Why do we got to do that now? Why do we got to make people feel better?
Yeah, it's probably a money thing. These guys want to go into free agency, being a starting pitcher. I don't want to be pigeonholed as I can't do that. You're telling the rest of the league that I can't do that anymore. That's
but they know.
part
The
of
rest of the league knows. They do the same thing.
There are no secrets anymore.
No, they say how good you are.
Yeah.
See, I'm different. I want to make everybody feel worse and see who can handle it. And then who comes through the fire, that's who I want with me.
Can I make you feel better with some Kyle Harrison news?
Yes.
How about this?
Please.
Well, first and foremost, Alex Pavlovic reporting, A.J. Pollock is likely active tonight and in left field.
Okay.
Sean Jelly is here in case Alex Cobb can't go. I guess he's pretty sick still, they're saying. So they're seeing if Cobb can go. If not, Sean Jelly's here to help. Then Farhan went on to talk about Kyle Harrison, who is back with Sacramento this weekend. I guess he's returning from the injury.
Okay.
Farhan said he's close to a debut. Quote, it's not going to take much for him to show he's ready. Giants had planned to have him here in July, but he got hurt. So you were saying this earlier today, and I think the hope for all of us was we'd see him before the deadline, right, to see what we sort of had in stock. But maybe this is the move. This is a piece. This is different than an injury coming back where you act like it's a trade. This is an unknown commodity that would be coming in to help this team. This is what I mean. Well, now who goes down, Dave?
That's a good question.
See, now
because I think Kyle Harrison is mostly going to be what you've seen from. It's a great way to get these young guys integrated into things. Like the way that Tristan Beck has performed this year, that is a great way to ramp up a guy in his first experience. And so my guess is that would be Kyle Harrison, is whether he's a starter or a reliever, whether he starts a game and pitches 3 or 4 innings, or whether he comes in after Ryan Walker or something.